Chapter 301 Asuma, you don't want to, do you? How did you do it? Yui Kurane asked after she stopped. Naruto was still pinching Hinata's face. Hinata blushed and lowered her head, but she didn't dodge. He caught her without paying attention and pinched her face with a little force. It hurts, she said. Is it the pinch on top that hurts or the pinch this time? He asked. At the same time, he did not ignore Kurane Yui, and the conversation was almost smooth in 2 lines. After saying the above sentence to Hinata, he turned around and answered Kurane Yui's question. So that the context of his words was somewhat inconsistent, and it seemed a bit out of place. Oh, just choke and beat him up. Ah, it hurt more last time, so you can't scream this time. Hey? Why, there are so many whys. Ito does not have a physical body, and I don't understand why I can beat him. It's probably because I am handsome. Why do you look aggrieved? Did I bully you? The first half of the sentence was in response to Kurane Yui, and the second half was said to Hinata. Abarame Shino stood aside, watching Naruto seamlessly connect the conversation between the 2 women. Although he didn't know what time management was, he instinctively felt that this man was a bit against the sky. Kurane Yui, ... Hinata, ... Finally, Kurane Yui took Yakumo away. Shino pushed his small round sunglasses, unwilling to stay and be a light bulb, found an excuse, put his hands in his pockets and left. Shino is the strongest in Team 8, the eternal pillar, with a 100% winning rate so far. However, compared to being curious about Shino's strength, he is more curious about what kind of woman Shino will find as his wife. What is the match for Mushishi? There is no Gu master in this ninja world. He never asks questions overnight, and asks whatever he wants. So he turned around and touched Hinata's face, asking with a gossipy look. Hinata, does Shino have a girl he likes? No, I don't know. Hinata's eyes dodged for a moment, and she lowered her head in a hurry. Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly, stretched out his hands to hold Hinata's face, and forced her to look at him. Ignoring her complaints, he asked with a smile. Why are you hiding it from me? It's not good to gossip about others, and I heard it too. Hinata said with difficulty, so, can you not say it? No. He said fiercely. Really can't say it, I then don't tell others. She whispered tentatively. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't let go. Don't tell others, you tell me. It's during the Chunin exam held in the Kingdom of Wind, Shino seemed to be very interested in a girl from Takigakuer. She stood on tiptoe and whispered softly in Naruto's ear. Takigakuer? Isn't she the one with blue-green hair? His eyes were a little weird. Ah, Naruto-kun, do you know her? Hinata's voice was a little nervous. I don't know her, but Gaara should know her. He raised his eyebrows, guessing that Hiden Kakuzu died early, and the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki is still alive and well. But he was just curious. As for whether it was a beautiful misunderstanding or a love triangle in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing that noon had arrived, Naruto scratched his trouser leg and glanced at Hinata lazily. Are you going home for dinner? Yes. Don't go back. Leave some food for Master Hayashi. Eat with me today. Naruto grabbed her hand and walked forward. Ah? No, no, I'll just go home for dinner. No, let's go. He didn't let go of her hand, nor did he listen to what Hinata said. He knew that Hinata's personality was like that, and she had been introverted for a long time. He took her for a walk, went out of 8 stores, and ate from noon to dark. At night, Asuma stood at the door of the house and blew a breath into his palm. After confirming that there was no smell of alcohol, he pushed the door open with a click. He changed his shoes at the entrance, turned around and carefully entered the living room. The TV was empty, the living room was spotless, and the green plants on the windowsill were full of vitality. Yui Kurane was sitting on the sofa, frowning and lost in thought. When she heard the movement from the door, she turned around. She happened to meet Asuma, and her brows relaxed a little. Back. Yeah, I just finished a mission with Shikamaru. Asuma sat down on the other side of the sofa, leaning against the cushion, subconsciously reaching for a cigarette but seemed to remember something, and pulled his hand back. What happened to you today? You seem to be worried. Do you still remember the child of the Kurama clan? Yui Kurane asked. Kurama Yakumo. Asuma was a little surprised, I remember she didn't seem to be suitable to be a ninja, and then her problem has been solved. Great. It wasn't me who solved it. Yui Kurane said. Hearing this, Asuma stared at Yui Kurane very seriously. With his understanding of Yui Kurane, she would not joke about such things. Who else but you? It's not that he deliberately made Yui Kurane happy. In fact, after Uchiha Itachi defected, there are only a few people standing at the top of Konoha's illusion, and they can be counted on one finger. Naruto. I was also shocked when I heard the news, but that's the truth, said Kurane. That's a good thing. Asuma coughed. After all, he is one of the 3 ninjas, so it's normal for him to have some skills in illusion. Indeed, this is a good thing for Konoha. Kurane stared at the fruit plate on the glass coffee table with deep eyes, but what worries me is another thing. What? Naruto has a good relationship with Ino, right? Kurane asked. Asuma doesn't really care about the private affairs of his disciples, but after all, he has watched them grow up and knows a little about the situation. Besides, the situation between Ino and Naruto is so obvious that he can't ignore it even if he wants to. If he doesn't pay attention, dog food will pile up on his face as a teacher. Yeah, they have a good relationship since childhood. Asuma answered vaguely. Hinata likes him. Kurane frowned. That like this kind of thing, maybe only they themselves know. Asuma could not fail to hear what Yui Kurane meant, and quickly changed the subject. He did not want to be involved, so as not to get into trouble by expressing his opinion casually. Now Naruto and Ino are adults, and they have been dragging it on like this. Why do I feel that guy wants both of them? Kurane asked. No, unlikely. Asuma had a headache. With that guy's personality, what can't he do? Yui Kurane hugged the plush doll on the sofa and sighed. You like Ino more, right? Kurane asked. Not really. Asuma did not respond, but changed his angle and said, Hinata is not bad either, although she is a little introverted, she compliments Naruto. If the two are together, there may be some wonderful changes. Complimentary. Yui Kurane rolled her eyes at the big beard, with some speechless meaning. You said that because Hinata is my disciple, right? No. Asuma sneered. I know that although you said that, you actually prefer Ino in your heart. Yui Kurane said, there's nothing wrong with selfishness, after all, Ino is your disciple. What about you? Do you prefer Hinata? Asuma asked. Hinata is indeed gentle and often does not fight or compete. There is nothing wrong with such a personality, but it is inevitable that life will be a little difficult in the future. Yui Kurane sat on the sofa, looking worried. But Ino is also a good person, sunny and kind. Some time ago, Ino also sent some flowers over, and carefully remembered the varieties of flowers we like. Yeah, it's true. Asuma also fell into deep thought. But soon, he came back to his senses and looked at Yui Kurane with a little surprise. You won't be like Naruto, wanting both, right? Ahem, what does this have to do with me? Yui Kurane stood up and walked quickly to the kitchen. I have Hinata, it's enough for me. I'm not feeling well tonight, you can sleep on the sofa. Asuma. He wanted to slap himself twice, what nonsense. But it was strange, these things were obviously not their turn to worry about. The next day, Asuma woke up from the sofa, and Naruto on the other side woke up to Sakura's knock on the door. He was wearing bare pajamas, his hands on the door frame, and opened the door sleepily. Why are you here again? It's a holiday. Sakura tilted her body, walked in directly, and put a bag of vegetables in her hand on the table. I came here specially to cook for you, isn't it good, master? He spent a few seconds thinking about it. He accompanied Hinata for a walk yesterday and ate everything he wanted to eat. If he eats street food again today, he will probably vomit. He has made an appointment with Ino to visit her grandmother tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens today, his plan is to stay in bed and sleep until he wakes up naturally, and then go find Kurama Yakumo. Just because Yui Kurane can't find Ito doesn't mean Naruto can't find it. After all, he stuffed it in with his own hands, and he should be able to get it out with some effort. That's good, of course. Naruto yawned and went back to his room. Sit anywhere, I'll go back and take a nap first. Sakura was already changing into a maid outfit, and she didn't get angry when she heard what he said. She turned her head and glanced at Naruto, smiled and said yes, and deliberately pulled down her collar. However, the maid outfit has a high collar, and even though Haruno Sakura has a slim and medium figure, even if the collar is pulled down, it can only produce a comic effect. He woke up from his nap at noon, just finished washing up, and took a glass of water from the kitchen and drank it but hadn't swallowed it yet. Sakura suddenly walked in and stood in front of him. In his puzzled eyes, Sakura suddenly pulled up her skirt and asked, "Can you help me check if this stocking is good?" Ahem. Naruto sprayed all his water on the white stockings, and almost couldn't catch his breath. What? Naruto, you are so lustful. Sakura touched the stockings and said, "Even if you are anxious, you don't have to be like this. Tell me, actually." Hehe. Naruto was just surprised, but not that surprised. He tore the stockings and threw them away, saying, "The quality is average." After throwing them away, he calmly returned to the dining table to eat. "Why do you react so little?" Sakura sat opposite him, raised her chopsticks and put them down again. "Don't you like white? I'll change to black stockings next time." Yet, he had long been immune to Sakura's tricks. This is the principle of playing hard to get. The more you care, the more you lose. If Sakura gave it to her for free, she shouldn't buy vegetables. Naruto felt like he was looking down on Sakura, who was at the low end of the level. The more Sakura did this, the less he was fooled. He could even imagine that if he really showed a little interest, Sakura would immediately put away that seductive look. With a high and mighty face and black stockings on her head. "So Naruto-kun, you are just like this. Ino and Hinata know that Naruto-kun you," and so on. "Okay." Sakura changed her torn stockings and sighed. About a short time after lunch, Sakura left in advance. He slept until 4 o'clock, and after getting up slowly, he went downstairs to find something to eat. After eating and drinking, he went to Satomi Hill Villa to meet Kurama Yakumo. After the misunderstanding was resolved, she was released late last night. The Kurama clan suggested that Kurama Yakumo move out of Satomi Hill Villa. After all, that was where she was imprisoned before. But Kurama Yakumo stubbornly refused, saying that she wanted to stay there. She felt that some pain and memories were unavoidable. Instead of deceiving herself, she should face them. The pain would slowly fade away with time. Naruto said that he admired Yakumo Kurama's attitude towards life, then picked her up and shook her vigorously. Without any hesitation, he spoke. "Ito, I'm here to find you, come out honestly." At this moment, Yakumo Kurama's face was horrified. The fear of being dominated by 20 big guys came back, and he immediately covered his face and dared not move. Inside the body. "Ito. It has been hidden very well, and even perfectly avoided the illusionist who is good at it. The exploration of the sunset red of the technique. It was well hidden, so naturally it didn't believe it would be captured. He thought, anyway, it's fine if it doesn't go out. With this mentality, even if Ito sensed the smell of danger, he still chose to keep silent. With a snap, Ito felt that he was manipulated to walk out of the virtual world. When he realized it, Naruto was standing in front of it, showing a mouth full of white teeth. "Long time no see, Ito," he said with a smile, put Kurama Yakumo down, and comforted him. "You did a good job, I won't beat you in the future." "You?" Ito was a little angry, and was betrayed by the main source. "It was only yesterday." "Really? I can't remember." Naruto sneered, and then rolled up his sleeves. Another beating comparable to torture, this time he hit harder, adhering to the purpose of taming. Naruto almost dismantled Ito and put it back. With a thump, Ito was no longer in a good state. The fangs were broken one by one, and there were bruises everywhere, which looked extremely scary. "What do you want to do?" Ito said tremblingly. It didn't know what happened at all, nor did it know why that guy could touch him. After being beaten twice in a row, it was almost unable to hold on. "It's okay, let's stop here today." Naruto ignored it and left on his own. Chapter 302 Horror movies are actually serious movies, and those who waited there are all idiots. "I really don't know anything." Kurama Yakumo's eyes were filled with fear of him, and his voice was trembling. Illusions were ineffective against him, and he couldn't beat him. More importantly, that guy really slapped him in the face, and the swelling wouldn't go away in a few days. Not only did the slap hurt a lot, but it also caused magical damage. Yet, Naruto was busy training Ito, and he was not interested in the main character Kurama Yakumo, and he never looked at her straight in the eye. It's not that she's not pretty enough. As an adult, Yakumo Kurama has a fair face, sickly pale with a hint of red. Big eyes and curved eyebrows, like water and smoke. It's just that the reward of option 1 made him itch, and his mind was on Ito. After all, Ito's prophecy was better than Izanaga's. If he couldn't get this system leak that was hard to find in 1,000 years, he would slap himself when he woke up in the middle of the night. Therefore, in comparison, the 18-year-old black silk Linde Ito was slightly inferior. "I'll come next time." He said so, regardless of Yakumo Kurama's expression, waved his hand and turned away casually. "Pa, Pa." Yakumo Kurama pinched the corner of his clothes, tears of humiliation and fear flowed from the corners of his eyes, dripping on the ground and wetting the soil under his feet. She now regretted calling her a scumbag, and now she couldn't be tough anymore. The next day, when she opened her eyes, a knock on the door sounded in her ears. He stepped on the floor with bare feet almost mechanically, and opened the door with a click. He walked through the dim living room with sleepy eyes, stood at the entrance and opened the door. Outside the door stood Sakura, wearing a warm skirt and black silk stockings, and a sweet smile bloomed on her face when the cold wind blew. Today is also a holiday. His hair was messy and his eyebrows were slightly raised. "No." Sakura walked past him, leaving a faint floral scent. "Didn't you say you had something to do today? I stopped by on my way to work, reminding you not to forget." "Thank you." He lay on the sofa in his pajamas, his blonde hair covering his forehead, his face angular. The living room was dimly lit, and the curtains were not opened in time. There was no sour smell in the air. Instead, there was a faint wood fragrance, and the light was a little dim. Naruto casually clicked and turned on the table lamp in the corner of the sofa. The faint bright yellow warm light was scattered like silk threads, densely covering 1/3 of the living room. He was lying down in a decadent manner, but he gave people an extremely lively feeling. It was as if he could see the lazy but hot soul on the sofa, as if he would become hot with just a little light. Sakura stood there and watched for a while, her heart slowed down for no reason, and she was nervous for a moment. She always felt that this person had a secret, and no one could tell it. "Have you had breakfast?" She took out the breakfast and seemed not to wait for Naruto to answer, and said to herself, "Eel rice. Although it's weird to eat this in the morning, it's also made by me, so it shouldn't taste bad. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to eat it." "Eat it." He didn't care so much, and got up and went to wash up. This is the difference between Sakura and others. If it was Hinata, she would bring Naruto's favorite breakfast. If it was Ino, she would come over and make it right away. Perhaps because Black Sakura dominated the body, Naruto could clearly feel the focus of Sakura's life. Like a green bud, she has a vigorous and warm love for everything. Whether she suddenly wants to eat eel rice or likes to tease him. Sakura's heart has never stopped, like the fluttering catkins in March, falling on people is actually an itch in life. Do what you want to do, eat what you want to eat, and love who you want to love. For Sakura, life is limited, and there is a timer on her head that may stop at any time. If you don't scratch the itch in your heart in time, there may be no next time. How can you have time to think about whether it is strange to eat eel rice in the morning, and whether you like someone and whether he only loves you? For outsiders, dual personality is a wonderful experience, but for Hae-Ying herself, it is a horror movie. She went there secretly alone. I watched a horror movie with comedy elements in the cinema. At the beginning of the movie, the stupid heroine was occupied by a female ghost. The moviegoers were dimly in front of the screen and said nothing until they saw through the screen that the ghost who stole the heroine's body went from joy to fear and anxiety, and finally one person hid in the quilt and cried, and then they laughed collectively. Sakura sat in her seat without laughing. The bright and dim light of the screen shone on her face, and her expression looked particularly serious. She didn't know what was funny, but she was a little scared. In her understanding, she was the ghost who carried the original sin and took away the heroine's body. The difference between a human and a ghost is actually who got the right to use the body. Getting the body makes you a human, and losing the body makes you a ghost. After becoming a human, you will naturally be afraid of having your body taken away. She didn't tell Naruto about watching the movie, even if she didn't need to say it, she knew it. If it were someone else, they would either look puzzled or comfort her first. But Naruto would only lazily tell her after listening to it, watch less useless things. Before I came, I was worried that you would find it strange. After all, no one eats eel rice in the morning. Sakura took chopsticks from the kitchen and lowered her head to open the box. Nothing strange. Next time you see me eating ice cream early in the morning, you'd better not make a sound. Oh, that's it. Sakura really believed it, because she felt that other people might say this just to comfort her, but Naruto said it, it was probably true. The two of them ate eel rice with big mouthfuls and chatted casually. There was laughter and the atmosphere was as harmonious as ever. During this period, the two often got together for dinner. Anyway, Ino Tsundere was unlikely to come over if she had nothing to do, and Hinata was shy and it was impossible for her to find Naruto alone. Sakura didn't care and took advantage of the opportunity. Even if she was ordered to cook every time, she didn't feel tired. Because she also wanted to eat, she would cook it in different ways every time. For her, it was just a change of place to cook. And Naruto simply didn't want to cook, and didn't want to go downstairs, so a harmonious relationship between the two was established. However, Naruto has always been a freeloader, and occasionally he would help Sakura bring some food from outside. Sakura didn't care. Naruto didn't let her buy the house next door, and she didn't know what to do with her money. After breakfast, Naruto was standing there washing dishes in slippers. He looked a little careless, but his movements were also very neat and tidy, and it didn't take much time to wash the dishes for two people. He was indeed very lazy, but he didn't want to do anything. Usually when Sakura cooked, he would take the initiative to wash the dishes and clean up. In fact, he could let Sakura do it, and Sakura would not refuse. But he didn't think about it this way. Sincerity is the ultimate skill, and he never treated Sakura differently. Even for trivial things like washing dishes, it was the same. Sakura stood at the door of the kitchen, watching him silently without saying anything. The curtains in the living room were closed, and only the table lamp in the corner of the sofa was still on, and the faucet was running. Suddenly, the sound of water stopped, and Naruto shook his hand and turned to ask. Something happened. Well, didn't the Inuzuka clan have an incident before? Sakura said, that incident is indeed related to the root, but there is no evidence. Then what? Naruto thought for a moment and had some impression. At that time, someone pretended to be Inuzuka Kaiba and sneaked into the village. If Naruto had not been familiar with Inuzuka Kaiba, he really couldn't tell who was who. But Naruto didn't care at that time and asked Sakura to inform Tsunade to deal with it. 2 years later, this matter was brought up again. 2 years ago, the Inuzuka clan didn't dare to offend Danzo, but now the power of the root has declined. Sakura said, the people of the Inuzuka clan want revenge. What did Tsunade-sama say? Naruto leaned against the door and didn't express his opinion directly. Nothing. Oh, I see, let's wait and see. Naruto lightly passed over this topic. He also wanted to kill Danzo, but he was also interested in the root. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Danzo is old. Even if he is getting smarter, the stronger the power of the Hokage is, the less he can intervene. If this goes on, he will be panic. After a long silence, Naruto saw that Sakura did not leave, and asked. Anything else? Yes. Sakura stood there, her body framed with a vague golden edge. You said before that you would not forget me, right? Why do you ask this suddenly? Naruto was a little surprised. I just want to confirm it again. After all, there are so many girls around you. What if you forget me in a few years? Sakura smiled, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage then? Tisk, where did you learn these sour words? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If you have something to say it quickly, don't beat around the bush and waste time. Anyway, sooner or later, there will be such a day, can't I practice in advance? Sakura said. Why don't you practice something else when you have nothing to do? Practice this. Naruto wiped his hands, turned around and went into the kitchen to get a glass of water, without skipping this topic. Recently have you had health problems? A little bit. Sakura took the glass of water, but it's not a big problem. Let's check it out when you come back in 2 days. She emphasized the word check very much. Naruto didn't react at all. He looked her up and down. He neither agreed nor refused. Wait a little longer. What? Sakura didn't understand what he meant. Didn't you make an appointment with Ino? Halfway through her words, she suddenly got stuck. Sakura looped. The warm water instantly wet the two of them. He lowered his voice and ignored Sakura's frightened eyes. Wait for Ino to get closer to the bathroom, and your voice will be heard. You still have about 20 seconds. Sakura's heart beat like a drum, and she was stimulated by the water and said with a slight tremor. She seems to be waking up, this time for real. I'm afraid of disappearing or falling asleep like this. I don't want to see you again when I'm old. Naruto had already reached out to cover her mouth, and his eyes signaled her to be quiet. There was only the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, and Ino's coquettish voice came from the living room. You are so slow. Didn't you say you would accompany me today? Wait for me, I'll take a shower and it will be ready soon. Naruto added, Ino, help me get a set of clothes. You don't even bring clothes when you take a shower. Ino muttered. Since you said that, I can only come out naked. Naruto skillfully put foam on his head, and he really wanted to take a shower. Sakura blinked her eyes and huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. Forget it, I'll find it for you. Ino complained, tied up her hair, turned around and pushed open Naruto's room. He estimated that the smell in the living room had almost disappeared, and Ino should not have noticed anything unusual. After all, the dishes were washed, and the smell of Sakura was diluted by the smell of eel rice. Sakura blushed and turned her head away consciously, unexpectedly shy. It was called a bath, but it was just a casual foam, a hasty rinse and then it was hasty. When Ino knocked on the bathroom door, he changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Why did you come directly? It's because you like to be late too much. How is that possible? I got up early for today and even had breakfast. Do you know a sentence? The voices of Naruto and Ino faded away, and the door closed completely with a click. In the dark bathroom, Sakura fumbled to turn on the light, changed her wet clothes, and took a bath. After wrapping herself in a bath towel, she put the clean clothes into the dryer to dry. Listening to the humming sound of the dryer, her heart suddenly settled down. All was said, and it turned out like this. But this is what he would do, as bad and rogue as always. The panic of many days disappeared, like a long dream wail. She knew that even if there was such a day, he would never sit idly by, and he would probably be awakened even if he was asleep. I'm sorry, I wasted your time for so long, and I still lied to you. She lay where he had been, her eyes began to wander. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. In a trance, she remembered a sentence she had asked Naruto before. What does it feel like to wait for someone for a long time? No feeling, I've waited for a long time, I should go see him and give him a treat. Naruto gestured and said, those who are waiting here are. With a bang, the door suddenly opened from the outside when she was in a trance. Chapter 303, Promise, no conclusion about the future of the child. The door opened, and Kyuubi stood on the edge of the living room like an old Tom with a bottle of wine in his hand, looking at the sofa. That kid deserves to die, he went to play by himself, but he still ordered me around. To please the owner, how despicable. There are not many foxes as strong as me in the whole ninja world, damn it, the world is really going downhill. What does it mean? Never mind. Kyuubi walked to the sofa with the bottle in his hand, poked the half-conscious Sakura's face with the bottle, and shouted to wake up. Why is there no reaction? It muttered to itself, damn it, I've been drinking and raising chakra for several years, I really don't want to waste it. The body started to feel wrong a month or two ago, and she tried many methods but none of them worked. So she secretly went to see the movie alone, and her heart settled down when she came back. She didn't want to struggle anymore, and wanted to spend this last time peacefully. Even though her consciousness as the second personality was about to fall asleep, she forced herself to calm down. Yesterday she stayed up until the early morning and finished her work. She woke up before dawn in the morning, and suddenly wanted to eat eel rice, so she made it. She knew that today was a working day. She lied to Naruto that she was on the way, she just wanted to be with Naruto. No matter how calm she was still afraid. She didn't rely on her parents too much in the past few years. To her, Sakura's parents were not her parents. They loved the first personality that existed since birth, not her who appeared halfway. Naruto was the only one she could rely on, and he was the only one who knew her secret. With the idea that I wouldn't be so scared as long as I was with him, Sakura knocked on Naruto's door early in the morning. Obviously everything went well and she had deceived him. But now when she was about to fall asleep, she was still a little scared. A person slowly fell into a deep sleep, and it might be 10 or 20 years before he woke up again. By then, she might be an old aunt. What should she do then? Confused thoughts popped up in her mind one after another, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Not long after, Black Sakura heard someone talking in a daze as her consciousness sank. Words like lowly, little devil, Naruto Uzumaki should die and so on were heard frequently in her ears. Until her consciousness suddenly became warm, and the abyss she was falling into was torn open. She slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was the familiar living room and sofa. The curtains on the balcony were opened at some point, and the pale white sunlight was pouring down. The only thing that caught her eye was that a foxhound with a silly look was leaning in front of her, looking at her constantly. Ah! Sakura suddenly got up, not asleep, but what was going on in front of her? Could it be that the one who saved her was a dog? But she soon calmed down. This was Naruto's home, and the dog in front of her was naturally raised by Naruto. It's just that she didn't see it very often, and there seemed to be some impression in her memory. But at that time, this foxhound didn't seem so round. When I saw it before, the foxhound still looked very powerful. It's just that after not seeing it for so long, it has become a lot rounder and looks a bit silly. Nine-Tail naturally doesn't know that Sakura sees it this way. In its heart, it still retains the perfect filter of the big brother of the tailed beast and tries to show off. However, its image is too silly and it fails to show off. Are you Naruto's pet? Sakura reached out to touch Nine-Tail's head. Did you save me? Nine-Tail directly avoided it and said coldly. You are the pet. I am Nine. It got stuck again halfway through, thinking of Konoha's many enemies, and changed its words directly from the heart. 9 little ghosts can't compare to me. Anyway, you don't deserve to know my name. You can talk. Are you a ninja dog like Parker? Sakura didn't care about the arrogance of a dog, exhaled, and asked with a smile. Hehe, ninja dog. Kyuubi was a little disdainful. I'm not a ninja dog. Okay, but thank you for saving me. Sakura said with a smile, kissing Kyuubi's chubby cheek. Watch your behavior, human. Kyuubi wiped it with a look of disgust. Thank that kid if you want to thank him. He asked me to come up downstairs. If he hadn't promised to buy me good wine, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. Kyuubi's arrogant tone did not cause her discomfort, but was particularly happy. Sakura was slightly moved, thinking that Naruto was still worried about her. In that case, I'll buy you a bottle of wine. She stood up from the sofa. The feeling of surviving a disaster made her feel very happy, even though she didn't know how long she could suppress it. But for her, her fate had long been determined, and staying a little longer would be a big win. Some things should be done early to avoid regrets in the future. She thought secretly in her heart, and had silently made a decision that she had thought about a long time ago. You? Buy wine. Kyuubi's ears perked up, and he instantly became alert. Really? Just now, it saw Sakura was about to lose consciousness, and in a hurry, it almost transferred all the chakra it had refined into Sakura's body. This wave was really a blood loss. Its ability to wake up was also an accident. Kyuubi himself didn't know what happened, and he randomly sent a section of purified chakra, and the person was fine. Its body is a ball of chakra. It has worked hard for several years, and every time the chakra it finally gathered was used by Naruto in inexplicable places. Last time, he used a bottle of fine wine to instigate Kyuubi to bet on a bird in the sky, but the Kyuubi, who didn't know the truth, shot down the summoning beast of the ninja at the root of the human body with a small-tailed beast ball. Naruto slipped away in an instant, and the man and the dog hid in 404 Konoha Street for half a month without showing up. Every time he thought of that incident, Kyuubi was so angry that his teeth itched. That guy is a real dog. He never does anything and is full of bad intentions all day long. Another time, it was raining heavily outside. Naruto had nowhere to go, so he huddled on the sofa, watching Intimate Paradise and pooing Nine-Tailed Fox. He said that he had no money and how hard it was to work all day to support it. Less than 2 days later, Nine-Tailed Fox saw Naruto on the street corner and bought a pond for fishing without blinking, and forgot about it the moment he turned around. There are many similar things, so that Nine-Tailed Fox has completely stopped commenting on Naruto's character. When he gets angry, he just scolds the lowly human kid, and scolds a lot. The other side didn't even raise his eyelids, and the words "you are a dog" directly broke Nine-Tailed Fox's defense. Nine-Tailed Fox, who struggled in such an atmosphere, was still a little bit surprised by Sakura's act of kindness. Not used to it. Even though it knew that the other party was grateful, it still didn't completely believe it. After all, Naruto had done similar things before, and every time he was cheating it. Yeah, just buying wine. I'm an adult, I can buy it myself. Sakura smiled and talked to Kyuubi patiently. Do you have money? How much money is considered rich? Sakura smiled. Compared with that kid. Kyuubi asked with a serious look on his face, who has more money, you or him? Sakura didn't know that Kyuubi had the idea of playing both sides. Last time it did this, the target was Hinata. But after being discovered, the line was broken. He has more money. Sakura said without thinking. In fact, she didn't know how much money Naruto had, and she didn't even think about it. Even in front of a dog, she instinctively defended his face. No reason, because he really deserves it. Hearing this, Kyuubi suddenly lost interest. No money? No money, what's the point of talking about Jibao? In its eyes, Naruto is not a very rich man. Maybe he has some money hidden from it, but he is definitely not very rich. Since Sakura is not as rich as Naruto, the matter of the 3 surnamed servants should be reconsidered. It will occasionally go to Hinata to ask for money. Although Hinata listens to Naruto very much and has not secretly given it wine since that time, it still needs to feed it. Therefore, Sakura, who is not as rich as Naruto, was crossed out from its list. It thought that a few bottles of wine would be good, better than nothing. Well, human, since you insist. Joey said on the sofa, then I will reluctantly accompany you. Listening to Joey's old-fashioned tone, Sakura was also amused. Until Sakura took Joey to order dozens of boxes of wine in a row, Joey's face became serious. It seemed to be careless, it touched its chin with its claws, thinking. Oh my god, I'm really going to be a traitor. At this time, Naruto was sitting in the carriage of the steam train with Ino, and he didn't know that the 9-tailed fox accidentally stabilized Sakura's condition. He just met the sneaky 9-tailed fox when he went downstairs, and asked him to go upstairs to take a look. To be honest, he didn't have any good solution for Sakura's situation. Konoha's medical ninjutsu has little research on mental types. If you really want to consult, you may have to find Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was just killed by Sasuke, and it is estimated that he is still in a parasitic mode. In addition to Orochimaru, the only one who has a deep eye for mental ninjutsu is Kabuto Yakushi. However, he had a grudge with Kabuto Yakushi, and the other party wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't know if that time left a psychological shadow on Kabuto Yakushi, but next time he meets, he will continue to greet his mother in the same way. After all, Kabuto Yakushi is as cautious as Orochimaru. Even if he is willing to help Naruto, he will probably trip him up secretly. So for him, it makes no difference whether he offends or makes friends. This is the inevitable behavior caused by different positions, and it has nothing to do with evil. Sakura's body is already like this, and she probably needs to ask Tsunade for more breakthroughs. He is now an adult, and his identity and status are almost the same. If it is just to find out some secret information, the problem should not be too big. There is still hope for cure, after all, the world is so big that it is impossible that there is no similar case. Isn't this train too backward? Naruto was shocked and swallowed a mouthful of water 3 times. Standing on this train to pee can make your face wet. Ino had a satisfied smile on her face, and her seat was close to him. When she heard him say that, she frowned. Don't say those vulgar words. Okay, you are a lady. Naruto leaned on the train, looking indifferent. Are you angry? Ino softened her attitude and said, half explaining and half coaxing, I heard from others that children are influenced by their parents' words and deeds. Child. Naruto's eyelids twitched slightly, and he turned his head to look at Ino in surprise amid the clanging sound of the train. Your mother lied to you. A kiss won't give birth to a child. I know. Ino glanced at him with a foolish look, her face a little hot again, and she said hurriedly, I said later. Hey? You know how children come from. He stared at Ino for a few seconds, and Ino was instantly defeated, turned her head and whispered that she didn't know. Then I'll give you some general knowledge. Ah. Are you going to die? Ino punched him in the stomach in shame and anger, don't say that kind of thing. Otherwise I'll beat you up. You said you didn't know, and you were the first to bring up the child. He said with his eyes open, I know more, is there anything wrong with selflessly sharing knowledge? Anyway, don't say it. Ino said fiercely. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Naruto turned around, and then seemed to think of something. What do you mean by the child you just mentioned? Are you planning to have it so soon? Bah, wishful thinking, I won't give it to you. Ino said arrogantly, aren't you on good terms with Hinata? You asked her to give it to you. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, Ino was stunned for a moment, and then went crazy. You're not really thinking about it, are you? No. Naruto shook his head to deny it. He really didn't want Hinata, but it reminded him of another person, the new king of the snow country, Fenghua Xiaoxiu. It seemed that he had promised her to go back to see her adulthood, but he probably didn't have time in the near future. But Naruto also knew what Fenghua Xiaoxiu meant, that she wanted a descendant. The current situation was not stable, and he couldn't get away. As for the taxes on geothermal generators, he didn't actually need those taxes on geothermal generators. It was just a system requirement. But the taxes were collected, which seemed not bad. At least he had the final say on the actual control of the snow country. Liar. You definitely thought about it just now. Ino held his arm tightly, and bit his shoulder in anger. Naruto took her in his arms and stared at her without blinking. What are you doing? After a symbolic struggle, Ino failed to break free. It's not about giving birth. Naruto said shamelessly, last time, you were drunk and your mouth was full of alcohol, and I didn't taste anything. This is unfair. He said seriously. No, impossible. I don't have a mouth full of alcohol. Ino seemed to have guessed something, and her body became hot. Don't do this, there are others. Who is there? He was speechless and vowed, I'll teach you how to kiss. Chapter 304, Avoid the fatal question, have an affair with Ino on the train, and arrive at the destination. The steam train was shaking, and there were only a dozen seats in the whole carriage. Naruto stood up and looked when he got on the train. There were 1 or 2 people in the corner. He said there was no one, but it was no problem. In the empty carriage, he didn't do anything that violated public order and morality. After all, that kind of plot would only happen in Japan. Naruto fell into deep thought. Why do you look at me strangely? Ino stretched out her hand and pinched him, angrily, tell me, are you thinking about something bad again? Ah, no. Naruto coughed, turned his head and looked at Ino seriously, I suddenly remembered a movie I watched before, and it just made me feel emotional. Do you like watching movies? Why don't I know? Ino was confused, blinking her watery eyes like the bright moon, I remember you said last time that you were too lazy to go to the movies. Oh, you may have heard it wrong. Naruto lifted his legs and did not continue talking about this topic, look for yourself, where is the person here? Ino is different from Sakura. If you say something too much, she will be angry. Hearing this, she really stood up and happened to meet the eyes of the 2 strange couples in the corner. Ino was embarrassed and sat down with a blushing face. You lied to me again. She lowered her voice and pulled Naruto over, there are obviously 2 people, and they saw me when I stood up. Look at the intimacy of those 2 people, and you can see that their relationship is not simple. Naruto did not directly face the question raised by Ino, but spoke from another angle. Yeah, are they a couple? Ino blinked, and her gossipy soul was hooked. At the same time, she looked at Naruto with a hint of resentment. It seems to be saying, why are we not a couple now? Ahem. Naruto didn't respond to her. It was too hasty to confirm that they were lovers. With Ino's jealous personality, what would Hinata do? Forget about Kurosakura, the younger sister among sisters, stand back. Not necessarily. Don't make assumptions about people you don't know. He coughed, frowned, and looked at Ino and said, when we speculate about others, others may also speculate about our relationship. It doesn't matter, let them go, anyway, we are innocent. Ino was stunned halfway through her words, and turned her head after a few seconds, looking at Naruto. Naruto, what is our relationship? Hearing this, he hugged Ino and leaned over to kiss her without thinking. The 2 petals were warm and cool, so soft that they seemed to melt in his mouth. He turned over to kiss her, one leg stuck in the seat, the other hand supporting it. The passionate kiss sounded, and the sound of water echoed quietly in the car. The 2 kissed very rhythmically, mainly led by Naruto. Ino leaned back on the seat with her head tilted back, slightly panting, and her eyes were blurred. Like a candy jar being asked for, she responded clumsily and enthusiastically. She was embarrassed to meet the eyes of the 2 people in the corner just now, but now that they really kissed, she didn't care about so much. She didn't care about any noise or movement, she just wanted to enjoy it. The kissing sounded very bold in the quiet car, and Naruto didn't stop until Ino was a little short of breath. He stopped. But he still didn't let her go. He turned to kiss her neck, climbed up like a beast, and rubbed it gently. While kissing her neck, he took advantage of Ino's confusion to ask her back. "Tell me, what is our relationship?" I don't know." Ino also spoke unclearly and lowered her voice. Do you like me?" "I like." Naruto said and kissed her, and there was another round of movement. The other two people in the car looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you. There was shock in their eyes, and their mouths opened but they didn't know what to say. I thought the kissing sound will soon stop, but who knew that the wet kissing sound lasted for 10 minutes. Naruto turned over and returned to his seat, unbuttoned his shirt, and was sweating all over. He rolled up the sleeves on his hands and leaned against the seat, with a little heat coming out of his open neck. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been trapped in a deadly question of choosing one of two options. So far, all of them have just come of age, and everything is too early for him. Before he finds a perfect solution, he is more inclined to find a balance. After all, everything is still unsettled, and many things are unknown. It is still unclear whether the ninja world can be peaceful. Besides, he will not stay in Konoha for a lifetime, and he can't survive as a vassal of the fire country in the future. Ino's eyes were a little dazed, and it took a while for her to come back to her senses. That feeling was not bad, even a little addictive, and the feeling of kissing was different every time. In fact, she was half drunk last time, and many body sensations were weakened, but today's kissing felt more emotional. The body felt an indescribable pleasure, and it seemed the reaction was a bit big. Thinking about what had just happened, her cheeks suddenly became hot, and she turned her head to the window. The cold air left over from the deep winter was hidden, and the dead trees that passed by quickly grew new green buds. The old and huge steam train whistled and whistled past. The carriage was buzzing, and any other sound could make her feel embarrassed, and her face was red as if it was about to burn. It feels different to do intimate things with someone you like. The sense of touch and hearing is highly sensitive, and you will get great satisfaction in the process. When you have someone you like, you actually want to confirm the relationship. If you keep floating in the sky, your heart will also be hanging. Whether you are eating, walking, or working, you will think about this. Ino has always remembered it in her heart, and wanted to take the initiative to wait for Naruto to speak. After studying the communicator for several years, her original intention was actually to contact him at any time. Contributing to the development of Konoha was an excuse Naruto gave her later. She thought it was very useful, so she used it. Currently, she only deceived him. If the communicator works in the future, she will use it to deceive the whole village. Well, it is to contribute to the development of Konoha, not just to contact the person she likes at any time. A voice of "Oh-oh-at-at" came from beside her, and Ino was startled, thinking that she was going to be pressed and kissed again. "No." "What do you mean no?" Naruto was drinking water with his neck tilted back, and turned his head to look at her strangely. "Nothing." Ino said a little depressed, this time with her back to him. She didn't want to be so intimate anytime and anywhere, it would be a bit embarrassing. But she didn't want Naruto to not want to. "Why are you angry?" "Not angry." Ino still didn't look back. "Oh." Naruto was happy that Ino was like this, just angry to forget the question about death just now. If it was mentioned next time, then next time. He must let her understand that youth is the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock, and Konoha has a lot of things to do. Ahem, just find something to do, it's too early to confirm the relationship between a man and a woman. Although Naruto is greedy, he also knows that it would be unfair to Ino to tease Hinata after the relationship is confirmed. He didn't think of a solution, so he just dragged it out. Anyway, they are young. Would you like some water? He poked Ino's back and asked as if nothing had happened. No. Open a window. No. Then go alone, I'm going back. Naruto said seriously, anyway, you don't want anything, there's no point for me to stay here. You clearly promised me. Ino turned her head and looked at him angrily. Can't you regret it now? He drooped his arms and legs, his hands on his thighs, and looked at her carelessly sideways, which made people angry. No. Ino held him back. He knew that this man kept his word and would not regret it easily this time. But next time, she might not get involved in such things, and would rather refuse than go out. Why? You should give me a reason to convince me, Naruto said with a smile with a hint of anger, Then I won't leave. I'll tell my father that you touched me. Hey? You? Naruto was a little dumbfounded, stretched out his hand to rub her face, and said fiercely, aren't you a scoundrel? Who told you to touch me first? I can't help it, it's instinct, I don't want to. Naruto complained. Liar. Ino pushed him away, rubbed her slightly red face and frowned, saying, it's definitely not like that, it's obviously you're lustful. Ask Asuma first, ask him. Stop talking. Ino covered Naruto's mouth directly, looked around, and made sure that the two people in the corner didn't hear it before she breathed a sigh of relief. This person is really shameless, saying everything. How could she have the nerve to ask Asuma such a question, and what about Yui Kurane? Ino shook her head and frowned. I don't believe it. You lie to me all day long. It's definitely not what you said. If you don't believe it, I can't do anything about it. He said, okay, I won't leave. I'm afraid of you. Then I won't kiss you next time, so that you won't tell on me again. Ino lowered her head, feeling her heart burned, and tears fell. Hey, don't. Naruto immediately regretted his bad mouth, thinking that he had gotten used to bickering with the Nine Tails every day during this period of time, and it was all the Nine Tails' fault. There was another round of chaos, and Naruto was almost exhausted. His lips were almost worn out, and he drank 2 cans of water before he could coax Ino. He silently made a note in his heart not to commit suicide. Before he had time to rest, he had already reached the destination. After getting off the car, Ino walked lightly on the dirt road in the countryside. The wind was a little cold, and Naruto followed half a step behind him, and couldn't help but tighten his windbreaker. In front of him were dense trees and weeds, surrounded by neat farmlands, and patches of puddles full of green rice. When the wind blew, large patches of emerald green went straight into his eyes. Naruto looked up and saw that there were scattered houses in the village in the distance, which was not rare. White smoke rose everywhere, looking quiet and peaceful. Does your grandmother live here? He reached out and brushed the hair of Ino in front of him. What's wrong? She turned around and asked. Chapter 305. So, make up for him and forget all the bad things. The Yamanaka clan is a big clan in Konoha after all, and it has existed longer than the village. Naruto looked around. Why does your grandmother live here? This seems to be a piece of land in the clan. My grandmother and my father and mother have a bad relationship, so she naturally doesn't want to leave her ancestral land. When I was a child, my father and mother were very busy at work and had no time to take care of me. Ino explained, with a gentle and clean facial contour, and the whole person was beautiful in the white sunlight. So I threw it to your grandmother? Naruto asked, and his mind had roughly outlined the image of a serious little old lady. Yet. Ino nodded, my grandmother is very stubborn. Although she finally kept me at the request of my mother, she was lukewarm to me. When I was a child, the food I was given was so bad that it was almost hard to swallow. Later, I ate something unclean and almost lost my life. My father took me back to Konoha. Naruto looked up, his eyelids twitching, and asked in a low voice. What happened to your grandmother? Later, I learned that the year my mother insisted on marrying my father, my grandmother fell seriously ill. She didn't tell anyone and didn't let anyone come back. My mother thought my grandmother still hated her, so she always felt guilty. But every time she went back, she was scolded and never came back again. After that incident, they didn't allow me to come again. Ino walked forward with her head down. It probably rained yesterday, and the path was a little muddy. Her shoes were covered with mud, but she didn't notice it at all. In fact, my grandmother has been ill for many years and has spent a lot of money. She can't afford to hire a servant, and she doesn't know how to cook. She takes medicine every day. The year I came, my grandmother broke her hand while cleaning the house for me. She used the money for medicine to buy me food, but the dishes she cooked were not tasty and took a long time to cook each time. When I ate the wrong food, my grandmother panicked and asked someone to send me to the doctor. When my father came after hearing the news, she scolded him. Later, when I secretly went back to see her, Ino stopped and her voice became choked. She was about to die of illness. If I hadn't gone back at that time, I would no longer have a grandmother. It's okay, everything in the past is over. Aren't you back to see your grandmother again? And don't cry later, lest your grandmother think I bullied you. You have always bullied me. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean I've been bullying you? To be fair, don't you feel good? Ah. Ino, don't do it suddenly. The ancestral house where the old lady lives is very large, and most of the yard is deserted. But the yard where the old lady lives is empty, but very clean. Outside the gate, he saw Ino seemed very nervous, and asked in confusion. You come here often and are still nervous. Grandma doesn't like outsiders. Ino looked at him worriedly, biting her lower lip nervously. Naruto was stunned for a moment, his head buzzing. You didn't tell the old lady in advance? No. She shook her head, and seeing Naruto gasp, she quickly explained, although Grandma doesn't like outsiders, she actually won't. Sundara? Naruto asked tentatively. Don't say that. Ino pulled his sleeve and lowered her voice. When the spring breeze blew, she nodded quietly. Oh, that's easy. He muttered softly. Knocked on the door. An old lady with silver hair stood at the door. Seeing Ino's serious expression, she slightly relaxed. When she glanced at Naruto next to her, her brows slightly frowned. Grandma, he is. Ino saw the old lady frowning, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly explained. Uzumaki Naruto. He didn't wait for Ino to speak, and took the initiative to say, Ino's friend, specially accompanied to see Grandma. He didn't know what to call the old lady, he couldn't really. I just followed Ino and called her the old lady. Anyway, I would have to change my name sooner or later. The old lady had a hunched back and some age spots on her bark-like face. Her silver hair was neat and her face looked serious. Grandma, Ino called out as if begging for mercy. Come in, I'll cook for you. The old lady glanced at Naruto, slowly turned around, and walked towards the yard with a staggering step. Don't mind, my grandmother is like this. In fact, she is very kind-hearted. Ino lowered her voice, took Naruto's clothes while the old lady was walking in front, and said in his ear. I know. He responded. When they met for the first time, he was not too enthusiastic and habitually observed the old lady. Combined with what Ino said, he estimated that the old lady's personality was also a bit cold, so he directly gave up the idea of giving her a gift. While cooking, he pulled Ino over and said, Get your old lady out, I'll cook. Ah? Can you do that? My grandmother won't let me cook. Ino was a little surprised. If I insist on doing it, she'll get angry. She won't get angry. Your old lady is reluctant to order her precious granddaughter around, but I'm different. Naruto pushed her gently. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. What bet? Come closer and I'll tell you. No, it's definitely not a good thing. Ino pushed him and said proudly, I won't bet, I'll believe you for once. He wants to cook. The old lady was a little stunned and looked at Ino a few times. Time passed by, and it seemed like Ino was only as high as his knees yesterday. Ino didn't know that the old lady was actually reminiscing about the past. Seeing the old lady in a daze, she thought she was unhappy and suddenly became nervous. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Well, if he wants to do it, let him do it. The old lady had no expression, and seemed a little unhappy. Little Ino, accompany Grandma into the room and sit for a while. Oh, okay, Grandma. Ino smiled brightly, and he really guessed it. He really went to cook. Ino withdrew half of his body from the door and said with a smile, Grandma. He took the initiative to say that he wanted to cook because he was afraid that you would be tired of cooking. Hearing this, the old lady was a little unhappy. She thought that she was still here and started to speak for an outsider, but she would not be angry with Ino. When did you know each other? It's been a long time. When did you know each other? Ino looked up and thought for a while. I knew each other when I was very young, but I really contacted him when I graduated from the ninja school. Why, you didn't tell me much before. The old lady leaned back in the chair. I did. Ino lowered her voice, it's just I only said it when you were asleep, you can't blame me. Old lady. The sound of cooking came from the other end of the kitchen, the sound of fire and the clashing of woks, it sounded like they were renovating. Can he cook? The old lady couldn't help but ask stiffly. I can maybe. Ino ran to the door and leaned out half of her body to look out. She was a little unconfident when she heard the noise. She swallowed her saliva and said, I'll go and see. Old lady. In less than 2 minutes, Ino hurried back. The old lady was still leaning on the chair, not even changing her posture, looking at her from a distance and asked. What did he say? He said. Ino's face looked a little bad. He said it's no problem. In fact, When Ino asked him how to cook and demolish, the guy just smiled back in front of the exploding flames and said shamelessly, "If you don't make a little noise, how can you show your presence in front of the old lady?" Although Ino didn't know what Naruto was up to, she knew that he wanted to please his grandmother for her own sake. Although she said she disliked him, she was still touched in her heart. "What's his name?" "Uzumaki Naruto, Grandma." Ino came up to comb the old lady's hair, her eyes shining. "Did he say he wanted to cook?" "Yes." Ino said, "Actually he's pretty good, Grandma, you know? Once on my birthday, Naruto set off fireworks for me alone. Then he's not bad." The old lady was very frugal with words. "Yes, Naruto is very good. But sometimes he's a bit mean and likes to make me angry." Ino realized that she had let the cat out of the bag halfway through her speech, and quickly made up for him. "Actually I wasn't angry either, I was just pretending." She had completely forgotten about the tears on the steam train, and only said good things in front of the old lady, not bad things, and didn't dare to say that there was a Hinata between them. The old lady nodded and said nothing more. Soon, the food was served. 4 dishes and a miso soup, authentic Konoha flavor. Naruto rarely cooks, but he has watched Sakura cook more often, so he took note of it. It is not very troublesome to replicate it, the taste is not as good as Sakura's, but it is also good. The old lady tasted it and did not say anything, just eating slowly. Naruto raised his eyebrows, thinking that the old lady is indeed a bit arrogant. However, looking at her elegant eating posture, it seems that the food is the same regardless of whether it is good or bad, which is a bit like the rich and the poor, the honor and the disgrace. It's not hard to guess that before Ino was born, the old lady probably lived a noble life. Then came the things Ino said. Now she is deserted by everyone, with only a little granddaughter left. Thinking of this, Naruto felt a sense of guilt for no reason. It was as if he was taking away the only relative who could talk to the old lady, but he quickly let it go after thinking about it. This is not a robbery, Ino was originally his. And the old lady has one more relative, buy 1 get 2 free, no, get 3 free, earning money with tears. Besides, only the old lady has this treatment. If it was Hinata Hayashi, he would definitely not be so proactive. Delicious. Ino said unexpectedly. Chapter 306 Holding hands or touching, it's comfortable to be together, Inoue went up. Naruto thought to himself, what's the matter with your unexpected tone? He glanced at the old lady secretly, and sure enough, her face was not very good, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. After dinner, he cleaned up the dishes. He was about 1.8 meters tall, huddled in the narrow sink, but his technique was quite skillful. After cleaning up, he leaned against the door to rest, and put the dishes on the rack to drain. Under the dim light, he habitually wanted to get a glass of water to drink. He smoked before coming to this world, but he stopped after crossing. The main thing is that he has no worries and no addiction, so he drinks more water when he has nothing to do. Thank you for your hard work. Ino appeared at some point, holding a glass of water in her hand, and handed it to him with a smile. Here, I guess you are looking for this. Thank you. Naruto was not polite and took it. You really guessed it right, how did you know that your grandmother would agree to let you cook? Ino stood beside him and asked curiously. Let's not talk about this first, where is your grandmother? He asked. Grandma is tired and went to rest. Ino replied. That's good. Naruto took a sip of water and glanced at her slowly, the old lady is narrow-minded, don't let her hear it later, it will be troublesome. What are you talking about? Ino hit him lightly in annoyance, you are not allowed to say that about grandma. Oh, okay, then don't say it. In such small matters, he is willing to accommodate Ino. Including cooking for the old lady, for him, it is just a way to make the old lady happy. Whether it succeeds or not, Ino will be very happy. The old lady is quite arrogant. She probably thinks I'm your boyfriend, so she will definitely want to order me around. Naruto said, if it were me, I would also want to test her. Is it that simple? What else? Naruto was speechless. After this period of time, the old lady will have no chance to get to know me. Isn't she afraid that I will eat you up when I go back? No matter how arrogant she is, she will put down her temper for you and want to help you see if I am a shady person. In the final analysis, the old lady still loves her granddaughter very much, but she doesn't show it on her face. Who knows what she thinks of me in her heart? I guess she wants to beat the person who kidnapped her granddaughter away with a broom. Ino didn't know what to say. Who will be eaten up by you, you? Where do we sleep at night? Naruto didn't dwell on the matter of eating up, and instead cared about where to sleep at night. Want to sleep with me? You wish, Lolo. Ino didn't fall for it, made a face and ran away directly. Naruto didn't care and put the cup aside. He stood in the dim corridor for a while, then turned around and went back to the living room with the cup. The bathroom was lit, so Naruto sat down on the sofa. The old lady had probably gone to bed a long time ago. The living room was quiet, and an old crystal chandelier was on the ceiling. With a click, a ray of light appeared at the other end of the bathroom. The old floor faded, but it remained clean to the naked eye. The old lady probably cleaned it carefully. The only carpet in the living room was around the sofa, and the rest of the carpets were removed. It might be difficult to clean, so they were removed. Ino came out in loose pajamas, with a hint of white air all over her body, and her skin was white and pink. You sleep in another room at night? I've cleaned it. Just stay for a few nights. Ino sat down on the other side of the sofa, wiped her wet hair and said. What about you? He asked. The room next to Grandma. Give up, absolutely. I will never let you succeed. Pervert. Ino showed a contemptuous expression, saying one thing and one thing. You are too much, I am not such a superficial person. He slept on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling and said. No way. Ino muttered, but his tone softened immediately. I still want to thank you for accompanying me to see Grandma. Who made you beautiful? Ino. He threw down a sentence and got up to take a shower. The clothes were thrown in the sealed space, and he could take them out with just a flick of his hand. He took a set of pajamas and was about to leave, but heard Ino on the sofa ask. What if I am not beautiful? Then you will be a good person. What do you mean? Ino didn't understand, her soft lips slightly opened, staring at him. Nothing, going to take a shower. He left decisively. When Naruto came out of the shower, Ino had already dried her hair, and did not return to her room immediately. Instead, she sat on the sofa with dignity, concentrating on fiddling with something under the lamp. When he got closer, he saw that it was a communicator. Why did you bring it out? He wiped his hair, leaned back on the sofa, and glanced at her. You have to find time to work while being filial. Don't you think it's hard? After all, it's my own business, so it's not hard. Ino was in high spirits, sometimes fiddling with the communicator on the table, which was replaced by an unknown generation, and sometimes frowning. What generation? 12? Ino said without raising her head. It's almost mature. After I go back, I'll find time to tell Lady Tsunade about the communicator. It's about time to put it on the agenda. He said. Ah? But I'm not sure yet. What if Ino looked up and looked at him nervously? What if there is a better one? In case there is a loophole, are you worried about this? Naruto raised his hand, put it on the armrest, and asked with narrowed eyes. Yes. Ino hesitated for a moment, looking a little depressed. The village's intelligence security cannot be problematic. If there is a problem, I may also implicate my father and Tsunade. Don't think so much. Naruto smiled and said, this is easy to do, just test it first. Besides, the village really needs it, and Tsunade-sama also supports it, so just do it boldly. Yet. Ino lowered her head, revealing her white neck. She fiddled with the communicator for a while, thinking about what Naruto had just said, but there was no idea in her mind. Naruto saw her holding the communicator in a trance, and couldn't help asking. Have you washed your feet? What? Ino immediately became alert. When she thought that this person also had a hidden foot fetish, she couldn't help but shrink her white feet inside. Just asking casually. Impossible. You definitely want to touch it. Yes, I do. Ino. This time it was Ino's turn to not know what to say. She was silent for a long time, but when she looked up, she saw Naruto waving her over. The dim living room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What? She was a little reluctant, but she still stood up and sat over, but still 3 palms away. I want to kiss you. Ino felt that this man was too shameless, but he could also say sweet words. Even though she was obviously reluctant to do something, he coaxed her into agreeing half-heartedly. The main thing was that Ino also enjoyed the feeling of intimacy with Naruto, whether it was holding hands or kissing. When interacting, her heart was always as satisfied as if it was filled with honey. Many times she didn't want to say it because she was afraid that he would push it too far. Ino felt that this progress was just right, not too fast or too slow, and it was the speed she could accept. You can only kiss once, and your hands are not allowed to touch randomly, she said with a stern face. Okay. After the two finished their bath, their breath blended together, and they kissed for a while before separating. Ino was a little out of breath and her face was red. There was no need to ask whether she was comfortable or not, it was already written on her face. That's what Naruto liked about Ino, she was honest but said she hated it. But since she promised not to touch him, he really didn't move his hands around, and he restrained himself and kissed for a while before letting go. After all, this was not his home, nor was it a private place. The old lady probably fell asleep, but it was hard to say whether she was dead asleep. The two of them were full of energy and blood, and the mature parts had already matured. It would be troublesome if the dry wood and fire were to go off. The young man was as strong as iron, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't want it. But after all, he still had some restraint, and was not completely controlled by desire. He knew when it was appropriate and when it was not. It was quite inappropriate now. If something happened, he could just pat his butt and leave. But Ino would be hurt, which would affect her relationship with the old lady. According to the old lady's stubborn character, she would probably be left alone by then. If the old lady was so arrogant that she even ignored Ino, it would be troublesome. That was what he didn't want to see, and he was too lazy to make trouble. Naruto. Ino's face was flushed, with a hazy light in her eyes. She leaned closer to him and murmured, "Why is kissing so comfortable? It would be more comfortable if I could do it," he said. "Don't, it will become weird." Ino pushed him away and hurried back to the room, leaving Naruto with only his back. Naruto pulled the towel scattered on the sofa, which he took from the sealed space, and wiped it on his head hastily, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. When he was about to leave, Sakura behaved a little strangely. Although he brought the nine tails up, he didn't know if anything would happen, but he hoped not. Thinking about it this way, there are actually a lot of worries. Many things are none of your business if you don't care about them. If you really get involved in everything, you will probably worry so much that you can't sleep every day. Fortunately, he no conscience, only cares about a small part of things. Close the door. Ino's back was pressed against the door, and she slid down somewhat powerlessly. She liked this kind of intimate feeling, whether it was kissing or holding hands, it was very comfortable. But she found that Naruto didn't seem so satisfied, and looked uninterested. It seemed that he was just doing that to comfort herself. She always felt that she had to do something, but after struggling for a long time, she was still hesitant. She knew his living habits, but it was difficult to guess what he was thinking. Ino leaned against the door, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her ears were red. "I'm really crazy." With a click, Naruto looked up and saw Ino walking out of the room quickly. Without saying anything, she pressed him on the sofa and nibbled him for a while. Chapter 307, Don't always be passive, expectations can always be realized. Naruto was a little confused. What was going on? Was he going to be teased by Ino? What kind of script was this? Good luck from heaven? But before he could figure it out, Ino, who took the initiative for the first time, wiped her mouth and stood up silently. "Goodbye." She said so, turned around and left again. Naruto was stunned for a long time, picked up the water cup on the table and wanted to drink it, but put it down just when it reached his mouth. How stupid! He was caught off guard and didn't get any advantage at all. However, this unexpected kiss was really comfortable. He touched his lips and tilted his head back to drink a sip of water. "I'm too embarrassed to see anyone." In the room, Ino swallowed a mouthful of water and took a deep breath, then put the cup down, her head buzzing. She was shocked, so stupid. How could she come up with such a bad idea? She just did it on impulse. When she came to her senses, she had no control over it. Ah! How could it be like this? She fell on the bed and rolled back and forth, and then seemed to think of something and paused. Then she continued to roll around, blaming herself for being so stupid. The next day, after Ino got up, she happened to meet Naruto who was washing up, and her heart suddenly jumped. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to be fine and wanted to avoid him. Last night Naruto stopped her. I don't know anything. You don't remember anything. Ino lowered her head and ran away from him directly, and the tip of her ears turned red in the morning sunlight. In the morning, Naruto took out the fan-bladed lawnmower from the sealed space and cleared the weeds in the yard. How do you have this kind of thing? I like to collect tools, just in case. He pulled the chain, and the lawnmower roared, which was extremely terrifying just to hear. Ino was dumbfounded, watching Naruto carrying the lawnmower to kill people everywhere. Countless grass clippings and foam flew all over the sky, and the buzzing sound of cutting made Uchiha Itachi have to calm down. The old lady stood in the window, watching the two people playing in the yard, with no expression on her face. Once a person really likes someone, he will be worried about gains and losses and have no sense of security. The heart is always hanging, tightly involved with another person. All the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness are related to him from now on. These old ladies understand that she has never thought of telling Ino anything, nor has she thought of breaking them up. At her age, she just wants to take one more look. During the break, Ino suddenly looked up at him and asked without warning. Will you leave me? Why do you ask that? Naruto was a little surprised. The lawnmower was under his feet. It was overheated just now and he poured some water on it. It was still steaming on the ground. I just want to know. Tell me first. Ino said. No. He said, I'm not crazy. I won't leave you. What if I am crazy? Ino, it's no fun to ask that. Naruto was speechless. If you are crazy, you're dead. Once you die, you can't control yourself. No. You can't leave me even if you die. What? Naruto tilted his head. He really didn't know how women's brain circuits worked. Auntie, do I have the final say on what happens after death? I'm not the god of death. If I were the god of death, I would make you immortal and never die. Humph, if you were the god of death, I wouldn't be with you. Ino said a little arrogantly. I've seen the portrait of the god of death. It's so ugly. The mask you have is also so ugly. A few years ago, Naruto looted all the god masks in the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall. Ino was watching at the side. It's normal to remember this. Oh, you don't want to be with me because it's not good looking. Naruto said sourly. Oh. I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example. Ino, dot. She pinched the soft flesh on Naruto's waist and turned back to the yard. Naruto gasped, touching his waist while lamenting the blindness of a girl in love. Obviously, Ino is always generous and sensible in front of others, but when she is around him, she always has some inexplicable problems and little temper. Although she is very cute, she is sometimes very troublesome. It can only be said that she is in pain and happy, and she can only bear it for the time being. Outside, Naruto continued to mow the grass with his head down. Ino was already holding a cup of hot water. In the true sense, drink more hot water. This suggestion was made by the old lady. Ino, who had just returned to the living room, was caught by the old lady. He honestly took a cup of hot water and sat on the sofa to drink it in small sips. Grandma, I can't finish it. No, how much is one cup? The old lady said ruthlessly, now we have to plan for the future. It's cold, drink more hot water. Otherwise, if you don't take good care of your body, you will easily develop a root of disease in the future, and you will suffer from it. Root of disease? What root of disease? Ino blinked, holding the cup of steam with a confused look on her face. Grandma, I'm a ninja, and I'm in good health. Ninja? Ninjas don't have children. The old lady's words made Ino shut up and drink obediently. Hot water. If Naruto saw this scene, he would definitely sigh that there is always someone who can defeat someone else. Let you have the upper hand every day, now it's good, the old lady is mighty. The little tsundere still can't stand the old tsundere. Ino finished drinking the hot water, put down the cup and went into the room. The old lady shook her head helplessly and slowly closed her eyes. In the room, Ino quietly closed the window. After listening at the door for a while, he took a book out of the luggage with confidence. Blushing and heart beating, he turned a page, which was written with all kinds of jargon. What papaya, honey, milk, and a lot of formulas. After working all day, near dusk, Naruto cleaned up the weeds in several surrounding courtyards. After walking around, the whole courtyard was clean. Except for the small courtyard where the old lady lived alone, the entire courtyard was quite large, but it was basically abandoned. Naruto just weeded hastily, and the workload was not very large. He cooked as usual in the evening, but found that Ino looked strange when he served the food. "What did you do? Why is your face so red?" he asked directly. "Nothing. Idiot." Ino scolded him and stopped him from asking further. The old lady ate silently without looking at the two of them. She didn't have a big appetite, so she ate a bowl and left directly, leaving the space on the table to the young man. "Your period is coming. Pervert. Go to hell." After nightfall, Ino ignored him, took a shower angrily and returned to her room alone. Naruto was too lazy to ask, and planned to wait until she calmed down. In less than 10 minutes, Ino calmed down. She opened the door carefully, like a thief, tiptoed over, and seemed to want to repeat the same trick. "What are you doing?" "Kiss kiss." Ino said embarrassedly, twisting her hands. "You can kiss me, but can you not press me down on the sofa?" Naruto's expression was a little complicated, "And you pressed me down once, but why do you do it again? Didn't you do this to me last time?" Ino was a little unconvinced. "That's different, I'm a man, you're a woman." Naruto drank water tactically. "You pressed me down and kissed me, although it's quite labor-saving, but it always feels weird." "I don't think it's weird." Ino insisted. "Since you insist, then okay." Naruto said a little embarrassedly, then opened his heart, looking like he was ready to take advantage of you. "Forget it, I can't do it, you do it." Ino was convinced. "What you said?" Naruto was also convinced. The two of them stared at each other, and they actually felt a little embarrassed. Sure enough, it was awkward when the words were spoken. Usually, they would kiss each other all day long with a lot of hormones, but now it suddenly felt like an exam, which made people feel stressed. "Ahem, shouldn't we warm up the atmosphere?" Ino stared at him with wide eyes. "Are you not capable?" God damn it, Naruto didn't know how Ino's brain circuit worked. He was speechless for a while, opened his mouth to speak and closed it again. "It's like the two of us have been running naked for a long time, and now suddenly a piece of clothing fell from the sky. I let you wear it, you let me wear it, and it's embarrassing for anyone to wear it. Bah! You are running naked." Ino pushed him unhappily. "No kiss, then I'm going back to the room." Before Ino could react, Naruto rushed over and the two kissed for a long time. Obviously the temperature was not high, and they both sweated before they stopped. Ino, in a good mood, took another shower, and even mercifully hugged him before returning to the room, and then smiled and went back to the room to sleep. He leaned on the sofa and sighed, and she was satisfied. This trip was like torture, or was it because spring had arrived? 10 minutes later, he got up and went into the bathroom to take a cold shower. The cold water gave him a shudder, and the hot blood in his body was extinguished. The next day, Naruto cooked as usual. 3 days passed, and he had done all the work he should do. The old lady didn't say anything to him. Ino was like a bridge between the two of them. It was the 3rd day, and Naruto estimated that Ino would only stay until today. During breakfast, he took a look at the old lady while drinking porridge, and sure enough, her face was not very good. Ino seemed to have a sad face of parting, and no one spoke. He knew that the old lady couldn't bear to part with Ino, but definitely not with him. So Naruto was very tactful and kept silent all day, and didn't show his presence if he could. He vacated the space and left it to the grandmother and granddaughter. Before leaving, Naruto squatted outside the yard early, waiting for Ino to come out. I don't know what the two said inside. When Ino came out, her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. "Won't you stay a little longer?" he asked. "My grandmother told me to leave." Ino said in a low voice, "Told me not to come again next time." "Next time, there may not be a next time." The old lady has been spoiled all her life, and probably didn't want Ino to see her dying, so she sent him away in advance. "It's okay, come again in the fall, and I'll accompany you again." Chapter 308 Summer. The sky never ends, this world is very gentle. Hearing this, Ino sighed. It was not so easy to change the decision made by her grandmother. She nodded, and it would be like this for the time being. On the way back, Ino was a little silent. She actually wanted to get Naruto's comfort, even if it was some useless words, but she didn't want to take the initiative to speak. Naruto put his hand on the window and looked at the backward scenery, feeling the shaking of the train, and silently complained in his heart whether the technology of the fire country could be a little more backward. In comparison, the snow country already has a technological train, but the fire country is still steam-driven. Whether it is technology or people's livelihood, it seems simple and backward. Ino. I'm here. Hearing Naruto suddenly call her, Ino raised her head in a hurry. My heart beat faster for no reason, and the wind from the wilderness poured in from the window, carrying the fragrance of grass foam. She herself didn't know why, every time she heard him call her name seriously, her heart felt like it was suddenly burned. Maybe it was because I rarely heard him shout like this. From childhood to adulthood, many subtle memories piled up together. Even insignificant dust, falling on the shoulders, is a mountain. Just like every time I see a beautiful mountain, beautiful water, and a big green tree with lush branches and leaves. Ino will recall the cicadas that summer, the young man in white short sleeves, and the bright smile. At that time, she didn't understand what the best summer meant. When she realized it later, she was no longer the carefree girl. Let's make the communicator when we go back. When we come again, we will install the communicator for your grandmother. Naruto said, what do you think? You didn't say anything just now, just thinking about this. Ino was suddenly moved. What else? He looked at Ino, his expression a little surprised. Are you wishing your grandmother a long life? Time will never wait for anyone. What we can do is to speed up the things we are sure of, and don't wait until later to regret it. But the village's top leaders. Ino hesitated. What high level? I am a high level. Naruto tapped the windowsill of the train with his fingers, his eyes brighter than the sun, and a smile on his face. Half-jokingly, he said with high spirits, I have the final say in Konoha. Ino couldn't help laughing, and took the initiative to stand up and hooked his neck under the short and flat table. With the scenery outside the window as a curtain, she kissed him passionately. Thank you, my boy. The disappeared summer is gone, and the carefree people have grown up. The only thing that remains unchanged is that they are still together, and her boy is still overcoming difficulties. In this unfriendly world, they stood on tiptoe and kissed on the rotten earth. During the long journey, the two leaned on the table and were so sleepy that their eyelids could hardly open. Finally, before arriving at the station, Ino woke up first, her heart pounding. She always did this, worrying about oversleeping, and always woke up early as if there was a sign. Every time she woke up, her heart always beat very fast. Naruto was still lying there sleeping. Ino silently complained in her heart, how could he sleep so well, like a pig? But somehow, she suddenly remembered something. At that time, she was still working as a handyman in the Hokage's office. When Tsunade was idle and went to chat with her, she was stunned when she heard her complaining that Naruto huddled up at home and slept every day. Ino remembered that Tsunade's expression was a little strange. After changing for a long time, she frowned and said something that made her remember it deeply. Kakashi's mental health file also has a record of decadence and negativity for a period of time. That was after all the members of Minato's team except him were killed. He may be world-weary. Thinking of this, Ino was shocked and thought to herself that it shouldn't be. It is said that people with low moods have very low needs in that aspect. But the guy in front of him usually does not hide his lustful nature at all, he is just a little lazy. In this way, it seems that he is far from world-weary. The train shook violently, and Naruto woke up. Seeing Ino staring at him, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Is there something on my face? Are you tired of the world? Ino asked mysteriously. Naruto. Just tell me. She urged, seeming to want to know the answer. What do you mean? He was a little confused, not knowing how Ino's brain circuit worked, why she kept saying things. Are you lustful? Ino asked in a different way. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly became serious, shook his head and said seriously. I have no other advantages, but I am honest and not lustful. If you don't believe me, when can we get into the same bed and try, and tell me who moves is a beast? Lie, I won't. Ino didn't understand the beast's talk, but knew that this person had bad intentions. Tisk. She wanted to say something explicit to test him again, but the train suddenly arrived at the station, so Ino had to give up. But she could probably judge that Naruto's needs in that aspect were definitely higher than those of normal people. Naruto didn't know what Ino was thinking, he just thought she was playing some test game. Is he world-weary? Not at all, on the contrary, he enjoys his current life. It's just that he has looked down on the world from a god's perspective, and his understanding of the future in the world is clearer than others. Knowing more, he is not so happy. The main purpose of sleeping is to have free time, and another purpose is to grow up. Money can be earned again, and strength can be slowly improved. Improvement, but there is only one chance for Hyde and Naruto's growth. Even if he occasionally feels detached from the world when he is sleepy, he will soon forget it. Damn, there are so many white legs in the world, do you still have time to think about these? It was dusk when he returned to the village, and Ino solemnly told Naruto. In the next period of time, I will concentrate on studying chakra communication. It will take about half a month or more. If there is any news, just contact me directly. He and Ino each have a communicator in their hands, which is the 12.0 version after the upgrade. Even if they are not in Konoha, they can contact each other at any time. In addition to the fact that the distance is proportional to the pre-swing time, the performance of the communicator seems to be pretty good. Got it. Naruto kissed her while there was no one around. Humph, don't push it. While it was not dark yet, Naruto neither went home nor went to the Hokage building as soon as possible. Instead, he went to Satomi Hill Villa in the opposite direction. Kurama Yakumo was still having dinner. She was the only one living alone in the huge villa. She had just picked up a piece of food and hadn't eaten it yet, when she suddenly felt panic for no reason. With a click, the dish fell on the table. With a bang, the door of the villa was pushed open from the outside to the inside. A figure walked in with big strides in the night without any hesitation. Who? Kurama Yakumo stood up from the tatami barefoot. I, Uzumaki Naruto. The figure walked out of the darkness and said in a somewhat reckless manner, I was wondering why there was no light in the yard, and you almost tripped me. I don't have money to pretend. Kurama Yakumo was scared by Naruto's teachings, and was scared when he saw him, and even shrank back. No money? No money is easy to deal with. Help me do something and I'll give it to you. He sat at the table in a familiar manner, but did not start to eat the food on the table. What's the matter? Kurama Yakumo lowered his head and asked hesitantly. Call out Ito, I have something to do with it. He said. Oh, okay. Kurama Yakumo was relieved. It didn't matter if he beat Ito, as long as he didn't beat her. She thought that even if she refused, it would not succeed. Although she didn't know how to get Ito out, it would be right to agree first. Anyway, whether it succeeded or not, she could still get the money. She tried it and put on the imagined dangerous emotions. Not long after, Ito jumped out by herself. Green face and fangs, except for the body like her, it looked like a demon. Roar! Ito had just come out and had no time to vent her emotions. Suddenly, she found that Naruto was also there, and her pupils suddenly dilated. Halfway through the roar, she got stuck. Long time no see, Ito, I'm back again. Naruto greeted with a smile. You deliberately set me up. Ito's face was full of indignation, and he turned his head and stared at Kurama Yakumo fiercely. Seeing this, Kurama Yakumo walked to the corner of the room silently as if he was deaf. Then he squatted down with his ears covered and closed his eyes obediently. Damn it! Roar! Naruto sneered, rolled up his sleeves, and didn't indulge it. He punched it in the face and smashed the two fangs first. He stepped on Ito with a kick, and the tatami broke into a turtle shape. It was almost a one-sided beating, and he stopped after a long time of rubbing and torturing. Looking at Ito, who was completely unable to move, there was almost no visible part of his body. That's all for today. Naruto's words made Ito's scalp numb. It was really afraid of this old man now, and it wished it could get up and kill him directly. Seeing that Ito didn't speak, Naruto couldn't help but secretly think that this task was indeed extremely difficult. Even after being beaten like this, Ito didn't say a word. It seems that good things take time and effort. Before leaving, Naruto left a box of money for Kurama Yakumo as compensation for the renovation fee. Kurama Yakumo accepted it silently. Now that she has lost her source of income, she needs the money. Ito returned to Kurama Yakumo's body and hid herself honestly. It is a monster, and it doesn't understand that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I only know that I have been unlucky recently. Although I won't die, I will be revived with full blood after a rest. But who can bear to be beaten for no reason every day? The means are more cruel and brutal every time. This monsters can't stand it. Even as unruly as it is it can't help but wonder if there is a misunderstanding. This world is like this, extremely real. As long as the power is strong enough, the cruel world can also become a kitten, and you can touch it however you want. The night falls into the house, and the bright moon hangs high. Naruto has returned home. He pushed open the door and saw more than a dozen boxes of wine piled on the sofa. He was stunned for a moment. Chapter 309, A long-planned quarrel, Haruno Sakura always loses. I didn't go to the wrong door, did I? Naruto kicked the wine boxes and was speechless. Who is so bored and sent wine? Mine. Nine-tailed fox bubbled from the other side of the sofa. Where did this wine come from? Who sent it? Nine-tailed fox stood on the sofa like Tom, and gestured for a long time before finally remembering the name. The human seemed to say her name was Haruno Sakura. Sakura. Naruto people remembered that he had ordered Kyuubi to check on Sakura, and he didn't continue to dwell on the matter of alcohol. That day, was she okay? Well, I don't know. She looked like she was dying, but somehow, she came back to life after losing chakra. Kyuubi said vaguely. It concealed the truth of the three-timing affair, trying to brush it off. But Naruto's focus didn't seem to be on it. After thinking for a while, he turned around and went into the bathroom. After quickly washing up, he went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, after resting, the fatigue of the journey for many days was swept away. He washed up early, went downstairs to have breakfast, and then walked slowly towards the direction of Konoha Hospital. He knew that Sakura might have a problem last night, but he didn't rush over immediately. One reason was that it was late at night and Sakura was probably at home. The other reason was that he was also very tired and had no idea in his mind, so there was no point in rushing over. Since Sakura was stable during this period, it was naturally not a big deal to spend one night. His starting point was very realistic, but it was just right for Sakura, and he was also very angry. After waiting in the duty room for half an hour, Naruto finally saw Sakura. You insist on going to work even if you have health problems. Naruto was not in a hurry. He sat in the chair slowly and drank a sip of hot water. It has to be you, Haruno Sakura. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, snatched his water cup and drank a few sips without any courtesy. What else should I do? If I don't go to work, I will find a grave to squat in. That's right. Working in the hospital also has an advantage. If you faint, you can get first aid directly. He said. You came here to talk about this? Sakura asked with some jealousy. The cemetery has been selected. It's on the northern hillside behind the Hokage Rock. I'll go and have a look some other day. Naruto sneered. Anyway, there is no body, just bury an empty box. He has a thin face, and those annoying beards on his face have long disappeared, as if they have faded with acne. He was leaning on a chair in a black windbreaker, not smiling. On the contrary, his face slowly turned cold, and he squinted at her, like a touch of thrilling black. Seeing this, Sakura immediately became much more honest. She had basically never seen Naruto get angry, but now it seemed that he was really angry, and if he said another word, it would probably be a knife-like word that would pierce the heart. I was wrong. She walked up to Naruto and lowered her head to admit her mistake. How could you be wrong? You are so powerful. Naruto glanced at her coldly, as if he was here to ask for an explanation. You have your own ideas, keep hiding it. Haruno Sakura. Hearing him call her full name, Sakura's heart suddenly shuddered. Knowing that Naruto was really angry, he was probably quite angry. With his personality, he probably accumulated a lot of cold words during the half hour of waiting. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent, so he was waiting for her here. Sakura was stunned for a moment, but she was actually quite moved. After all, she could really feel that he cared about her. She knew it originally, but she just didn't think he would care so much. The most urgent thing was to put out the fire, otherwise this matter would never end. It's not that she hasn't coaxed people before, whether it's parents or difficult patients, she has coaxed them. The essence is still perfunctory, going along with the other party, and occasionally standing firm. Anyway, break the floor first and then break the window, and compromise a little bit. But she lost her sense when facing Naruto. Sakura knew what kind of character he was, and he was smarter than her. In terms of perfunctory, she learned it from him. She squatted down and looked at Naruto who was sitting. The latter sat in a chair, his hands on his knees, with a nameless fire in his eyes, and his expression was a little cold. He just looked at Sakura lightly, as if he wanted to see what she was going to do. There was a faint sneer on his face, and the whole body exuded the breath of I am not easy to perfunctory. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Sakura pulled his hand, lowered her voice, and shouted, Master. Naruto shook her hand off and said impatiently, Don't give me that. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you want to die, just find a place where no one is, and die quietly. Anyway, no one remembers you except me. The sun rises as usual. No one is worse than anyone else. You can still live comfortably without me. But what did you do at that time? With a bang, he swept the cup off the table and smashed it to pieces on the ground. The glass fragments flew out densely, like needles piercing my heart. You had to tell me. You had to drag me into the game, and you had to let me know. Okay, now it's okay. I'm worried about you, and you're lying to me. Harano Sakura, is it fun to play with me? Sakura felt uncomfortable with his words. Naruto was the only one who knew her secret, and every word he said was stepping on her wound. He was still as cruel as before, without a single bit of sympathy. Her anger was also ignited by Naruto's heart-wrenching words, and she kicked the glass fragments at her feet away with a snap. Why am I playing tricks on you? You clearly know that I have no way out. Can you blame me? So you have always thought like this, yes, no one remembers me. What did you call me? Harano Sakura, I don't even have my own name, I am nothing. You can think I am crazy, anyway I will disappear. Will you do this to Ino and Hinata? You will only be angry with me. Anyway, I don't have many days left. Uzumaki Naruto, I have had enough of you. You are great, so what if you know, I will tell whoever I want. You let me wait alone, can't I just die? When have I ever been so humble to someone? I'm almost dead, can't you just give in to me for once? Sakura stood among the broken glass pieces, and Naruto looked up at her coldly. The distance between the two was separated by the broken glass all over the floor, and no one spoke. She finally knew what it felt like to be heartbroken, and she was so aggrieved that she couldn't speak. Her chest rose and fell several times, and she couldn't help but speak in the end. I have no other way. Even if you were here at that time, you couldn't change anything. It's not like I haven't tried before, and all failed. You made an appointment with Ino, and I don't want you to stay and do something meaningless. She looked at the broken glass on the floor and thought how much he hated her. He had to smash the water cup, knowing that she had used it for a long time and was reluctant to replace it. When he came before, she deliberately put away all the cups in the duty room and kept only one cup for herself. She wanted to tease him and let him kiss her indirectly. Now the cup is broken into pieces and shattered into slag, which means that this relationship has come to an end. He definitely did it on purpose. He has always been cruel. He doesn't need a third person or a spare tire at all. He only had Hinata and Ino in his eyes, and didn't even want to look at himself. So he has always been a burden? He has endured it for so long, and now he must be very happy to say it all out. It's great, I can get rid of myself in the future. Anyway, the first personality is so sensible, and he will definitely be. Looking down, she inexplicably shed tears, even though she didn't feel like crying. The tears just couldn't be stopped, and flowed out like a collapse. This was the first time she disliked Naruto so much, and she wanted to leave here immediately. Oh, you are finally willing to tell the truth. His eyes were a little dull, and he looked Sakura up and down, don't be smart next time. I can't do it, no one in the world can do it. Naruto resumed his best in the world look, with a triumphant smile on his face, as if to say that communicating with you is fucking troublesome. The means were a bit rough, but the effect was very good. Now he knew everything he wanted to know and didn't want to know. It was a revenge, and it was a trap. He was indeed as cruel as Sakura said. What can and cannot be said, as long as he can achieve his goal, he will not have any concerns. Of course, this cruelty must exclude Hinata and Ino. You also tricked me, now it's even. Sakura said coldly, with tears on her face. Well, it's even, he said indifferently. You did it on purpose. She took a deep breath, stepped over the broken glass on the ground, and walked to his face with a rustling sound. I was wrong. There was no sincerity in his apology, and what was even more annoying was that he didn't even bother to pretend, as if he wanted to tell others openly that he didn't regret it at all. She looked at Naruto deeply, suppressed the anger in her heart, and then became discouraged. Forget it, I'll just let you go. The cup is broken. Sakura said, staring at the cup on the ground. Oh, you should be more careful next time, the cup can be broken. Naruto said shamelessly, then change a cup, I'll give you one when I have time. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, you said you have a way, what is it? Probably use special chakra to consolidate the spirit body. Naruto said, it's just an idea, and it has a high probability of success. I thought of an unreliable one before, but the soul is easy to extract, but the personality is not. Now, it's not a good idea to keep suppressing the main personality. It's better to have a way for you to talk about it and allocate time reasonably. It's better than playing against each other, at least it's a positive promotion. Is this the method you said? Sakura sighed. Why, don't believe it. He raised his eyebrows, will you lie to me again in the future? No, I'm afraid of you. Sakura sighed again, I wouldn't have provoked you if I had known, but it's too late to regret now. It's really too late. But I have a question, when it comes to time allocation, you don't want to have two experiences in one body, do you? Nonsense. Naruto refuted on the spot. Chapter 310 about the stupid woman Hungu, although I don't understand, but I'll see you in the middle of the night. Sakura showed a confused look on her face, have you really thought about it? I didn't. He refuted without hesitation, those are your own guesses, don't talk nonsense. Sakura, I said something similar before, but she looked a little tangled, I was just teasing you. If that were the case, I would be jealous. Ahem. Naruto stood up, pack up, I have something else to do. I'll come to see you after you get off work this afternoon. Hey. Naruto stood up and left calmly, frowning slightly as he turned around. In fact, he was not sure about what he just said, but he just wanted to stabilize Sakura first. If he didn't want to see her compromised and waiting to die, he would at least try again. The Nine Tails accidentally saved Black Sakura, which gave Naruto a hint. But he couldn't do experiments on Sakura, it was too risky. But he didn't know much himself, so as the saying goes, professionals do professional things. Diagnosing unconventional cases still requires Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. If you want to find the parasite Orochimaru, you can't avoid seeing Sasuke. Or Red Bean. Thinking over it, he felt that Red Bean was far less dangerous than the crazy Jizuzi. It was much safer to coax Red Bean than to fight with that brother-obsessed Jizuzi. Well, I decided it was you. Thinking of this, he sighed quietly. His thoughts became clearer and clearer, but things became more and more troublesome. He had known that Heiying was a trouble for a long time, but after 5 or 6 years, it would be a lie to say that it was none of his business. He had never thought of being a savior, nor of destroying the world. He just wanted to be a civilian, well-fed and well-clothed, and a brick in the prosperous world. Now there is a problem with the people around him. Although Heiying is black-bellied and cowardly, she is actually a good little Sakura in essence. So he can't just sit back and watch. Although it will be a little troublesome, he still has to try. As for the final result, if it's better, they can coexist peacefully. If it's more outrageous, they can only continue to squeeze each other. In short, it's good to be alive. At noon, the spring sun is bright. Under the big green tree at the entrance of the muddy alley, Naruto waited patiently. Until a stupid-looking girl ran over from a distance, panting, and carefully took out a jade bottle from her bosom and handed it to him. Only just one bottle? Hinata asked timidly. For that stupid dog, it's finally useful recently. Naruto took the bottle and threw it into the sealed space, and suddenly remembered that there were 2 people imprisoned in the sealed space. Recently, he was too busy, as if all the troubles came out at once. The original plan was also shelved indefinitely, and could only be discussed later. He had always planned to go back to the Whirlpool country to take a look, but he didn't want to go alone, and he didn't want the people in the village to know. That place might be dangerous, and he didn't want to take Teiwheel with him. When the Hidden Cloud village took action, he had already thought about how to deal with the captured cannon fodder. The Two-Tailed or the Hydrangea were both suitable for leading the battle in the Whirlpool country. Even though he hasn't figured out how to convince them or control them yet. But he is not in a hurry, no matter how difficult the problem is, there is always a way. Besides, Naruto doesn't have to rush to the land of whirlpools. He can wait for 1 or 2 years, or even 10 or 20 years. As long as he goes there once before he dies and gets the answer, it will be enough. Is it okay for you to take out the wine? If you are discovered, will you? He stared at Hinata and asked hesitantly. No. Hinata lowered her head. It doesn't matter if you do, don't force yourself, I have other ways. He reached out to tidy Hinata's hair on her forehead, pinched off a dead fluff that fell from the tree canopy on her hair, and opened his mouth to advise. Naruto, have you been busy recently? Hinata hesitated for a long time, then raised her head and asked with courage. The white eyes stared at him blankly, and the plain windbreaker fluttered for a moment. The beauty of looking down and not seeing the toes made Naruto dazed slightly, and his thoughts slowed down by half a beat. I'm not very busy, what's wrong? He changed his words. Hinata hesitated a little. After doing several missions with Naruto after the division, the number of times they met each year could be counted on 2 hands. It's not that they don't see each other a few times a year, but I always feel that this can't go on. In addition, I have hardly heard from Naruto in the past few years, and he is not in the village most of the time. I want to become a jonin. Hinata said with a red face. Naruto was a little confused, sniffed, and said awkwardly, Hinata, I can understand your feelings, but I'm also a chunin, how can I become a jonin when I have no experience? No. Hinata's face became even redder, and she was panicked. She just wanted to say that she wanted to try dating Naruto, but she changed her words temporarily. I. Naruto scratched his head. He really couldn't guess what Hinata was thinking. No matter how big his imagination was, he couldn't know that a girl with such a timid personality would say something so directly. Jounin? Actually, it's not very difficult. Even a dud like Hongdo can become a jonin. He thought for a while and said, I have something to do tomorrow. Can I practice with you the day after tomorrow? If you practice in actual combat, you can improve a lot in about half a year. Okay, Hinata was too nervous and could only agree. But she thought about it. If she could train with Naruto for half a year, it didn't matter whether she said that or not. And she also shaked her head, and when she looked again, Naruto had left in a hurry. Afternoon. With a thud, Naruto blocked Hongdo in the corner of the office. Hongdo looked horrified, looking at Naruto who was much taller than her, and asked tremblingly. What flavor of red bean balls did you eat to grow so tall? He was a little speechless. Didn't I tell you to eat less sweets? I've already eaten less. I've been eating vegetables in the past few years. Hongdo touched her capital through her clothes and said with tears in her eyes. But who would have thought that losing weight would reduce the cup size first? Naruto was originally here for business, but when he heard Hongdo interrupt him, he was also stunned for a moment. The two of them often talked about wild topics, even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they still had the same taste. A lot less. Not much, but a little loose. Hongdo sighed, holding her forehead and said, I'm wondering if I should try to gain weight and fill the empty cup size. Hearing this, Naruto took a breath. Don't do that. Well, the clue to the Hongdo bucket case, one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in Naruto, finally came out. Students who like to draw are furious online. Is it easy to draw a pure color fan work? Why? Hongdo is about to turn 30, but she is still a single dog, which is probably related to her excessive nervousness. Always saying some inexplicable words, in her 20s, she still looks like a middle school girl. Obviously, she is older, and everyone around her has made great achievements. Half of Kazi's face has been on the Hokage Rock. Yui Kurane and Asuma are married, and their children are about to be born. But Hongdo still looks like she is sleeping in a mess, confused. After all, Yui Kurane would definitely not press an empty cup in front of an adult boy. Red Bean was quite explosive in this relatively conservative Konoha. Stupid old woman. If you are not afraid of turning into a super big bucket, just keep eating. Naruto said meaningfully. Hehe, my waist is so thin, do you think I will believe you? Red Bean pushed her non-existent glasses with a wise look and sneered. If you don't believe me, touch my waist. She reached out to pull Naruto's waist without any scruples. The loose clothes shrank rapidly, and the waistline was indeed unbelievably thin. This shocked Naruto, who looked incredible. It's really thin. Isn't it? I told you. Red Bean looked proud, with an expression that I knew it would be like this. The two chatted seriously for a long time, and the people in the office couldn't listen anymore. They pushed the two weirdos out directly, and the chat location had to be changed again. From the idle office on the second floor of the Hokage building with a few people, to the empty corridor. Hongdo lit a lady's cigarette, the flame flickered. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Her expression became serious again. If it were someone else who didn't know her background, they might think that Hongdo didn't have such an expression, but Naruto knew that Hongdo was suffering from a second-year syndrome. He reached out to grab Hongdo's cigarette, extinguished it and threw it away. "Stop doing these inexplicable things, let me see the curse seal on your neck. Is this a new type of cheating method?" Hongdo was stunned. "Although I can understand the impulse of an 18-year-old boy, this method is too low, I'm sorry I can't agree." "What are you talking about?" "But I can also consider it." Naruto thought for a moment. "So what is your answer? Didn't you just say you had something to talk to me about?" Hongdo looked at him. "Oh, yes." Naruto cheered up again. "Then I'll be straightforward. Please pull down your clothes and show me the seal." "The seal left by Orochimaru. You should know that Orochimaru is dead. There has been no news about him recently." "Well, he should be dead." "Dead? I don't know." Hongdo was confused. Now Naruto had nothing to say. What was this old woman thinking about all day? He could only be forced to watch Hongdo trembling and pulling out a lady's cigarette, but couldn't light it no matter how hard she tried. "Well, I don't smoke at all." Hongdo stuffed the cigarette and lighter to Naruto in a somewhat depressed manner. "How did Orochimaru die?" "Uchiha Sasuke killed him." Naruto didn't waste any words and directly pulled open Hongdo's collar. "Sorry, I'm offended." "Oh, there is a seal." After letting go in 3 seconds, he stared at Hongdo and said, "Things are a bit complicated, and I can't explain it clearly now. I'll go to your house to find you in the middle of the night." Hongdo thought about it for a while, thinking that she would not lose out anyway, so she snapped her fingers. "Although I don't quite understand, but see you there." "See you there," he said. Chapter 311. Walking out of the window in the middle of the night, Hongdo's choice of curse seal. Bodhi Patriarch and Sun Wukong made an appointment at midnight, but that was for the purpose of passing on knowledge and teaching. Naruto and Hongdo were completely crazy, and the two had no taboos. Hongdo also had no concept of men and women for Naruto, and had a lot of second-year thoughts in his mind. Naruto couldn't stand Hongdo at all. He usually talked about the weakest jonin and the fake jonin. He had no scruples and was always mean. After making an appointment, Naruto put Hongdo's second-year prop lighter into the sealed space. Without staying for long, he turned around and left the Hokage building. He hadn't been so busy for a long time, and his schedule was scheduled from morning to midnight. First, he quarreled with Sakura about fishing in the morning, and then asked Hinata for Hyaga's special liquor. The nine-tailed fox likes this, and he can't continue fishing for the nine-tailed fox without the real thing. Last time, he gave a bottle as tribute to Tsunade, and he was completely out of stock. In the evening, Naruto entered Ichiraku Ramen. It was not yet dinner time, and there were not many people in the store. He found an empty seat and sat down, and ordered a bowl of pork bone char siu deluxe ramen set meal, which came with a can of soda. In the brightly lit ramen shop, Ichiraku was busy in the kitchen, and only his daughter Ayam was carrying ramen in and out of the kitchen. After eating, he went straight home and slept until midnight. Until the alarm clock woke him up, Naruto hurriedly got up and washed his body instinctively. He went to the kitchen to get a glass of water and silently thinking about things. The Nine-Tails lay on the sofa, his eyes narrowed. The living room was dim, and there was a light on in the kitchen. Naruto stood by the kitchen door, holding a glass of water and drinking it slowly. Although it was not afraid of Naruto, it also knew that it was best not to disturb him at this time. Lest it be held hostage by the little book, it might be tricked at any time. It has been 8 years since he graduated from the ninja school, and he is still a chunin. Hinata's words at noon did wake Naruto up, and he had to find time to meet Tsunade. While she has not retired from the position of the 5th Hokage, let her think of a way to raise her title. At least she must be a jonin, and Niji was a jonin 2 years ago. He shed blood and suffered injuries for Konoha, and rushed to the Rain Country alone. The title of jonin is what he deserves. After Konoha fell at night, there was no talk of ninja patrols. The Uchiha had disappeared for many years, and the security department had been abolished by the top leaders. But if someone does something strange in the village in the middle of the night, they will still be targeted by the Anbu. Naruto didn't hide, he took a shortcut to the roof and went straight to Hongdo's house. But he was soon stopped halfway. The man was wearing an Anbu uniform, took off the animal mask before speaking, and said helplessly. Why are you wandering around on the roof in the middle of the night? The person who stopped him was the widow Uzuki Yujao. The sadness of her ex-boyfriend's death had faded with time. She is now the second in command of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Oh, I have something to do. Naruto pointed to the night ahead. I'm busy, make way. Uzuki Yujao sighed, put on the mask and said. Okay, if someone stops you, just tell me my name. Okay, your words are so useful now. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, don't you have a token or something for me to use? As soon as he finished speaking, a sign from the Anbu flew over, and he quickly reached out to catch it. The nameplate was engraved with Uzuki Yujao's code name, and there was a gold border around it. It felt cool to the touch, and the texture was a bit like wood and a bit like jade. Are your hands sweating? He blurted out. Get lost. Uzuki Yujao left directly. Anyway, the two of them often met, and Tsunade always asked Uzuki Yujao to find someone whenever she had something to do. At the beginning, sometimes she could find someone, and sometimes she could only search one place after another. After so many years of running in, she also understood this person's character. In short, she was soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. Every time Uzuki Yujao met Naruto, she chose to talk less and compromise more. She knew that this person was difficult to deal with, and it was better to sleep more than offend him, which was completely troublesome for herself. Besides, she also knew that she would most likely work with him in the future. Giving Naruto convenience was also giving herself convenience. With the handplate given by Uzuki Yujao, the journey was indeed smooth. No newbie fool came out to let him pretend to be slapped in the face, and the Anbu paid great attention to the order between superiors and subordinates. The people in the Anbu were not enthusiastic, but they also had different targets. At least most of the Anbu people knew Naruto and knew about his relationship with Tsunade and Kakashi. No blind people appeared, and he arrived at Hongdu's house smoothly. He didn't go through the door, but went through the window. Knocking on the window suddenly in the middle of the night was scary. Hongdu opened the door with sleepy eyes, and suddenly found that the sound came from the window, and she was immediately furious. Uzumaki Naruto. Are you sick? What? In the middle of the night, you don't go through the door, but go through the window. Hongdu went back to the room and opened the window, but didn't let him in immediately. Are you sick? Who knocks on the door in the middle of the night? It must be more atmospheric to go through the window. You make us look like having an affair. Hongdu ignored him, muttered and went to wash her face. A handful of water was poured on her face, and the last bit of sleepiness of Hongdu was also dispelled. Looking at the increasingly mature self in the mirror, she was a little dazed. Time passed so quickly. Time is like an anesthetic. Year after year passed like water, but she still couldn't get over it. That person died? Her teacher Orochimaru. Everyone has a dead child in their heart. She can never face the shadow left by Orochimaru. Maybe in Orochimaru's heart, she is just a weak little girl. She has no talent. The only talent may be that she is good at endurance. Even if it is a painful memory or mediocrity, she can endure it. After a good sleep, she can happily eat meatballs tomorrow. Red bean meatballs are so sweet that they make people sick. For someone like her who hides suffering in her heart, the sweetness is just right, moderate. The moment she walked out of the bathroom, there were still water stains on Red Bean's hair, but she changed into a happy face. Now you can tell me what it is. Where should I start, Orochimaru? Naruto glanced at her, sat down on the sofa without hesitation, and poured himself a glass of water. Yet, her pupils shrank slightly, and she smiled with a relaxed look on her face. That guy is my teacher. It's hard to believe that a scum like him would die so easily. He's not dead. What? Hongdu couldn't keep calm anymore. She stood up directly, and couldn't help but growl, where is Orochimaru? Naruto didn't say anything, he was waiting for Hongdu to calm down. Maybe Hongdu is not a very strong jonin in terms of strength, but she is definitely a qualified rookie jonin in terms of mentality. After a while, she sat back on the sofa dejectedly. Sorry. It's okay. Naruto took a sip of water, looked at Hongdu who was stuck in the small red sofa and said, I hope you can stay calm. Because the next words it may be a little cruel to you. Got it. Hongdu sat on the edge of the sofa and reached out to pour water, but there was only a cup on the table. She didn't care, and took the cup that Naruto had drunk from and drank it all. Naruto. He was no longer able to complain about Hongdu's behavior that was always second year, and he wanted to make her cry immediately. This bastard was really a second-dimensional old ant. Orochimaru is not completely dead. He left a backup in the heavenly curse seal on your neck. Naruto explained, as long as the curse is removed, Orochimaru can be resurrected. He planted something similar to a wedge in you, which you can understand as a soul backup. In layman's terms, if the curse on your neck is removed, Orochimaru can be resurrected. How could it be? Hongdu was stunned for a long time, and then slowly came back to her senses. She stared at Naruto with an incredible look. Could it be? Could it be that you want to revive Orochimaru, from me? The complexity of the matter far exceeded Hongdu's imagination. She didn't know why, although it felt absurd. But I always felt that Naruto had the ability to revive Orochimaru. I do have this plan, but to revive Orochimaru, I just want to ask him something, Naruto said after a moment of silence. It doesn't have to be completely resurrected. What do you mean? Hongdu asked. Just pull out his soul. Naruto thought, doing this will be good for you, at least you won't be tortured by the curse in the future. Unlock the seal, avenge Orochimaru and extract his soul, just like the third generation Hokage did. He gestured and said, theoretically, it can be done. And there should be a seal in your mind, probably used to seal a certain memory. If you need it, I can help you to remove it. Can you remove it? Hongdu was a little surprised. Of course, the Uzumaki clan is good at sealing techniques. He found a random excuse to cover it up. Removing a seal is as simple as unlocking a lock. This is talent. It's quite powerful. What kind of talent is that? Unlocking, any lock can be opened. No unlocking, sorry, I'm too quick. Naruto coughed to cover up the embarrassment. So, what's your opinion? What opinion? Hongdu was obviously still a little confused. After all, this matter had a great impact on her. She had hated her teacher for a long time, and just heard that he was dead. As a result, she learned that this damn guy had buried a resurrection seal in her body. He felt mixed emotions in his heart, as if he had been on a roller coaster, and he was numb. The curse is on your neck, of course you have to agree. Can I still forcibly resurrect Orochimaru? Naruto said, although it's not impossible, I like voluntary. Hongdu was a little confused and didn't notice what Naruto was doing. After hesitating for a long time, her mind was still blank, so she could only ask for help on the spot. What do you think I should do? She asked seriously. Naruto naturally hoped that Hongdu would agree. The so-called inquiry was just a process. Hongdu had no choice. Chapter 312 This is pure love, and deteriorated pure love is also pure love. Hongdu asked him back, and Naruto didn't answer directly, but asked back. Are you busy recently? No. Hongdu shook his head. Since you are free, just agree. He said casually. What kind of a broken reason is this? Hongdu asked in disbelief, but then she thought about it and didn't have a better idea, so she changed her words immediately. It seems to make some sense. Sure enough, she is a stupid woman, Naruto coughed. He had prepared several plans, but he didn't use any of them. This person's brain circuit is really simple. Okay, I will apply for a mission in 2 days, and you will be the leader of the team. He said, stay away from Konoha first, so as to avoid any accidents when resurrecting Orochimaru. I will be the leader of the team? You don't go halfway through. Hongdu remembered that the man in front of him who could kill a Jonin with one punch was still a fucking Chunin. You are still a Chunin, haha. Hongdu obviously didn't take the heavy atmosphere just now to heart, and seemed to have found new fun. It was right to call her a stupid woman. No wonder she was still a Hina at almost 30. He didn't mean to discriminate against Hina, he just simply didn't understand Hongdu. But after thinking about it, he was too lazy to laugh at her in that aspect. After all, Hongdu didn't seem to care about that aspect, just like Orochimaru. Many times Naruto even felt that Hongdu was like a tomboy, laughing and joking at work all day, and after get off work, he didn't know what she was doing. Soon I won't be. He threw the pillow to Hongdu. I will be an elite Jonin sooner or later, anyway, I can't be a special Jonin like you. What's wrong with a special Jonin? She was a little dissatisfied. It's still a Jonin, better than a Chunin like you. Why don't you apply for the mission tomorrow? Hongdu remembered something and looked at him and asked, "Tomorrow, I can just avoid a long and boring meeting. I'm busy, tomorrow I'll find Ino, and the day after tomorrow I'll find Hinata." Scumbag. Hongdu threw a pillow back and verbally condemned his behavior. "Don't you feel a little guilty for playing with a girl's feelings? Watch your words, what are you talking about? This is pure love." Naruto retorted, "Besides, we grew up together, it's normal for us to have a better relationship." "Forget it, you're right." Hongdu took a breath. "Anyway, ninjas don't have a good ending. Either they die in battle or die young. I'm going to retire after a few years, and I won't take any more missions." Hongdu lay down on the sofa and sank into it. The job is so boring, why not teach at a ninja school? Hearing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, everything was foreshadowed. The golden age of ordinary ninjas is only a few years. Only a few can stand at the top and leave behind pain and old age. And those people, without exception, have become big figures in the ninja world. The world is so big that there will always be geniuses. But this world also allows the existence of ordinary people. Hongdu is not an ordinary person. She is Orochimaru's last disciple. She should have unlimited prospects and a bright future. It's a pity that her talent has not been tapped yet because of Orochimaru's departure. The Heaven's Curse seal left behind has also become an obstacle to her becoming stronger. In a blink of an eye, she has missed the best time for growth. Hongdu can't be said to be lost in the crowd, but the road to ninja is already in sight. In addition, Hongdu was originally an orphan. She has no background and no bloodline, so she can only be conventional. Teaching is good. He echoed, "Anyway, you have nothing to do except teaching. Get out." Hongdu was so angry at him that she didn't feel like sighing. Just as she was about to get up and go back to her room, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "Let me ask you something." "Go ahead." Naruto said. "What do you think about me getting a kid to play with after you retire?" Hongdu asked. "You?" Naruto looked her up and down. "You're planning to spend a lot of money to have a child. You'd better keep going." Hongdu threw the last pillow over. After returning home, Naruto lay on the bed, thinking about what happened in the past few days, and couldn't help but sigh. After a few years of leisure, it's getting busy now. Ino wants Konoha to lay a communication system, Hinata wants to become a jonin, and Black Sakura's matter is the most troublesome and urgent. But he couldn't say it, so he could only start to arrange it together. Fortunately, only a few days have passed. In 2 days, he can go to Tensho Street before the mission starts. Taewiya is still waiting for him, he at least have to respond. It is unknown whether Taewiya will stay or not. The world is too small, much smaller than he imagined. If you want to see someone, you can always see him if you spend some time. The next day, he slept until noon, and then he went out slowly. After washing, he called Kyuubi, who was also about to go out, and took out a bottle of Hyuga special from the sealed space. Kyuubi had clearly stepped out of the balcony with one foot. When he heard Naruto calling it, he immediately looked impatient. But when he smelled the smell, he retreated abruptly. "Hey? Kid, what's wrong with you today?" Kyuubi ran over quickly. Although his eyes never left the bottle, his mouth was still harder than iron. "What's the matter?" Naruto was serious, but he sneered in his heart. He thought that this stupid dog was really good at pretending. In order to fish, he specially changed the high-end packaging. How could it bear it? It can bear it for 1 day, 2 days, how can it bear it for the 3rd day? "For me?" Kyuubi asked. "Yes, I'll compensate you." Naruto pretended to be indifferent. "Thanks to you last time, Sakura was fine, so. I didn't expect you still have some conscience, I thought you were dying, so you were willing to take it out." Kyuubi was overjoyed, stood up and rubbed his front paws. Naruto's head hurt when he heard it, and he wanted to kick the stupid dog off the balcony. But when he thought about the time when he would need this tool in the future, he couldn't help but suppress his anger. "I have something to do, I'm leaving first." Naruto smiled but didn't smile, suppressed his anger and left first. The door closed with a bang, and the Nine-Tail scratched his head, looking at the Hyuga special on the table and suddenly felt a little confused. Something that he had been seeking for but could not get suddenly appeared in front of him one day. It was like the white moonlight in his heart fell, from the white jade plate in the sky to the white rice in the bowl. Although it didn't understand philosophy, it still felt empty in its heart. After getting it, it couldn't help but have a radical mentality of only having one bottle and wanting more. After it opened the lid and drank a few sips, all the thoughts disappeared. There was only a feeling of excitement and comfort in his mind, as if all the unhappiness had disappeared. It squinted its eyes and enjoyed it for a while, and suddenly remembered something. The nine-tail put down the bottle and jumped off the sofa. He took out a black and white portrait photo of Naruto and a stack of incense from a drawer somewhere, looked around and saw no one, and threw them all downstairs. For the sake of his conscience, forget it. The nine-tailed fox muttered. It had only burnt incense for Naruto once, and then wanted to keep it for use, so it kept it for several years. The nine-tailed fox had a good memory, and was afraid that he would catch it in the future, so he thought of destroying the evidence first. Naruto had already walked far away, so naturally he didn't know what the nine-tailed fox did with a guilty look on his face. He had to see Ino once today, and they had just separated the day before yesterday. Although Ino said that she would be in seclusion for at least half a month, and asked Naruto not to disturb her. But girls usually listen to what they say the other way around. He didn't go on the first day after they separated, but chose to go the next day. Let it dry for a day, there will be a small gap, and seeing each other the next day will be a small surprise. Even if it is not a surprise, at least there will be no negative emotions. Besides, the communicator is not that urgent. He thought about seeing Ino's progress first, and then discussing with Tsunade what to do. Recently, he has been very busy, and all things have piled up together. Sakura's matter was an accident, and there was no way, but he didn't want to refuse Hinata's request. Hinata rarely makes requests, and every time he makes a request, as long as there is no way, he will never refuse. Because Naruto knows that Hinata is easy to coax, but if he refuses once, it will be difficult to get her to take the initiative again next time. Personality needs to be adjusted little by little. If you are too introverted, it is actually very difficult to just stay together and talk. For various reasons, he plans to test Ino's bottom first. Estimate how many days it will take her to complete the iteration of the communicator, so as to arrange the time to meet with Tsunade. Too early, the communicator is not out, embarrassing. Too late, Ino will definitely feel a little disappointed, which he doesn't want to see. Although his pure love has deteriorated, he can do his best for them. Even if it is a little insignificant detail, it is true. There are still few people in the flower shop in the mountains, and the glass door downstairs is closed. However, the window of Ino's room on the second floor is open. As for why he knows that it is Ino's window, it is because he is too familiar with the structure of her room. He actually has a communicator. There are only two in the village, and the other one is in Ino's hand. But he did not use the communicator, but chose the simplest way. Ino! He shouted. There was a sound upstairs, pulling the table, and then Ino's delicate face appeared at the window. Perhaps too hurried, the red clip fell from upstairs. Her golden hair was scattered, she uttered a cry, and asked without bothering to tie her hair. Why are you here? I'm just passing by, I'm leaving soon. He said. Hearing this, Ino said, oh, pouted her mouth slightly, and spoke. Then go. She said this, but her body didn't leave the window, as if she really wanted to lie on the window and watch him leave. That stupid look made him want to laugh. He waved upstairs, why don't you come down to open the door? I'll go through the window. Didn't you say? Ino blushed, and obviously thought that he lied to her again, and suddenly she was a little unhappy. I won't open it for you. Really not? Then I'm leaving. Idiot. It's not locked, push it yourself. Ino was angry and wanted to beat him up. Why is this guy so annoying? Chapter 313 You can only smell the fragrance from the person you like. The door of the flower shop on the first floor was indeed not locked. Naruto pushed it open lightly, and it could actually be pulled out. But if the shop is not open, push it in and hang a sign of closing. He put up the sign softly and familiarly, and went upstairs along the stairs with a few steps. A girl in love seems to be naturally covered with a layer of radiance, and her whole body exudes a soft glow. When you hug her, she is soft and has a milky scent. Some people say it is hormones. You can only smell the milky scent on the person you like, and some people object, saying that it is the pickled shower gel. Naruto doesn't know whether the milky scent on Ino is hormones or pickled, but he knows that the milky scent on her will soon be absorbed by him. After about third base, the scent will almost disappear. When you hit a home run that is really consensual, it will be another sweet smell after many times. It's hazy, and the younger and more beautiful the smell, the better it smells. It is said that you can tell a woman by her scent, and it is not wrong. Give me a drink of water, I walked over here. Who didn't walk over here? Didn't I tell you not to bother me? I want to concentrate on my research until I update the communicator again. What the hell, there are all kinds of electrical appliances, but not even a means of transportation. Naruto didn't respond, but changed the subject and said, give me a drink of water. Go to the living room to get it yourself, there are cups outside. Who's going outside? Naruto searched the table and saw a large rose-pink cup filled with water, so he grabbed it directly. He raised his head and drank it all in one breath, not a drop left. You? Are you a bucket? And that's my cup. Stingy, you've done that kind of thing, what's wrong with drinking a glass of water? He muttered, can drinking water still make you pregnant? Go to hell. Ino was embarrassed and annoyed, and rushed over directly. Ah! You really did it. I'll bite you to death. Don't. Don't. Ah! There was a commotion, Naruto covered his arm and gasped, staring at Ino who was sitting next to him with a face full of resentment. Ino, are you born in the year of the dog? Hehe, you deserve it. Ino said with a smug look on her face, who told you to say that weird thing? We didn't do anything. What's weird about it? We kissed, so what's wrong with drinking water? Naruto said as if it was a matter of course. You obviously didn't mean that. Ino said fiercely, stop it. She regretted it a little. If she had known, she shouldn't have moved so fast. She kissed him, even though she had guessed that guy would getting more and more, but still. After a while, the two of them turned on the fan and hugged each other. Although Ino was reluctant at first, she didn't struggle after half pushing. She fiddled with the communicator in her hand, silently thinking about the pig behind her. Naruto squinted his eyes and rested, thinking about things silently. Ino felt that something was wrong with her body. She leaned on his chest, like a small stove. Fortunately, the fan was on, so there was no need to turn on the air conditioner in such weather. Asuma teacher has a child. She suddenly said. Really? Naruto actually knew that Asuma had mentioned it to him, probably because fathers like to show off. Why, do you want to have a child too? No. This was what she really thought. Mother had told her more than once about the pain of giving birth, and she had no peace since she got pregnant. Naturally, the step of how to get pregnant was omitted, and parents like this. They don't like to talk about how they were so lustful and couldn't help but accidentally got a child. But they will definitely say how hard it is to give birth, it is like the cruelest torture in the world. For example, Yamanaka Rino told Ino that she felt sick and vomited when she was pregnant with her, and 6 months later, she had to go to the toilet 7 or 8 times a night because of the pressure on her bladder. During that time, Yamanaka Inoichi was also under great pressure, as he was a new father. He was busy at work, and he had to take care of his wife when he got home, so he didn't get much sleep at night. So when Ino knew about it, her young heart was greatly shocked. She always felt that she owed her parents, and subconsciously chose to obey their requests. For Ino, being sensible is not a bad thing, but it left her with a shadow of fear of giving birth. Anyway, I don't want to have a baby. She said, and then quietly added in her heart, at least to postpone it a little later, absolutely not. No one wants you to have a baby. Naruto was startled, thinking he had touched a landmine, and quickly let her go. Oh. Ino shrank back and glanced at him again, but we have to have children sooner or later, otherwise we can only be friends. Hey? What's the reason? Naruto was confused, can I draw a lottery for having a child? I don't know, my mother said so. Ino shook her head, anyway, I'm not ready, and I don't know what to do about that kind of thing. Let's talk about it later, but having a child is really far away. Naruto said, besides, who doesn't like his wife and likes children more? Compared to whether there are children or not, I care more about you. Children are just a gift, there is no need to worry too much, and those who are afraid don't need to consider it. Really? Ino looked up at him, with a light in her eyes. Although I don't know why you are so scared, but he was serious in his eyes, but it's enough for you to know that I like you. Yet. Ino blushed a little. It was just an insignificant chat, but he suddenly said such foul words so seriously, which made her a little flustered. I'll go to the living room to get some water. She grabbed the rose-pink gold cup and ran out of the room. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know why Ino reacted like that, it didn't matter. As long as he got her, it was fine. Anyway, his goal was to delay her research progress. Was it a beauty trap? He stood up and looked in the mirror, then put it down and nodded slightly. Any strategy was fine. He just wanted her to be well. He didn't think about the future because he himself couldn't figure out where he came from and couldn't see where to go back. Just like saviors always die, heroes die in the abyss. What he tried his best to avoid and struggle for might be what others could only dream of. But it was normal for people to be unable to get what they wanted. He himself couldn't even explain what he was. So, he just liked her and lived passionately and openly. If this was a peaceful world, he would choose to grow old with Ino or Hinata, or both of them together. But this world. He just wants to be a passionate young man for now, set a small goal, and live to the age of 25. Not long after, Ino came back with water. With a thump, he put the water on the table. He wanted to sit back on the chair, but after thinking about it, he sat on the edge of the bed with Naruto. Chapter 314 Only Orochimaru can blaspheme the gods, and the girl will grow up. How is the communicator? He asked. It will take some time, technically, Ino said one by one, counting on her fingers. Naruto didn't quite understand, but he still listened. That thing on Blue Star can be traced back to the ancient bamboo letter, which used a long tube to transmit sound. The speed of sound propagation is related to the medium, and later the telephone appeared. Konoha also has a local communicator, which is about the same as a walkie-talkie. But after a certain distance, the communication function of the walkie-talkie will fail. There will also be long-distance video conferences between the 5 major countries, which are probably a few small black and white TVs stacked together. That thing is still a high-end product. The technology of the Land of Fire is indeed lame, but the technology of this world has only been around for a short time. In addition, the power of ninjas can indeed ignore many weapons, so technology has not changed the world so quickly. But Naruto also knows that in a few years at most, these old stubborn people in Konoha will soon know what it means that the times have changed. Phones and mobile phones are common things, and everything flying in the sky and swimming in the sea will undergo earth-shaking changes. And all that the basis of chakra is that this world has a certain technological foundation. There are wires in modern furniture. Apart from the 3 commandments that make life difficult for ninjas, everyone lives a normal life. The second is that the emergence of chakra energy is even more mysterious than the technological energy of Blue Star. Perhaps you don't need to be indecisive about quantum mechanics, just learn chakra directly. Chakra is essentially alien energy, and ninjas have some alien blood. Therefore, chakra energy cannot be measured by common sense, just like the country of thunder can even build a cannon to hit the moon. To a certain extent, Naruto prefers to regard it as a weapon like a star destroyer in the science fiction world. In other words, there is still a lot of room for development of chakra energy. Perhaps one day the sky and the sea will be thoroughly explored, and people in the Naruto world may leave the planet and go into deep space. After all, the foundation is here, and deep space will be explored one day. This is the life Naruto wants to see, and it is also the meaning of supporting Ino to make a communicator. The world is becoming more and more convenient and fun, and life is interesting. Watching a few Shibai holding back their revenge all day, they have to kidnap people all over the world to agree with their ideas. Who else can they kill if not them? Naruto is not mean at all, so he can't empathize with them, and he doesn't think that this world is wrong. The only one who is wrong is the Otsutsuki, but that thing is not easy to deal with. Since they call themselves gods, they naturally have certain power. Professional things should be done by professionals. He thinks Orochimaru should be interested in the Otsutsuki clan. After all, they are the source of blood. If they can be pulled down from the throne, their expressions must be very interesting. For example, inject some human blood into them and re-edit their genes. If the gods are blasphemed, there is no difference between them and pigs and dogs walking on the ground. Of course, he certainly can't think of such a vicious idea. Only crazy scientists like Orochimaru can come up with those inhuman ideas. In this way, the trouble of the Otsutsuki destroying the world is no longer difficult. After all, aliens are stupid. As long as they are a little cruel, the gods can still be kept in captivity. But often humans themselves are the most terrifying existence, so-called human heart cannot be looked directly at. Because humans all look similar, if you don't take a look at their hearts, you can't tell whether they are human or ghost. But those are not what he should consider. Naruto thinks that he will not live more than 100 years, and by then he will not enter the era of interstellar battleships flying all over the sky. His next plan is also simple: drag Orochimaru into the water, and keep the Otsutsuki one by one in the ninja world as cattle and horses. In order to correspond to the infinite moon reading plan, he called it the blasphemy plan. In this way, he doesn't have to break the existing quiet life and run around with the name of the savior. As for Orochimaru, he didn't comment. They fought, and Orochimaru stabbed him through the heart. But strictly speaking, he still has to call Orochimaru his uncle. The second generation of ninjas have some relatives and friends everywhere, which is not a bad thing now. Being stabbed by the uncle, you can take revenge to the death, or you can get to know each other without fighting. In this way, the world is still very gentle. Are you distracted? Naruto was a little embarrassed. He had just been concentrating. There were too many things happening recently, and he would unconsciously think about the long term. You said that after the communicator is made, the village Ino said that she was not confident at the end, and her face was full of worry. I don't know who was so excited the day before yesterday, and wanted to study in seclusion immediately and quickly develop the communicator. After 2 days, he was discouraged. Let's see, it's likely to work. Naruto wanted to explain that the times have changed, but then he thought that he couldn't just tell Ino that he had watched Naruto. It won't be long before Danzo will fall. Unlike the plot, Tsunade had made a plan a few years ago, and she would drag a bunch of old people down with her. This is a major blood transfusion within Konoha, and the scene may be unprecedented. From the root ninja to the Hokage, all have to be replaced by Kakashi's lineage that Tsunade has prepared long ago. It may be the will of fire again, burning oneself to pave the way for the next generation. However, compared with the third generation, Tsunade is more willing to believe in the younger generation, and the means are more decisive. More importantly, she wants to get off work. Naruto saw that Ino was not in a good state, and prepared to leave after chatting casually for a few words. It seems that there is not much point in continuing to waste time here. He was almost at the door of the store on the first floor. Ino suddenly went down the stairs and kissed him by the neck while he was not paying attention. You. Nothing. With a bang, she pulled down the shutter door at the door of the store. Naruto was stunned for a few seconds, and couldn't help but find it interesting. This girl has grown up quite fast. She will also stick out her tongue on her own initiative, tisk. After leaving the Yamanaka flower shop, he went to Satomi Hill Villa and forced Ito out of Kurama Yakumo's body. Without saying anything, he beat her up again. It's actually very simple to tame a monster. Don't talk about reason. Just break their fangs and beat them up. If the other party refuses to obey and tries to insult, then kill them. Anyway, if you can't kill them, they will be good monsters again the next day. Kurama Yakumo squatted in the corner, watching Ito being beaten to a pulp. But Ito's body was a one-to-one replica of hers, except for his head. At this moment, she was horrified when she saw Ito's fate. Compared with the green-faced and fanged Ito, Naruto seemed more like a devil who did all kinds of evil. When Naruto finished his work, Ito returned to her body half dead. Kurama Yakumo stood up carefully and asked in a low voice. That I want to ask you for something. What? He turned his head and looked at the trembling Kurama Yakumo, and was a little surprised that she dared to talk to him. Let's talk about it first. I want to be a ninja. Kurama Yakumo said. Aren't you in poor health? Yui Kurane should have told you, right? Naruto frowned. He was an adult now, and he was too lazy to call Yui Kurane teacher every day. Anyway, she was not a real teacher, but just pretended to be good when she was young. In case Yui Kurane was with Asuma every day and knew about Ino and herself, she would directly stop Hinata from contacting herself. But now I can stop pretending and come clean. All the senior ninjas here are my younger brothers. Well, I know, but I still want to try. Kurama Yakumo said with courage, I think about it, my parents also want me to become a ninja. Although the past mistakes cannot be undone, I still want to continue their wishes. He frowned. Okay, I know, I'll ask for you. If there are other ways, I will tell you, and there may be no results. At this point, Naruto paused for a moment, and he suddenly thought of Kimimaro. He was also in poor health, and he kept forcing his body, and finally turned into dry bones. Moonlight Gale seems to be in poor health too. It's a bit like a genetic disease. Just like among mutants, there are always a few who have supernatural abilities but weak bodies. If it's a blood disease, it will be much more troublesome. Probably only Orochimaru can do it, after all, he is a professional, and ask him when you have time. He didn't care much about Yakumo Kurama, and if there was no option for Ito, he might not even look at Yakumo Kurama. Even though Yakumo Kurama looked okay, her face became much smaller when she grew up, and she could be pinched with one hand. She looked sickly, just like Lindayu. But he didn't like this sickly and childish child, and agreeing to her request was essentially a kind of compensation for her. As a price, she had to keep the secret that Ito still existed from everyone. And she had to continue to serve as Ito's container until Naruto was done. Yakumo Kurama vaguely knew that Naruto was attracted to Ito in her body, and probably knew that he had no other intentions for her. After careful consideration, he proposed to become a ninja. In her eyes, this was an exchange of interests. Not long after, Naruto left without looking back. It was already afternoon when he returned home. He went to the kitchen to get a glass of water first, and then lay on the sofa to rest after drinking it. The calendar on the table was circled in red, indicating that he would accompany Hinata to do the training for the Jonin exam tomorrow. Kyuubi went somewhere to fool around, and didn't come back until the evening. With a ding, the wind chime hanging on the balcony rang. Kyuubi sneaked in from the balcony and stretched his neck to look into the living room tentatively. Seeing Naruto lying there looking at it, he smiled a little guilty. "Where did you go?" "Nowhere, just wandering around." Kyuubi walked slowly towards the room with Tom's steps, slammed the door shut, and didn't dare to talk to Naruto at all. "This stupid dog isn't quite right recently." Naruto scratched his face and muttered to himself. Chapter 315 Only a prisoner bird imprisoned by thoughts. Miss Hinata wants to be the clan leader. There are too many things going on recently, Naruto thought for a while and had no clue and was too lazy to care about the stupid dog. Let it go, it won't make any waves anyway. Recently, he has almost replaced the persona of Kabuto Yakushi, the master of dreams, and has been moving around everywhere. It seems that each of them has a lofty goal, but he is the only one who is idle. However, he is not impatient. Hinata wants to become a jonin by relying on her own strength, which is the influence he has given her bit by bit. Genius may not be able to solve all problems. Even Hyuga Niji has his weaknesses. This is what Naruto said to Hinata, encouraging her to be herself. Under his influence, the fate of the people around him has more or less deviated slightly. It's like a butterfly flapping its wings many years ago, and it will stir up a storm many years later. At night, Naruto did not visit Sakura. He had just quarreled with her yesterday on purpose, and he had to let her remember it, so as not to hide things in the future. In his heart, Hei Ying was picked up by him. It is a semi-private property, which is also a disadvantage of having a common secret. In short, she concealed her illness and made him extremely angry. So he turned around and went to find some friends to drink and eat meat. Inyazuka Kaiba was not there. Ninkai, Shikamaru, Koji, and Rock Lee were all there. A gathering of 4 jonin and 1 chunin dam. How awkward. Under Naruto's suggestion, none of the 4 wore the green vests of jonin, and Naruto naturally would not take the initiative to wear the green vest of chunin. Compared to the vests of jonin, the vests of chunin have only 2 characteristics. The material is worse, and secondly, it is greener than the green grassland. Hey, the chunin is here. Shikamaru was sharp-eyed and saw Naruto walking from the door to his position from a distance, lazily greeted and shouted. If you can't speak, just rent your mouth to a mute, what's wrong with chunin? Naruto was speechless. Chunin ate your rice? Hey! The 4 sat in a square seat, with 2 barbecue stoves on the table. There were a variety of ingredients on the table, and a few bottles of wine next to it. He was as glorious as a hero returning home, and didn't take Shikamaru's words about chunin to heart at all. He opened a bottle of wine in a rather chivalrous manner and toasted the 4 people. Long time no see. Can you drink your own wine? Shikamaru looked helpless, thinking that this person was still so naive, and the older he got, the more cunning he became. What are you busy with recently? As soon as Koji opened his mouth, he sounded like an old man, but unfortunately his silly face made him sound like he was asking for gossip. Busy giving birth to a child, Konoha couldn't let go, and went out to enjoy her youth. Naruto smiled and made jokes, and didn't intend to tell the truth. Boys don't care about this. Knowing that you are awesome is useless. At most, they will say you are a bastard. You are secretly rolling up your sleeves when we are not paying attention, right? A few 100 million, enough for you to spend. Shikamaru is always casual about the topic. He just said it casually, and the atmosphere at the table exploded immediately. Ninkai was serious and didn't tell dirty jokes. Xiao Li understood and seemed a little embarrassed. Shikamaru and Koji were chatting and talking. What do 18-year-old boys like? Pretty girls. When Shikamaru was young, he looked like a sage, but he couldn't help himself when he became an adult. He and Koji both knew girls, but they hadn't reached that stage yet. Without exception, they all put the same status first, the daughters of other big families in Konoha or families with potential. Everyone contacted each other and gradually became familiar with each other. Shikamaru and Koji were trained as successors of the family since they were young, so naturally they would not look for civilian ninjas. The two of them didn't think there was anything wrong and didn't reject the family's arrangement. Every year during the New Year's festival, large families of the same size would go out. In fact, at that time, many things were already clearly marked with prices. After eating and drinking for 2 or 3 hours, it was late at night and everyone at the table was drunk. Xiao Li got drunk and went crazy, and it was Shikamaru who held him down with the shadow binding technique. Otherwise, when he finished a set of punches, the barbecue restaurant might have been completely destroyed by Xiao Li. Avoid the boss from becoming a destroyer at a young age. Later, Shikamaru and Koji also fell down. The barbecue stove was turned off, and only Naruto and Niji were still sober at the table. Naruto even unbuttoned his shirt and stood up to open the window to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Although he was not drunk, his neck was still a little red, as if he had been dipped in dye. Niji, who was sitting opposite him, was fine. Except for the smell of alcohol, even his face was not red. Do you want to wake them up? Niji asked. No, wait for them to wake up slowly. Naruto waved his hand and said, they often come to this store, it's okay to say hello, just leave them here. This Niji hesitated. I'm just making an analogy, I won't really leave them 3 behind. He quickly explained. Yet. Niji nodded. The two of them have a pretty good relationship. To be more precise, Naruto and the 3 members of Team 3 have a good relationship and have worked together for a while. Under Naruto's influence, Niji's personality has also changed a little. He has also become more ruthless in handling tasks, and is not so stubborn. The two looked at each other, raised their glasses in tacit understanding, and clinked them. Under the influence of alcohol, Niji obviously let go a little. I heard your opinion from Hinata about the caged bird curse seal. Niji said, Hinata kept it in mind and has been brooding over it. She probably wants to be the clan leader, right? Naruto took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Well, I guess so. Niji nodded, I did care about my father's death and hated the main family before, but now I have thought it through. Think through what? There is no destiny that cannot be changed, only a prisoner imprisoned by thoughts. Hyuga Niji's eyes were firm and clear, shining under the light. This is my own destiny, I can change it myself. So you think Hinata is working so hard because she owes it? He put down the wine glass. I can't be completely sure, but as Hinata's relative, I want her to live for what she likes. Niji said without any scruples, the clan leader is not suitable for her. I don't know either. Naruto waved his hand and said, let her make her own decision. Whether she is out of guilt or for other purposes, she can do it if she wants to. Niji thought about it and finally nodded. The next day, Naruto met Hinata at the gate of Hyuga Station. Before he arrived, he saw a figure standing there in the distance, looking a little dazed. Why did you come out so early? How long have you been waiting? He asked. Not long, just stood there for a while. Hinata lowered her head, still unable to see her toes, and said softly. Now he finally understood why Niji said Hinata was not suitable to be the clan leader. It was probably because he felt that Hinata's personality was almost impossible for her to be the clan leader. In terms of ability, Hanabi was not very good either, and her strength was quite watery. On the other hand, Hinata seemed to have developed her Byakugan, and I don't know what the results were. I asked hastily before, and the answer I got was not yet wrong, that is, there is some progress. Okay, let's go to the number 5 training ground. Naruto scratched his head and said. Okay. Hinata responded and followed him obediently. Chapter 316 I asked you to practice the Byakugan, what did you find? Ninkai said you want to take the position of clan leader from your father. On the way, Naruto said something shocking, and sold out the unaware Nisi completely. Ninkai. No. Hinata didn't stutter this time, and denied it directly, blushing and pinching her fingers. I didn't say that. Maybe she really didn't say that, and Nisi didn't say it either, but he just liked to tease her like this. Anyway, the meaning is not much different. Being the clan leader is not to take her father's position? No, in fact, you don't have to shout so loudly. He said seriously. Hinata's face suddenly became redder, and she was at a loss, pursing her lips and lowering her head. She was a gentle person and would not scold anyone. If it was Ino, she would have taken action long ago. People are still very different from each other, and everyone's ideas are also very different. He didn't know what Hinata wanted, and he would not think of designing a life for her. Even if he could foresee many things, he would not point fingers at her choices under the banner of doing good for her. I never thought about it. Hinata walked halfway and whispered again. It doesn't matter if it is, Hyuga is your family. The problem of the main family and the branch family is a mess, and someone has to solve it. Naruto said, grabbing Hinata's hand. Hinata's body stiffened for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Except for her face being a little red and her voice trembling, it seemed that there was nothing abnormal. Father can't solve the problem, I am weak in everything I do, I don't know. Hinata silently continued the previous topic. Her ears felt slightly hot, and she could clearly hear the thumping of her heart, like a drum. She had been held hands and touched before, and it wasn't the first time. But I always felt that this time was different. It was clearly a touch of the hand, but as if she was not wearing any clothes? Where did this weird feeling come from? Hinata didn't understand, she just felt that her whole body was hot. It was just a simple hand holding. Why? Just as she was hesitating whether to break free, Naruto spoke back. Your father can't do something, but you can't do it either. Since you have this idea, Hinata, why not give it a try? Whether it succeeds or not is one thing, but you won't regret it anyway. Although the internal contradictions of Hyuga are complicated, if there are major changes in the future, many things may be solved. So, it's not that there is no chance. Hinata was slightly stunned, not because of his words of advice, but because Naruto's hand had reached her waist. His fingers were a little restless, wandering around her waist. That Hinata's voice trembled. What? Does what I said make sense? Yet. Hinata swallowed back what she was about to say, looked up at him pitifully, but was ignored by Naruto. She didn't know whether it made sense or not, she only knew that his hand was on her waist. Her body became a little strange, she couldn't use any strength, and she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. It was a bit embarrassing, that kind of thing seemed to be beyond the scope of friends. Fortunately, Naruto didn't cross the line too much, he touched her waist for a while and then took his hand back. He coughed and continued to ask as if nothing had happened. You want to become a Jonin first and see what happens. Ah. Hinata was shocked, thinking how could he know? Was she too obvious? But she had even kept it from her brother Niji. Guessed it. He laughed. Father values Hanabi more, her temperament is more suitable for being the clan leader. I just want to improve my strength first, if possible. Hanabi might. Hanabi? That useless sister-in-law? Listening to Hinata's hesitant words, Naruto couldn't help but have a headache. The USB Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that can be used at any time is really not something that Hanabi can solve. The two sisters together can only be used as a decoration. There are only two ways out for the Hyuga clan. Either abolish the caged bird and set a general forbidden spell that cannot be used by non-Hyuga blood. Or directly transform into the next Uchiha, and whoever grabs the Byakugan will be killed, even the dog. Naruto is more inclined to the latter, because this world is a world where violence is king. Hashirama Yyds, suppress all ominous things, and spread the holy light of peace. But there is no doubt that abolishing the caged bird is imperative. Hanabi may not be more courageous than you. In any case, the caged bird must be abolished. Naruto said casually, now is not a war period. Except for ninjas, the civilians of the Hyuga clan will not open their eyes. If they continue to rely on such means, the Hyuga clan will be in big trouble before the enemy appears. The main family relies too much on the caged bird, and its strength is getting lower and lower. The branch family is oppressed by the caged bird, and it is extremely difficult for a genius to appear. Even if one appears, I am afraid that the Hyuga main family will be finished. He spoke casually and said whatever he thought. If a genius like Niji was not your cousin, he might have become the next Orochimaru. Naruto said, this is his luck, but also his misfortune. Hinata was shocked by those words. So much so that the two of them walked slowly to the number 5 training ground, but Hinata still looked absent-minded. What's wrong with you? I want to get rid of the caged bird. Hinata firmly expressed her own thoughts for the first time, even with Naruto's analysis. If you want, then do it. He said so, standing 1 meter away from Hinata and zipping up his windbreaker. There were only 2 people in the huge training ground, and the spring breeze blew their hair. He was deliberately guiding Hinata to build confidence and focus on her own strength. There was more than one way out for her in the future, being a housewife. If you work so hard to prove your strength when you are young, and become a housewife when you grow up, what's the point of working hard? Anyway, you are just a vase that can't change anything, so it's better to do nothing from the beginning. It won't be wrong if you don't do it. Isn't it good to be a pure big bear cute girl? Well, become a jonin first, and then Hinata sorted out her thoughts and nodded. In fact, Hinata also has her own ideas, but she was worn out by the high-pressure family. Naruto is different from his original body. He hopes to guide Hinata to stick to herself. No need to borrow the light of others to become his own son. He also doesn't like to take things on himself and save the world like a Superman. Instead, everyone takes things together, drags everyone down, and hides behind. Let's work hard on the Jonin road first. Master Hayashi will probably be shocked. Naruto continued her words and continued, let's start training soon. Yet. Training ground number 5 is not too big. Naruto tightened his windbreaker and was ready. In fact, he took it too seriously. Anyway, he thought that Hinata's attack would not be too. Looking at the little blue in Hinata's white eyes, he was stunned. What's wrong with your eyes? After a training session, Naruto frowned and pinched Hinata's little face, looking left and right, with an expression that something was wrong on his face. What? I don't understand what you mean, Naruto-kun. Hinata was confused, and her face was rubbed back and forth. Your eyes, it seems like there's something in them. Hey! Hearing this, Hinata frantically took out a mirror from her bag and looked at her eyes again and again. Then she looked at the mirror, and then at Naruto, who was frowning. No. She looked up, looking blank. No. Naruto looked like he had seen a ghost, holding Hinata's face and staring at her eyes again and again, and they were about to kiss each other. He clearly saw it. The moment Hinata opened her eyes, something was wrong. He was a little nervous. In the past few years, he asked Hinata to give up on the road of soft fist and try to develop the white eyes. Now it's good, is this a little progress? Damn, what Pandora's box is this? After you opened your Byakugan, didn't you feel anything wrong? Naruto asked. No. Hinata shook her head hesitantly. Naruto was a little unsure, but he didn't want to scare Hinata, so he changed his words and said, it's over. I've been staying up too late recently and I have hallucinations. He just let Hinata go, but felt his clothes being pulled. Hinata was looking at him, and when she saw his eyes coming over, she immediately turned her head and whispered. That don't stay up so many nights. Got it. Naruto couldn't help it, and stretched out his hand to pinch Hinata's face again. Why don't you ever resist? People are mean, they like to be obedient and hope that the other party can resist a little, so that they can feel more satisfied when they get it. But Hinata is obedient, which is not bad. He said all that before, actually to find something for Hinata to do. Like Ino, when he gets busy, he has no time to think about the existence of another girl. Jealousy can be avoided, as long as Naruto doesn't have a heart. Ino is busy developing a communicator, Hinata is busy becoming a jonin, each of them has a firm belief, and the 3 of them have a bright future. Therefore, he never hesitates to support the 2. Spend a little time to accompany them, and then stand aside and call 666. As for Sakura, forget about Sakura. If she is jealous, it must be White Zetsu pretending. After the training, he sent Hinata back. He went to the Hokage building, and happened to meet Uzuki Yujao walking downstairs. Here, your sign. Naruto handed back the sign that Uzuki Yujao lent him 2 days ago. Yes. Uzuki Yujao took it. Why do you look listless, He asked one more question before leaving. I'm always like this, she said, and then passed by Naruto. Tsunade-sama is not upstairs, you go find Shizune-sama, I have something to leave first. Tsunade is not there again? He was slightly stunned for a moment. Ever since Kakashi was forced to intern as Hokage, Tsunade has been slacking off more and more openly, basically becoming a hands-off boss. Since Tsunade was not there, he simply turned around and looked for Shizune. Chapter 317 Red Nail Polish Toes on the Sofa mission begins. Uzuki Yujao seems to have run into trouble, but it has nothing to do with him. The two are just ordinary colleagues and like-minded friends. The secret of the old toad's long life is to stay out of other people's business. When there is something to do, he will find a big enemy like Jiraiya. First brainwash him, and then let him run errands for him. Thinking of Jiraiya, I don't know if he has found the child of prophecy. Jiraiya has been running around for decades with a few words from the old toad, which makes people sigh. Speaking of it, that old thing is really a piece of shit. Fortunately, he doesn't look like someone who is easy to deceive, otherwise he will be deceived into the ditch sooner or later. At least he can't stand that kind of life. It seems that he can get a virgin ticket, but in fact he is working indefinitely. In the intervals of spying on intelligence, he can only write about the time when the emperor's uncle squeezed out the big movie, and there is no one around him. Going upstairs, he found Shizune's office quietly and familiarly. The door was not closed, he knocked on the door and went in. Come in. Shizune was busy processing documents, looked up at Naruto, and subconsciously lowered his head to continue processing documents. But the pen stopped abruptly as soon as it touched the paper. What's up? Shizune put the temporary fatigue-relieving glasses on the table and asked with a frown. Sister Shizune, you don't welcome me. Naruto found a chair and sat down, raising his eyebrows. Are you going to drive me away as soon as I get here? You must have something bad to say to me. I plan to take a mission. He said embarrassedly, but Tsunade-sama is not here, so I can only come to you to help me, or a mission within the fire country. Take a mission? It's really weird. Shizune said, holding the pen in her hand. When did you change your nature? Prove that you are the real Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto thought for a while and spoke. Last time when you were drunk, you complained that Tsunade-sama liked to sleep. Stop. Stop it. Shizune felt guilty instantly. If this big secret was leaked, Tsunade would have to skin her alive. No, a third person already knew. Looking at the young man with red lips and white teeth in front of her, Shizune silently thought about whether to silence him for her own safety. You want a mission, right? I'll ask someone. Do you accept the mission yourself? Shizune flipped through the file and asked without looking up. Let's find an idiot Jonin to be the name. He said. Idiot Jonin. Shizune felt offended. She was also a Jonin, and Tsunade often said that she was not smart. Who to find? Red Bean, she has been idle recently. Oh, Red Bean. Shizune also had an impression of Red Bean. She often hugged her and forced her to eat sweet balls. When she first saw her, she thought Red Bean liked to play tofu with women. She is a Jonin. She worked with you on a mission. In this case, you can let her lead the team. Shizune said, and suddenly raised her head and asked. By the way, when will you apply for the Jonin exam? Me? I'll go with Hinata. Hinata? Is Hinata going to apply too? Shizune was a little surprised. If that's the case, let her come to me directly with confidence, so that we can save some tedious procedures. Okay. Naruto agreed. Then he stood aside and watched Shizune stamp the task book. She handed it to Naruto and told him to go to the task hall to pick a task. After saying goodbye to Shizune, Naruto went to the task hall on the second floor and picked a suitable task. The people in the task hall had no opinion when they saw the task book. The document approved by the Hokage himself couldn't be more formal. Even if the regulations formulated by the third generation came first, they would directly agree. The benefit of knowing people is here. They are all second generations, and Naruto has never thought about going through the process. It's best if Shizune can speak up, otherwise he will let Shizune take over. Facts have proved that drinking doesn't talk, talking doesn't drink. This secret, he can eat Shizune for a lifetime without any pain. Unless Tsunade knows it in advance, then forget it. No one made things difficult for him. Naruto's face was almost a pass in the Hokage building. The old man sitting in the mission hall looked a little anxious and fidgety. Fortunately, in the end, Naruto didn't do anything weird. He picked a mission from the Rain Country and left. Times have indeed changed. Konoha can even receive missions from the Rain Country. In the past, the Rain Country was the territory of Nagato and his people. They wanted Konoha to carry rice on the spot. But now, Konoha actually received a mission request from the Rain Country. This world is really magical. While going downstairs, he opened the mission scroll and took a look. Oh, A-level mission, solve the invasion of unknown wandering ninjas. Is Nagato so lazy now? Or was he beaten by Uchiha Obito? Now he can't even solve a small wandering ninja? Speaking of Conan's 6 billion detonating tags, I really want to steal some. After collecting the scroll, Naruto didn't meddle in other people's business. He had his own things to do, and going to the Rain Country was just a side trip. Nagato is a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, there won't be any accidents. Holding the task book, he first went to the office in the corner of the third floor to look for Hongdu, but found that Hongdu was not at her workstation. When asked, she went to the toilet and was slacking off. After sitting there waiting for half an hour, Naruto suddenly understood something, and silently got up and walked towards Hongdu's house. What? You waited for me there for half an hour? Ha 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 ha. Hongdu rolled on the sofa, laughing so hard that her saliva almost came out. Are you a pig? Hongdu took out a sweet popsicle and started licking it, glancing at him. It's almost time to get off work, so of course I found an excuse to leave first. Get off work 2 hours early? Naruto almost spit out a mouthful of blood. I have seen salted fish, but I have never seen such a salted fish woman. She is simply a salted fish spirit. Almost. Hongdu said vaguely. Winter is deep and spring is short. In recent days, there has been a trend of heat. Early summer is coming soon. Hongdu wears casual clothes at home, loose and baggy, and there are cleavages when she bends down. Her toes are slender, painted with red nail polish, and she steps on the sofa casually. You are really where is the popsicle? Give me one too. Refrigerator, take it yourself. So Naruto walked to the kitchen and took a popsicle from the refrigerator. Normal people would not store so many popsicles at this time. The moment he opened the cabinet, it was full of popsicles. Why do you have so many popsicles for no reason? He asked casually while tearing the packaging. Eat. Hongdu said briefly. Naruto. With a bang, he lay back on the sofa, threw the mission scroll to Hongdu, and said. The mission has been assigned, remember to go back to the Hokage building to complete the formalities. Oh, what mission? Hongdu caught the scroll with her feet, then pressed it aside, and asked lazily. Are you dirty? Naruto looked disgusted. I've washed my feet. Hongdu lifted her feet, her red nails shining, and stretched them towards Naruto and said, Smell it, are they clean? Boring. Naruto coughed, Old woman, we'll leave at noon tomorrow, you can arrange your time yourself. So in a hurry. She was a little surprised. What? Do you have something to do? That's not the case, I'm just taking a day off tomorrow. Red Bean said so. Naruto. He took back what he said before. This old woman is not only an idiot but also very smart. Now she knows that she can't go on missions during vacation. It's really. Then the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is also a vacation. Red Bean leaned on the sofa, looking like a salted fish who was sleeping because her life was in a mess. The day after tomorrow. Well, the day after tomorrow is not a vacation, but I should take sick leave. Red Bean said. Then when do you say? Naruto swallowed his depression and asked. Tomorrow, since you have decided, then tomorrow, so as not to delay your business. Red Bean sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a popsicle in her mouth and said. Okay, see you at the Hokage building at noon tomorrow. See you there. She said. See you there. The next day. After opening his eyes and washing up, Naruto got up and went to Konoha Hospital, leaving a note in Sakura's office. Then he went straight to the Hokage building. The mission cycle was about half a month. Chapter 318. On the way. Red Bean is indeed a stupid woman. So early? Don't you say hello to your girlfriend before leaving? Red Bean yawned, holding the mission scroll in her hand, as if she was preparing to go through the formalities. It could have been done yesterday afternoon, but she was absent from work yesterday, so she had to get up early and crawl to the Hokage building to go through the formalities. Suddenly seeing Naruto also got up early, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Who are you asking about?" "Red Bean. You are damned, Uzumaki Naruto." "Just kidding, where do I have a girlfriend now?" Naruto waved his hand. "Okay, call me after the formalities are done, I'll take a nap in the lounge first." "Go to hell, I haven't slept either." Hongdu picked up Naruto and said, "Let's go together." "Hey, there's no need to be fair in this matter, right? It's necessary. I heard that older people are narrow-minded." "Shut up." Hongdu is not yet 30, but after meeting Naruto in the past few days and repeatedly receiving information about 30, she became a little nervous, and the pressure of turning 30 came over her. When she got up early in the morning, she looked at herself in the mirror for a long time. She didn't even dare to eat more meatballs in the morning, and drank a bowl of porridge for the first time. She didn't care anymore, and didn't want to become an old woman. It seems that women have similar troubles in this regard, and don't want to be ravaged by time. The old man in the mission hall saw Naruto coming again, and he immediately became very energetic. Hongdu didn't even queue up to do the procedures, and directly cut in line. "Do you have something on that old man?" After completing the formalities, Hongdu was obviously a little bit unbelievable, and pulled Naruto over and asked in a low voice. "No, I don't have that kind of free time." Naruto denied directly. "Then why did he look like that when he saw you, like he saw a ghost?" Hongdu asked in confusion. "Who knows? Let's go early and come back early," he said a little impatiently. Although he said so, the two of them found a place to rest not long after they left the village. It was an inn in the Land of Fire. They said they were going to take a nap, but they slept until dusk. When they woke up, the sun had already set. The two met at the door of the room, looked at each other, and each had their own dullness. The long sunset shone into the corridor, giving the two a layer of golden edges. Looking at each other without saying a word, they closed the door tacitly with a bang and continued to sleep. Two lazy people did a task together, and nothing good happened. At night, they satating silently at the table. "Sure enough, it's not suitable to travel at night." Hongdu put down her chopsticks and said. "Yes, yes." Naruto agreed, he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, the mission in the rain country was just a cover. As long as they left the fire country, they could unseal Hongdu's seal. Hongdu's condition was the most important. Although he said that it didn't matter to an old woman like Hongdu, she was one of the few friends he could trust after all, so it was impossible for him not to care. Once there was a risk of unsealing, he would still save Hongdu as soon as possible. Hongdu was also clear about this, otherwise she would not agree casually. After all, Orochimaru was her psychological shadow, and it was far less easy to face it than what she said. Hongdu just didn't want Naruto to have a burden, so she pretended to be fine. Fortunately, Naruto didn't mention the curse seal, and what they talked about at the dinner table were all trivial matters. Not long after, they went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, it was dawn. Naruto washed up as usual, and the two met and sat together for breakfast. Hongdu was a little listless, fiddling with the thick porridge in the bowl. "What are you doing?" He frowned. "I didn't sleep well." "Sure enough, I slept too long in the afternoon and couldn't sleep at night." Hongdu complained. "You're sick, then you fell asleep too." "Hehe, guess how I fell asleep?" Naruto. Old women who have been single for a long time have many tricks. Although the two are about the same in mental age, he was a few years younger than Hongdu when he traveled through time, and lived in this world as a child for 6 years again. The only difference is that Hongdu looks okay, but his brain is empty. Except for the online experience of completing tasks, he is an idiot at other times. Stupid Hongdu, both green and idiotic. It just so happens that she likes to turn mature in the early stage, but her mind is full of second-year students. She looks serious, but she is not sexy in black stockings, which is a bit scary. Well, except for the red nail polish. People only remember things that are impressive or have obvious contrasts. The bright red at the end of Hongdu's snow-white feet exposed at home left a deep impression on him. Just like Marilyn Monroe, one action can make people remember for decades. So, it is true that Hongdu is not feminine, but it is also true that her feet are beautiful. The two are not contradictory. Mixed together, she is still a stupid woman. It's almost time to hurry up. As long as we leave the territory of the land of fire, it will be fine, right? Hongdu yawned and got up, and paid her room fee first. Yes. I kept on traveling until noon and ate a little dry food. Resting under the shade of the tree, summer has not yet arrived, and the weather is not too hot. How do you revive Orochimaru, who you mentioned last time? Hongdu asked on the way. Well, from the curse seal on your neck, after the seal is unsealed, something will probably come out, and then Orochimaru will come out from it. Naruto answered casually. Snake. Hongdu shuddered. Now that you mention it, I remember that there is a ninjutsu that is most likely about reincarnation through snakes. A person spits out of a snake's mouth, so disgusting. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless. Didn't you also learn your ninjutsu from Orochimaru? Half and half, Snake Princess. Snake Princess. Hongdu came closer, looked at him puzzled and asked, you also know Snake Princess? I don't know, I'm just complaining about you. Naruto shook his head and continued on his way, although he didn't know if Hongdu could understand the meaning of complaining. Oh, I thought you knew that. What is that? Don't say half the words, the riddle man can't have children. I don't plan to have children, it's so troublesome. It's not easy to support myself, and the child is so fragile, won't it break if touched? Hongdu said. How do you know the child is fragile? He asked. Hong told me. I saw her with a big belly. She looked cute. Hongdu was beaming. It seems like she's about to give birth. She looks pretty good. Naruto remembered the cold drinks in Hongdu's refrigerator and his eyelids jumped. Do you never feel pain during your period? Hey? How do you know? Hongdu was horrified. You secretly pay attention to this? You're so perverted. Change the subject. What's the matter with that snake princess? It's a myth. I forgot where I saw it. It's about a woman who cursed herself and turned herself into a snake. Then she couldn't die. When she was resurrected, she would come out of the snake's mouth. It seems that Orochimaru has changed his body a long time ago. Naruto asked. Orochimaru's real body suddenly appeared in his mind. And Snake, I've stopped being a human for a long time. I don't know. I just feel pretty. Hongdu couldn't say anything more. She felt a little sick. I understand. Naruto comforted, you will see it soon, and you are the person involved. Is there anyone who comforts people like you? Hongdu asked directly. Do you want me to knock you out when the time comes, so that you can't see it and won't be bothered, just like sleeping? He asked. Hongdu was really thinking seriously, and looked up after a moment. Do you think I can defeat Orochimaru? I think you can just move your fingers. Are you kidding? Hongdu was surprised. You were kidding first. Hongdu. She suddenly realized that her heart was not good and she didn't want to chat with this bitch, so as not to get angry heart attack. Especially don't talk about business, I really want to chop him to death. But she herself knows that it is really no good for her if the curse seal on her neck is not removed. Even if she is ready to lie down, the curse seal is still a time bomb. Especially when Naruto came to her and told her that this was Orochimaru's data backup, she was even more disgusted. Crazy, Orochimaru is really a psychopath. Naruto didn't think Orochimaru was crazy. The world is so big, there will always be someone who will study immortality. It's just that person happens to be Orochimaru, and the method is a bit disgusting. Changing the body, transforming into a snake. Orochimaru's consciousness is infinitely close to the existence of Otsutsuki. It's similar to returning to the root source and returning to the original appearance of chakra. Scorpion can abandon the body and return the consciousness to a small cylinder. Then Orochimaru is obviously more advanced, directly abandoning the flesh and blood and existing as a soul. But this method has disadvantages after all, and the soul also has size. If you die when you reincarnate, it will not be good enough to meet Sasuke, who reincarnates with Indra's chakra. The body and soul were devoured by Sasuke, and he could only wait for resurrection in a latent parasitic way. The bad news is that Orochimaru is very difficult to deal with, and has many insidious and cunning methods. The good news is that Orochimaru in the soul state is very weak, and is not good enough in front of Naruto. So, Naruto plans to try that trick. Shiki Fusion. Orochimaru's nightmare made him score twice. As for the fact that this technique requires the sacrifice of souls, Naruto has nothing to worry about, because the god of death cannot take his soul. If they touch, it is not certain who will take who. This world has distorted time, life, and death are disordered, and it is difficult to judge the world of hot-blooded comics with common sense. The most exciting thing is that there is a long river of time, and the Otsutsuki rebels go upstream to kill the Hokage. Damn it, in such a buggy world, it is better to become an emperor than to fight a little? Enter the deep space and live a second life with the red-haired old thief, and rule the world for eternity. At night. The two are still in the hinterland of the Fire Country forest, and there is still a long distance from the border of the Fire Country. The yellow tent was erected to block out the night, and the two agreed to wash together. Squatting by the stream, Hongdu suddenly had an idea and turned to look at Naruto. Hey, what do you think will happen if I jump in and take a bath now? I'll go upstream to take a bath. Then am I not using your bath water? This is not fair. Hongdu was dissatisfied. Hey? Then how do you know if anyone is peeing upstream now? Naruto asked. Puff. Hongdu spit out all the water in her mouth, baring her teeth and glaring at Naruto. Can you not be so disgusting? I'm just assuming, not saying it's certain. He curled his lips. Forget it, I won't wash. Hongdu stood up, zipped up her tight windbreaker, and looked at Naruto with contempt in her eyes. Oh. Hongdu returned to the tent and waited for a while, and saw Naruto also walked in, his hair slightly wet. You washed? She was surprised. Ah, I've taken a shower. Naruto spread out his sleeping bag, and the light on the top of the tent emitted a dim light. How can you take a shower? You disgusted me, and then you jumped down to take a shower yourself. Hongdu crawled over, threw Naruto down, and rode on him. Pinching his neck, she said viciously. Uzumaki Naruto. You're so cheap. Ahem. What does it have to do with me if you feel disgusted? I didn't force you not to take a shower. Naruto's eyes were bright, and a reckless smile appeared on his face. The ends of his hair were a little wet, and his windbreaker was pulled from the waist to the top of the neck. Hongdu could feel the water stains on his neck when she pinched him. She also felt that this person's eyes were wet. It was bright and a little hot, which could arouse people's desire. Chapter 319 I treat you as a friend, but you want to. Hongdu thought that this person was quite cheap, but his eyes were beautiful, and the tail of his eyes drooped like a hook. He was not the kind of gentle type, but a little flamboyant. The whole body exudes the aura of an omnipotent youth, which complements this vigorous age. It seems that a youth should be like that, warm and bright, making people salivate. She opened her mouth and felt her throat dry, and secretly cursed her for being sick. She also knew whether she was cursing herself, Naruto, or both of them. Anyway, after feeling a little uncomfortable, she quickly let go of her hand. Ahem, I'll go wash it too. After saying that, she ran away. Naruto didn't take it seriously. He didn't have any other thoughts about Hongdu, but he thought the toes painted with nail polish were pretty. The rest didn't want to have anything to do with stupid women, which would lower his IQ. After a while, Hongdu's hair was wet, and she ran back with her clothes pinched. She looked sneaky and there was something wrong. You were bitten by a snake. You were bitten by a snake, crow mouth. Hongdu looked a little unnatural. She felt something was wrong just after lying down, and immediately sat up cross-legged. Naruto was staring at the scroll of the Shiki Fusion, turning it over and over. He got it from Tsunade a long time ago, and he said he would not practice it, but just look at it. Tsunade could not stand his pestering, so she had to give it to him. Anyway, she thought that no one would really use this thing, and only a fool would learn this kind of technique. What are you doing? Do you have prickly heat? Naruto looked at her impatiently. No, I'm fine. Can't you just lie down? Hongdu changed to a comfortable sitting position, which was a bit indecent. Naruto glanced at her, and couldn't help but glance at her again. What are you doing again? Why do you care so much about me? Hongdu said dissatisfiedly, is it okay if I can't sleep? Okay. Naruto had nothing to say, and his eyes moved away again, staring at the hand seals on the scroll and continued to ponder, and then suddenly added, you can do whatever you want. Oh. An hour passed, and there was only the sound of the night wind outside the tent. Naruto set traps around the tent to drive away wild animals and warn. Under normal circumstances, no beasts would break in without knowing whether to live or die. Under the dim light, Naruto was reading the scroll, and Hongdu was in a daze. Occasionally, he glanced at Hongdu, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. She loves to be in a daze when she has nothing to do, and her mind is stupid. She is indeed a stupid woman. After a while, Hongdu felt that the light in the tent was a little dazzling. She squinted her eyes and looked up for a while and found it very dazzling. She lowered her head and felt a little dizzy. Naruto took a break from his busy schedule and occasionally glanced at her, just in time to see her suddenly lower her head. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "What's wrong with her? It can't be that she is dazzled by the light. How can there be such a stupid person?" I wanted to ask again, but I remembered that Hongdu asked him not to meddle in other people's business, so I gave up. But just after a few seconds of continuing to read the scroll, there was a thump next to him. "What's wrong with you?" He looked at Hongdu lying on the sleeping bag and couldn't help asking. Hongdu didn't have the nerve to say that she felt dizzy and buzzing from staring at the light for too long, so she simply ignored him. Naruto was a little worried that the woman was really dead, so he put away the scroll and got up and moved over. The tent was not very big, and he could only crawl over with his body size. "Wake up!" A slap was gently slapped on Hongdu's face, and the latter immediately opened her eyes. "What are you doing?" she said in a somewhat irritable voice. "See if you are dead." He told the truth, "Although you are a wimp, you are quite lucky. You can live until now with the Heaven's Curse seal on your neck." Seeing that Naruto was mocking her again, Hongdu couldn't help but become more irritated. A nameless anger surged in her heart, and she was so irritated when she saw the wide-open neckline that she couldn't bear it. "Can I kiss you?" she asked for some reason. "Are you crazy?" Naruto returned to his original position. "I treated you as a friend, but you wanted to surpass me? Hey? You stupid woman. Tisk, I was just asking, I didn't really think about it." Hongdu turned over and sat up, looking bored. "Don't say such lewd words." "Hey? Didn't you bring it up first?" "I didn't think about that either." Hongdu rolled her eyes and shrunk into the sleeping bag, leaving only her head exposed. "Oh, so you're a vegetarian, sorry for your disrespect." "No, but men are too troublesome." Hongdu looked at the top of the tent and said, "I'm not an 18-year-old girl anymore, and I have no intention of falling in love. Work is already boring, I really can't imagine someone sleeping next to me and being woken up at any time. And I don't want to fulfill my girlfriend's obligations at all, and I have to be restricted in various ways. I'm not as gentle as Hong, and I can't be controlled by others at all." "Oh, going straight to the goal? Really amazing!" Naruto exclaimed, and took out the scroll to continue reading. "It would be great if the toy was alive. It's alive when it's turned on, and dead when it's turned off." Hongdu started to make outrageous remarks again, complaining a little bit. "Your ideal is too advanced. It's a very explosive existence in any era." Naruto couldn't help but say, "Are you really a woman? The real thing?" Hongdu said, "I just think the relationship between men and women is too complicated, and it's not suitable for me if it's too heavy. Toys are still better, you don't need to look at people's eyes." "Really?" Naruto raised his eyelids. "It's a pity that there is no warmth. But isn't it enough to buy a compatible one? You don't need to spend time with him, and you don't need to respond. An ideal boyfriend." Hongdu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers and said, "I don't completely agree, but I still think what you said makes sense." Naruto supported himself with his hands, reading the scroll and replying to her. "As expected of you, you are perfunctory while reading the scroll. You are really tired." Hongdu was full of black lines. "It's not hard, it's just a piece of cake. The more capable you are, the more work you will do. Speaking of Ino and Hinata, which one do you prefer?" Hongdu suddenly became interested and asked with a gossipy face. Hearing this, Naruto put down the scroll and stared at her curiously. "What do you mean by choose?" "Choose means." Hongdu suddenly got stuck and turned to look at him. "Hey? You are not right. Aren't you tired of doing this? If you hide things from both sides, there will always be a time to reveal the truth." "What are you talking about? When have I ever hidden it?" Naruto spread his hands. "Love is something that you and I both want, and I haven't reached that stage yet." "Which stage?" "Get out of being single." Oh. Hongdu thought about it carefully and felt that he was a scumbag. "You really deserve to die, Uzumaki Naruto. You will be struck by lightning if you are indecisive." "Oh, I don't believe this," Naruto said perfunctorily. "Not pious at all, people like you." Hongdu turned over in her sleeping bag and murmured, "To be honest, I envy you. At least you don't get tired of interacting with people. But, your ability to interact is too strong, isn't it? Correction, we haven't interacted yet. Naruto said. What's the difference? It's a matter of time, and everything will happen naturally. Hongdu said, I'm a little curious about what you will choose when the time comes. Pure love does not need to choose. He picked up the scroll and continued to read it, saying casually. I'm so envious that my saliva is flowing out. Hongdu murmured, it's so annoying, if you can live alone like me, then I will be balanced in my heart. What is your dark idea? Naruto's face was full of question marks. Oh, by the way, Kakashi is also a lonely person, you can be balanced in your heart. Kakashi, he is different from us. Hongdu waved a hand exposed outside the sleeping bag. A few people can step down from the position of captain of the Anbu, and he may be the next Hokage. How do you know? He asked in surprise. Tsunade-sama has already said it, how can you not know? Hongdu's face was full of question marks. You don't know? I know, but I thought you didn't know. Naruto explained, then turned and asked, when was the announcement made? How come I didn't know? Not long ago, last month or the month before. I forgot. Hongdu thought hard and finally gave up. Naruto was stunned. Tsunade was also fishing? It didn't have to be so obvious to go after Danzo, right? It was really a high-end tactic that often used the simplest method? He thought of the Inyazuka clan incident again. Tsunade said it was settled, so it was settled. He didn't know how Tsunade wanted to do it, but it didn't seem simple. After chatting for a while, Hongdu fell asleep. With a click, the lights went out. The next day, early in the morning, the two squatted by the river to wash, brushing their teeth and rinsing their mouths at the same time. Hongdu didn't seem to mind what was said last night at all, and suddenly opened her mouth to continue the topic before going to bed last night. Naruto didn't feel abrupt or embarrassed. He knew that Hongdu was like that, and they had been getting along like this for several years. Sometimes they met on the street, said a few words and then separated. The next time they met, they didn't say hello, and continued the conversation without any sense of disobedience. Do you have special XP for your feet? No. You're just quibbling. I saw you looking at my feet that day. Hongdu washed her face with water and put away her toothbrush. You stared at it. Oh, so what? Can't I just look at it? Naruto looked indifferent, washed his face casually, and took out two clean white towels from the sealed space. One was handed to Hongdu, and then he wiped it randomly. Tisk, you don't even let your friends go, you are really shameless. Hongdu wanted to say that he was hungry and didn't choose his food, but he felt that it was inappropriate and made him look very low-end. Who said something like kissing last night? He fought back mercilessly, you are more shameless, aren't you? Old woman. Okay, it's a little shameless, but isn't it normal to like 18-year-olds? Hongdu quibbled, is it wrong? Correct one thing, we are not friends either. Naruto said, you will only lower my IQ. In that case, why not? Hongdu said casually. As soon as she said it, even she was stunned. The two of them looked at each other and looked away tacitly. Ahem, we're talking too fast. Hongdu said. I understand. Naruto scratched his face, it's normal to talk in your sleep in broad daylight, let's continue on our way. That's right, there's business to do. Hongdu stretched, covered her eyes and looked at the sun, if everything goes well today, we should be able to reach the border of the land of fire. Continue on our way. A day passed quickly, and when it was getting dark, two figures emerged from a forest on the border of the land of fire and looked at each other. Thank God, we finally arrived. Hongdu breathed a sigh of relief. This speed is moderate, and it doesn't matter if we're a day late. Naruto added, we're not in such a hurry, anyway, you won't be able to take a vacation when you go back. Don't mention taking a vacation to me, it's all because of you. Hongdu complained. There's a river over there, take a rest first. He didn't respond, pointed ahead, and changed the subject skillfully, walk over there, we can get there before it gets completely dark. Oh. After walking a little further, it got dark early. The journey was much longer than Naruto expected, so much so that the moon was out, and they were still on the road. Didn't you say we'll get there soon? There was a slight deviation from the estimate, but it doesn't matter. He said stubbornly, it's coming soon, just hold on and you'll get there soon. I believe you, I'm a dog. Hongdu panted, did you take the wrong road? Yes, it's this one. If I'm wrong, I'll eat. I was wrong. Naruto admitted his mistake in time. Who would have thought that there would be two roads here, one above and one below? Stacked together, it's like that thing. This is the border of the Fire Country. A large area of the Fire Country forest extends here, slowly changing from a strip to scattered protrusions. At the end is a narrow plain, and to the west is the Valley of the End. The moonlight falls on this somewhat astringent strip of plain, as if covered with a silver veil. Stop talking nonsense, lead the way. Hongdu's voice came from his back. I didn't expect you to be willing to believe me. I'm so touched. He pretended to hum twice, in the future I will never call you stupid again. Hongdu was so angry that her teeth itched, didn't you slip and pull me down? You bastard. Sharing hardships is not just a lip service, right? She clearly saw that guy slip and actually pulled her beside him with his backhand. She didn't react and fell down with him. Damn it, he was fine, but she fell. This guy is such a scumbag. Okay, didn't I admit my mistake? He carried Hongdu in the right direction, besides, I'm atonement for carrying you. If you are still not satisfied, at most you can let you, a nymphomaniac, take advantage of me. I don't care. Wait, what did you say? Hongdu frowned, thought for a second and decided, this is okay. No? I treat you as a friend, do you really want to? You treat your friend like this? Hongdu slapped him on the shoulder angrily, you are very good at sharing the same fate. Damn it. The seal will be lifted tomorrow, and my foot is injured again. Who knows if you will abandon me and run away? What if you die there and can't wake up? It would be a big loss if you didn't try once. Chapter 320 You have a bad life, but your legs are good. Your speech is very good. Let yourself go before you die. Naruto was not surprised. This is the stupid woman he knew. But the problem is that you won't die. I don't believe you. Hongdu frowned and said. Okay, it involves the issue of trust. Hongdu can't revive Orochimaru without cooperation. He instantly spread his hands to show compromise. Then how can I cooperate with you? Hearing this, Hongdu was stunned. Although she had watched countless movies, she actually had no experience. The key steps were either omitted or covered by the holy light. Besides, she thought Naruto would refuse, but she didn't expect him to agree. I don't know what to do first. Hongdu suddenly became shy. If you don't know, then forget it. Naruto just thought she was sick. He didn't care about being taken advantage of, but she became shy. Wait until you think it through. Wait. Hongdu stopped him. Hey. Turn off the lights. What are you watching with the lights off? He felt a little funny, looking at her and said, you are so brave, you'd better not do this kind of thing. What did you say? Hongdu grabbed his collar in the small tent. The two of them were half sitting, talking in a very aggressive tone, neither of them giving in. There was a dim light above their heads, and if they stood up, they would be burned. The night was silent, and only the heavy heartbeats of the two people were left in the tent. You want it, right? He asked casually. Hongdu's scalp suddenly numbed, and her heart seemed to be scalded by hot water. The hand holding his collar also lost strength instantly. She took a quick breath, and her mind went blank. The windbreaker was delicately white, and the wind blowing over the hills was blocked. She didn't know what the guy had practiced, his hands were so dexterous that they didn't look like a boy's hands. Like pulling silk from a cocoon, he moved around every corner of her body. The warm hands were even hotter than the spring sun. Hongdu felt that her heart was about to jump out, and the blood in her body seemed to heat up. I didn't realize before, why was this guy so how could it be? Uzumaki Naruto, you really deserve to die. How many girls have you ruined? If I had known, I would not When she was drifting on the sea a few years ago, she never thought about today. But she had to admit that Naruto had an inexplicable attraction, very clean, so clean that it was a little addictive. With complex emotions flowing back into her mind, Hongdu was a little breathless and tilted her head back. Just as she saw him kissing her closely, her toes curled up immediately. Hongdu had a thin figure, and her body couldn't stand being kissed on the neck by him. If it continued like this, it might be very embarrassing, so she surrendered directly. I was wrong. She said, forget it, you are still cruel, I can't do it. Why didn't you say it earlier? What did you do earlier? He raised his head and looked at Hongdu coldly. Isn't it a little late to say these now, huh? As he spoke, he rubbed her neck, and the hot breath hitting it instantly made her lose her composure. I was just kidding, haha. Hongdu stretched out her hand to push Naruto away from her, but found that she couldn't push him away, and immediately panicked. Stop it. She wanted to get up, and it seemed that she really didn't want to continue. She put on a stern face and showed the momentum of a senior. Who is making trouble? Naruto pushed Hongdu back to her original position roughly, and opened his windbreaker with a swish. You want it if you want it, and you don't want it if you don't want it. Do you think the relationship is dough? You can knead it however you want, change a section when you are happy, and pinch a section when you are unhappy. If you want it, knead it, and if you don't want it, rub it back to the original state. I'm not. Hongdu wanted to defend herself. You stupid woman, there's no turning back now that we've started this relationship. Either we never see each other again, or Naruto looked at her slightly dilated pupils. Without saying anything, he kissed her lips. It was cold and gentle, like the spring breeze and drizzle. The light was dim, and the shadows of the two overlapped. Hongdu's toes painted with red nail polish shrank again and again, and her heart rose and fell like the waves. After a long wet kiss, Hongdu's brain was a little short of oxygen. She had never been kissed before, and she had never thought that kissing would be more. Her mind was a little groggy, staring blankly at the tent, and entered a short sage mode. No, I was really wrong. Hongdu hugged his neck and asked like begging for mercy, can you let me go, next time, okay. She really regretted it. It didn't matter if her mind was confused for a while, and it didn't matter if their friendship deteriorated. Anyway, there was no turning back. But if he found out at this time so vulnerable, Hongdu would rather die, and probably she would never be able to raise her head in the future. Destined to be laughed at, too weak, just such a stupid woman. Anyway, it can't be at this time. What's wrong? He supported his hand, neither refusing nor agreeing. Orochimaru will probably start to be resurrected tomorrow, and Red Bean must be appeased, otherwise all efforts will be in vain. There will be no danger, at least Orochimaru will not really attack Red Bean. He can do things like pitting disciples, but he will not kill Red Bean. What's more, he is not standing by and watching, and Orochimaru will not have a chance. This kind of thing is still enough to toss. In order to extend the life of Black Sakura, Red Bean has to be involved for no reason. Whether there will be a definite result is another matter. Resurrecting Orochimaru is another big project. Based on the principle of making the best use of things, he has no reason to resurrect Orochimaru just to ask a few questions. It is another troublesome thing to make Orochimaru change his mind. But when encountering things, there is no reason to just stand by and watch. He tried to hide before, but failed, and now there is naturally no reason to hide again. Things should be dealt with separately, and they should still be reasonable. As for Red Bean, this stupid woman is indeed easy to deceive, and he doesn't care about changing the relationship. Just now, it was all to scare her. There is no turning back in this relationship, only death and never seeing each other again. It's a lie. However, Hongdu is not completely useless. At least her feet are very nice and her figure is also okay. Just make sure she doesn't gain weight. After the curse seal is applied, she will change her habit of eating sweets. I was wrong in everything. Whatever you say is true. Hongdu followed the topic and immediately became cowardly. Anyway, we are already in this kind of relationship. Let's stop here today and do that next time. Hiss, this won't work. Do you think you are talking human words? Naruto actually wanted to stop first, so as not to delay tomorrow's business. What if they get too close too early and can't bear to be cruel to this stupid woman? Maybe she will control them all the way back. But he can't agree immediately. He has to deal with Jiao for a while. Then what do you want to do? Hongdu gritted her teeth and risked it. She didn't want him to find some traces. If she saw it, she would lose all her face. From then on, she couldn't raise her head, and might be laughed at for the rest of her life. In order to be able to raise her head and live a decent life in the future, she thought about enduring it first, and reviewing it after the mission was over. She had to come up with a solution, and there should be a solution in the book. What do you think? You have to pay something, such as he was about to say that he would try wearing black stockings next time, but he didn't expect Hongdu to pounce on him directly. He looked at Hongdu's face full of entanglement and humiliation, and her face was red as if blood was about to drip, and he was stunned. What is this stupid woman doing again? 2 seconds later, Naruto's pupils dilated slightly. What the hell? The next day, Naruto woke up from the tent and looked at Hongdu sleeping beside him with her clothes intact. His face was slightly abnormal. This woman is really, you can't judge her by common sense. Shrugged his nose, and he got up to wash up. 1 second after he left the tent, Hongdu, who was pretending to be asleep, immediately opened her eyes. She sighed softly, and then touched her jaw and took a breath of cool air. She turned over and covered her face with the sleeping bag. She felt depressed, as if she had made countless stupid decisions from the beginning, and each time she made no good ending. It's over, it's going to fall. After washing up, he didn't go back to the tent. He watched Hongdu move out little by little, lowered her head and ran to the river to wash up. Naruto sat on the grass on the high ground beside him, waiting silently. The development of things was a bit strange. The stupid woman's route was beyond his prediction every time. Sure enough, no prediction is the best prediction, it's over. Hongdu finished washing up slowly, and neither of them spoke, and continued to move forward. Afternoon. The two finally stopped at a remote plain. Hongdu also knew that it was time to do business, and her heart tightened and she looked at Naruto. Naruto didn't have any expression, and his expression looked a little lazy. He was holding a scroll and reading it over and over again, not knowing what to read. Hongdu remembered that he was also holding this scroll and reading it last night, and he was also reading it while talking to her. He only paused a few times in the middle, and even he was still reading it afterwards. What's in that scroll? Hongdu asked with his hands on his hips. He didn't want to answer at first, but he hesitated for a moment when the words came to his lips, and then turned around and answered. Ninjutsu. Hey? When did you become so studious? Hongdu was a little confused. This guy was as lazy as he could be. He would never learn any ninjutsu if he had nothing to do. It's useful. Naruto was very frugal with words. Tisk. After a moment, she looked at Naruto still sitting there looking at the scroll. I suddenly felt a little nervous. I wondered if it was time to do something serious, such as resurrecting Orochimaru. But now it was like I was about to have an operation, and the attending doctor was flipping through a thick file. I was a little worried, but I didn't know how to ask. After nearly 10 minutes, Hongdu finally couldn't help it. Are you sure? No, I'm wondering how much money I'll have to spend to give you a dignified burial. Naruto didn't even raise his head, and didn't say a few truthful words. He was just perfunctory to Hongdu out of humanitarianism. Then I'm going to lose a lot. Being a ninja is really not a good way out. Hongdu sighed. People like me, who are neither high nor low, have a bad life. Really? Naruto glanced at her. You have a bad life, but your legs are good. Chapter 321 Shiki Fujin, Orochimaru, are you a little bit? Hongdu. I'm praising you. He said. You really think I'm stupid? I don't believe it. Hongdu said contemptuously, I really don't know how you can say such vicious words. What's the point of having a good leg but a bad life? He thought for a while and replied, I can look at it more. It's really hard to talk to you, I feel my life is shortened. She looked at him resentfully and said, I'm about to get down to business, but you're still reading the ninjutsu scroll. Now I really feel that I'm unlucky, and I have you in my life. Hearing this, Naruto put the scroll down. Hongdu will definitely be fine if Orochimaru is resurrected, but he didn't want her to bother him again, so he said. Don't worry, I'll give you a grand funeral. I'll definitely let you go in peace. If it doesn't work, I'll gild your tombstone. Hongdu knew that he was speaking in a sarcastic way, but she was miraculously relieved. But she inexplicably thought of their relationship and recalled what he had just said. Suddenly, she regretted letting him know the secret, and blamed herself for not guarding against him. But who knew it would turn out like this? In the past, she would never believe in friendship deterioration. 5 minutes later. I'm still a little nervous, what should I do? Hongdu's voice was a little tense, and her eyes looked at Naruto. Yeah, nervous. He was too lazy to be serious. To be honest, I didn't have any talent since I was a child. So Orochimaru asked me if I wanted to go with him at that time, and I didn't know what to say. Don't you have a talent? Naruto said without raising his head, you are quite tolerant. Hongdu. Her endurance is very high, and she is also a rare endurance player among all the Jonin. In other words, the occasional Heaven's Curse seal has improved her endurance. The pain has weakened a lot for her. But Hongdu knew that the bitch meant something and said it deliberately. It must not be referring to her endurance, but to what happened yesterday. She bit her lower lip and really wanted to let the snake bite him to death. At this time, Naruto's eyes also looked at Hongdu, and the scroll was placed on his legs. Looking at Hongdu standing there, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Snake Princess, Eternal Life. The reason why Orochimaru changed his gender could not really be related to Snake Princess. If so, Ant Snake is really cruel, not wanting Nyuzi. Ninja Lin Pingzi, right? If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. He was still thinking about it, and Hongdu was already reviewing it silently, thinking about what went wrong yesterday. In the end, she came to the conclusion that she should not talk to Naruto. She was still thinking about how she should deal with Orochimaru if Naruto failed. But she would not ask such questions directly. She glanced at the dazed boy. Well, it hurts my self-esteem, so forget it. After a while, Naruto got up and walked towards her. Hongdu's heart, which had just been put down, was suddenly suspended again. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was quite nervous. But suddenly remembered something and blushed for a moment. In this chaotic, mixed and complicated emotions, Naruto has already walked in front of her, without a scroll in his hand, probably put it away. She knew that Naruto had a space prop, but the space scroll was actually not very rare except that it was expensive. It's not surprising that the disciples of the three ninjas have some good things. Let's start, you get ready. He said. What to prepare? Hongdu was stunned for a moment. She didn't tell him in advance. Don't prepare anything, it may be a little painful. Naruto said, if you faint, just think of it as a sleep, there is no better way. Hurt. Hongdu's face changed, okay. Naruto didn't really start like this, but took out a few bottles of wine and handed them to Hongdu, saying helplessly. Drink some, it won't hurt so much when you're drunk. Hongdu was a little hesitant. If she got drunk, she would be completely powerless. If Naruto fails, she can't help at all, but if she doesn't drink. I don't need your help. He seemed to see through Red Bean's thoughts and said directly, one big Orochimaru is not my opponent, at least 100. She didn't believe it. If it was the same as he said, someone wouldn't have spent so much time learning ninjutsu. Naruto couldn't explain why he spent so much time thinking about Shiki Fusion, thinking about how to strip Orochimaru's soul, but stopped the god of death from swallowing them both. Anyway, let's drink it first. He said. Hongdu couldn't beat him, so she had to drink 2 bottles of wine. Her face turned red, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. She subconsciously reached out to grab the air and scratched it randomly. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he leaned over. Hongdu hugged him and felt relieved. She didn't know what she was saying, and it was hard to hear. About half a minute later, Hongdu was completely quiet. Naruto put her down, and that was his good point. When doing business, all the distracting thoughts in his mind can be cleared instantly, and he can do whatever he needs to do. It seems to be this. I haven't made a seal for a long time, I'm not used to it. He said to himself. At such a young age, he has already embarked on the road of no return without making a seal. Removing the evil seal. Naruto quickly made a seal and pressed it directly on the back of Red Bean's neck. A black light flashed, and the Heaven's Curse seal expanded and suddenly appeared. A white snake came out of the seal, and the moment it opened its mouth, it spit out Orochimaru, who was covered with mucus. After the seal, he put Red Bean aside, stood up, and blocked her with a shake of his body. Orochimaru's face was a little weird, and his evil snake eyes stared at Naruto again and again. He glanced at Red Bean on the ground with his sharp eyes, and a thoughtful expression suddenly appeared on his face. It's really surprising that you are the one who resurrected me, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru grinned coldly. I want to ask you something, so I have to revive you, and then Naruto scratched his head, now I feel that you probably won't listen to me, so. Shiki Fusion. Orochimaru. Instantly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind blew. The green-faced, fanged, white-clothed Grim Reaper suddenly appeared, his figure was hazy, and his white robe revealed his bony chest. He had a head full of loose white hair and red horns on his head. He bit a huge white ninja sword in his mouth, and his eyes were sharp and terrifying. Suddenly, Orochimaru was completely unable to move, and he hadn't reacted to what happened. A phantom taller than the Grim Reaper appeared, standing behind Naruto. Naruto, the Grim Reaper, the huge phantom, layer by layer, one taller than the other. Orochimaru looked up, and cold sweat instantly came down. The phantom moved his hands, almost driving the Grim Reaper to hold down Orochimaru. The pale giant hand tore through his body and directly grabbed his soul out. Okay, it's much better now. Naruto said with satisfaction, now we can have an equal dialogue, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Equality. Orochimaru, in the soul state, looked at the two large phantoms behind Naruto, then looked at his fallen body, opened his mouth and asked. What do you want to know? Regarding the research on the second personality, I want to know if there is a solution. Naruto asked directly without wasting time. Dual personality. Orochimaru was a little surprised, but he was not panicked at all. I did do research in this area, but... The God of Death's sword. Naruto did not indulge Orochimaru, and raised his hand directly, and the God of Death behind him immediately removed the white short sword from his mouth. Suddenly, the wind blew violently, and the evil spirits cried. I just want the answer, not the but. He said, if you say any more nonsense, I'll cut off one of your legs. If I get a satisfactory answer, I'll give you back your lost hands and soul. Really? Orochimaru's pupils turned and a cold smile appeared on his face. How can I believe you? Where is Jiraiya? The lecherous sage he suppressed pain and was busy dealing with the trivial matters of his disciples. Naruto answered the latter one, he's probably looking for the child of prophecy now. Orochimaru didn't say anything else, as if thinking. I promise you. The phenomenon of dual personality is generally more common after the war. The brain is stimulated and undergoes schizophrenia. But there are exceptions, and it is not transformed by stimulation. Exception. Naruto frowned. Sakura has both parents in a harmonious family, and she is also an only child. Although the small family is not powerful, it is small but complete. There is no reason for it to be stimulated and directly schizophrenic. Exceptions are rare, and it is possible that he is born with two personalities. Orochimaru said, this is determined by the body and is related to the brain. I have studied experimental subjects with similar cases. The brains of people with two personalities are more developed than ordinary people. They have stronger learning abilities and outstanding talents. Sakon and Yukon. Naruto looked up suddenly and remembered Sakon and Yukon from the Sound 4. Yes. Orochimaru admitted directly, Sakon and Yukon are just the only experimental subjects who survived. I merged the two personalities and transformed his body by the way. Hearing this, Naruto felt that he came to the right place, but also felt a little surprised. Orochimaru is really a crazy scientist, cruel and bloody, but he does know a lot of things. He is much better than the charlatan toad who dreams and predicts every day, at least he has reason and evidence. Can the two personalities be separated from the body? He asked tentatively. It is likely that he will die. Orochimaru did not hide it from him, if he is alive, he will die. Probability of a 100% chance. I prefer to keep the second personality. It's almost impossible, even if there are exceptions. Orochimaru looked up at him, without a careful diagnosis, there is no way to be sure. Naruto frowned and didn't consider letting Orochimaru intervene at all. He just wanted to get a direction from Orochimaru, maybe he had a more stable and better way. Under the current situation, whether Orochimaru's soul exists or not is only in Naruto's mind, and he doesn't need to hide it and not tell the truth. Besides, Orochimaru cares about immortality, and the twin personality is probably just an unexpected surprise found on the road of research. For Orochimaru, it doesn't mean much, so naturally he won't study it in depth. Now, Orochimaru's conclusion can be roughly viewed from two directions. First, the number of innate twin personalities is rare. There are too few to get an accurate result. Only by cooperating with Orochimaru and letting him check can we get a more accurate result. Second, Orochimaru discovered twin personalities, and they are different from innate and acquired. But he was not very interested in this, and just roughly spliced a left and right personality and stopped the experiment. After a brief thought, Naruto decisively chose the latter. He did not believe in Orochimaru, and would not hand Sakura over to Orochimaru. He always felt that even if there was little hope, he could not rush to seek medical treatment. Even if it was really like what Orochimaru said in the end, the second personality would eventually dissipated, but at least Sakura will not be involved, even if he likes Black Sakura more. The ideal situation is that the two personalities can be separated, and a new body can be easily obtained. Even if they cannot be separated, at least they can live in peace in the same body. Even if Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are Sakura, Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday are Black Sakura, and they alternate on Sundays, that's not bad. If only one personality can exist in the end, Naruto will choose Black Sakura without hesitation on the basis of being sure of the choice. But now there is no choice, and the main personality will eventually swallow up Black Sakura. One day, she will still have to return her body and shrink. Go back to the corner. Since Orochimaru was not sure, and didn't even have a clue, he didn't want to involve Sakura. At this point, the topic ended. Naruto paused, controlled the god of death to open his mouth and spit out the soul of Orochimaru's hands, and directly fulfilled his promise. Orochimaru regained his hands that were cut off by the third generation with a forbidden technique, and his golden left and right hands returned again. He looked down at himself in the soul state, at least complete. I told you everything I know, if you want, Orochimaru said lightly. No, just asking casually. Naruto changed his expression, put away all the casualness, and his whole momentum changed. He stared at Orochimaru from a distance and said, even if you don't answer, I will return your hands to you. Now, it's time to talk about business. When Orochimaru in the soul state heard Naruto use the word return, his face changed. The souls of his hands were cut off by the third generation and taken away by the god of death. Now Naruto said, return it to him. In Orochimaru's original plan, there was more than one way to take back his hands. But return, this word is quite ambiguous. He came to return it. Has he reached the point where he can freely control the god of death? Although the forbidden techniques such as Shiki Fusion and Impure World Reincarnation are related to the second generation, they are ultimately the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The god of death is his. This is very interesting, just like the Uchiha, they never say they are the Uchiha of Konoha. But the Hyuga call themselves Konoha Hyuga and are proud of it. When a family or personal symbol or ninja surpasses the village symbol itself, the meaning represented is completely different. So, is Naruto Konoha Naruto or Uzumaki Naruto now? Business? What business? About a hypothesis that everyone has imagined. Naruto never took his eyes off Orochimaru's face and uttered a few words. Eternal life. Eternal life. Yes, eternal life, you should be interested in it. Yet. Orochimaru smiled, it was hard to tell whether it was relief or ridicule, as if to say, what the hell do you know about eternal life? You don't believe it. Not really, on the contrary, I'm very interested. Orochimaru raised his head and pointed to the shadow of the god of death behind him, a scene that only the two people who were using the Shikigami Fujin could see. You can control the phantom of the god of death, so I have no reason not to be interested. Even though you are young, I believe there are geniuses in this world. Like Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto shuddered. Eyebrows twitched. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a genius. Orochimaru smiled, I will go find him and take back what belongs to me. Hearing this, Naruto wanted to say that he did not recommend you to go find him, lest you be crippled by Uchiha Itachi, who was obsessed with his brother. But then he thought about Orochimaru's immortality, and swallowed the idea. Container? Even the most perfect container will have defects. Naruto said, Orochimaru, I don't deny your decades of research. But have you ever thought about your soul itself has defects, or that the souls of ninjas have defects? Defects? Orochimaru stared at Naruto with his pupils vertically, and raised a trace of interest. This statement is quite interesting, my soul has defects. You are just constantly trying new bodies. If you successfully take over Uchiha Sasuke, various problems will still arise. But it didn't succeed. Maybe he did too much research, or maybe he was being taken advantage of. Even though Naruto directly denied his research, Orochimaru was still very calm. Of course it won't work. There is no good or bad container. If there is a problem with the soul, there is nothing you can do. Naruto coaxed, the soul may have been diluted like a blood limit in the reproduction of generations. Ninjas can't appear out of thin air. Chakra also has a source. Maybe the source of ninjas is the secret of immortality. Orochimaru smiled, is this the business you are talking about? He didn't seem to believe what Naruto said. Without direct and strong evidence, all the arguments were just groundless speculations. Orochimaru would rather try to take back Sasuke's body that should belong to him, at least it would be beneficial to him. What if it works? Naruto didn't care whether he could convince Orochimaru or not, he just told him. As for the evidence, even if he could produce it, he wouldn't do it, the purpose was too strong. No matter how much he did, it's not as good as one sentence, Ant Snake. I also want to join the glorious eternal evolution. Of course, he didn't think about eternal life. Yes, that's it, let's go. Naruto released the Shiki Fujin, without even looking at Orochimaru, and turned around to carry the unconscious Red Bean on his back. Orochimaru. All the prepared remarks were not used. Orochimaru stood there, slightly stunned, and watched Naruto go away. That's it. Naruto was not worried about not being able to find Orochimaru, nor did he want to say too much. He would meet again in the future. As the saying goes, the truth is the sharpest sword. There is no need to worry that Orochimaru will not be interested, and he will find him sooner or later. Carrying Red Bean away quickly, Naruto went towards the Fire Country. He was on a mission to the Rain Country. He did not intend to take Red Bean with him, as her mission had been completed. Thanks to his skillful use of the Shiki Fujin, the meeting with Orochimaru went much more smoothly than expected, which was a pleasant surprise for Naruto. He did not expect to be able to command the God of Death, and he could command it as soon as his consciousness was connected. On the way, Red Bean woke up in a daze. Am I dead? The stupid woman spoke with the same ignorance, her voice was gentle, and she asked like a fool. Dead. Naruto replied to the one on his back straightforwardly, I am carrying your body back to the village for burial now, and I plan to burn it and make a small box for you. What? Where is the grand funeral you promised? Hongdu was anxious, and instantly woke up. She turned her head and looked a few times in a daze, and rubbed Naruto's neck again, thinking that it was hot. So not dead? Not dead. Great. I'll bury you when I get back, old woman, did you forget your brain at home? Naruto said venomously while hurrying on the road, not caring about Hongdu's feelings at all. Hongdu didn't care, she laughed twice, and the whole person seemed to be relaxed. With a bang, she kissed Naruto's left cheek and said. Sure enough, you're not dead. That's great. Every time a stupid person is happy, there will be something specific, and happiness will last for a long time when it is put into practice. Such people are easy to be happy. Even if they cry alone in their quilts at night, they will still laugh out loud for a delicious breakfast in the morning. Because people like them are good at endurance and have tenacious vitality. Even if they are in the dark, they will still try to find a way out of life after crying. You stupid woman, don't kiss me casually. Damn it. Naruto kept complaining, I warn you, don't think you can do whatever you want. I want it. Anyway, we are not friends anymore. Hongdu hugged his neck tightly with her arms, moved closer, and asked in a sticky voice, do you want to give it to me again? With a crash, Naruto, who was running in the forest, stepped on the air and fell to the ground with Hongdu on his back. At the critical moment, he took out the kunai and stabbed it into the huge tree trunk. The speed of the two people's descent slowed down slightly until they stopped completely. Ahem, I still have to carry out the mission. Naruto supported Hongdu from behind with his backhand, and said seriously, go back by yourself, you are injured, and you are not needed for this mission. What do you mean? Hongdu asked in surprise, let me go back first. You are too weak, hindering my mission. Naruto said, of course he would not say that he had to go to Tansho Street to meet an old friend, and bringing her to the trouble. As for the mission of the Rain Country, he could indeed solve it alone. If he couldn't solve it, in a place like the Rain Country where there were ancient battlefields everywhere, a snap of the fingers could easily summon a large number of impure world reincarnation brothers. In terms of practicality, Hongdu is far inferior. What are you talking about? Mia Jonan so weak? Hongdu couldn't stand it, and hit him a few times, but he didn't change his words, so he curled his lips. I'm sorry, I'm too weak, I can't help you at all. Except for, it seems that I'm useless to you. Hongdu is a stupid woman, so she struggled on the surface even when she was angry. Naruto said nothing, pressed against the tree and kissed Hongdu for a while, and Hongdu was embarrassed instantly. After letting go, Hongdu blushed and said shyly. I won't go, you should be careful. You just send it here, the mission is important. Anyway, actually there is a little thing, just a little thing. The second before I lost consciousness, I was thinking if I really died accidentally, would you be sad for me for a while, shed tears, or something? At that time, I suddenly wanted to know, in such a short time, I thought about so many things. Haha, the human brain is really amazing. It seems that I have never seen you sad, but I really want to know if I die one day, you can be a little sad for me. Ah, I'm so talkative when I'm not careful. Naruto stood there quietly listening to the stupid woman Hunga's frantic explanation, with no expression on his face, and her voice seemed to be getting farther and farther away. The sunlight sprinkled in the woods, like silk threads falling on the shoulders of the two. Watching the stupid woman express herself clumsily and listening to the moving words, his heart was only a little bit fluctuating. He wanted to say something in response, but suddenly felt that life was so empty. He suddenly recalled his state when he felt the malice when he first came to this world, cold and numb, smiling outside, and poker face at home. The village and the villagers were just tools for survival in his eyes. Their life and death were dispensable, and their existence was as meaningless as ants. How did he slowly get better later? It was Teiwa, Ino, and Hinata who slowly gave him a little light. The feeling of heartbeat was pieced together, and life finally became brighter. Whether it was Tsunade, Temari, or Fukakoyoki, in the early days he was just treat them as useful tools. It's just that the usefulness is different, the process is not important. As long as he can achieve his goal, it doesn't matter what happens to everyone. But later he was indeed affected and slowly changed. This change even allowed him to be patient and take the initiative to get involved in trouble and do his best to solve the trouble. But now he suddenly realized what he really cares about. Throw away the false emotions and naked desires, and the remaining real things. It is the gentle and pure girl Hinata, half of the soul, and the dominant Ino, a beautiful girl with pure love shining like stars. Pure love poured into his heart little by little, making his blood hot. Like a summer wildfire, it burned all over the sky. I also forgot what I wanted to say. Although it sounds a bit strange, but Hungda's voice slowly became clear again. Naruto gradually came back to his senses and looked at Hungda with a smile in his eyes. But what? But by the way, did you listen to what I said just now? Hungda suddenly changed the subject. I listened. He said, what's wrong? I said a lot, so. What do you mean I said a lot? I was nervous and didn't know what to say. Hungda defended, anyway, just don't listen to everything. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Naruto returned to his lazy look, looked at her and raised his eyebrows. You are really a stupid woman. I am afraid that I can't explain it clearly. After thinking for a while, she stared at Naruto for a few times, suddenly leaned close to his ear, and lowered her voice to be sticky. I will be owned by you in the future. Chapter 323. The best answer is when it snows. Hungda may be born stupid, so it was her teacher Orochimaru who abandoned her. It's just that she persevered and waited for hope, and there are always people who don't care about her stupidity. Go back by yourself. He repeated it again, it's too dangerous to carry out the mission with you, well you should know the reason, so I'd rather go alone. Tisk, I'm too lazy to go. Hungda curled her lips. Of course, she knew what Naruto was referring to. It's just right, go home for vacation. Your vacation should be over, and you only have to go back to work. Naruto deliberately reminded. Then continue to slack off at work, which is almost the same as vacation. Hungda spread his hands, looking like a salted fish with an old oil stick, showing the same scumbag eyes as Anya. You are awesome. Watching Hungda go away, Naruto waited for a while and went away in another direction. The Rain Country mission can be put aside. He seriously suspected that Nagato was fishing. It's also easy to explain to Konoha. Anyway, it won't be held accountable to him. Hong Daodu is the leader of the team, and is fully responsible. Tansho Street. He walked through the bustling market and stopped in front of a house. He took out the key from the sealed space and skillfully poked it in to unlock it. The heavy wooden door creaked, and slightly hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Teiwa stood barefoot in the corridor on the second floor, holding the railing and looking at the first floor. 3 months, finally back. Back. Teiwa's voice was not very surprised, with a little flatness, and she spoke slowly. Yet. Naruto thought she was angry, after all, he had no news since the end of the year. In fact, he was not busy at ordinary times, and he had some free time during the time in the village. But even if he was free, he never thought of sending a letter or going over to see. What Sakura said was actually very right. In addition to being special to Ino and Hinata, he was still very cruel to others. Rather than being cruel, it's better to say that he doesn't care that much. When he left at the end of the year, he said he needed some time to think about it, so there was really no news until he figured it out. Tansho Street is not too far from Konoha, but he has never been there again. 3 months passed in a flash. If he hadn't suddenly figured it out, it wouldn't be surprising if he figured it out for 6 months, 10 months, 2 years, or 3 years. His heart is really made of stone. If his thoughts are not clear, there will be no results in 10 or 8 years. One day, when he figured it out, everything will be easy to say, and he doesn't have to be imprisoned by his thoughts all the time. Are you in a bad mood? He went into the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and when he came out, he leaned against the door, looking a little tired. After resurrecting Orochimaru, he never rested again. Whether it was driving the phantom of the god of death or rushing on the road, it was not an easy thing for him. Naruto changed into a dark windbreaker on the way, and it was almost dark when he arrived at Tansho Street. Dusty, he pushed open the door, hummed, and went into the kitchen to drink water. After drinking a glass of water, the burning dry itching in his throat was relieved. When Teiuya heard Naruto's question, she was stunned for a moment. Me? Is there anyone else here? His tone was a bit annoying. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Teiuya, leaning against the door with a smile in his eyes. Teiuya was lying on the sofa on the first floor, her large white legs hanging casually on the sofa, holding the TV remote control in her hand and pressing it carelessly. No. Teiuya didn't say much, she responded and didn't say anything else. The only sound in the living room was the TV, it was quiet. Naruto didn't care, he put down the glass of water and went upstairs to wash up, it was getting dark. When he came out of the bathroom on the first floor, the living room had become dim. The TV was not playing, and Teiuya was nowhere to be seen, maybe she had gone upstairs. The TV downstairs was not playing, he thought about it, and knocked on her door directly. What's wrong? Teiuya asked, with no expression on her face. What are you angry about? He had just finished a shower, the ends of his hair were slightly wet, and his golden hair fell casually on his forehead. His expression was gentle when he spoke, with a touch of humanity. Seeing this, Teiuya scratched her palm unconsciously. It was the first time she saw that man with this expression, he really lowered his posture to coax people, and even made her feel a little uncomfortable. In her impression, Naruto was definitely not a good person. He used all the tricks except coaxing people not to do it. Threats, deceptions, and methods are endless. But he was obviously willing to be deceived, even if he knew there would be no result. I didn't feel much grievance when I didn't see him for 6 years before, and I didn't feel anything in the past 3 months. But the unexpected goodbye made her feel a little emotional. It was a feeling she had never had before, she felt sad, but she didn't know what she was sad about. I don't know. She said, standing at the door. With her red hair hanging down, Teiuya was only wearing a loose burgundy t-shirt that didn't cover her thighs. It was like a miniskirt, and the part of her thighs that was exposed was white and shiny. Because this market town restricts you and doesn't fit in with you? Naruto asked, you should go to a bigger place and see more scenery. Instead of staying here alone in the house, waiting for me to come back and revolving around me, does this kind of life make you feel depressed? At that moment, Teiuya suddenly realized that the man in front of her was still as cruel as before. He picked out things that he cared about and focused on the weak points. I didn't. Teiuya bit her lower lip, raised her head, stared at him, and her eyes slowly turned red. Even if she knew that this man did it on purpose, she still felt wronged in her heart. He knew that she had said that as long as he said it. Even if it was 3 or 30 years, she would wait, not because she couldn't stand the loneliness. Even if this was a small place, even if there was no beautiful scenery here. In 6 years, she had traveled to too many places and met too many people. She had traveled thousands of miles and seen too many scenery along the way, but she still liked him after all the twists and turns. He knew it, but he still said it on purpose. Still the same as before, tender and cruel. Yet, Naruto was stuck at the door, looking behind her. There were a few things on the desk, which seemed to be some gadgets to kill time. I mean, you don't need to put too many expectations on me. You can't live for me alone all your life. You should have other things. I sometimes. You said you need some time to think about it. Is this your answer? Teiuya stared at him, with no expression on her face, and a little sour in her heart. No. Naruto frowned. Teiwaya seemed to be less and less like her. There has been a slight change in her personality, and she seems to be more worldly. If the previous Teiwaya was a blank sheet of paper, she would paint it with color bit by bit. Now Teiwaya would think about things, care about many things, and express her emotions. What is that? Teiwaya did not move aside, and stood there as if she wanted Naruto to finish his words. I have a long enough life, he said. I don't understand. She looked at him, but she didn't mean to close the door. You like to go out and take a look, whether it is prosperous or desolate. I prefer to stay, you know what I mean, just find a place to stay. Naruto frowned and continued to gesture. Sometimes I will change places after staying for a long time, not necessarily in a certain place, but I can't stand running around. I don't want to wrong you and stay in one place for me. Hearing this, Teiwaya bit her lower lip tightly and shrank her palm into a fist. I can stay. How long can you stay, 1 or 2 years? I still don't have time. If I stay in Konoha in the future, the number of times we meet will be few and far between. I don't know. She vaguely knew that it was her identity problem. Even if she went to Konoha, it would be too easy for people to recognize her. So she could only stay outside, so the two of them couldn't meet. Actually, these are not the problems. I won't stay in Konoha forever in the future. Naruto changed the subject, which made Teiwaya come back to her senses. What? I mean, you don't have to be bound by me. I won't stay in Konoha in the future. I don't know how long it will take, but Naruto said. Even if you go thousands of miles and visit more places, you can still find me. I like you, and maybe we will have children in the future, so you don't have to choose between the two. Before I leave Konoha, you can go further, and even the longest journey will stop. By then, I will probably be somewhere. I'm not sure about the snow country, the rain country, or the grass country, but there is one thing I can be sure of. I like you, and no matter how far you go, you will not be alone, and we will meet again. Is this your answer? Teiwaya pinched her palms and pretended to be calm. She thought a lot in an instant, but she didn't expect him to give such an answer. No matter how far you go, you will not be alone, and we will meet again. That person still likes to lie as always, but what he said really made her unable to resist. Teiwaya only wanted to do 2 things, go to more places, and be with him. When the two conflict, she would rather choose the latter. Just wait, 1 or 2 years is also waiting. If he asks, just say that having him is enough. These are just her imaginations, but all preparations have been in vain. And he seems to have really thought about it seriously and gave the most appropriate answer for both of them. She stood there in a daze, and when she came to her senses, Naruto had already come in. The door was closed with a click, and he smiled at Teiwaya. Late at night, the two were entangled tightly together, and he could feel her soft back. In the second half of the night, all the passion faded, and the moonlight was as clear as water. Teiwaya climbed out of the quilt, found a suitable position in his arms, and opened her eyes. Staring at the hazy window, she said hesitantly. I won't disturb you. No matter what, I will come back here every year at the end of the year. I can wait, no matter how many years it takes. If you miss me, come back here when it snows, okay? Chapter 324 Life is always full of drama, frustrated Teiwaya, strange mission in the rain country. Yet. Naruto responded. He knew that this was what Teiwaya could say, so he didn't say much, just agreed directly. She gave a good offer, so it's right to accept it. It's useless to say more, this is not only due to her personality, but also the result of his own actions. Starting from the infinite debt, the process was not smooth, but after a lot of twists and turns, he still tricked her into his hands. Name your price, sell your soul to me, I will pay 3 times the price. 1,000 no. I regret it, 10,000 taels. I mean 50,000 10 100,000 taels. Go away. Don't throw it away. Will you? You can't pick up all the money you throw away. That's my money. The higher the debt, the higher your obligations, and my rights are infinite. So, I am looking forward to the moment when I can completely control your life. You don't want to lose 200,000 taels in your savings, right? No. Don't rob me of my money. 500,000 taels. Do you want to tell me or not? Will you? I'll tell you. I've said it all. I am your debtor and will not restrict your freedom. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, not wearing clothes at home? You are in charge? Okay, do as you please. Let me go. I will let you go in a while, don't move. I don't want to stay here anymore, I will pay you back all the money I owe you. No, this is not about money, it's not calculated like this. I lied to you. I just cheated you for some food and drink, you. I know, I only gave you money because I like you, you lied. I don't care. There are many things about you that are worth liking, such as installing air conditioners. Girls who can install air conditioners are super cool. I can do more than that. Give you flowers. The girl who has never been cared about suddenly met a man who always wanted to cheat her life. He took the money and smiled and said he didn't care. Love is not just giving, it is being cared for and being cared for. It's just that she doesn't have any obvious advantages, and she is neither considerate nor gentle. But her advantages were still found out. Naruto said he liked her, so she took it seriously. Even if installing air conditioners is such a nonsense, it can be considered an advantage, but she believed it at that time. She doesn't care much about many things. Even if she knows the importance of money, she is still like a blank sheet of paper. There is a barrier between her and the whole world, strange and indifferent. Unable to understand emotions, happiness, and sadness, nothing can be grasped except the little money in her hand. So she believed without hesitation that Naruto, who could play childish debt games with her, praised her for her air conditioner repair skills, and accompanied her to work all day, liked her. The unknown villain supporting role was always ignored. When Naruto cast his eyes on her, the feeling of being cared for made her feel that the world was not always cold. 80 million taels could not buy her lover. She had never thought of possessing him. As long as he sat on the high platform, someone would go through thousands of mountains and rivers to love him. This was the love given, the love she responded to. At dawn, Naruto washed up, bought breakfast, and sat in the living room on the first floor to watch TV. The TV program was more interesting than he thought, and thus, he had one more hobby. About an hour and a half later, Taewia woke up. She dawdled in the bathroom on the second floor to wash up. Seeing him watching TV there, she slowly went downstairs. Awake. Naruto smiled at her, and the more he smiled, the more he couldn't help it. What are you laughing at? Taewia looked like a little lion who had just woken up, with red hair. She felt that Naruto must be laughing at her performance last night and her poor health. She didn't know how many times she went to bed that night, and she fell asleep after struggling. Nothing, ahem. Naruto stopped laughing immediately, and turned to stare at the TV. Breakfast is warming in the kitchen, you can go eat it first. Taewia looked at him with a complicated expression, and went into the kitchen silently. When she came out, she took a glass of water and put it on the table in front of Naruto. Thank you, he said, and he almost couldn't help laughing again. Laugh if you want to. Taewia said sullenly, anyway, you said that we might have children in the future, you must be lying to me. I didn't lie to you. He didn't turn his head and continued to stare at the TV. Impossible. I've read the book, without that thing, you can't have a baby. Taewia bit her lower lip and said, you must have deliberately not given it to me. Hey. Naruto was surprised, how is it possible, haven't you tried it? I wanted to, who told you to go too fast? Ah. Don't say that. Taewia wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In the next few days, Taewia tried many times again, but the result was still unsatisfactory. She didn't know how to face Naruto anymore, and she stayed in her room during the day. But Naruto didn't care, there are differences between people. That kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as he is normal. Even if he is supernormal, it's not a problem, anyway. After breakfast, it was already noon. The two of them struggled for a while and didn't eat lunch. After changing shoes at the entrance, they went out together. The street was still bustling, with shops everywhere. Where did you go after leaving Konoha? Taewia asked, what is the snow country? Is it a country with snow all year round? You haven't been there. Naruto turned his head and looked at her. No. Taewia shook her head, I haven't been to places that are too far away. The farthest place I've been to is the ghost country, but I didn't stay there for too long before I left. That country is a bit I can't describe it, it's weird. Oh, the snow country used to be quite cold, but now it should be spring all year round. Naruto explained, you can go if you want, but it's a little far and you need to take a boat. Then I won't go. Teiwaya swayed beside him, her eyes wandering aimlessly among the crowd on the street. Why? I don't want to take a boat, and I don't want to go to a place with spring all year round. Teiwaya said, the hot spring country is almost spring all year round, it's boring. Okay. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to go to the snow country to avoid any trouble. Have you been to the snow country? She asked casually. I went there once, on a mission. Naruto replied, it's too far. The first time I went there, the ship sank in the deep sea and I almost couldn't come back. Hearing this, Teiwaya turned her head and looked at him. But it's nothing. Later I drifted to an abandoned island country. After contacting Konoha, I was taken back. Naruto added. But I probably won't stay in the snow country in the future. That place is a bit remote, unless the transportation is more developed. For now, I prefer the grass country or the rain country. The rain country is very dangerous. She said. It's not dangerous. It's been dealt with. He touched Teiwaya's head, remember the old man who was with me last time? He's very powerful. He dealt with everything. Oh. Teiwaya seemed to understand. The two walked around Tansho Street. They found a place to sit down and ordered some food. 2 days later, the two of them parted ways from Tansho Street. Teiu also had a new direction to move forward, and Naruto still had a mission in the rain country to complete. After 2 days of continuous travel, Naruto arrived in the rain country. In less than a year, the rain country has undergone considerable changes. It can't be described as earth-shaking, but the atmosphere of life has become more intense. The steel towers that stood in a row have been repaired one after another, and a large number of high-rise buildings have been put into use. The circuit system seems to have been transformed, and even a complete sewer system has been established. Holding the mission book, Naruto successfully met Nagato and Konan. The two didn't seem to have changed much. Nagato looked skinny, but he didn't seem so weak. Konan was wearing an ordinary dress, not the red auspicious cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization. Where did the lecherous immortal go? He asked curiously. Teacher Jiraiya left the land of rain a long time ago, probably because he had something to do. Konan replied in a lukewarm manner. Really? Naruto raised his eyebrows and raised the task book in his hand. Give Konoha a task? Well, are you crazy? Chapter 325 is the new Chunin of the Land of Rain. The sword is like a dragon, and the horizontal slap is like a hammer. Konoha and the Land of Rain have a feud. Basically, if they are more sane, they will not throw the task to Konoha. However, the 5 major countries and the Land of Rain have grudges. So what's wrong with you? The commission is true, but we didn't expect it to be you. We thought it would be Kakashi. Nagato sat on the upper iron seat and said hoarsely. Kakashi? The future 6th generation will not leave the village for anything. Now I take over. Naruto responded immediately, even if the facts were not as he said. It is absolutely impossible for him to take over Kakashi's job. He works all year round and would rather lie at home. However, let's first pull out Kakashi's tiger skin and frame the two fools. So, what is this mission all about? He looked at Konan and Nagato. It is said that the whitewashed are 3 points weaker, although the two can't be said to be whitewashed. After all, Nagato was defeated by Jiraiya before he wanted to collect the tailed beasts, and he didn't have time to carry rice over Konoha. The most crime is to illegally establish a rebel ninja organization. Naruto can't control what sins he has done in the past. He is not the embodiment of justice. How Nagato and Konan are dealt with depends entirely on Jiraiya's will. It's really a last resort. Nagato's body can no longer continue to use the Samsara Eye. Konan said, but there are too many ninjas invading the village recently, and many forces are constantly harassing. So? You want Kakashi to come and mediate? Naruto looked strange. Sure enough, the whitewashed character was 3 points weaker. The character who once blackened and could destroy the world is now whitewashed, and he is so weak? Well, mediation. Zionin nodded, we can use unconventional means, but it will inevitably drag the Rain country into the vortex of war. We agree with Jiraiya's philosophy and are unwilling to sacrifice the village. We are even more unwilling to let the enemies behind us get what they want. Their goal is to drag down Nagato's body and seize the Samsara Eye. Did you come here specifically to retrieve the Samsara Eye? Naruto asked. Yes. Zionin nodded. Naruto didn't say anything else, and looked at Zionin and Nagato carefully. Nagato looked very weak, but his bones seemed to be slowly getting better. He still likes people who tell the truth, and it's not troublesome to get along with them. Kurozakura always likes to hide it from him at critical moments, and after he got angry and scolded her once, she also restrained herself a lot. This can also be regarded as a kind of training, but it is necessary. Hidden once or twice is a small temper, and it is a problem to do it all the time. People who dawdle are the most annoying, and there is no square circle without knocking. As long as those eyes are on him, the spying will not stop. He paused after he finished speaking. Besides, I don't have the ability to mediate. Didn't you say you would take over Kakashi's job? Konan was stunned for a moment. Ah, I wanted to take over, but I didn't. Konan. The Kakashi trap failed, and a pirated Kakashi came. Now that I have no ability to mediate, I can only help investigate and expel outsiders. The commission for the mission is quite expensive, right? I heard it's an A-level mission. Naruto thought for a while. I'm still a chunin, I can't get much commission. Konan. Nagato. Suddenly, the two finally understood the euphemistic tone when Jiraiya mentioned Naruto in casual chat. He said he had a disciple with a somewhat. Forget it, we can only think of another way. Zionin looked at Naruto without any expression on her face. I can do the job of repelling the invaders. I'll give you the receipt and evidence, and you can go back and report. No, you have to complete the task before leaving. Naruto refused decisively. It's not impossible to mediate, but they just don't listen to me. What's the difference? Zionin asked. On the top floor of the tallest building in the Rain Country. Nagato sat on the Iron Throne in silence, and the outer path demon statue behind him had been put away. Zionin stood aside, with a white paper rose on his head. After the rain, the sky cleared up, and the golden light reflected from the window illuminated half of the top floor of the palace. Although I am a small person, the forces of the other major countries may not listen to me. But I still have to do my mission. Although I can't mediate, I can deter. Deter. Zionin glanced at Naruto, as if thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. No, it's not me. Naruto knew that Zionin had thought wrongly, and thought that he was not long Aotean, and pretending to be cool would lose his luck. Last time when he was on a mission in the Hidden Rain Village, he didn't do much, and pushed Jiraiya out to attract firepower. He always said to everyone that Jiraiya was still sharp and defeated Pain alone. This is indeed the case. He is just a soy sauce. The only use is probably to provide insignificant intelligence support, plus marginal OB. The motivation for being so low-key is definitely not just not wanting to be famous, although there is also this consideration. After all, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. But the more far-reaching consideration is fear of the exposure of the small Uchiha. After pretending to be Uchiha Sasuke and doing so many inhuman things, I would occasionally feel cold on my back. Fortunately, I changed my mind and thought that the merits were not deducted from my own, and I was relieved immediately. It was precisely because I wanted to cut off the cause and effect, so as not to involve myself in any major cause and effect, and create a butterfly effect to destroy my pure love plan. I mean just cure Nagato. He said. This time, Konan and Nagato did not say anything, and turned their heads to stare at Naruto for a few seconds. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes, as if they thought this was a bit absurd. It rains all year round in the Rain Country, and it rains for almost 300 days out of 365 days. There are only a few days when the sky is clear. For example, it was sunny for less than half a day just now, and the rain fell again. In this country made of steel, the tower has absolute majesty. At night, the invading enemy looked up at the dilapidated buildings blurred in the rain, and could easily see the steel tower in the distance with lights on. A dilapidated street somewhere in the village, where few people walked even during the day, but it was one of the only ways to enter the Hidden Rain Village. At this moment, the doors and windows of the street were closed, and there were no figures on the road, and nothing could be heard except the sound of rain. The murderous intention enveloped the street inside and out, so that the invaders immediately felt their hair stand on end as soon as they stepped in here, and almost stopped at the same time. The ninjas hidden in the night showed their heads in the rain, and more than a dozen ninjas appeared in a flash of lightning. A white figure suddenly appeared in the rain, with a pair of huge wings behind him. Among a group of Chunin of the Rain Country, Naruto, wearing a forehead protector of the Rain Country. The whole person was covered in a raincoat, and his face was completely invisible under the cover of the night. He was originally a Chunin, and there was no need to pretend at all. The temperament of Chunin was natural. Konan had a blank expression on her face. She didn't want to look at Naruto at all. Her eyelids kept twitching. She thought that what Jiraiya said was right. No one knows a disciple better than the master. This man really has no shame. He just wears the forehead protector of the Rain Country. He hid directly in the group of Chunins, hiding and holding back bad intentions, waiting to trick the other side. The other side determined that there were only a dozen people on the other side, and then looked at Konan who was hovering in the air. In a few seconds, they determined the battle plan. Accompanied by the sound of more than a dozen tactical boots stepping on water, the 10 invaders drew their swords and took out their kunai. Those people use long swords. They are probably from the grass country. They have never been honest. Someone paid a lot of money to hire them. These people have basically received money for their lives. Konan didn't call out any names. It seemed that he was explaining to the dozen Chunins, and it seemed that he was talking to someone inside. He raised his finger slightly and pointed at the dozen invaders. After that period, there were invaders trying to enter the hidden rain village from all directions almost every day. This is the face of the big country. They only want their own desires and never want peace in the Rain Country. The alarm bells in the hearts of the people who were pointed at were ringing, and they were even more afraid of Xionin who was floating in the rainy night. This fear even made them want to take action in advance and didn't want to confront each other anymore. They are indeed ninjas from the grass country. The grass country has never had principles and only does things for money. No one responded to Xionin, and Xionin didn't mind. Kill them, there will be another wave in a few days. They are endless, they have plenty of people, even some non-mobile characters are sent out. But the Rain Country has limited manpower, and the border needs to be guarded. So even if we have to deal with these rats, we have to do it ourselves. Rats? We are not rats, but ninjas who have received money to buy their lives. The leader of the invading team said in a shocking voice, "Kill them, take their forehead protectors, and go back to get another share of the money. You see, they are always greedy, even rats are hateful." Xionin smiled self-deprecatingly, and his body slowly turned into paper. The rats of the grass country are really looking for death. Naruto, who was mixed in the Rain Country Chunin, sighed slowly and silently drew an ordinary katana from the sealed space. With a buzzing sound, the katana made a buzzing sound, shaking off the rain falling on the knife. The murderous aura reached its peak at this moment, and the paper pieces scattered all over the sky, piercing through the wind and rain and piercing the invaders of the grass country. The swords hummed and the blades flashed like thunder. The more intense murderous aura was between the invaders and Yuji. The moment the leading Chunin of the country's long sword touched each other, the rest of the invaders seemed to sense something and retreated subconsciously. But at such a close distance, even gods could not avoid it. The sound of the sword cutting through flesh and blood broke the wind and rain in this quiet street, and scared away the Chunin of the Rain Country who rushed over one step later. Looking at the unfamiliar Chunin of the Rain Country, the sword light was like a dragon, and he was wantonly moving among the 7 or 8 invaders. The crackling rain was completely isolated from the outside, and the sword light cut off the heads, and the rain was also cut. The big drops of rain were scattered by the blade and mixed with the splashing blood. With a click, they saw the Chunin in the raincoat brutally hit the chest of the last invader with the blade, and the effect was like a heavy hammer. Chapter 326 The Chief of the Uzumaki Clan, the paper flowers sent by Konan, the future situation has changed. The man's chest collapsed heavily, and the thin blade of the katana broke in front of the terrifying force. With a bang, the last person flew backwards. 7 or 8 people were killed instantly by Naruto, and the other 7 or 8 were killed instantly by Konan using paper ninjutsu. Naruto, who rushed to the front, took off the hat of his raincoat and threw the bloody broken sword in his hand to the ground. He glanced at the corpses lying on the ground and looked back at Konan. The Yuyin Chunin looked at the strange face and the dazzling golden hair, and they were silent for a while. No matter how hard they tried to search their memories, they still couldn't find anything. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and several people didn't speak. Seeing Naruto talking to the angel, his tone was casual and even indifferent. Just kill them all. There's no need to think so far ahead. We still have to stand up on our own. Mediation is just a delaying tactic. If he can't do it, there will be no peace in the Hidden Rain Village. Naruto changed his clothes and returned to the top floor of the tower. Konan frowned slightly, staring at Naruto who was putting on gloves, and finally couldn't help asking. Are you sure? Of course I'm not sure. I'm not a medical ninja. He looked back at Konan in surprise. Now we can only try. Anyway, it won't be worse than it is now. Hearing his matter-of-fact tone, Konan didn't know how to refute for a while. What do you mean it won't be worse than it is now? That's it. Naruto walked towards the expressionless Nagato, and said as he walked, it's likely that he will be better, but he will die in the long run. Why? Konan followed 2 steps forward. Do you know what I am now? Naruto stopped, turned around and looked at Konan, pointing at himself and asked. What? I am the chief of the Uzumaki clan. He said seriously. Konan. She regretted that she shouldn't have talked to this person. He was really mean. She always felt that this person was doing it on purpose. Why was it so tiring to talk to him? He looked so frivolous and wanted to be beaten. He liked to pretend and was a coward. The Uzumaki clan has a lot of chakra in their bodies, so Nagato can use the Samsara Eye, but these eyes are not born to him. Naruto explained patiently, every time the Samsara Eye is used, it is a huge burden for Nagato. The method of extracting chakra and forcing it to operate is indeed feasible, but it costs life. The owner of the Samsara Eye must have extremely strong regenerative cells in his body. Chakra can indeed stimulate cell regeneration, but this is based on the loss of life. So, the activity of cells in Nagato's body is almost exhausted. If he uses the Samsara Eye a few more times, his life will be almost over. How do you know this? Konan asked. Didn't I tell you that I'm the leader of the Uzumaki clan, officially certified? Naruto coughed. Besides, I have a personal relationship with Orochimaru. What he meant by a personal relationship equals without saying anything, he used the Shiki Fusion to peel out Orochimaru's soul and tortured him. This personal relationship is indeed a bit hardcore. But Konan didn't know this, he just thought that Orochimaru and him had an intelligence-interest relationship. Hearing Orochimaru's name, he felt a little relieved. What is your method? Konan was a little confused. Inject chakra and activate the activity of cells in the body. Don't worry, it will be quick. Naruto said, turning around and continuing to walk towards the skinny Nagato. Is there really no risk? Konan was still a little worried and shouted behind him. There is no risk. If he doesn't do this, he won't live long. Naruto has already stood in front of Nagato, besides, no one is more suitable to do this than me. The members of the Uzumaki clan died, fled, and are scattered all over the place. Nagato raised his head, and the circles around his eyes were all blue-gray, which was a sign of death. His body was skinny and his expression was old and tired. No wonder he didn't talk much. Why do you want to help us? Nagato asked hoarsely. I also want world peace. Didn't the lecherous sage say that? Naruto stretched out his hand. I am a kind man. I hate to see wars in the ninja world the most. Since he pulled the 9 tails out of his body, although Naruto can't transform into a tailed beast now, he still has a half 9 tails' majestic chakra hidden in his body. These chakras can be freely transformed with the huge chakra of the Uzumaki clan that he was born with, which means that he has at least a complete 9 tails chakra in his body. It can't be used up. But it can't be used up at all. Vast amounts of chakra flowed from Naruto's body through his palms and into the shoulders of the commander. Wandering in his meridians again and again. Konan stood aside, watching with a worried look on her face. She breathed a sigh of relief until she saw that Nagato's face was indeed getting redder and redder. This proved that the method Naruto said was indeed effective, and Nagato's chakra in his body was indeed seriously insufficient as he said, and his cell activity decreased. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato could digest the chakra sent by Naruto. This process lasted for an hour, and Naruto slowly ended it when he felt it was almost done. After just sending chakra, he was still energetic, and estimated that he had only used about 1/10 of the chakra. After a rest, he can make up for it. Thank you. Nagato said as if he was stuck. No need, this is not just to help you. Naruto waved his hand and said, since the power of the Samsara Eye is so strong, the person who planted the Samsara Eye in you must be no simple person. They want to use you and Zionin to achieve their goals. Now that they have failed, they want to take back the Samsara Eye. That's too naive. After all, you are from the same school. Since the lecherous immortal didn't pursue your affairs, I don't bother to care. It's okay if I didn't meet you, but I naturally want to help you now that I know. Thank you. Xionin said sincerely. She thought about it, rolled up a bunch of paper flowers out of thin air and handed it to him, for you. Oh. Naruto took it and looked at it carefully. He was a little horrified and thought silently, could this be a part of her body? Nagato, how are you? Xionin asked with concern. Much better. Nagato tentatively stood up, and did not fall back into the iron seat. I can only stand up, and I can't walk on the ground. This is already very good, and it will get better slowly. She said. Nagato frowned, thinking of the ninjas who kept invading. He immediately wanted to say that he must expel them all next time, but he didn't say it out loud. Yet. He nodded. They all looked at Naruto, who was tearing the paper flowers aside, waiting for him to say goodbye. After all, the mission was over. I will stay for a while and give him a few more chakras. Naruto looked up and said, and his surprised eyes met theirs. What are your expressions? Will this have any effect on your body? Xionin asked. Chakra is the essence of ninjas, even if you are young, you can't. Well, I'm much better now, you don't have to force yourself. Nagato said hoarsely. No force, I know in my heart, even if only 1/10 of chakra is left in the end, it is far more than many jonins. Naruto waved his hand, it's settled, continue tomorrow. Nagato and Xionin looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Chapter 327 Hydrangea, a small ninja, identified believers, nurtured, trained. In that case, I'll find you to arrange food and lodging for you. Xionin said, but it felt a little strange. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't said something like that. Since Yahiko's death probably. No, I have a place to stay. Naruto remembered Hydrangea's home. He was hiding there last time, so it was just right to go directly to her house. I have a place to stay. Xionin was confused, where? Well, I don't remember the way. Naruto scratched his head and smiled, oh, by the way, can you lend me someone? Who? Hydrangea. Naruto said, although he was acting first and asking for permission later, and the person was captured by him. But he always felt that there was no need to be sneaky at the moment, so he might as well be open and aboveboard. Even if Hydrangea was indeed gifted, Xionin and Nagato would not refuse. Hydrangea. Xionin's expression was indeed a little strange, proving that Xionin knew about Hydrangea. She's missing. She's a talented genin. She's not missing. I took her away. Xionin. With just a few words, this bitch silenced her again. You've robbed her, so why are you borrowing? What the hell, Uzumaki Naruto, you deserve to die. Before leaving, Naruto took away a chakra iron rod from Nagato and a non-disappearing card from Xionin. Nagato, Xionin. This person is extremely complicated. He has the habit of not leaving empty-handed, but he can give chakra selflessly. He has a mean personality and doesn't care about his face. But why does he give people a sense of reliability? Compared with Jiraiya, he is better than his teacher. It's over. This is really a master. This person is at the opposite extreme from Yahiko. Xionin suddenly said. Nagato didn't know what to say, so he could only nod. Hydrangea was a little confused, looking around, a little bit unable to believe her eyes. After being in prison for more than a year, she had already given up hope. The last second she was still in the prison in the sealed space, reading a book and chatting with two cellmates in the next cell, Yamu, and the next second, she was already standing on the land of the rain country. Before she had time to get excited, happy, and kiss the soil ground. Looking up, she saw the person she least wanted to see, with golden hair, a slightly cold and playful smile, staring at her slowly. The two stood in an empty space in an abandoned building, and it was drizzling outside. The streets were wet, and the air was extremely dull. What's wrong with you? Hydrangea had been locked up for a year, and her spirit had long been worn away. What's wrong with me? Naruto said, where is your home? I forgot how to get there, lead the way. Hydrangea was a little speechless, this man was really not only did he catch her, but now he was planning to occupy her home, wasn't this bullying an honest person? Oh, by the way, don't think about running away. He suddenly added, I have a good relationship with your angels, you can go ask your angels. You are borrowed by me now, you know what this means, right? Now you are completely employed by me in life and as a person. Employed. Hydrangea glanced at him weakly. Is there money to be made? What are you thinking? Of course not. Naruto glanced at her. Employed is just a term, it sounds better, don't take it too seriously. Hydrangea. Isn't this slavery? Damn it. However, Naruto had no guilt at all, and slowly followed Hydrangea back to her home. He was thinking about how to exploit employees and develop the two Yukato into second-term employees. However, as the two Yukatos are the Union Jonin plus the two-tailed Jinchuriki, their willpower is obviously much stronger than that of Hydrangea, a small ninja in the Rain Village. Take it slow, don't rush. Ding. Questline 3 is activated. Followers of the Evil God. Dear World Traveler Zhongming, the Evil God has sent you an invitation. Gather 10 followers and get the reward, Hashirama Cell Activation Technique, Full Body Activation once, return to 18. Once? Is the Evil God so lame? Naruto complained as he walked on the road. What? Hydrangea turned back in confusion. Nothing, I'm not talking to you. Naruto waved his hand and said impatiently, keep leading the way. Oh. Hydrangea turned back again. Only Naruto could see the multiple panels that popped up in front of him, which listed 3 quest lines. The first one was already grey, quest line I, from Hinata's favor, 9 tails approval 73%, host releases 9 tail, wrong operation, quest line lost contact, has been permanently sealed. The second one currently has only a little green progress, quest line 2, Water Country chapter, Ninja Sword Stamp Collection quest line is open. Achievements achieved, Broken Sword. Beheading Sword. Reward, Izanagi, one-time item, issued when all achievements are achieved. The third one is the weak quest line that has just been activated, quest line 3, Followers of the Evil God. After a little thought, Naruto forked the first 2 panels and left the third panel. He kept scrolling down and found that the progress bar was at the bottom. The grey progress bar was like a hungry girl, laughing at his incompetence. The petty reward of the Evil God made him extremely dissatisfied, and he vowed to squeeze the Evil God hard when he had the chance in the future. Looking at the Hydrangea walking in front of him, Naruto suddenly had an idea in his mind. Followers? Isn't there a pure natural wild believer in front of him? Hydrangea was walking in front with an umbrella, leading the way, with all kinds of thoughts flying in her mind, and in the end it was chaos again. I can't understand what happened during this period of disappearance. How come that person is very familiar with the angel? It's okay that he was kidnapped, but now he can't do anything to him. She couldn't even condemn him morally. She was sold out? That. Naruto stopped her, turn around, I want to ask you something. What? Hydrangea turned around and looked at Naruto with a confused look on her face. Her eyelids suddenly jumped for no reason. What happened? Do you have faith? He asked. I do or don't I? She looked at Naruto, a little undecided. I thought, isn't it you who decides this? Even if I have it, if it doesn't suit your taste, won't I go to jail again? It's really no human rights, damn it. I think you can have it. Naruto said calmly with his hands folded. I have faith. Hydrangea became nervous, clenched her fists, her eyes wandered, and she stammered, what is my faith? Hey? Have you forgotten? You told me yourself. He smiled gently, like a wolf in sheep's clothing, as if saying. You must remember it, otherwise. Oh. Really? Yes. I said it myself, but I don't seem to remember it very well. Her palms were full of sweat, and she couldn't help feeling a little desperate when she thought about going to jail. She was only 18 years old, and she was sure that the flow of time inside was definitely not the same as outside. If she went back to that place, even if she came out a year later her heart would be old. It's okay, I remember that you seem to believe in evil gods. Naruto said to her with a smile, the evil god of the country of soup, who gave believers the ability to be immortal. Yes. That's it. I believe in evil gods. Hydrangea swallowed her saliva and said without hesitation. What is an evil god? Can it be eaten? Whatever, it's better than going to jail. Hydrangea looked at Naruto and smiled even more, motioning her to continue leading the way. She was relieved and escaped. It didn't matter what happened, she didn't have to go to jail anymore. It was just a casual belief, and it didn't affect her. Hydrangea. Rain Village, Genin, female, 18 years old. Evil God Believer, operable, option hidden. Talent, space summoning, summoning technique. On the left side of the panel was a full-body 3D image of Hydrangea, including various body data indicators. Short purple curly hair, wearing a grey martial arts suit. Whether it was strength or reaction or illusion and physical skills, they were all at the level that couldn't be weaker. Putting aside the talent, she was completely a small soldier. At the bottom of the panel was a comment, useless summoning girl. Naruto. It's better to know this kind of thing yourself, and this system doesn't need to be specifically marked. But what is this hidden option? He clicked it out of curiosity, and it actually responded. The panel was expanded. Operation options include single-player training, feeding, changing clothes, combat training, and group battle training. Sealed space training mode selection, Evil God Alter, Immortality, Death God Huangchuan, Time Adjustment. Is it a development system? Naruto muttered to himself while walking with an umbrella. The strength broke through the believer's floor, so there is a lot of room for growth. After crossing the hidden option panel, Naruto returned to the task line panel again. Looking at the progress bar of task 3, which had already turned 1/10 green, he raised his eyebrows. He remembered that there was another person in the sealed space. If the 2 wooden men were added, wouldn't the task progress be completed directly by 1/5? Suppressing his slightly excited mood, Naruto followed Hydrangea back home first. After entering the door, he changed his shoes at the entrance, and looked around and still looked familiar. Since he was still thinking about the progress of the task, he lay down on the grey sofa first. Just as he was about to sink his consciousness into the sealed space, he suddenly saw Hydrangea standing trembling in the middle of the living room. He frowned slightly, found a random reason to send her away, and waved his hand impatiently. Go take a shower, wash it clean, and don't come out for half an hour. Ah! Hydrangea's finger exerted force, and her nails sank deeply into her palm. Ah, what? Go quickly! Naruto urged. Oh! Hydrangea thought about it, and it was more painful to be in prison. She gritted her teeth, found a set of clothes and went into the bathroom. More than 10 minutes later, in the living room. He suddenly opened his eyes, with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. It actually failed. Naruto frowned and hurriedly called up the panel to check. 2 wooden men are determined and believe that the evil god believers have failed. Chapter 328. The Tool Girl still needs to work hard. She would rather go to jail on the altar. Looking at the words failed on the panel, Naruto slid down from the sofa weakly and looked at the ceiling with a dead fish eye. Sure enough, it's not that simple. He murmured. Clicking on the quest line 3 Hydrangea panel, a 3-dimensional full-body image of Hydrangea, who looked very weak, popped up directly. The purple-haired girl in the martial arts uniform had a not-so-smart smile on her face and a brown cloth belt around her waist. Because of her admiration for Zionin, she held a useless card in her hand. A simple ninja, a girl who was coerced. After watching for about a minute, he closed all the panels. He lay on the sofa for a while until he heard a noise from the bathroom, and then he remembered that Hydrangea was still there. She stood not far from the bathroom door, looking a little nervous under the orange light, and her whole body was steaming. She glanced at Naruto secretly, wanting to say something but not daring to. I'm done, she said with her eyes closed. The tone sounded a little desperate, and she was already feeling humiliated. She thought that even if that man wanted her to she would rather go to jail. Oh, you sleep on the sofa. Naruto got up and went to take a shower, leaving Hydrangea standing there, not knowing whether to be thankful or sad. The good news is that she is home and her boss doesn't harass her. The bad news is that she is home and her boss sleeps on the bed while she sleeps on the sofa. Who understands? Family members. Listening to the noise coming from the bathroom, she fell on the sofa with a bang, looking at the ceiling and closing her eyes with some confusion. The feeling of being in jail is really hard to describe. I can still lie on the sofa now, but what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Will I have to go back to that place again? He said that he was borrowed away, and there is a high probability that he will not have personal freedom. After thinking about it for a while, I don't know when I fell asleep. When he woke up again, he was covered with a thin blanket. The lights in the living room were off and it was quiet. Hydrangea half supported herself with her elbows and tried to sit up. She lowered her head and pinched the thin blanket in a daze. Maybe he was a good boss. People have two sides. In the middle of the night, Naruto woke up from the bed. After thinking about it, he decided to upgrade the tool level. At present, he can't stay in the rain country for a few days. He should leave after renewing Nagato's life. For a long time, perhaps hydrangea is the only tool he can use. The two Yukatos are not submissive. It will probably take some time to recruit them as evil god believers. This training system option is quite practical. If he recruits 10 believers, he will have 10 tools. In this way, the reward of Mission 3 is acceptable. At least if he developed a believer, he could open a separate panel immediately. He didn't know what benefits the evil god could get, but Naruto knew that this could indeed satisfy some of his bold ideas. He would go back and recruit Kurama Yakumo. What kind of will of fire is believed? Believe in the evil god and you will have eternal life. After setting the basic idea of the task line, Naruto lost his sleep. When he tossed and turned in bed, he suddenly realized that the only tool he had seemed very weak. No. How could he become a qualified tool with such laziness? A yellow-haired man who was destined to be hung under the street light got up, opened the door and walked silently to the sofa in the living room. A 4-symbol seal put the hydrangea into the seal space. With a bang, the hydrangea fell. She opened her eyes and saw the familiar cell, and her face changed immediately. However, unlike before, this time she was not in the cell, but outside. The two Yukatos next door were staring at her behind her, with calm eyes. Behind? She turned her head and saw Naruto's face. She admitted that Naruto was good-looking, and his dark windbreaker was neat and tidy, but he always gave her a feeling of ulterior motives. Oh, she realized that it was the first time that Yukato saw Naruto's true face. In the past conversations, Yukato found that Naruto had always used a fake identity. What's that name, Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto also noticed Yukato's eyes, but didn't take it seriously. In the past, for the sake of safety, he didn't use his real identity to show people, and wore a Uchiha trumpet. But now there is no need to be so troublesome. Mission 3 has been launched, and Yukato can no longer make any waves. No matter how tough she is, she will become a tool of the evil god sooner or later. This is... She stood up, took a look at the empty cell that once belonged to her, walked over silently, closed the door herself, and squatted skillfully in the corner. Well, it was just a dream, so I'll just go to jail. I really hope that guy dies soon, damn it. What are you doing? Naruto looked at her in surprise. Why did you go in by yourself? Isn't it jail? Hydrangea raised her head, also surprised. Who told you that I was in jail? You don't have to stay there anymore, I swear. Naruto raised his hand and swore with a serious face, otherwise, I will hit you with 5 thunderbolts. Really? The innocent girl stood up suddenly with tears in her eyes. Sure enough. Sure enough. Scum also has a kind side, and we can't kill all bad guys with one stick. She remembered the quilt that Naruto covered her with in the middle of the night, and couldn't help thinking that he didn't seem so bad, and if he insisted, it was not impossible to give it to him. Bad people can easily be whitewashed if they do a little good, but good people will be stained if they do a bad thing. The girl's mind is simple, or too young. In her eyes, the wicked man who had retired from the underworld was planning to use the evil god altar or the death god Huangchuan training ground. He didn't know that Hydrangea had labeled him as a lustful person, but he didn't have that kind of worldly desire for a tool man in his heart. Of course it's true. Naruto smiled and snapped his fingers, and the two disappeared instantly. This is an altar. The steps like a pyramid went up all the way, and there was a football field-sized arena on the top. The stone bricks of the steps exuded an ancient atmosphere, and there were dark red crystals in the cracks of each brick of the arena at the top. The altar was surrounded by darkness, endless darkness. There was no light in the distance, and it was the same all the way to the end, so quiet that there was no sound. She retracted her gaze from the distance, looked up and saw a large light source, which just illuminated the entire arena. There were no walls around the arena, and some obscure ancient spells were engraved on the ground. Hydrangea was a little flustered, and the environment here didn't seem to be better than a cell. At least the cell was clean. Except for a fence, it was almost the same as living in freedom. Where did he go? She looked around and saw Naruto's back. But I always felt that the boss's momentum was strange, and the murderous aura seemed a bit heavy. Hydrangea was terrified, thinking that she should not have provoked him, right? If there were also forced men in the ninja world, then Hydrangea should be like this at this time. Great friend, my boss doesn't want to rule me, but also took me to a gloomy and terrifying place. He seems to want to kill me, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. That Hydrangea had clearly felt Naruto's murderous aura, and wanted to shout hello, but swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and changed her words very much as soon as the words came out. Master, what is this place? It's a bit gloomy, are we in the wrong place? It's here. Naruto turned around, holding an ordinary katana in his hand, and sucked a sword from the darkness with a clatter, and threw it in front of her with a jingle. This is the divine Kusanagi sword, it can cut through iron like mud, and I won't bully you. Master, what are you doing? Hydrangea was shocked, goosebumps all over her body, and her desire to survive was instantly full. Just kidding, if she had been in prison forever, she wouldn't have that much. I was so scared. But after going out once, I never wanted to suffer that bird again. This is part of the training, don't be afraid. Naruto casually waved the big knife in his hand, which was not very handy, and comforted him. This is the altar of the evil god. You will not die as a believer of the evil god. But the pain is real, so you must do your best to tap your talent. I don't have any talent. She glanced at the Kusanagi sword on the ground, and her voice trembled, I can't use a sword either, this. It's okay, I don't know how to use a sword either, mainly to let you feel the atmosphere. He said, time waits for no one, don't talk nonsense, let's get started. Wait. I still don't understand, Master, what are you doing? Hydrangea had a glimmer of luck. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? Naruto looked at her and said, it's a combat simulation. No one will die here, and I won't really kill you. At most you will be injured and it will hurt a little. The wound will heal instantly and it won't hurt your body. I'm doing this to help you grow. Be strong, girl. Hydrangea. No. 10 minutes later, Hydrangea fell to the ground in pain. There was no scar on her body, but her eyes lost their light. In 10 minutes, he beat her 7 times. Every time she fought, her body could feel the piercing pain, but the pain came from different places on her body. She even suspected that this man did it on purpose, and he didn't even use a knife. In the name of using a knife, it was too cruel, so let her get used to it first. When you need it, you will regret not practicing well. Hydrangea began to regret why she didn't practice well in the first 18 years of her life. Now she can only passively take the beating, and she wants to die every time. You are very talented, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Naruto's voice sounded again, and the tip of the dragging knife slid on the ground and the stone bricks, leaving sparks. Damn it! Hydrangea couldn't hold it anymore, and turned around to summon the spirit. The huge unicorn rushed out and rushed straight towards Naruto. With a swish, the knife fell, and the unicorn disappeared in white smoke with a bang. This summoned beast is a bit weak. I'll take you to catch a stronger summoned beast next time. Naruto smiled, and there was still pleasure in training a tool man. Chapter 329 Farewell, I hope you will become a flower of hope that never fades. Master, please let me go. It was my fault for offending you before, woo woo woo. Hydrangea collapsed directly, this man is a pervert. She regretted it very much now, damn it, how could she believe this man's lies? It's true that she doesn't have to go to jail anymore. It's better to stay in jail than to stay in this place. Pain. It hurts so much, but every time the injury is healed instantly. I'm not that stingy, stand up. Naruto kicked the Kusanagi sword in front of Hydrangea, practice for another half an hour, and you will be free. Really? She asked with gritted teeth. If it's half an hour, just hold on and delay it, and the time will pass. She roughly calculated that the flow time here is normal. If she lies on the ground for 1 more second, the training time can be reduced by 1 second. But she doesn't dare to die directly, if she really dies, it will be troublesome. Otherwise, she will definitely use death to delay time. In fact, Hydrangea will not die in the evil god altar. Even if she is pierced through the heart by a knife, she can still come back to life in the next second, and no scars will be left. Because this is the evil god altar, it is not comparable to the evil god's blessing that has been polluted by Feijuan. The reason why he didn't kill her is, First, because it is unnecessary, tempering a tool man is not torturing a tool man. Second, it is really painful and easy to cause psychological shadows. Really? Naruto nodded and said. Half an hour later, Hydrangea collapsed on the ground, and the scars on her body slowly faded. I don't remember how much blood I lost, but my body was indeed damaged by the actual combat training. What's more amazing is that every time the wound heals, the chakra will be restored to full. She didn't have such a firm belief in the evil god until Naruto cut off her hand with a knife. At that moment, she felt that her belief value had exceeded the limit, and she wanted to kneel down and kowtow to the evil god. Fortunately, the evil god did not give up on her and still healed in 1 second. But the cruelest thing only stopped there, and nothing terrible happened again. With a click, Naruto snapped his fingers and pulled her out of the sealed space. Hydrangea opened her eyes, and it was still the familiar living room. Her eyes suddenly widened, as if she had never breathed before, her whole body arched, and she took a deep breath. After a few seconds, she lay back heavily on the sofa. We'll continue tomorrow. Naruto's voice sounded. Accompanied by a click, the door closed tightly. Hydrangea was so shocked that she clamped her legs together, and sat up directly, her head buzzing. This is not the human world, it's hell. After a moment of sadness, after realizing that life is like this, Hydrangea fell asleep in seconds. The next day, on the top floor of the Rain Country Tower, Naruto yawned and sent chakra to Nagato. Last night, in order to help Hydrangea grow rapidly, he also tossed until midnight. It was also very energy-consuming to accompany her throughout the whole process, so that she struggled to get up in the morning. He thought that this would not be a good thing to continue, and he still had to find a way to find a sparring puppet for Hydrangea and throw it into the sealed space evil god altar together. It is estimated that he sent another tenth of chakra. Naruto yawned and stopped, his face full of fatigue. Nagato was also somewhat moved, looking up at Naruto, moving his mouth and said. This will hurt your body too much, let's stop here. No, I'm fine. Naruto waved his hand, yawned and left. I have something to do, I'm leaving first. After Naruto left, Konan happened to come back, folded the paper wings at the top floor window and walked a few steps to land. The cards thrown out were stained with blood, and it seemed that he went out to chop wood again. What's wrong? Konan saw Nagato looked worried. Naruto just sent me chakra and looked very tired. If he keeps forcing himself like this, he won't be able to hold on. Nagato frowned and said. We can't let him continue to do this, otherwise. Hydrangea house. Get up and prepare for training, hurry up. Naruto said. I can't get up. Just kill me, no matter what. Hydrangea refused to get up, curled up on the sofa with the quilt under her. Why should I kill you? Naruto was so angry that he laughed. I'm helping you grow, and I'm not asking for your opinion now. With a snap, he snapped his fingers. Altar of the evil god. With a chime, the Kusanagi sword was thrown in front of her like a tattered piece. Hydrangea looked down numbly at the Kusanagi sword at her feet. Then she knelt down and said to Naruto. Master, you can kill me, I won't resist. Please, send me back to jail. Woo woo woo, I really know I was wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I this kind of person in your eyes? Naruto looked serious, threw the knife directly, and took out the flying thunder god Kunao. Forget it, let's reduce the difficulty for you. You use the divine Kusanagi sword, and I can use this ordinary Kunao. I don't want to fight. Damn you, go to hell. Hydrangea was almost roaring in her heart, but her expression was still numb. Looking at the black Kunao in Naruto's hand, she thought for a moment and nodded. The Kusanagi sword is indeed as sharp as mud. To deal with Kunao, just be careful not to get close to it. With a ding, Naruto disappeared. Where are they? Hydrangea was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but tighten her sword. Behind you. Naruto patted Hydrangea's shoulder, and the latter turned around and slashed, but slashed into nothingness. For the next hour, Hydrangea suffered from inhumane speed torture. She finally recalled the legend that circulated on the battlefield 20 years ago, the yellow flash. With a bang, Hydrangea's eyes were already scattered. The lost blood returned to the body, the wound on the neck healed, and the chakra was full of blue. Congratulations, you have persisted for a whole hour. He put away the kunao with a faint smile on his face. No, you don't have to torture me for an hour. Hydrangea almost had no strength to speak, but she still fought back. You're wrong, this is not torture. Naruto walked up to her, squatted down, and said seriously, Hydrangea, do you have a dream? Dream? Yes, what kind of person do you want to be? Do you choose to be a mediocre genin, get married, have children, and grow old, or choose to be a powerful ninja like an angel? Angel, sir. Hydrangea's scattered pupils gradually became focused. She recalled her dream of becoming a female ninja like Angel, sir. She even specially learned the paper ninjutsu with little power, just to be closer to the person in her dream and become a powerful and beautiful ninja. I want to become. Very good. Hydrangea. Naruto held her hand. You are very talented in summoning ninjutsu, which has been shown in training. Keep it up, an excellent summoning ninja should be more powerful than a summoned beast. One day later. Hydrangea felt that she was almost useless. She couldn't remember how many times her neck was cut and her heart was pierced. Even the slash that she was afraid of at the beginning was a minor injury. As long as it was not a fatal injury, she would even make a final counterattack. The training was cruel and the effect was significant. At least in one day, Hydrangea made rapid progress. Just give her some time and she will grow to a terrifying level. He accompanied Hydrangea in training during the day and had to train more at night. It was not only Hydrangea who was in pain, Naruto was also uncomfortable. He was not tired, but he couldn't sleep well. The next day was early again. Even though Naruto was very sleepy, he still got up. Nothing else, just habit. He washed up and went out as usual. Before leaving, he found a bag of fresh tomatoes in the kitchen. After putting a few in his pocket, he hurried out. Naruto looked more tired than yesterday after transferring 1/10 of his chakra step by step, as if all his energy and spirit had been drained out. Konan was worried, and Nagato frowned. If Jiraiya asked about this and found that his junior brother looked like he was overindulging himself, how would he explain it? Could it be that his bones were damaged? Konan looked at Nagato, and Nagato didn't know what to say. Suddenly there was a loud noise at the stairs, followed by Naruto's violent coughing. He coughed desperately, as if he had no lungs. Konan and Nagato thought it was not good, and hurried over. As a result, they saw Naruto holding the wall and spitting blood from a distance. Cough cough cough. Damn, he can choke even when eating tomatoes. Konan wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Nagato with a serious face. He shook his head and said. I already advised him yesterday. He is a person who likes to show off. There is no point in talking to him now. Why not send him away tomorrow? The next day. Naruto, who had dark circles under his eyes, was stunned in place, looking at Nagato and Konan, and asked. What do you mean by enough? There is really nothing wrong with my body. I dare not say anything else, but the amount of chakra is definitely useful. Cough cough. Sorry, I choked on my saliva. Konan and Nagato looked unconvinced, and they would never agree to let Naruto give Nagato more chakra. I appreciate your kindness, but Naruto, you really can't force it anymore. Nagato said in a hoarse voice, I have enough chakra in my body. After hearing this, Naruto wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Konan with a look. With a sigh, he no longer insisted. Okay. Looking at his compromised look with his shoulders lowered, Konan was slightly moved. He was worthy of being the disciple who inherited Jiraiya's will for peace. Even though he had a bad character and was despicable, his soul was still a blazing light. After they experienced many hardships and darkness, they encountered the last ray of light. For you. Konan handed Naruto a bunch of paper flowers. Didn't I give it to you last time? Naruto was a little surprised. Hey. Konan shook her head, last time it was a flower of gratitude, this time it is a flower of hope for farewell. She raised her head, and a sincere smile appeared on her face, like the sun breaking through the clouds after a rainstorm. I hope you will become a flower of hope that never fades. Chapter 330 Couples Dinner with Shikamaru and Koji, so bring Ino along? After leaving the land of rain, Naruto thought about it and used the impure world reincarnation to find a sparring partner for Hydrangea who would not complain of being tired, Kimimaro. It happened that there was a bone left by Kimimaro in the sealed space, so he used the impure world reincarnation to bring it out and threw it into the evil god altar. Hydrangea was completely numb after training once. Begging for mercy was useless, she could only struggle as hard as she could and put herself into training again and again. Fortunately, the daily limit was 1 hour, and after 1 hour of hell, it was a lovely rest time. Only when lying in bed, Hydrangea could truly feel that she was alive. After finding a sparring partner for Hydrangea, Naruto didn't care anymore. He quickly returned to Konoha to report, and half a month had passed since leaving the village. It was late March. The cherry blossom trees next to the Hokage building showed signs of blooming. Kakashi looked up and down at Naruto's mission report with dead fish eyes and was speechless for a long time. Your mission report is a bit abstract. Kakashi put it down and looked at Naruto helplessly. It's a special mission, so I can't describe it in too much detail. Naruto found an excuse to prevaricate. Kakashi didn't bother to ask, after all, he had learned about the rain country from the news from Jiraiya. Konoha's attitude is to let it go and just ignore it. Just do it for money, and don't ask any more questions. After leaving the Hokage building, he went to Konoha Hospital first. Black Sakura didn't seem to have changed much, and everything looked normal. Why are you staring at me? Black Sakura asked with a smile, did you miss me after not seeing me for half a month? If you want, it's not impossible to. Naruto said nothing, lowered his head and spit into the trash can. Black Sakura. You still hold a grudge? She asked faintly. Her pink hair was already over her shoulders and not trimmed, just tied behind her head. What grudge? Naruto looked confused, pretending not to understand. No need, Haruno Sakura, who cares so much about you, I'll leave first. Sakura knew he did it on purpose, but she didn't expect him to pour cold water on her as soon as he came back. Get out of the way. He had already walked to the door, a little impatient. No. Sakura blocked his way with her body, leaned against the door and looked up at him. I don't want that either, can't you forgive me once? Naruto didn't say anything, but responded to her with action. He pushed Sakura away with one hand and opened the door directly. He looked at her deeply before leaving and said cruelly. I don't have time to guess your thoughts now. When you think it over, we'll talk again. Sakura looked at his back as he left, and her eyes slowly lost focus. Sitting back in the office chair, she looked at these daily tasks and felt bored for the first time. She raised her head slightly and glanced at the bright halo, and when she squinted, she hid all the suppressed emotions in her eyes. In this small duty room, she still remembered Naruto's evasive expression when he first learned the truth. Later, he said so sincerely that he would always remember her and die with her. It's really good to be alive, and no one doesn't want to live well. Sometimes, she would think that if they had children in the future, they would give birth alone. But now, probably they won't have them in the future. Her eyes were red, and tears fell when she raised her head slightly. After leaving Konoha Hospital in a hurry, he didn't look for Ino or Hinata, nor did he go home. Instead, the first time ran to Satomi Hill Villa, and met with Kurama Yakumo. Afternoon. Kurama Yakumo watched Naruto force Ito out again skillfully, and then quietly walked to a corner of the house and squatted down with his ears covered to avoid being frightened. Ito, wait. We can talk. Ah. Don't you understand human language? Naruto didn't listen to Ito at all. He hadn't fought for half a month. How could he compromise for the first time? Anyway, he knew it was a trick, so he might as well beat him up first. Thinking like this, the strength in his hands couldn't help but increase a little. At that moment, Ito really felt the disparity of the world. It turned out that perverts really existed. After dealing with Ito, Naruto sat down and poured himself a glass of water. Ito returned to Kurama Yakumo's body again. Kurama Yakumo stood timidly in the corner, lowering his head and waiting for Naruto to leave. However, this time he did not leave directly, but called up the system panel that only he could see, clicked on the Task 3 panel and carefully checked it for a while. You asked me how to become a normal ninja last time, right? He suddenly looked up and asked Kurama Yakumo. Yes. Kurama Yakumo didn't know why Naruto brought up that matter at this time. At that time, he rejected her because of her poor physical fitness. Even if she begged hard, she only got a vague answer from him to help her think of a solution. Could it be? There is already a solution? You are too weak to be a ninja. Naruto said after a moment of hesitation. I know, but I still want to try. Kurama Yakumo pinched himself with his hand on the side of his leg, raised his head and said with courage. He roughly knew that this was the greatest wish of Kurama Yakumo's parents when they were alive, and he didn't expose their scars. After all, he was not a good voice instructor who liked to listen to stories of pity. Okay, now there is a way to improve your physique. He said with a serious face, but you have to pay a certain price. Hey! Don't take off your clothes. You are sick. Who do you think I am? Oh. Kurama Yakumo put on her clothes honestly, stared into his eyes and asked, what do you need me to do? Ahem. Naruto looked at her deeply and asked mysteriously, have you heard of the evil god? Kurama Yakumo. Konoha village genin female 18 years old. Evil god believer operable, options hidden. Talent, illusion. At the bottom of the panel, there is an evaluation of Kurama Yakumo, weak illusion girl who can't take care of herself. Damn, the system's evaluation is really fair. The last evaluation of Hydrangea was that she was a useless summoning girl, and now the evaluation of Kurama Yakumo is that she is weak and can't take care of herself. However, the little girl is easy to fool. She became a believer of the evil god after a few words. But with this physique, she has to be slow even when training, lest the ninja world's Lindai perish. The evil god altar can keep her alive, which means that the training will be harder, but it is still good for her body. Proper training is similar to warming up. Anyway, he now has a secretary who is in business training, and he doesn't need Kurama Yakumo to do things for him for the time being, just need to take care of him. Is this all right? Kurama Yakumo was a little confused, and he touched various parts of his body, but didn't feel anything abnormal. Yes, that's all right. Naruto nodded, you should have a good rest for 2 days, I'll find you in 2 days, and you'll know then. Oh. Kurama Yakumo didn't have much expression. Without staying for long, Naruto went home directly, washed up hastily, and slept for the whole afternoon. After running around for many days, plus giving some chakra to Nagato, he was really a little weak. At night, Naruto changed into loose clothes and went downstairs to buy food. He was wandering on the street for a while before he ran into acquaintances, Shikamaru, Koji, and 2 girls with extraordinary temperament, who looked a little unfamiliar. The 4 seemed to be shopping, worrying about where to eat. Shikamaru and Koji were dressed casually, with short sleeves and shorts, and had troubled expressions on their faces. The 2 girls next to them were wearing makeup and were dressed more youthful and bright. They were holding them and saying something dissatisfied. Seeing this, Naruto quickly shrank his neck, thinking that he would not be discovered and hurriedly leave in the chaos. They were on a date, and it would not be appropriate for him to go there alone to buy food. Who knew that Shikamaru was the first to meet Naruto's eyes, shouted suddenly, and waved at him. Naruto's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself that what he feared would come true. Why are you hiding? Shikamaru still looked the same, listless, just looking a bit henpecked. I'm not hiding. Naruto patted the wrinkles of his clothes. The atmosphere among the 4 people was quite lively, but Shikamaru's shout broke the situation. The 2 girls looked over and took a look at Naruto. The one next to Shikamaru was a head shorter than him, with very white skin and a generous smile. The one next to Koji was not the dark-skinned ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, but a female ninja from Konoha, slightly plump and cute. Because Naruto destroyed the Akatsuki plan, the timeline was extended, and the 4th Ninja World War did not start as scheduled. Shikamaru and Koji were of marriageable age, so they naturally had people around them. The 4th Ninja World War had not yet started, and there were still rifts between the 5 major countries. At this time, cross-border marriages were naturally unnecessary. And the old-fashioned Inoshikajo family, no matter which family of Konoha they were with, marriage is more than enough. Uzumaki Naruto, the guy I mentioned last time. Shikamaru turned around and introduced him to the 2 girls casually, we grew up together, let's eat together when we meet. Yes, let's eat together. Koji was a little happy and agreed. The 2 girls smiled and greeted Naruto, and readily agreed to Shikamaru's proposal. They also knew that Naruto's relationship with the 5th and 6th generations was extraordinary. It's not that he is snobbish, but he is in the same circle of friends and sees things more clearly than other people. At least there won't be any arrogant farce. There is nothing to be arrogant about in front of this group of 2nd generations. Although Naruto is also a 2nd generation, his circle of friends only intersects with Shikamaru and a few others. So that Shikamaru's friends know Naruto, but Naruto will not take the initiative to contact them. The reason for this does not need to be specifically explained. Just like people from 2 different worlds, even if they live in the same village, there is no need to disturb them. Naruto also knows his own weight and what he looks like in the eyes of others. You 2 have no shame, you 2 should go in pairs, why should I join in the fun alone? Naruto waved his hand to refuse. Isn't this dog abuse? Ino should be at home too, why don't you call her out? Shikamaru complained. Yeah, the Yamanaka flower shop seems not far from here. Koji squinted his green bean eyes and smiled. Naruto, why don't you call Ino out to have dinner together? It's just a meal anyway, it's not as lively as 6 people eating with 4 people. Okay. The girl next to Shikamaru spoke immediately. Naruto, okay. He was still thinking about finishing his meal early and going home to sleep, and finding Ino would be a matter for tomorrow. But with 2 girls present, Naruto didn't want to disappoint his 2 friends. So the 5 people split into 2 groups, 4 of them went to the popular store to queue up first, and Naruto went to pick up Ino. Yamanaka flower shop. Pushing the door and entering the store, Naruto found Yamanaka Rino in the store and immediately felt strange. But then he thought that this flower shop was originally managed by Ino's mother, so there was nothing strange about it. Probably because he always came at the wrong time and didn't meet Mrs. Yamanaka. Auntie. Naruto called out honestly. Naruto? Are you here to find Ino? Yamanaka Rino was still satisfied with his impression of him, and smiled and said, Ino is upstairs, you can just go find her directly. Thank you, Auntie. He didn't waste any words and went upstairs after saying that. Ino had heard the movement downstairs a long time ago, and was sitting at the desk pretending to tidy up. The wall was covered with various materials. There was a pink line in the middle above the desk, and a lot of materials were also clipped on it. Let's go out for dinner, Shikamaru and Koji are waiting for us. He leaned against the door and said. No, I'm busy. She refused as a matter of course. What's the point of having dinner with those 2 guys? It's better for the 2 of them to be private in the room. I've already promised to take you out. He walked over and pulled Ino up, besides, they brought a girl with them, I'm embarrassed to be with them alone. Girls? They're on a date, why are you going? Ino opened her eyes wide. The 2 held hands together, feeling soft. It's not like I have to go, hurry up, it's urgent. Naruto wanted to pull her out without saying anything, but Ino broke free, snorted, and said righteously. I want to put on makeup. Naruto looked up at the sky, you're prettier than the 2 of them even if you wash your face, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Really? Ino asked suspiciously. I'm a dog if I lie to you. He sighed and advised, Miss, people are still waiting in line for us, let's go. Oh. Ino glanced at him with her peripheral vision, her neck slightly red, and said in a muffled voice, you go out first, I'll change clothes. Okay. He responded coldly and went out very gentlemanly. There was a faint sweetness in Ino's room. Naruto didn't notice it when he was standing inside, but he realized it as soon as he walked out of the room. The sound of changing clothes came from the room, but it seemed to be completely non-existent through a door. When changing clothes, she almost fell down. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and for a moment, she even thought that he was cheating and had to change clothes in front of him. It seemed a bit shameless, but why did she think so? It was definitely not because of love, it must be because I didn't sleep well recently that I had so many strange thoughts. Chapter 331, I couldn't get rid of my hand, so I was just a little jealous. Shikamaru and his group found a hot restaurant. Looking at the crowd of people, they suddenly felt that it was a bit troublesome. After asking around, they learned that they had to wait for 2 hours. They couldn't leave, and if the person who called the number wasn't there, it would be considered invalid. Shikamaru was discouraged when he heard that and had no interest in eating. But he couldn't resist the 2 girls who liked it, so he scratched his head and had to queue up. Where's Koji? Shikamaru asked, turning around. Koji had already asked if he could pay extra to jump the queue. That wasn't called jumping the queue, it was just booking the most expensive tables. Not long after, he also brought news. You have to queue over there, too, and it takes less time. Koji raised the receipt in his hand and said naively, let's go, don't crowd here, go inside and wait. Those 2 haven't arrived yet, I hope they can't be found. Shikamaru frowned and asked, looking around the crowded crowd, go in first, I'll come out to pick them up later. The night was bright, and the lights on Konoha Street were everywhere, spreading out like a disc from this end of the village to all directions. 2 blonde figures were very close, walking slowly on the crowded night market street. The surroundings were filled with the noise of passers-by, and it was very lively. The blonde girl had a slim and curvy figure, her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, her face was full of natural collagen without a single dead corner, and her skin was as white and delicate as ice cream. Every inch of the girl's body exuded the breath of youth, her face pretended to be reserved, but her eyes always glanced at the boy next to her intentionally or unintentionally. The boy was dressed casually, with a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, and a fluffy blonde hair. He seemed to be saying something, and his eyes wandered around the stalls on the side of the road. The people in the country of hot springs are really idle, and there are hot springs everywhere by the way, do you eat this? Naruto said halfway, and took a boxed dessert from the stall. Without waiting for Ino to answer, Naruto paid directly. It didn't matter whether Ino ate it or not, even if she carried it, he would not lose anything anyway. I don't want to eat it. Ino complained. Give it back to me, I'll give it to Koji. Naruto said, reaching out to take it. No. Confiscated. Ino quickly protected the small cake and looked at Naruto dissatisfiedly, buy another one for yourself, and don't buy the same one as mine. I only sell that kind of cake. I don't care. Ino snorted and stretched out her hand to twist his hand. He was a little speechless, but he didn't think about bringing any small cake to Koji. Koji likes to eat meat and puffed food. Eating colorful small cakes, in Koji's original words, is not a man's choice. Eating a cake and still possessive, I really admire it. Naruto muttered. Ah. Ino felt guilty that he had seen through her, but she would never admit it. Where were we talking? Oh, right, the land of hot springs. Naruto rubbed his hands and continued to argue with Ino as he walked, the girls in the land of hot springs are great, all of them. Ah. Ino. Why did you step on me? Accidentally. How is that possible? You did it on purpose. What's wrong with doing it on purpose? Who made you so lustful? Ino glared at him, you're not doing your job properly when you're on a mission, and you've learned bad things from Jiraiya-sama. At this time, in a market town in a small country, Jiraiya, who was drinking wine, shuddered for no reason, suddenly sobered up, looked around drunkenly, and wondered why he suddenly felt a little cold on his back. This is a means of extracting information, you can't blame me. Naruto said shamelessly, and took the opportunity to put the blame on Jiraiya. It's better for the master to die than for the apprentice. Besides, I was not yet 18 years old at the time. I was just watching from the side. The one who really took the initiative to obtain information was the lecherous sage. I didn't do anything. Then you are not allowed to watch it either. I don't want to watch it either. Naruto defended, the lecherous sage is drunk, the girl's legs are too white, what if something happens if I don't watch it? It's not illegal to watch it if you pay. Hey. Ino walked straight forward. Naruto, who was following behind her, touched his nose and sweated for himself. The girl's possessiveness became more and more blatant and open as she grew younger. Now he didn't dare to mention Hinata in front of Ino, nor did he dare to mention Ino in front of Hinata. He didn't know how long this layer of paper could last. When did those two guys start? Walking on the road, he suddenly asked Ino. What? Ino was stunned for a moment. Girlfriend. Oh, you said Keiko and Tamako, we have known each other for a long time. Ino said, during the New Year festival, parents meet frequently. Hearing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows and thought that he had never heard of this name. There are quite a lot of small families in Konoha, and there are also many families with close relations with the three tribes of Pig, Deer, and Joe. In order to strengthen the relationship, marriage is not a difficult thing to understand. Marriage? Naruto asked bluntly. Not really. The girl turned around and smiled at him, after all, there is no better choice. There is always an emotional foundation. What about you? He asked. What? Ino was stunned for a moment, and suddenly understood, and her face suddenly turned red. I didn't, why are you asking this? Just asking. Oh. After saying that, Ino came back to her senses in an instant, with a smug smile on her face, are you jealous? No. Naruto said as he grabbed her hand and walked forward. Liar. Ino looked very happy, with bright eyes and eyebrows. There was a flower stall in front, with dazzling warm lights hanging on the stall. Naruto didn't think about it, took out money with his other hand, bought a bouquet of flowers and handed it to Ino. In this way, Ino could only hold the flowers in one hand and be held by him with the other hand. He looked back, his mouth slightly raised, thinking that I can completely occupy your hands today, and I can completely occupy your life tomorrow. Jealous? Not true, okay, a little bit. However, who has the final say in Konoha? If anyone comes up to him, he will twist his head. Okay, I like you. Naruto said without looking back, pulling Ino through the crowded crowd. The voice was not drowned out by the crowd. No matter how noisy it was, the voice of the person you like was the most special. Ino's heart was moved for a moment, and she smiled with eyes like a crescent moon and eyebrows like smoke. There are many beautiful things in the world. Some people meet again after a long separation, and some people watch snow in winter and listen to rain in summer. Even if they are together less and more apart, Ino still feels happy to hear his frank love. It's good to hold hands on the street, as long as it's him. When Shikamaru saw the two in the crowd, his eyes stayed on the holding hands for a few seconds. Looking up at Ino's hands full of flowers and cakes, he shrugged immediately. Are you two having dinner or going on an outing? You're such a fuss. Where are Koji and the others? Naruto ignored him. Ino subconsciously tried to break free, but after struggling for a while, she found that she couldn't. Inside. Shikamaru turned and led the way. She looked up at Naruto, but saw that he had a nonchalant expression and pulled her around the crowd to go inside. Let go. She said in a low voice. No, there are too many people here. Naruto said, let's talk about it after we go in. Ino. She was a little uncomfortable with being too close to Naruto in front of Shikamaru and Koji, but she had no choice but to obey him if she couldn't break free. Chapter 332 I'm the same as you, so you won't be lonely. Walking through the bustling hall, the sound of fireworks filled the ears, and she had to be on guard against the hot air coming out of the improper operation of the next table. Going up to the third floor and entering the corridor of the private room, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the diners were completely isolated on the first floor. There was a soft carpet under her feet, and a faint spicy smell could be smelled from behind the doors. I actually wanted to eat on the first floor, but today's situation is special, so I can only come here. Shikamaru introduced lazily. The two people behind him were his own people, so there was nothing he couldn't say. You can't keep people waiting, it's not good. Ino said. Yeah, women are trouble. Ino. Although she knew that Shikamaru didn't mean that, she was still a little unhappy. She couldn't beat Shikamaru, so she looked at Naruto who was laughing beside her. Why are you looking at me? Naruto's expression gradually became horrified. J-Page. It's all your fault. Ah. Ino, you are a little unreasonable now. So what? Humph. Ino became more and more unreasonable. But as soon as she opened the door of the box, she immediately played with the two girls again. As if surrounded by flowers, the girls burst into silver bell-like laughter from time to time. Naruto rolled his eyes, sat down next to Shikamaru, leaned back in his chair, and looked like an old man. When did you come back? Koji greeted him skillfully, dressed casually, and his tone was already a bit adult-like. Naruto didn't react, raised his eyebrows, and said something. Today. You are so in tune with each other, we caught you today. Koji patted his shoulder with his thick palm and winked at him. How are you and that person? When are you together? Ino was there. Koji didn't dare to say the princess's name directly, so he could only use that person instead. Shikamaru looked at the menu slowly, and his ears perked up. Nothing. Naruto sniffed, young people should focus on their careers. I'm not as idle as you. Love is so vulgar. Click. Shikamaru slowly threw the menu on the table and looked at Naruto with a little contempt. You didn't want to separate your hands just now, what's wrong? Now you're pretending. After teasing for a few years without any action, you don't have any bad intentions, do you? What nonsense are you talking about? Eat the food. Naruto said. The food hasn't been served yet. Shikamaru was a little speechless. This guy is good at changing the subject, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was a private matter between Ino and Naruto. I just mentioned it because they were childhood friends. There was no point in saying more. After all, no matter how good the relationship was, it was their business. The door of the box was opened, and the dishes were placed on top. The small pot in the middle was set up, and white smoke rose. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. The wine was slowly placed on top, and the bottle was opened and filled. Shikamaru and Koji seemed to have gotten used to it. The relationship between the upper and lower levels of the old family was still quite serious. As an adult, drinking became a passive skill that ninjas learned when they were depressed. I heard that Shikamaru started to talk, slowly opening up the conversation. Everyone present knew each other, so even with 2 more girls, the atmosphere would not be dull. Naruto did not need to talk to them on purpose, just occasionally picking up their conversations was enough. Half an hour later, the atmosphere at the table became completely lively. Ino also drank, but not much, taking small sips. The last time she got drunk and asked Naruto for a kiss, she was almost ashamed to death, and she vowed never to do such a stupid thing again. The land of rain, it's not that scary. Naruto has been traveling outside for the past few years, and the places he has been to are places that the others would hardly go to. Besides, after spending a long time with Jiraiya, he also knew how to bring up interesting topics. Just telling a few interesting stories on the road was enough to cope with this kind of occasion. Will you be so busy in the future? Koji suddenly asked. Ino was talking and laughing with the 2 girls, and suddenly paused for a moment after hearing this. I don't know, it's not decided yet. Naruto put the wine glass on the table with a click, and said lazily, if there is nothing to do, I will probably stay in the village, or I may have to go out on a mission. Drink less. Ino turned her head to look at him and frowned. As soon as he finished speaking, Koji immediately took Naruto's wine glass like a dog leg, and said with a silly face. Drink some water. Naruto. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Shikamaru suddenly stood up, raised the wine glass in his hand and said. I have something to announce. As if it had been planned for a long time, there were only a few things that could be said in such an occasion. In such a tone, it is probably the most important things in life. Ino looked up at Shikamaru in confusion, Koji was a little nervous, and the other 2 women had different expressions. Naruto half closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair, the light was narrow in his eyes. The box became quiet, the pot was bubbling, and the fresh ingredients that Koji had just put in were bubbling and singing in the hot water. Tamako and I are getting married next week. Shikamaru said, and a blush appeared on his face. Smart people don't blush easily, they even try to control their expressions morbidly. But Naruto looked at the seriousness and shyness in Shikamaru's eyes and knew that this was probably true. Good. Koji clapped his hands, and the atmosphere in the box instantly became lively. The girl named Tamako looked shy, probably because she had expected it. She blushed when she stood with Shikamaru under the light. He opened his eyes, stood up and said congratulations, and the butterfly effect still showed its fangs many years later. For Naruto, it was also a good thing. The significance of a dinner party witnessed the power of the butterfly effect. A person like Shikamaru will be treated well no matter who marries him. He glanced at Ino from the corner of his eye, and could only see her profile, always smiling. The word marriage was unexpectedly heavy. Listening to Shikamaru's announcement that he was going to get married, Naruto didn't have much feeling in his heart. Ino was very good, and life was also very good. But once he wanted to settle down seriously, things would often become not so good. The chairs were pulled away, and 3 or 2 people stood up. Shikamaru and Koji still had things to do. After saying hello, they each took their girlfriends and left in different directions. Ino followed Naruto as a matter of course. The 2 walked out of the private room and breathed some fresh air. The cool night breeze blew and they felt comfortable all over. What are you thinking about? Ino asked. I didn't think about anything, I just felt that time passed so fast. Naruto sighed in a cliched way, we were still laughing together yesterday, but when I turned around, I found that those guys were ready to enter the next stage of life. Shikamaru doesn't like those jobs, but the elders of the Nara clan hope that he will participate in more high-level activities. Ino explained on the side. Only by getting married at this time can you delay the trajectory of life. It is precisely because you are not ready that you get married. She looked at Naruto with bright eyes. Koji doesn't have so much pressure, but he is a kind person. Not long after Shikamaru got married, he will also choose to get married. Are you envious? Naruto turned his head and asked. Yet. At the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, Ino turned around and stood side by side with Naruto in front of the window, looking at the lights of Konoha in the distance, and said with a smile. But I know you don't envy me, so I don't envy you either, so you won't be lonely. Don't scold me, it's just a Kidian event, post it again, there are too many monthly tickets, I'll add another free chapter tomorrow. In late autumn, the sky became dim without noticing, as if it was stained with a layer of ink. Perhaps because of the heavy rain that lasted all day yesterday, the temperature outside Konoha was a little low. Do you have a fever? Naruto leaned over slightly and looked at Ino sitting at the counter on the first floor of the flower shop. The girl tilted her head up, her eyes squinting subconsciously. The slightly red cheeks were like drunkenness, and the tears caused by weakness made her look a little pitiful. 3 minutes ago, Naruto passed by the flower shop and wanted to say hello to Ino on a whim, and accidentally caught a glimpse of a figure lying on the counter. You don't look good. Naruto touched her head, it was a little hot, and Ino's breath hitting his hand was a little hot. I'm fine. Ino tilted her head back, her voice was unusually weak. Looking closely, Naruto realized that Ino's entire face was almost covered with abnormal redness. Her voice was weak, and her eyes were almost closed with fatigue. It would be strange if she was fine. Naruto frowned slightly. Close the shop first, I'll take you back to your room to rest. After the words fell, he could feel Ino's kitten-like body slightly stunned. Even the extremely soft right-angled shoulders and the white neck covered by golden hair froze. It's not like you haven't been in before, why are you shy? Naruto muttered. If it were any other time, Ino would definitely say a few words to refute. But now, she seemed to have no strength. Sent back to the room. I want to drink some water. Ino's breath was a little unstable, her face seemed to be even redder, and she made a slight plea with a gasp. The foot that was stepping on the door was retracted, and Naruto with a calm face, he turned his head and looked at the girl who was squinting and panting on the sofa. Yeah, okay. The girl's breath was hot, and Naruto felt Ino's chaotic breathing when he fed her water. Her little mouth unconsciously opened slightly, revealing her white teeth. The arrogant girl on weekdays was surprisingly well behaved when she was sick. She had long eyelashes, eyebrows like distant mountains, and a fair face with no flaws at all. She also had a hint of fragrance on her body, which became stronger and stronger as her body temperature rose. Are there any antipyretic drugs at home? He asked. Does the antipyretic patch count? Where do you put it? Looking around, Ino's room was about the same size as his. Probably because it was a girl's room, both the bed and the table were unusually tidy. In that cabinet. Following Ino's guidance, he found the antipyretic patch under the TV cabinet in front of the sofa. The package had a cute girl holding a thermometer. After tearing open the package, Naruto naturally put the antipyretic patch on Ino's forehead. Thank you. Ino's chest rose and fell slightly, like the waves at the seaside. Naruto didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after applying the fever-reducing patch, Ino's face seemed to be a little redder. The slight blush even spread from the neck to the ears, and a few strands of golden hair were scattered and covered on it. You are as obedient as a kitten now. You bastard. Ino's voice was a little trembling. I just said it casually, you should have a good rest. Naruto packed up and left. About 2 days later, Ino's illness had completely healed. Naruto met Ino in the corridor in front of the apartment, where a beautiful figure stood. Ino seemed to be waiting for him in a skirt that was below her knees, and the folds of the short skirt were arranged in an orderly manner. The white cheeks, the graceful jawline connected to the swan neck, the girl was just standing in the dusk, but she was like an angel walking into the mural. Ino stood in the corridor, her long golden hair tied behind her head. She turned slightly and looked at Naruto who was standing there in a daze. And Naruto noticed that Ino was holding a fresh keeping box in her hand, which was wrapped in a thick insulation layer. When he walked to the door, Ino handed the box in her hand over. The round box seemed to contain fried tempura, and the golden crispy skin could be seen through the glass layer. Actually, you don't have to be so polite. Naruto sniffed, took out the key and prepared to open the door. Ahem, I like maid costumes. Go to hell, pervert. Ino's 2 small hands in front of her were pinched together, and a pair of beautiful eyebrows frowned. Thank you for the compliment. Naruto walked in directly, turned around and greeted her casually, come in and sit for a while. Looking at the wide open door, Ino hesitated a little, but still walked in. The doors and windows in the living room were opened for ventilation, and Naruto went directly to the kitchen to get a glass of water. This was his habit. The water was boiling on the coffee table. Ino stood in the living room and looked around nervously. She had decided secretly before that she would never come again. The living room looked very simple, with a plush plain carpet on the floor. The solid wood table had natural stripes. A fat orange dog was lying on the grey sofa. Nine-tailed fox was sleeping on the sofa with a bottle of wine in his arms. The air was filled with a faint smell of alcohol, which was not pungent. The sound of ding-dong-dong came from the kitchen. Naruto seemed to have no intention of taking care of Ino after entering the door, which made her feel relieved. Everything around her made her feel very relaxed, and even a warm feeling of home was faintly born in her heart. After walking 2 steps, Ino sat up on the sofa. After waiting for 2 seconds with her lips pursed, she glanced at the fox dog sleeping beside her without any suspicion. Suddenly, Ino seemed to realize something, and her tense body suddenly relaxed. The movement in the kitchen stopped, and a minute later, Naruto came out with 2 servings of food. The food was a bit simple, and was not served on the dining table. Instead, it was placed on the coffee table with a heat-insulating layer on top. "Eat first, then drink this," Naruto said as he walked, and then he took out a medicine box from under the cabinet in the living room and took out a pack of long pink powder medicine with dragon horn powder written on it. "This is a quick cough-relieving powder. As long as you tilt your neck and drink it, the itchy feeling in your throat will soon disappear, leaving only a cool feeling." Oh. Ino was at a loss for words, so she had to focus on the cooked porridge. Until Ino finished drinking, Naruto got up to clean up, removed the heat-insulating layer, and went into the kitchen with the bowl. When he came out, Ino was still sitting on the sofa. "If you really want to thank me, you can wear that black sock next time, yes, the long one," he said leaning against the kitchen door. "No." Ino was a little angry. This guy is always like this. Just a few words can make people angry. So she asked angrily, "Did you want to take advantage of me yesterday?" "Yes." "Ino, things are not going well." He didn't play by the rules. Ino blushed for a while, and said you for a long time, not knowing what to say. "It is absolutely impossible to wear black stockings. Isn't that tacitly that something? It's just a thank you. I can only let him touch my feet. Anyway, he is also a pervert." Looking at the feet stretched in front of him, Naruto was a little confused. "What for?" Ino didn't say anything, and turned away with a red face. Naruto stretched out his hand and touched it for a while. Seeing that Ino didn't respond, his hand went to his thigh. Ino was immediately excited and kicked him reflexively. "Pervert!" With a bang, Ino ran away. In the living room, the two drank porridge in silence. Free extra, 14-year-old Summer with Hinata on his knees. Timeline: 14-year-old Summer. Why can you fall asleep in such a place? Hinata looked down at Naruto on his knees with some helplessness, as if he was already asleep. As for being pulled to sit on his knees, by the way, she guessed that only Naruto could ask for it shamelessly. Since she couldn't refuse, she just spoiled him. Under the thick shade of the green trees, looking up is the lush treetops. The noisy cicadas chirping in the ears disrupted Hinata's thoughts. Looking up is Aoba, who completely blocked her sight, and looking down is the boy sleeping on her legs. If it were normal, what should she be doing? Anyway, it is impossible to be someone's knee pillow. Through the thin pants, you can feel the body temperature. When you think of this, Hinata's face suddenly turns red again. Fortunately, it is noon now, and this is also a remote place where no one passes by. The stone bench is a little cold, and leaning on it is like leaning on a piece of ice. After thinking about it for a while, Hinata lowered her head and quietly looked at Naruto. Blonde hair, clear eyebrows. When he is asleep, you can't tell how much he is a person at ordinary times. When she looked down, she didn't realize that the two of them were very close. As she looked at him, she suddenly wanted to reach out and poke his face. The eyelashes are also very beautiful, and the boy's eyelashes are unexpectedly long. In this knee pillow position, even through the clothes, you can still feel the other person's body temperature after a long time. Even there is a feeling that the body temperature is melted together, embracing each other's warmth. When he breathes, his chest rises and falls evenly, and there is no strange smell on his body, but a trace of sweat. It didn't smell bad, at least Hinata didn't reject it, but her heart beat unexpectedly fast. This kind of rare intimate contact, although she was shy, she liked it very much. His face was resting on his thigh, pressing the skin on his leg, which gave Hinata a wonderful feeling. The heat in her heart slowly surged, and her breathing gradually accelerated. She prayed in her heart that no one would come. After waiting for a while, there were no strange sounds around, which also proved that no one came to disturb. As a result, Hinata gradually became bolder. In various senses, she stretched out her hand, her fingertips were shiny, and gently touched his face, and immediately retracted it. Naruto didn't react much, he slept soundly, and his breathing was relaxed and even. An inexplicable feeling of excitement surged in her heart, and Hinata blinked, as if she had done something bad and felt deeply guilty. But that excitement kept tempting her to try again. She looked away from his face, but glanced at the wide gap in his clothes. Bang, 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 Hinata suddenly looked away. It seems a bit shameless, but the cicadas are noisier than ever, covering up the girl's troubled thoughts. Naruto didn't know when he woke up, opened his eyes and looked up, and saw the slightly raised hill in Hinata's face. Looking down, the two looked at each other for a while. Hinata blinked in confusion, and was startled. She subconsciously wanted to stand up, but was instantly held down by Naruto. If Hyuga Hayashi was present at this time, both of them would have to pay the price. She was excited all over, and a layer of hot sweat broke out on her body instantly. Her little face was visibly red, and her neck soon seemed to be stained with a layer of strawberry ice cream. Naruto couldn't help it, and poked Hinata's face with his finger. What's wrong? Hinata was a little panicked, afraid that she had just looked at something she shouldn't have seen and was discovered. I didn't sleep well, he said. Ah? Then what should I do? Sleep a little longer. She believed it and wanted to get up, but her legs were numb. It's not good to sleep leaning against it. Hearing this, Hinata immediately became entangled, and after a long silence, she said indifferently. Then change to another place, the chair is too short. I can't sleep. Naruto said this deliberately, pretending to be unhappy. Don't be unhappy, there is a lawn over there. Hinata pulled his clothes and said like begging for mercy, can we go over there? No, unless you let me kiss you. Hinata subconsciously dodged until she saw Naruto didn't move, then she pursed her lips and stopped dodging. Feeling soft, Naruto pinched her cheek, got up and left contentedly. Chapter 333 Do you like Hinata or me more? Ino's death question. Naruto turned his head and looked at Ino with a cautious smile on her face, as if she was holding something precious. Suddenly, his heart stagnated, and the blood in his veins seemed to stop flowing, and his heart was slightly blocked. I really don't envy Shikamaru, but seeing Ino like this. Shaking his head, he cleared all his messy thoughts and regained his clarity. He tried his best to remove the 9 tails, guided Jiraiya to beat up the rebellious disciples, and refused to become the savior. Just to get rid of the fate of the original owner and end up with a B ending. Anyone can settle down, but he can settle down, just wait and accept the judgment of fate. The butterfly flapped its wings, and the direction of the future had long been blurred. He was not used to speaking too much before he was absolutely sure. It's okay, and I'm not envious. He said to himself, I just feel strange, how did Shikamaru suddenly get it? What do you mean by get it? It's obvious that you forgot the time when you were running outside. Ino was a little speechless, and said with her fingers, now it's been 6 years since the Chunin exam. Oh. You. Ino was furious at Naruto's perfunctory look. It was not enough to twist the soft flesh on his waist with her hand, and she stepped on it with her feet. Don't hide. Otherwise I'll tell my mother that you bullied me. Don't say anything nonsense. Naruto felt a little guilty. Some things are confusing to those involved, but clear to bystanders. If the Yamanaka couple really heard it, they would probably believe it. After all, Hinata's side is bright and there is no explanation. When he was young, he didn't need to care too much. But now that he is an adult, if he is still as unscrupulous as before, the Yamanaka couple may not let Ino and him continue to fool around. Humph. So what? Ino said proudly, showing his silver teeth, thinking that this person took it seriously after being scared. It's still the same as before, nothing has changed. The night wind blew, and the two went downstairs together. Ino, is the thing you are researching done? Almost, what's wrong? The footsteps of the two people sounded in the wooden stairs. Ino turned her head and glanced at him, and continued. You want to help me? I'm not good at this, I can't help much. Naruto said truthfully, but if there are any technical problems, I can help you ask professionals. Which chakra communication is better? It still depends on Nagato, who has even developed video phantom communication. Where did the professionals come from? What do they do? Listen to what you said. I said they were professionals, so you asked what they did. Oh, communications. Ino was a little confused. There were indeed such people in the ninja world, but she had no way to get in touch with them. There were even fewer people who did chakra communications, and they were all state secrets. I guess so. I just happened to have some connections with the leaders of the small ninja villages. He coughed and thought to himself that Nagato, a thug who was engaged in private armed forces, was also good at playing with the black technology of the ninja world in addition to carrying rice. You lied to me again. Ino was a little indignant. She just said that they were professionals. Which leader of the small ninja village did these things? There were no small ninja villages that could exist under the noses of the 5 major ninja villages these days. You can count them on one hand, probably the ninja villages of the rain country or the grass country. Why would I lie to you? I'm not really free. No. I don't believe it. The two left the hot and fiery crowd, and the various bustling sounds faded away. They walked along the main road of Konoha Street, which they had walked countless times, towards the direction of the mountain flower shop. Naruto was not without impulse. If he lied, I believe that no matter how smart Ino was, she would fall into his trap. People are irrational in front of the person they like, and their IQ will drop when they are overwhelmed. But looking at Ino's smiling face with her hands behind her back, he also smiled and slowly suppressed his restlessness. Some people stand on the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery, while others are a kind of scenery in themselves. Not only the appearance, but the warm and frank temperament of Ino is the real beauty. Actually, I really don't envy Shikamaru. He is too hurried. Ino suddenly turned around and said, frowning, it's like he is hiding from something. It's meaningless. When the two were alone together, Ino spoke out her heart. Shikamaru is a very smart person. It can be seen that he also likes that Naruto said the name of Shikamaru's other half, and suddenly he was stuck. He looked like he couldn't remember it for a long time. Until he cast his eyes on Ino, Ino rolled her eyes at him and scolded him. Tamako, you are really something. We just had dinner together, but you can't even remember her name. Although she said so, Ino still showed a happy expression on her face. Girls seem to like this. The one they like is not interested in other beautiful girls. It's best to have no impression at all, so that you can forget it in the next second. But you can't act too deliberately or too frequently. It's okay to pretend in private, but it's not appropriate when there are other people present, which is easy to be accused of disrespecting people. Oh, anyway, this is Shikamaru's choice, he must have his own plan. Naruto looked at Ino and continued, some people like adventure, some people like leisure, each has their own scenery. Each has their own scenery? Then what do you like? Ino asked subconsciously. I like you. Ino suddenly looked up at him, with a complicated look, and asked. Do you like me or Hinata more? Ahem. Naruto almost couldn't catch his breath, thinking what kind of jumping idea is this, of course I like you more. Why hesitate? Tisk, you must have said the same thing in front of Hinata. Ino rolled his eyes at him, anyway, you can only lie to me, humph, if you make me unhappy, I will. Tell your mother. Naruto was a little helpless, rubbed his nose, and asked. And tell my father. Do you have to be so shameless? Naruto really couldn't see through Ino now. The girl's mind was like the sea, deep and blue. You were the one who cheated first. You know it yourself. Ino turned around, glared at Naruto with her hands on her hips. Do you think I don't know that you want both of them? Hearing this, Naruto was shocked and thought to himself, is he so obvious? Impossible. Someone slandered me. Absolutely impossible. He denied it 3 times in a row. He would never admit such a thing. It was even more important than the browsing history before death. As long as he kept his mouth shut, he would be innocent. Hinata and I are very good friends. Didn't we grow up together? Naruto explained emotionally, playing the emotional card. Well, okay, are you telling the truth? Ino asked, do you like Hinata? As a friend, I like her very much. He pretended to be confused. I didn't say the relationship of friends. I said the perspective of lovers. Do you like Hinata that way? What about me? Ino asked directly. She gritted her teeth and threw out all the questions in her mind. She knew the character of that guy, who always liked to beat around the bush. If she didn't ask now, if he suddenly disappeared again, she didn't know when she would have the chance next time. This man was really hateful. Hinata is actually very good. If it is the standard of a lover, I definitely like her. Naruto said truthfully, but I like her, but I don't plan to get married and have children yet, little Ino. Who are you calling little Ino? She exploded and chased him out of habit. After chasing back and forth for a while, Ino was tired and announced a truce, panting. Sitting on a stone bench by the road, she gradually came to her senses. What if it was me? She asked. What do you mean? Naruto sat next to her, sitting there with his legs spread out, and his sitting posture was not honest. He looked up at the street lamp covered by green leaves, and suddenly turned his head to look at Ino. If according to the standards of lovers, you wouldn't want to marry me and have children now, would you? Ino asked with a red face. You are different. He said. How is it different? Ino seemed to be stimulated by the news of Shikamaru's marriage today, and asked thoroughly. Well, he lay back in the stone chair again. This man has a figure that looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. When he looked up, he was very thin. The light of the street lamp shone in his pupils, and his face was not in a hurry. The loose white short-sleeved shirt was tilted halfway, revealing half of his collarbone. Looking at the handsome bastard, Ino instinctively felt that this man should be very good looking after dressing up. At least the height of 1.8 meters is very advantageous, and it is different when he stands there. Konoha is such a big ninja village, covering a large area and with a large population. There are a lot of good-looking people, and there are all kinds of handsome guys. But she always felt that if everyone just stood next to that person, it would be a little bit lacking. If you want, let's get married now, before that bastard Shikamaru does. Naruto said, his tone still lazy. Anyway, I'm quite happy, I got a wife for free. Humph. You wish, who wants to marry you? Ino was as arrogant as ever, I still have things to do, so I don't have time to play house with you. That's a pity, I can only. Naruto was pinched by Ino before he finished speaking. Ah. What's wrong again? No. What's not allowed? He asked knowingly. Anyway, nothing is allowed. You are not allowed to say anything anymore. Ino said, you are not allowed to say anything anymore, you definitely don't have anything good to say, that's it. That's it. Naruto smiled. Ino was worried about something, maybe the day when the communicator was successful, but at that time, it might be another scene. He probably knew that Ino couldn't believe his arbitrary answer. Half-truths were the most deceptive. Ino felt more at ease when he said that. Some things can't be changed by just talking. Half-truths and half-falsehoods, little changes and getting closer to the truth are the best ways. Where are you going? Naruto suddenly asked. What do you mean where? Home. Ino was stunned for a moment and asked back. Which home? He asked. Ino smiled with her lips pursed, as bright as a flower, turned her head towards him with her hands behind her back, and her eyes were full of happy smiles. Guess. In the flower shop in the mountains, Naruto stood at the door of the flower shop and felt a little depressed. Guess? Guess what? As usual, he stood at the big blue tree for a while until he saw Ino's room open the window and waved to him. This was the secret code between them. Usually, it was only at this time that it was considered a formal farewell, which meant that Naruto could go home. But this time he didn't turn around and leave, thinking back to the scene where Ino had teased him just now. Suddenly, he had an idea to take revenge, and he couldn't let her hum a song and carry her clothes into the bathroom triumphantly. Naruto raised his hands above his head and made a heart shape smoothly towards Ino, who was standing by the window. In the instant, Ino cried out softly and hurriedly closed the window. Uzumaki Naruto, you want to die? Ino hid behind the window. Her heart was pounding, and she was secretly worried whether her father had seen the scene just now. Listening to the unbridled laughter outside, she became even more angry and swore that she would punish that guy severely next time she saw him. Next time, she would wear stinky socks and step on his mouth, letting him tease her. Humph. Under the big green tree, Naruto laughed for a while and went back. Walking alone on the streets of Konoha, he suddenly stopped when the night wind blew. He looked up at the night sky and frowned directly, as if he was recalling something. Did you forget something? He muttered to himself. Konoha Hospital, duty room. Haiying hadn't been doing well all day, probably because the man had such an attitude yesterday and said he would come again today. So she, who never made mistakes, was not in good shape today. Fortunately, she did not participate in important work and applied to stay in the duty room to sort out the materials. Even so, she was still complained by the difficult patients, and she was at a loss. It was lunchtime at noon when she remembered that she had forgotten to eat. She bought food in the afternoon when she was hungry, but she accidentally fell on the stairs and the food was broken into pieces. She just frowned and quietly cleaned up the messy corridor. At night, Xiao Ying, who had been hungry for a day, felt numb. Holding a pen, she sat in her seat blankly and let time pass by little by little. She waited until midnight, but there was no one. At midnight, she was sure that she was stood up, and her mentality was still very good at that time. She smiled at the mirror, went downstairs to buy some food, and squatted under the street light to finish eating. She remembered the sound of the freshly fried tempura bursting, sizzling, but she forgot what the dipping sauce tasted like. She touched her stomach and confirmed that she had eaten. There was a voice in her heart that had been suppressed. Don't hide, there is actually nothing to be afraid of. Isn't this exactly what you want? Now that he has been deceived, it's okay for a person to disappear quietly. But why is the day so messed up? Why is it so uncomfortable? She sat under the lamp for a while, walked to the cabinet, opened the private closet with the key, and took out the underwear. There was no expression on her face. She pursed her lips and walked into the bathroom. She changed her clothes and folded them aside. She tested the water and ran the shower. When she washed her hair, dirty water flowed back into her eyes, and the more she rubbed, the more itchy it became. She subconsciously went to get water to wash, but in a panic, her hand touched the hot water pipe. The sudden stinging made her emotions that had been suppressed for days collapse instantly. There was no need to get water to wash, and the surging tears kept flowing from her eyes. She squatted down naked and helpless, biting her wrist and crying in the small shower room. She cried out of breath, but her voice was compressed in this small shower room. Until the mist was thick, drowning her figure bit by bit. Until she could no longer be seen from the outside squatting on the floor of the shower crying, until she was completely silent. Chapter 334 Things will always turn around, and everything is heading for the better. In the living room, the silly dog on the sofa heard the door open and got up to take a look. The orange light in the entrance hall is long and narrow, and it shines on the wall to show a neat cut edge. The sound of "oh-oh-at-at" came, and Naruto came back yawning. Why are you back so late? Late? How late can it be now? He turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost midnight, and it was indeed a little late. Why do you care so much? Naruto was too lazy to explain to the nine-tailed fox. It was just a silly dog. He must have no good intentions to suddenly care about him. Just asking casually, it's nothing. The nine-tailed fox shrank back again. When Naruto was on the road, he had already remembered what he had forgotten. But when he thought of Sakura hiding it from him before, he suddenly lost interest and simply stood up for a few more days. I'm not the savior, damn it. He cursed in a low voice and went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. Knock, knock, the bathroom door was knocked. What are you doing? Naruto was a little impatient. He was washing his hair and the shampoo was in his eyes. He wanted to kick that stupid dog twice. Whatever happened, there were so many things today. That Kyuubi said cautiously through the glass bathroom door. The pink-haired woman said she would send me wine, but she didn't come today. Even though he was a little speechless, Naruto still calmed down and suppressed the irritation in his heart. If she didn't come, she didn't come. Maybe tomorrow. Oh. Kyuubi turned back to the living room, jumped onto the sofa with a bang, and looked up at the ceiling. Knock, knock. What's wrong? He was taking a shower. What if he doesn't come tomorrow? Kyuubi asked with a worried look on his face. A stupid dog is a stupid dog. Naruto didn't want to pay attention to him anymore and didn't say anything. But Kyuubi was knocking on the glass again, with a hint of urgency in his tone. You won't come the day after tomorrow. It has even started to draw inferences from one instance to another. Well, it's not a stupid dog. I don't know. Naruto replied. What if you don't come in the future? My wine, that's not. Kyuubi's desperate voice came. The stupid dog was stood up for the first time, and his brain was broken. If you don't come, then don't come. Don't make noise. Naruto opened the door with a steamy body and went back to his room. With a click, the door was closed tightly, and the living room fell into silence again. Not long after, the door opened again. Naruto was wearing slippers, his hair was not dried, and he walked to the door cursing. I can't stand you, stupid dog. Don't bother me anymore in the future. Damn, I can't sleep. I'll give you to her in the future. None of them are worry-free. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Konoha Hospital. Sakura sat in her seat, the ends of her hair still not dried. Her eyes were a little dull, and she couldn't make any sound. It wasn't that she cried until her voice was hoarse, but she was so depressed that she couldn't make any sound. She planned to sit here and slowly digest her emotions, as long as the sun rose. It wasn't a big deal, but she was too emotionally squeezed, and she still had to do what she had to do. Go to work, then get off work. The clock on the wall swayed a little bit, ticking. Until the hurried knock on the door sounded, it broke the silence in the duty room, and Sakura suddenly came back to her senses. As if she was pulled out of the river, the low-pressure atmosphere was instantly broken. She opened the door indifferently, just in time to see a lazy face, looking at her helplessly with dead fish eyes. Standing straight, but always giving people a loose feeling. The patient needs emergency treatment, and you are just huddled here alone? Sakura was stunned. She looked at Naruto wearing slippers and his hair was wet. She opened her mouth and uttered a syllable, but she didn't know what to say. What kind of magical line is this? The patient needs emergency treatment? There was no sound in the empty hospital corridor. Where did the patient come from? Besides, she shouldn't be asked for emergency treatment. She is not professional enough. Where did the patient come from? She opened her mouth, but her voice was a little low. Have you cried? Naruto frowned, stretched out his hand and poked Sakura's forehead with the Ataka-style poking method. You are only a few hours late, why are you crying? No. Sakura turned her head away, her eyes red. He was actually in no mood to comfort people, and the character of Yasase didn't match him. Naruto turned his head and looked around. There were still many ambiguous memories in the small duty room. There was nothing beautiful, and the memories were full of dirty talk and black stockings. Thinking this way, his heart didn't seem so hard. Waving his hand, he spoke. Let me in first. Yet. Sakura obediently gave up her seat, but she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Seeing that Sakura was still taking the joe, Naruto didn't react. He sat skillfully in the position where Sakura had just been, and touched the teacup on the table. With a rustle, the pink teacup slid across the table, making an abrupt sound. Pour me a cup of hot. Sakura nodded, took the cup obediently and went to the corner to get a cup of hot water. She walked to Naruto and handed it to him reluctantly. No matter how Sakura sulked, he saw Sakura go to get water, and he had a general idea in his heart. Naruto didn't take it, pretending not to see it. It seemed that he forgot that he asked her to get the water, and changed the subject directly. Have you thought about it? What? Sakura's attention was indeed distracted. Her hand holding the cup of hot water felt a little sore, so she changed to holding it. The heat of the cup penetrated into her body from the palm of her hand, and her brain gradually regained clarity. She easily remembered what he said yesterday. I don't have time to guess your thoughts now. When you think about it, we will talk again. Have you thought about it? Naruto asked again, his tone was not very friendly. He has now become the strong Uzumaki Naruto, impatient and fearless. He dared to overturn the table in the high-level meeting 5 or 6 years ago. A large part of the reason is due to his personality. Another part of the reason is that he really doesn't care about many things. Whether it is the top or Konoha, he can abandon it. Except for life, there is nothing that cannot be lost. This is his flexible moral bottom line, a little low, but very real. Now there are more things in his life, but it is not to the point of cleansing the soul. He is not a dog who can't walk when he sees a woman. He gave up directly when Haiying was disobedient. No one likes to have trouble around him. As for the nurse with black silk stockings and dirty talk, he can find someone to replace her at any time if he wants. I've thought about it. I will never hide it from you again. Sakura bowed her head and admitted her fault. She was indeed a little depressed just now. If Naruto stood at the door and asked her, Sakura might remain silent or say something in anger. But Naruto asked her to pour a glass of water, a small obedience test. The pouring of water basically distracted most of her attention. The most important thing is that Black Sakura woke up halfway and didn't have so many tempers. She was very obedient and would accept the order to pour water, and she would hold the cup obediently without Naruto taking it. It was based on these details that Naruto asked directly. If she was cold or continued to make excuses, Naruto would just turn around and leave. If she doesn't know how to talk, just calm down and talk later. Time will make people compromise. She will think clearly that it is she who needs Naruto, not Naruto who needs her. Reality is a bit cruel, but this is not a fairy tale. Redemption and being redeemed are mutual. Those who rush to the top are all stupid dogs, stupider than the 9 tails. It's good to have figured it out. It's worth running for you for half a month and losing 20 years of life. Naruto threw a document on the table with a snap. It was the top secret document he got from Kakashi, the experimental record left by Orochimaru. 20 years. Sakura was shocked and almost dropped the cup in her hand. What did you do? You. I can't just watch you disappear. Konoha can't do it. The world is so big, there will always be someone who can do it. He leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, and said slowly. I lost some chakra to others, it's an exchange of interests. I didn't do anything. Well, I just asked Orochimaru about the situation, and then the guy from the rain country ahem, anyway, now there is a clue. Naruto said without blushing, but it was true, and he didn't lie. It was just a change of order, and his 20 years of life were given to Nagato. And he didn't need life at all, the upper limit was unknown. As long as he didn't die, he could be a scourge of the ninja world again in a few days. He also understood what peace in the ninja world was. The more turbid the water in the ninja world, the safer he was. As long as the world didn't explode, everything would be calm. Will your body? Sakura was anxious for a moment, the word no was already on her throat, but she swallowed it after thinking it over. Will it be strained? It should be fine, if you don't get angry with me a few times, maybe I can live past 40. He handled things decisively. He felt that Black Sakura was not without merit, so he would help her. He didn't have any stupid intentions to play a sadomasochistic plot. After all, it was fun to abuse the secretary, but it would be a funeral procession if he chased her. I won't do it again. She leaned over, glanced at him, and thought about how to compensate him. Are you thinking about how to compensate me now? He asked. How do you know? Sakura was shocked, and then she thought that she seemed to be like this all the time, and it was too easy for him to guess. It's just that it's limited to him. In the eyes of others, Sakura is still the flower of the medical class. Gentle, generous, patient, and has inherited the true teachings of Tsunade-sama, and is also very capable. Forget it this time, let's talk about it next time when you wear a uniform. He waved his hand, no need to say more words of thanks, just show it with your actions. Here? Well, it's not impossible. Sakura pursed her lips, do you like to open the door or leave a gap? Naruto asked directly, thinking, is your wardrobe from Pinru? Next time, that's not what I meant. Naruto coughed and suppressed his restless mind. He still had to quit drinking at this age of blood and vigor. I drank too much at the dinner party in the evening, and now I am still a little drunk. I have contacted Orochimaru, but I don't trust him. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. I plan to let you continue along the path that Orochimaru has studied. Tsunade-sama will definitely not agree to this kind of thing, so it can only be done secretly. But don't worry, the object of the experiment is another kind of highly intelligent alien creature. You can call them the Otsutsuki clan. So, can studying alien creatures cure diseases? Sakura was a little confused, but it was normal. Tsunade's knowledge was far inferior to that of Orochimaru. Orochimaru may not be the strongest in the ninja world, but his huge knowledge and abnormal scientific spirit are definitely unique in the entire ninja world. The difference is that Orochimaru has taken many detours and has involved some messy research, mainly delving into the road of immortality. But Naruto doesn't need to be so troublesome, he can see the correct path clearly. Of course it can cure diseases. Correct it. Yours is not a disease. He explained, you may not understand it now, but you can write down what I said. Personality and soul are different, but they can be converted into the same spiritual energy. This energy is a distinguishing mark of an individual. Even if you change your body, you are still you. As long as you find a way to digitize the personality and separate it, theoretically both of them can be free. And even if you can't separate them, at least you can find a way to share a body. As long as you don't disappear, there is still room for negotiation. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sakura said with a smile. In the time it takes to eat, he dragged the female apprentice of the Hokage on board. Late at night, Naruto was walking on the way home, and suddenly felt that his life was a little empty. If he hadn't left directly with a firm will just now, he would have been corrupted by Sakura's words. Doing that kind of thing while Sakura was moved was really a bit of a ruination of the atmosphere. Girls' feelings also have a peak aftertaste, and the moment she said that she would live 20 years less was the peak. It's okay to take advantage of the opportunity, but after the incident, Sakura is so smart that she can figure out a little bit of the taste when she thinks of her. The biggest mistake of people without principles is that they take off their pants when they should be pure, but they talk about life, art, and noble sentiments when they should take off their pants. When I got home, the silly dog came up to me. What's going on? Oh, she said she didn't have time and asked you to wait a little longer. Naruto said casually. She? How could she do this? Ninetales' eyes widened, with a look of disbelief, as if he was a dog played by a goddess and was heartbroken. Stop talking nonsense, go to bed. Naruto yawned and turned into the bathroom. The next day, Naruto got up early. He planned to meet Tsunade. Now Tsunade didn't know what she was hiding for, and he had to discuss everything with her to avoid any mistakes. Tavern. How did you find me? Tsunade looked a little tipsy, holding a small wine glass in her hand, and the watery sake reflected her plump and white skin. Search. One by one. Naruto snatched the wine glass from her hand and drank it directly. Tsunade glanced at the sweat on Naruto's temples and her eyelids twitched slightly. She thought that this boy was really ruthless. He could persist in looking for trouble in every house. Drink slowly, you are not afraid of choking to death. She said. Give me another glass, I'm thirsty. Naruto said anxiously. In fact, the sweat on his temples was not sweat, but just the clean water he had temporarily touched. He didn't search every house, embarrassed to say that he paid for the information. Konoha is not big, but not small. It is not easy to know Tsunade's whereabouts. After all, no one has the courage to follow her except Danzo. But there are always people who have seen her. It is normal for people who walk around the streets to have some information. After locking the range, he found it by randomly searching a few houses. It was not a difficult task. The sweat on the temples was also fake, and it seemed to be quite useful. Chapter 335 I Will Stand Up and Kick, about crushing people's hearts. Tsunade was drunk, so she naturally wouldn't think about that kind of thing. Even if she knew, she didn't bother to pay attention to his little tricks. No more, go get some water yourself. Tsunade's face was full of unhappiness, and she drove him away directly. Naruto didn't get angry either, he ran to ask for a pot of tea with a grin, and ran back with a thick face. He sat down in front of Tsunade and glanced at her openly. Seeing the snow forming a peak, a half-couplet of inlussion suddenly popped up in his mind, and the smooth and greasy condensation was stuffed with crisps. He secretly thought that the reward effect of Task 3 was almost the same as returning to youth. Compared with Tsunade's body activation technique, it was unknown how many times more agile it was. Tsunade was one of the few people who could suppress Naruto. He always had a scale in his heart. Tsunade helped him when he was most critical. Simple rewards are not enough, and the reward of returning to youth in Mission 3 is also reserved for her. It's just that now is not the right time. Maybe he will bring it up at an appropriate time after he achieves it one day. He doesn't believe in the protagonist halo and the child of destiny. All the gifts in life are secretly marked with a price. He also needs to repay Tsunade for her kindness to him. Maybe Tsunade has never thought about it that way, but she can't take it for granted. All the feelings in the world need to be maintained. If they are not maintained, there will be no future stories. What do you want to talk to me about? Tsunade didn't want to pay attention to him. She yawned and wanted to lie on the table but couldn't, and she was a little irritated. If it's nothing important, go to Kakashi, don't bother me. Naruto, am I so annoying? What do you think of yourself? Don't you know it? Tsunade frowned and stared at him, her fingers bent into a bow shape, and flicked the ceramic wine glass with a ding. Tsunade-sama, you are a little. Before he finished speaking, he saw a bang, and the small wine glass was still for a while, and it turned into powder in an instant. It collapsed on the table, intact in the last second, and dust in the next second. It's a bit of a waste of money, you have to compensate. Naruto quickly changed his tone and was directly scared. This old woman was too scary. If you have something to say, just say it, don't talk nonsense. Tsunade seemed really annoyed, and changed a wine glass to continue drinking by herself. Oh, it's nothing big, just reporting my recent arrangements to Tsunade-sama. Naruto didn't say it directly, but started it in a roundabout way. Hearing this, although Tsunade didn't like it, she didn't interrupt him. The village's communication method is too backward. I have a new cough, slip of the tongue, the rain country and the snow country have already enabled a new chakra communication method. Naruto took a sip of water, sipped it habitually, and said carelessly. Times have changed. It's about time to change the communication method. This is considered to be no nonsense. After a little preparation, he went straight to the point. After listening to it, Tsunade actually thought about it patiently for a while, and then refused. I can't decide on this matter, and I don't have time to devote my energy to this kind of thing now. Tsunade frowned. You can talk to Kakashi later. Kakashi? He has agreed. Let me ask your opinion. Why? Tsunade looked up at him. Because I said that the new communication method can replace the new video method. In human terms, he can see the first-hand manuscript of the Intimate Paradise. Naruto suddenly came closer, half of his body was lying on the table, and he stretched out 3 fingers and said mysteriously. 3 sets of the limited gold set collection of Intimate Paradise, the kind without deletions. Tsunade was speechless for a while, and asked reluctantly after being speechless for a long time. Why 3 sets? Isn't 1 set enough? 1 set for viewing, 1 set for collection, and the other set as a backup for collection. Naruto spread his hands and said with a smile, if the set for viewing is lost, you won't have to worry about whether to open the collection set. Uzumaki Naruto, you think very carefully. Tsunade frowned and changed the subject. What's wrong with you recently? Why do you care about communications? For the sake of the village. Naruto would naturally not admit it obediently, and wanted to say something, as a Konoha ninja, either go through fire and water for the village, or ignore the risks and continue to install. After a moment, he thought about it and gave up talking nonsense, looking at Tsunade and said seriously. Forget it, let's not talk about these empty words. This communication system is made by Ino. Oh, I don't have time now, and you can't find me. Tsunade said the same thing, frowning, as if thinking about something else. Okay. Naruto didn't continue to pester her, and immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Tsunade put down the wine glass, frowned and stared at him for a while, and finally opened her mouth to call him. Wait. Okay. Naruto was also very patient and stopped directly. I have a difficult matter recently. If you really help me, you can consider the matter you mentioned, Tsunade said, her eyes turned to him. Danzo. Naruto wanted to laugh in his heart. The old dog Danzo was still being targeted. Shouldn't it be dealt with long ago? If it was more decisive, it wouldn't be dragged until now. You said it lightly, how could a Danzo be so easy to deal with? Tsunade rolled her eyes, this kind of thing is not as simple as fighting and killing, there is no way to deal with it for a while. But the use of the root and Konoha is very small, and now it has almost become Danzo's private property. Naruto said, this is unreasonable, don't you have an excuse? Tsunade said without saying anything, stroking the cup and turning it around. The independent dispatch of the root is indeed a constraint for the Anbu. Tsunade sighed, but it's easier said than done. After thinking about it, it seems that there is really no one more suitable than you to do that kind of thing. At this point, Tsunade stopped her hand and put down the wine cup. What is suitable? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly realized that Tsunade had been thinking about it for a long time. You won't let me deal with Danzo, right? You are too shameless, how can I? I don't know, but you must have a way. Tsunade said after thinking again and again, Kakashi is not good at this kind of thing, but you should be able to do it. Because you are a rogue, thick-skinned, and don't like to talk about reason. Tsunade-sama, you are going too far, you are slandering me. Naruto didn't feel anything at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Are the ways of praising people so unique now? The communication system is not complicated. If it is approved by 2 generations of Hokage, basically Tsunade glanced at him, and the meaning was self-evident. I don't have any other advantages, but I have ways. You are really good at judging people. Naruto immediately changed his expression, and he was completely different from before. But what Tsunade said was not wrong. He was not afraid of Danzo, and he had been holding back for several years. He had thought of several ways to deal with Danzo. But in the final analysis, he had to first extract Danzo's original assassination unit, the root. This method won't work. Tsunade waved her hand and said bluntly, the root people are basically controlled by Danzo, and the root may in the future. Hearing this, Naruto was a little unhappy. He was still holding back on the root at this time. Tsunade-sama, if you have the opportunity to use the private property of your enemy, what will you do? How? Tsunade frowned. He grinned, raised his eyebrows, and said meanly, I will stand up and kick. Tsunade? After leaving Tsunade, Naruto went home to sleep. He slept until dark, and after waking up, he washed up, laughed at the depressed Nine-Tails, and went downstairs to eat. Then, he went straight to Satomigao Villa. Yakumo Kurama was still a little confused. Seeing a black shadow smoothly flipping over the wall beside the manor, his body shuddered involuntarily. It seemed that a conditioned reflex had been formed. The main reason was that Naruto really would do it, and it was 100% real damage. The attack was cruel and heavy, and it was the kind of torture in stages. The so-called ghosts are afraid of evil people, which is the truth. After standing still for a while with her neck shrunk, Yakumo Kurama suddenly remembered that she had been recruited and there was no need to hide. So, she suppressed her fear and walked to the front of the courtyard to greet him. Why are you standing here? Naruto was also a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Kurama Yakumo take the initiative. He was very considerate of him by not hiding. Of course, hiding was useless. Wait for you, come and meet him. Kurama Yakumo still had a fearful look on her face, her hands grasping the hem of her skirt, and she was trying hard not to retreat. Naruto didn't intend to be soft-hearted, and nodded as a confirmation. But what had to be done, and he couldn't stop torturing Ito in Kurama Yakumo's body for even a day. He forced Ito out of her body skillfully, and then beat her up again. He beat Ito in different ways almost every time. No matter how Ito yelled and begged for mercy, it was thunder and lightning once a day. This time was different, each time was more fierce than the last, and I couldn't get used to it at all. But Ito couldn't die, and was tortured again and again. After finishing, Naruto simply sat on the stone steps in the courtyard. The cool breeze on summer nights was not hot, and the trees in the whole courtyard were shaking their branches and leaves when the wind blew. Ust. Kurama Yakumo, who appeared out of nowhere, didn't mind the dirt on the stone steps, and knelt down beside them, holding a plate in his hand. On the plate was a cup of fragrant tea, with white smoke curling around. He glanced back at her. She took the tea and blew it to her lips, narrowing her eyes. If you don't know what to call me from now on, just call me master. Okay, master. Kurama Yakumo stuttered, not because she was shy, but because she was scared. The child who had never seen a bad person since she was a child had never seen such a person when she was 18. She was really scared in the last battle, and her rebelliousness was completely broken. Besides, she was forced to see Ito's tragic injury scene every time, and she was scared every time. After a while, she dared not provoke Naruto's anger. But her only hope of becoming a ninja was placed on Naruto. There was no other way, except to surrender. Seeing Kurama Yakumo's terrified look, he was also not interested and had no mood to scare the little girl. Let's go. He stretched out his hand to drive them away. I'll stay alone for a while, and I'll be back soon. Okay. Kurama Yakumo just stood up, but then he thought something was wrong. Master, can we start what you said last time? After hearing Kurama Yakumo say this, Naruto remembered that Kurama Yakumo was also one of the evil god believers in Mission 3. Her panel was also independently operable, and could be directly sucked into the alien space and thrown into the evil god altar. Tomorrow, there are a lot of things to do today. Naruto waved his hand. He was telling the truth. There were so many things piling up recently that it was explosive. He hadn't even looked for Hinata yet, and it was obviously not appropriate to look for her now. When there are too many things, it's easy to get confused, and if there is a mess, it will be a big trouble. He didn't want Ino and Hinata to start Shura again. In short, finish the things at hand first. Kurama Yakumo didn't dare to have any opinions, and nodded as if he agreed. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes, and Uzuki Yujao had appeared at the window, knocking politely. "Tsunade-sama is looking for you." I know. He got up and washed up in a daze, feeling tired all over. Uzuki Yujao had no intention of leaving, so she sat down in the living room. "What?" Naruto came out of the bathroom and smiled when he saw Uzuki Yujao on the sofa, not in a hurry. "What a rare guest, Uzuki Yujao. The Anbu is not so busy now, and the ninjas of the route have taken up many tasks." Uzuki Yujao said, "So, I will accompany you to see Tsunade-sama." "Whatever." The two met Tsunade together, and there was nothing to say. A bunch of information about the members of the route organization was thrown over. When these people were transferred, the information was also archived in the Anbu. "How do you plan to make a bigger noise?" Tsunade asked. This he smiled. Shizune looked at Naruto's back as he left, with a complicated look in her eyes. "Tsunade-sama, will Naruto's method work?" "I don't know." Tsunade leaned back in the chair and slept, and sighed deeply. "If he can't do it, there is no one more suitable than him." 6 or 7 years ago, when he was a teenager, he dared to tell people that it would be okay even if the house was burnt down. Don't expect him to have the word rules in his mind. Although Shikamaru is also very smart, he is too smart and can't fight against people like Danzo. They often think of many foolproof plans, but there are not so many good plans in the world. What if it's Naruto? Didn't he say anything just now? What would he do? Shizune asked curiously. If he didn't say it, he naturally can't say it. It's definitely not a good and above-board method. Tsunade pursed her lips and paused for a moment before saying. "Shizune, do you remember the time you met Orochimaru in Tansho Street a few years ago?" "Ah, I remember. The Yakushi Kabuto under Orochimaru is a well-deserved genius." Tsunade said, "Even if I meet him, I will find it quite difficult. But Naruto defeated him with just a few words. Later, I checked it out and I can only say that my back was chilled." Chapter 336 It is really happy to be without morality. Become a happy man. Tsunade-sama. Shizune heard the words, and fine sweat oozed from her forehead. Regarding the battle in Tansho Street, the three ninjas gathered together. It is impossible to say that they are not impressed. But at that time, Shizune was only concerned about Tsunade's blood-fearing state, and did not pay close attention to the battle between Naruto and Yakushi Kabuto. When she thought about it carefully, she only remembered that Naruto only said a few trash words at that time. It didn't sound like anything too dirty, but Yakushi Kabuto's reaction was quite big. However, Tsunade said frankly that her back was cold. Those few words should have had a great impact on Kabuto Yakushi. The more so, the more curious Shizune became. No matter how shameless he is, he can't just attack me verbally, right? How should I know? He didn't say anything. Tsunade relaxed for a rare time, leaning back in the chair, as if a big stone in her heart had been removed, and sighed. I didn't want him to get involved, but after thinking about it for a long time, no one is more suitable than him for this kind of thing. Danzo has been acting more and more cautious recently, and it's hard to catch the other party's handle. Both sides are ready. At this time, whoever reveals a flaw will lose first. But Lady Tsunade, is this really worth it? Shizune said worriedly, it won't be a problem if those old men stay. As long as Danzo. Tsunade didn't answer directly, but took the initiative to talk about another topic. This person is provoking both. Who do you think he will choose? Ah. Shizune didn't know why Tsunade suddenly started gossiping. After thinking for a while, it should be Ino. He took the initiative to ask you for Ino's matter. The two of them must spend more time together, so the chances of winning are naturally greater. If I were Naruto, I would definitely favor Ino, after all, the feelings are deeper. As she spoke, Shizune felt more and more likely to analyze. Haha, you underestimate him too much. Tsunade smiled for a while, then stopped smiling, squinting her eyes and analyzed, he is indeed very loyal, but he is also cruel. The little girl from the Hyuga family is gentle, but she is a little dull. Ino has a good personality and is more romantic. He spends more time with Ino and occasionally teases Hinata. The two little girls don't understand anything and haven't talked much in 6 years. Tsunade smiled and reached for the wine glass on the table, but this was Shizune's office, so there was no wine glass. Seeing this, Shizune had no choice but to take out the wine cup and wine glass from the cabinet. She poured a glass of sake and muttered to herself, just this once. She handed it to Tsunade with a smug look, waiting for her to finish her gossip. Women are like this, they say no, but they still want to hear it in their hearts. Even if these two women are in high positions, they still can't escape the law of gossip. What else? What else? Tsunade squinted her eyes and drank, smiling. Don't you dislike listening to these? I don't like it. Shizuan blushed for once, and said a little arrogantly, it's just to get to know Uzumaki Naruto, after all, it is related to Tsunade's plan. Hehe. Tsunade didn't bother to care about Shizuan's rare tsundere. Naruto was a man who dared to pull out the tailed beast in his body without saying anything. He was cruel enough to himself. Such a person would not dare to do anything. Those two little girls are now occupied by him. Haven't they been playing dumb for so many years? He won't make any choices. Whether it's Hinata or Ino, he plans to have them all. It's just that he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He knows the personalities of the two girls and does it on purpose. No way? Shizuan was slightly surprised. She usually didn't pay attention to any love affairs between men and women. At most, she would occasionally tease the young woman Yui Kurane. In her cognition, successful love should be a life template like Asuma and Yui Kurane. Childhood sweethearts, knowing each other, falling in love, getting married, and having children. And the alternatives like Kai and Kakashi are typical warriors in her eyes. One doesn't understand love, but Kakashi does understand a little. Yellow love is also love. But compared with Naruto, she finally opened her eyes. Isn't this he is so brave? Isn't he afraid of being this guy is really, what is he thinking in his head? Obviously both of them are so good, it doesn't matter who he chooses. Shizuan was already a little incoherent, and the three views of an honest person were shattered. Tsunade laughed and picked up the wine glass and drank it in small sips. So you don't understand Naruto, this guy looks lazy and doesn't rush anything. But how could such a reckless character be influenced by emotions? So, do you know why he is the most suitable candidate now? Shizuan swallowed and stammered. He is cruel and shameless. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled and tapped the table with her fingers habitually. Another one, holding a grudge. Go out for a walk? Where to? Kyuubi was lying on the wide balcony wearing small sunglasses to bask in the sun. The moment he turned his head, he grabbed the sunglasses with his claws, revealing a clear and stupid look. Nowhere to go, just a casual walk. Naruto was busy opening the system panel and selected one of the rows below from a pile of rewards. Recently, the public security in Konoha seems to be not very good. It can't stop the breeding of crime at all. He added another sentence. It's pretty good, where does the crime come from? Kyuubi was a little confused. Are you confused? The security here has always been good. No one stopped me when I stole red bean cakes. Naruto stopped what he was doing, turned his head and stared at Kyuubi. Don't you dislike sweet food? This Kyuubi scratched his head with his claws. It doesn't look sweet. You'll know after you take a bite. Oh, you stole something, don't even think about drinking for 3 days. He said casually. What? Kyuubi almost spit out a mouthful of blood, it was so long ago. How did I know that you humans still use money at that time? Ignorance is not a crime, you are really a dog? Fishing enforcement. Kyuubi often heard some strange words come out of Naruto's mouth, and over time he learned a little bit. He was just about to say fuck and was immediately furious. I don't listen. Naruto has already selected a reward, clicked it, and frowned. Evil God's puppet, God of Ninja, created, the reward has changed. Warning, the reward has been contaminated. Restricted speech. Damn, the nickname is not good, the speech is banned. Is there something wrong with this evil god? It would be great if he could become a 1.5 meter tall blonde with blue eyes and legal loli. I will whip him hard. However, looking at the appearance of the god of death, it is estimated that the evil god himself is not much better. If he is not careful, he will be an indescribable tentacle girl. Just thinking about it, goosebumps appear. Shaking his head, he shook off all those unreliable thoughts. Deal with the group Zhang is not that complicated, and Sasuke can kill him. But Naruto's goal is not to kill Danzo, but to eliminate Danzo's influence. In short, to wipe this person out. Danzo was also a man who stirred up the ninja world in the past, and was considered one of the leaders of Konoha. An old man who is still alive is a thief, and he does things without leaking anything. Naruto is not stupid, and he knows that arm wrestling is not good, so he didn't ask at all. He just occasionally mentioned the development of the village to Tsunade, and Tsunade made her own judgment. The only one who can really force Danzo into a desperate situation is Tsunade, who is at most a fisherman. Muddy the water in the huge root, disrupt the order, and let the old guy react. The best way to kill is to destroy the heart. Danzo really cares about only fame and fortune. The third generation can be nameless and immoral, but he Danzo must step by step to the highest level and be famous for thousands of years. So he originally thought that the first step would be to spread rumors directly. Spreading rumors is free, but refuting rumors is a lot of work. Give the old thief Danzo a little shock to his fan circle, but who knew he would die before he could accomplish his mission? The speech prop was contaminated by the evil god, and he was banned. Tragedy. But it didn't affect him much, he flipped through the system and closed the panel directly. He glanced at the Nine Tails again and asked. What do you think of the Uchiha clan? Evil Uchiha. Naruto. Well, there is an Uchiha in the village, go and kill him. Are you kidding? Kyuubi put his claws on his body, leaned on the sofa and said, I don't do this job anymore, fighting and killing is not suitable for me. Kyuubi, I didn't ask you for anything. Stop. Mature-tailed beasts must learn to say no. Kyuubi looked like a rogue, only by having the courage to say no can you get rid of control and have a better future. You are abstaining from alcohol for a month. Why? Can't we discuss something? I refuse. You. Kyuubi was speechless and didn't drink for a month. Kyuubi didn't work, so Naruto didn't continue the talk. This was his habit. If he couldn't reach an agreement, he would just give up and come back next time if necessary. But if he found an alternative method, the nine-tailed fox would inevitably be tormented by him. Unable to think of a suitable method for a while, he simply got up and went out. He went to Ino first and told her that the communication plan had been approved by Tsunade. Really? Ino's eyes were full of surprise, and she hugged him excitedly and kissed him. Hehe, you are so awesome. But the top management didn't agree. Ino was choked up when she was about to say something, and her expression was visibly depressed. The senior officials won't agree, or let's just forget it. She said, I've calculated carefully. Even if the senior officials agree, it will cost a lot of money to build a communication system later. Father also said that the village probably can't afford the money, so... Money. Naruto thought about it, and he didn't seem to be short of money now, so he asked directly, how much is the difference? To cover the land of fire, at least 50 billion taels are needed. Ino stretched out her palm, with a distressed look on her face. If it covers more large countries, the investment will be even more. What did Naruto react to after hearing this? The communication reform in the ninja world is an inevitable trend. If it is not done now, that technological era will come in more than 10 years. The steel torrent of the times is rolling forward and unstoppable. But when that time comes, communication will have nothing to do with him and Ino. Now Ino has that ability. If she can build chakra communication first, it will also be a good thing for Konoha. The money left by Cardo is rich, about the value of 20,000 Isuma. But the early financial operation of the Snow Country was abnormal. In order to inject vitality into the Snow Country, and to leave a way out for himself, he probably took out most of the money and gave it to Fenghua Zioxiu. The Snow Country is booming, plus the tax on geothermal generators. He has now controlled the small country of the Snow Country in disguise, making the technology tree there flourish, and he only has about 70 billion taels left. He plans to give all the money to Shizuan, just as an anonymous sponsorship of Ino. But there is only one condition, don't let Ino have the authority can only be given to Shikamaru or others. If I have no money in the future, will you support me? Naruto suddenly asked. Of course, are you short of money now? Ino asked, I still have a lot, how much do you want? 50 billion taels. Ino. Just kidding, please treat me to a snack first, I'm so hungry at dinner time. Naruto interrupted and turned to the next topic. Okay. Ino didn't think much about it, and took Naruto's hand to go shopping for food. The relationship between the two became more and more natural, but they didn't mention the topic of confirming the relationship. Ino didn't seem to be entangled, and accepted the current situation openly. Even though she knew she might be sad in the future, she smiled and didn't care. I want to eat that. Buy it yourself, I don't have money now, and I told you to support me. Okay. I'll support you. Ino's eyes smiled into crescents, and she squeezed his hand with a smile, and replied like he usually teased her. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Naruto has now started to play the role of a pretty boy, and ordered all the food that Ino likes to eat and what he wants to eat in one breath, and the two of them sat under the shade of the old tree to eat. I found that my skin seems to be getting whiter and whiter recently. Why? Ino lifted the clothes covering her arms, revealing a section of lotus root white. Have you ever seen a balloon blown up? He said. Ah, I have seen it. The bigger the balloon, the whiter it is. Go to hell. Ino understood, and chased him with a red face and beat him for a while. During the fight, he took the opportunity to eat a lot of tofu, and Ino's face was red to the root of her neck. From panting to just panting, she pushed Naruto away and said with a red face. I'm going back to the store. Shikamaru's wedding is coming soon, and most of his relatives and friends are worried about what gifts to prepare, and Naruto is no exception. He happened to run into Inuzuka Kaiba on the road, and when they asked each other, they found out that they had the same purpose, so they just went together. The two of them and the dog wandered around Konoha, but couldn't find a suitable one. It's so annoying, how can we get married so soon? Inuzuka Kaiba carried a bottle of soda and squatted in the shade of the trees on the roadside with Naruto. After drinking it in one gulp, his whole body was chilled. Who knows them, it's probably love. Naruto agreed casually. How about you help me find a girlfriend? Inuzuka Kaiba asked. Ahem. Naruto spit out a mouthful of soda. Good brother, I owe you 5,000 taels last time, and I'll pay you back tomorrow. Chapter 337. If it wasn't Danzo, it's all Danzo's fault. Inuzuka Kaiba stared at Naruto with resentment, thinking, what's your reaction? You bastard, you'd rather give me my money than introduce me to a woman? But he didn't dwell on it and sighed. What gift should I give Shikamaru for his wedding? I don't know. Naruto shook his head. Shikamaru is really quick to do things, the first Chunin, the first to get married. Yet. Inuzuka Kaiba nodded, but he always felt something was wrong, and looked back at Naruto. Do you have any other intentions? No. Have you seen Hinata since you came back? Have you asked her what she was going to give? Inuzuka Kaiba suddenly asked. No. Why do you only know this? No. You. Seeing that Inuzuka Kaiba was really angry, Naruto coughed in a mean way and stopped joking. He answered seriously and asked him thoughtfully. What is Hinata doing recently? How should I know? Inuzuka Kaiba was a little indignant, curled his lips and said, we haven't been in touch for a while. There are a lot of things to do and we don't meet each other normally. He probably knew that the everyone mentioned by Inuzuka Kaiba refers to the 3 people in Team 8. Yui Kurane took maternity leave early. Now it is estimated that the child can crawl. Sarutobi Mirai. When do you plan to marry Hinata? Inuzuka Kaiba asked again. Why do you ask such an embarrassing question? He was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Is it embarrassing? I don't think you will be embarrassed. Inuzuka Kaiba frowned, squeezed his hands and said, there is something I don't know whether I should say. Then don't say it. Naruto, Hinata likes you very much. It may be that only she doesn't know such an obvious thing. Inuzuka Kaiba advised earnestly. Children don't know how to talk less. Let's talk somewhere else. He stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and left first. As for Inuzuka Kaiba's advice, he didn't take it to heart at all. What a joke, who gets married as soon as they reach adulthood? No wonder ninjas generally have short lives. They are not afraid of being squeezed dry by a juicer, so how can they have the mood to do big things? What's more, he can't make a choice. But now Naruto has to endure Inuzuka Kaiba, the single dog, to continue to talk. There are some things that cannot be avoided, and he must ask for details. Regarding the large-scale spies in the Inuzuka 2 years ago, there is a shadow of the roots. Because of this, the power of the Inuzuka clan quickly declined, and they also had a feud with Danzo. But there is no evidence, so it is kept secret. Mysterious. Inuzuka Kaiba muttered, and although he was reluctant, he still got up and followed. The two walked around the dilapidated red wall, walked through the alley with dense green shade, and finally stopped in front of a remote and dilapidated house. There were fields all around, full of green. This was the place where I took Kuroyura out to watch the stars in the middle of the night, and the relationship began to break the ice here. Remote means that the roots will not know about it. Can we talk now? Well, let's talk about Hinata first. Naruto exhaled and said sincerely, we grew up together, you know me. I don't have any other advantages, I'm just honest. Now you all have become Jonin, even Hinata is about to advance to Jonin, and I'm still a Chunin. You know better than me what Hyuga is. You shouldn't ask me when I will get married, you should ask Hyuga when they can agree? Inyazuka Kaiba was completely confused. Perhaps because Naruto was sandwiched between two active Hokage and the one who was about to ascend the throne, he almost assumed that Naruto was awesome. At least he couldn't go back and forth in front of the Sunin and the Hokage, but other than that, it seemed that Naruto really had nothing, even the title of a high-level official was empty. But why the fuck is it that the more I think about it, the weirder it feels? Even when Conan comes, he has to go around inside. Wait a minute. Inyazuka Kaiba probably spent too much time with innocent dogs, and was not used to dealing with shameless people, let me think about it. What is there to think about? Naruto interrupted his thinking that if I let you figure it out, how can I quibble? No, it's not right, it's about the way. What do you think of Hinata? She's pretty good, pretty, and kind. Inyazuka Kaiba was forced to answer along with him. Do you think the Hyuga clan will like me? This Inyazuka Kaiba really hesitated. This kind of thing is really uncertain for a while, unless Naruto is expected to succeed the Hokage. After all, others may not eat false reputation, but the Hyuga likes it. They are always the first clan of Konoha, just like an antique. But what he didn't know was that Naruto avoided the position of Hokage. Hyuga is a big clan after all, and they are always proud. Although you are still a Chunin now, but Inyazuka Kaiba didn't know how to comfort him. Let Naruto work hard? But he doesn't need these things at all. If he has a close relationship with a big shot like the Sunin, he can be arrogant. But then again, no matter how close the relationship is, Naruto doesn't have any famous titles and achievements now. But the Hinata just likes that kind of empty talk, which is embarrassing. Comfort? Comfort chicken. Fortunately, Naruto didn't let Inyazuka Kaiba fall into embarrassment, and took over the conversation with a sigh. I am also very troubled now. What's the use of liking? Love without the blessing of elders is destined to be incomplete. I am used to it as an orphan. But I can't let Hinata suffer with me. Anyway, I can't get it in the end. I am confused now. How can I want to own something that I can't get? Naruto was talking nonsense, and he couldn't stop at all. He almost believed it himself. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself in his heart. Why did he usually forget this honest man? This kind of words cannot be said to Shikamaru and Ino. Niji is too lazy to listen, Tian Tian is too smart to listen to his pretense, Xiao Li forget it, let's not talk about the beasts of Konoha. But what he didn't expect was that Inyazuka Kaiba, a single dog, actually empathized with him. Patting his shoulder with a little sympathy, he encouraged him. Don't give up, Hinata likes you so much, there will still be opportunities in the future. Oh, let's talk about another business. Of course he would not give up, and he never thought of giving up. Now that the chat is over, it's time to talk about business. What else? Inyazuka Kaiba was a little surprised. Actually, I am like this now, it's all thanks to the group. Before Naruto finished speaking, Akamaru on the side suddenly frowned and barked. Akamaru's detection ability is stronger than that of ninja dogs, mainly reflected in sound and smell, as well as animal instincts. Give warnings about abnormal situations around. Naruto immediately stopped talking and looked around vigilantly. Inyazuka Kaiba's face also changed suddenly, as if he thought of something bad, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The wind is too strong, let's go, first choose a gift for Shikamaru. Naruto suggested. Inyazuka Kaiba flashed a trace of hesitation, and it can be seen that he has an idea in his mind, probably wanting to investigate nearby. But Naruto didn't give him that opportunity and added another sentence. If it's later, Shikamaru's child will be born soon. Nonsense, whose child is born so quickly? Inyazuka Kaiba's attitude was still loose, and he laughed and scolded, let's go, the wind is too strong, it's annoying. The two hurriedly left and returned to Konoha Street to continue wandering. What do you think of this gift I gave you? Naruto asked, holding up an exaggerated foxcraft. Not very good. Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru shook their heads at the same time and gave negative opinions. What do you know? Naruto curled his lips, and excitedly held the bullhead and made an appointment with the boss to deliver it directly to the Nara clan in 2 days. Inyazuka Kaiba looked down on Naruto's rustic aesthetics, and after a round of selection, he chose a craft in the shape of a puppy. Just as he was about to pay, he was complained by Naruto. "It seems that this one in your hand can't be good? Rustic. You." Inyazuka Kaiba was full of anger, but when he thought that the style of the gift he bought was indeed not much different from the one chosen by Naruto, he suddenly had nothing to say. He followed the same method and made an appointment with the boss to deliver it to the Nara clan on the same day. A total of 50,000 taels. What? Inyazuka Kaiba was shocked. "Isn't the price tag 25,000 taels? The gentleman said that you will pay for his share," the boss said politely. Inyazuka Kaiba. Naruto stood aside and spread his hands, indicating that he had no money. Inyazuka Kaiba was speechless for a while. Thinking of what he had just said, he suddenly realized that Naruto seemed to have not done a mission for a long time. No wonder he said such self-deprecating words. "Ah." Inyazuka Kaiba said nothing, shook his head and paid the money silently. This made Naruto confused. He was still waiting for Inyazuka Kaiba to talk to him. Why so weird, that's all. After the two of them parted, Naruto saw that it was still early, so he went to Satomi Hill Villa again. This time, Kurama Yakumo was very considerate and came to greet him early, weak, and with a sickly look on his face. She wore a gauze skirt and knelt obediently on the tatami to pour him tea. "Master, please have tea." Kurama Yakumo's voice was delicate and gentle. "Yes." Naruto's attitude was a little cold. Maybe it was because he was not familiar with Kurama Yakumo, or Kurama Yakumo was not very familiar with the village. The only one he could rely on was Yui Kurane, but Yui Kurane didn't care about her now. And now Kurama Yakumo called him master, so he didn't have too many scruples. Kurama Yakumo knelt aside and didn't dare to speak casually, only daring to take a glance when he looked up. Naruto had a cold face and no expression, as if he was resting. The room was quiet, and only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. There was no ambiguity, just pure silence. Kurama Yakumo has lived alone for many years, but she has long been accustomed to silence. Sitting in the room, she can even hear the rustling of the bamboo forest on the north slope facing the sun outside the house. She lowered her head, asked nothing, and stared silently at the steaming teacup. When it seemed to be getting cold, she immediately changed another cup, and repeated it over and over again. No matter how monotonous the work was in her hands, it didn't seem so monotonous. Kurama Yakumo looked normal, as if this was the most normal thing. After half a day, the atmosphere returned to normal. Naruto held the almost cold teacup in his hand, gulped it down, and then rolled up his sleeves. Kurama Yakumo on the side understood and cooperated to pull Ito out. She didn't know how long Naruto would torture Ito, nor did she know how he was going to deal with Ito, so she just obeyed habitually. Kurama Yakumo squatted in the corner, closed her eyes and covered her ears. Ito's screams were too scary. If she didn't cover her ears to reduce the noise, she might have a nightmare at night. However, this time, Ito's screams did not come in time. "Wait. Stop beating me, I'm convinced." Ito begged for mercy. "I really can't stand it, I'll do whatever you tell me to do." It was really hard to hold it, this guy was like a pervert. I'm convinced, he comes to torture me whenever he wants, using all kinds of cruel tricks. Even monsters can't stand it." Although Ito didn't know what this guy's mental state was, it was a terrifying thing to be able to touch his entity. Oh. Naruto naturally didn't know what Ito was thinking, but he responded absent-mindedly, called up the panel and stared at it intently. Ding! Option 1, Taming Ito, completed. Reward, Ito Prophecy, Confinement, Demotion successful. Seeing that the task option was finally achieved, his face improved. It was worth his unremitting efforts over the past month or two, and he finally tamed the cunning Ito. Before Ito could react, Naruto sucked her into the sealed space and threw her into the evil god altar. Inside the evil god altar, Hydrangea was exhausted, having just defeated the reincarnated Kimimaro. Kimimaro was only 10% of his peak strength at this time, but he still abused her for a month. Endless killing grey bones, almost all of them were covered with weapons. She had lived for 18 years, and had never seen a person with bone spurs all over his body. She screamed in pain, and every recovery was a nightmare. With a bang, she finally defeated Kimimaro. She wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, and finally showed a smile on her tired face. She could finally rest for a while and avoid that damn man. They said that the summoner of the summoned beast must be stronger than the summoned beast, bah. If I were stronger than the summoned beast, why would I summon a hammer summoned beast? Hydrangea was criticizing Naruto in her heart, and she accidentally saw a black shadow falling from the sky. With a bang, she fell to the ground like a weak chicken. At the same time, Naruto's nasty voice also sounded in the air. Brave summoner, you can't rest yet. Hydrangea was completely angry, threw the kunai to the ground and blushed and directly telegraphed Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto withdrew in time and did not hear Hydrangea's 60-second live voice. These 60 seconds are just the limit of the girl's cognition of dirty words, which does not mean that the resentment is only 60 seconds. Naruto exhaled lightly and said to Kurama Yakumo in front of him. Ito's matter has been completely resolved. I will come to you tomorrow. It's almost time, you should prepare yourself. Okay. Kurama Yakumo had no objection, and the rebellious temperament he once had was long gone. Naruto was very satisfied with this. No matter how naughty a middle school girl is, she still has to cry and stay honestly under the iron fist of justice. This world is really free, and power is supreme. After leaving Satomijayaka Villa, Naruto seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped halfway. Staring at a small tree, he cursed. If it weren't for Denzo, I wouldn't be so anxious to withdraw from the Nine Tails. If it weren't for Denzo, Hinata and Ino wouldn't have such a stiff relationship. If it weren't for Denzo, it's all the fault of that old dog Denzo. Chapter 338. Even if there is an ocean in the heart, the words are still gentle. He returned home and saw the Nine Tails lying on the sofa in melancholy, looking listless. He ignored it and went into the kitchen to get water. A month of alcohol ban means that Naruto will no longer provide any alcohol to the Nine Tails, but here was no restriction on it finding ways to drink wine. But anyway, the wine was only enough to satisfy its cravings. The next day, when Naruto woke up and washed up, he passed by the living room and saw Kyuubi twisting and turning restlessly. He looked at him for nothing, but immediately retracted his gaze after being discovered. You dog are in heat. Naruto scolded. You are in heat. Kyuubi pointed at him without any airs, stretched out his claws and pointed at him, saying, I have a suggestion about a month of abstinence. Are you interested in listening? Not interested. Naruto raised his eyebrows and touched his hair that was not yet dry. Do I look like a person without principles? There is nothing to say. I plan to let you meet that stupid owner. I have a way to make you. Kyuubi was stunned for a moment. Okay, then forget it. Wait, I think principles can be flexible. Rules are things that should be strict with oneself and lenient with others. Naruto coughed. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. So, are you clear? Naruto was explaining the pros and cons of various evil god altars to Kurama Yakumo, and there was nothing to be shy about. Kurama Yakumo nodded and hummed. This was originally her own choice. She didn't take Naruto's words about suffering a little bit of physical pain to heart. No matter what, she wanted to be a ninja. This is the meaning of her life and the biggest motivation to support her to live. Since you know everything, I won't say nonsense. Naruto reached out and held the teacup, tilted his neck and drank it all in one breath, which made Kurama Yakumo's eyelids jump. This man is ruthless in everything he does, and Kurama Yakumo is still afraid of Naruto. Let's start. He said, and directly included Kurama Yakumo into the sealed space, turned around and threw him into the evil god altar. The evil god believers have been reduced from target 10 to target 8. The progress of task 3 has been completed by 1/5, and it may be faster if we try harder. If there were no operation options, he could just find a bunch of insignificant characters to fill in the gaps. But after finding the operation options, he was very excited, and the reward for task 3 suddenly became more impressive. He could completely borrow the evil god's tiger skin to create a group of Uzumaki 10 Niangs, just to complete task 2 for himself. What are the 7 ninja swordsmen? They are all younger brothers. When he finds time, he will definitely take all their ninja swords for himself. Of course, it was just a thought with evil taste, and he never thought about really getting the Uzumaki 10 Niangs. It's just that the first 3 were all women, and it was a natural idea. If he doesn't have time in the future, he will directly recruit them as assistants when he meets the right one. In the future, he won't have to run around, he can sit at home like Nagato, and his subordinates will travel around. As long as he can lie down in the future, he doesn't have to be a savior, and troubles won't affect him. At that time, he can lie down and enjoy it leisurely. Thinking about it, Naruto suddenly froze. Damn, did he not go in? Could it be that Kurama Yakumo has been beaten to a mental breakdown? He hurriedly sank his consciousness into the sealed space, ignoring the two wooden figures in the cage, and went directly into the evil god altar shrouded in grey mist. Ah! Stop it! Are you sick? The expected scene of Kurama Yakumo being beaten did not appear, but Hydrangea and Ito fought back and forth, with tears hanging in his eyes. Although he was begging for mercy, his body instinctively joined the battle. Kurama Yakumo stood aside, looking at the scene, slightly dazed. He seemed to be at a loss, not knowing what to do. Naruto sighed, casually touched a trace of Bai's ashes, and directly resurrected Bai. Okay, 2v2, let's fight. As for whether Kurama Yakumo will face Ito or Bai, that is a problem he needs to consider. Anyway, there will be no death situation at the evil god altar, so let's fight freely. The more he thought about it, the more Naruto felt like he was raising a gu. Fortunately, the strength of the impure world reincarnated is fixed. In other words, it is just a whetstone for Kurama Yakumo and Hydrangea. After withdrawing his consciousness from the sealed space, he quietly slipped away from the extremely quiet Satomi Hill villa. In the afternoon, he and Koji made an appointment to have tea alone. It was mainly Koji who invited Naruto. The fat boy seemed a little nervous, and his whole body revealed a sense of anxiety. Chisai, if you need to pee urgently, you can go to the toilet. If you really can't, you can use a bottle. Naruto put down the teacup. We are all men, and frequent urination and urgency are understandable. Chisai is also an honest man, and he defended himself with a grunt, I'm not. Naruto, Shikamaru is getting married soon. Yeah, I know. He responded, what's wrong? Do you remember? Shikamaru used to. Chisai, don't beat around the bush. If you don't get down to business, I'll leave. Naruto muttered, I'm very busy now. I have to see Hinata tonight. Even though his friends around him can probably realize the complicated relationship between him, Ino, and Hinata. But there are some things he can say to Chisai, but not to Shikamaru. Maybe it's because Chisai is tight-lipped, and secondly, the relationship between the two is closer. Chisai is a kind fat man, who can't bear to see Ino sad, and doesn't want to cheat his good friend. It's not good for you to do this, Naruto. If Ino knew. Why don't you just not tell me? Only God, the earth, you and I know. Naruto said, okay, tell me your story, hurry up, don't dither. Well, you know that Shikamaru and I are in a similar situation and are about to get married. Koji said a little shyly, so. Oh, getting married is good. Naruto echoed absent-mindedly, obviously not sincere. So, what difficulties did you encounter? He asked tentatively. Almost, I'm actually a little panicked. Koji said, suddenly I'm getting married, but my relationship with her is still in. His eyelids twitched, staring at Koji, gradually figuring out a hint. Zyoko was eager to make a move, but hesitant. Holding hands? He asked. That's not the case. I've held hands a long time ago. Koji shook his head. Physical contact. Does hugging count? Naruto suddenly realized, and seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and made a gesture that all men understood towards Koji, and Koji blushed immediately. Don't talk nonsense. Koji was a little embarrassed. Just tell me whether you have it or not. No. Koji returned to that look, lowering his head and grunting, talking about other things. Koji, you are going too far. We have agreed to communicate without reservation, but you are hiding here. Naruto pretended to be angry. If you do this again, don't ask me next time you have questions, ask Shikamaru. No, no, no. Koji was directly scared, how dare I ask Shikamaru, he must not have done that kind of thing, and he is so busy recently. That's not right, how can you be sure that I have experience? Naruto was puzzled and scratched his head, you didn't even ask me. You are so stuffy, why do you need to ask? Koji muttered. Koji, you are going too far. Naruto looked unhappy, what do you mean I am so stuffy? What do you mean? I'm sorry. Koji thought he was really angry. You know me, I'm not stuffy at all. Koji, After going around in circles, Koji finally put the truth on the table. There was only one problem. The other party seemed to be a little resistant to intimate contact such as kissing between lovers. Naruto, do you think she is actually dissatisfied in her heart? Koji said distressedly. That's unlikely. Naruto waved his hand and said, you are about to get married, and the other party would not refuse to cooperate with a kiss if she is dissatisfied. It's probably a technical problem, you don't need to be too anxious. The other party can accept you, which proves that they will not deliberately block you in such a place. Marriages among big families are basically backed by the family's credit. Sceneries of escaping marriages in TV shows will never happen in reality. If you don't want to get married, just say it earlier, lower your posture and apologize to the other party, and give them enough face. It's impossible to not say a word before the marriage, and then act like an idiot and screw your parents and family to death at the wedding. If it really happens, it's impossible for these two families not to become mortal enemies. It doesn't matter if it's a small family, at most you can live in another place. Big families have been rooted for decades or even hundreds of years. If they are beaten by the younger generation's tricks, they will be so angry that their legs can be broken directly. Actually, it's not a kiss, Koji said a little embarrassedly, my progress is a little faster than Shikamaru, that's all. Hearing this, Naruto's face changed drastically and he stood up directly. You bastard! You're trying to trick me. Wait, Naruto, don't get excited first. Koji waved his fat hands, forcibly calming Naruto down, blinking his eyes and said, I'm not afraid of your side story. Can't I apologize to you? Side story? Am I that kind of person? Naruto slapped his chest. You are. Koji was stunned for a moment and said, last time you. Ahem, that's all old news. Naruto was a little embarrassed, waved his hands and said seriously, now we have grown up, not the same as before. After a while. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed unscrupulously, stared at Koji, and continued to laugh. Is it so funny? Koji was a little dissatisfied, and began to regret sharing it with his gay friend. He twisted his body uneasily, don't laugh. It's really not my fault, that thing is too nervous. Laughing aside, Naruto still made many serious suggestions afterwards, and popularized some unpopular knowledge to Koji, adding fuel to his will of fire. Afternoon. After the two parted, Naruto was the only one wandering home. When he reached a secluded place, he suddenly stopped, frowned, and muttered softly. It's over, is it my talent, or is Teiwa's body too sensitive? There was almost no experience in those days, and Teiwa was too fast. He had some ideas of completing the task at that time, but he didn't take it too seriously. Now he thinks it's strange. But this kind of thing can't be verified immediately. After muttering for a while, he also threw the chaotic thoughts behind his mind. He is not so hungry, not necessarily if he wanted to, he wouldn't. At that time, Duiho was also waiting for his answer, and gave her own answer. After thousands of mountains and rivers, we will never leave again when we meet again. After turning around and walking around, Naruto bought some food and brought 2 bottles of good wine to the agreed alley. The eyes of the 9-tailed fox, who had been waiting for a long time, were shining, and he really didn't forget his original intention. Ahem, I just remembered that you haven't had dinner yet, so I brought you some. Naruto handed it to the 9-tailed fox as if nothing had happened, without blushing or beating his heart. Even though he had just issued a 1-month alcohol ban punishment to the 9-tailed fox some time ago. Now he can shamelessly break his promise, this is the self-cultivation of a rogue. Okay. The 9-tailed fox rubbed his paws and took the wine and food, that is it okay to ban alcohol for a month? What is alcohol ban? Naruto looked like he didn't understand at all. 9-tailed fox? Although it was also very happy, it still gave Naruto, who was extremely shameless, a middle finger in its heart. He was really so shameless that he forgot his principles for the sake of beauty. Too realistic. But on second thought, if this dog had a moral bottom line, it would not have been cheated by him. Each person and the dog had their own ulterior motives, but in short, they both got what they wanted. Kyuubi held the gift in its mouth and successfully lured Hinata out with a romantic method. Looking at Hinata, who was standing in the night wind with her head down and feeling uneasy, and Naruto, who was smiling. It curled its lips with some disdain, cursed the stupid human in its heart, and left after the task was completed, hiding its merits and fame. The troublesome dog light bulb left, and Naruto raised the corner of his mouth. Let's go. He said. Okay. Hinata spoke a little softly, and she looked gentle as water, and her eyes looking at Naruto were full of gentleness. The moonlight fell, and the two walked side by side in the dark. The rustling sound underfoot was particularly harsh in the silent night. The older Hinata got, the more silent she became. The two held hands together, and the road ahead seemed a little dim. There were a few street lights, and only the outline of the road could be roughly seen. How are you preparing for the Jonin exam? He asked, breaking the silence. Almost done. It was a bit hard at the beginning. Hinata said in a gentle voice, speaking in detail, as if she wanted to share all the days he was away during this period. Naruto knew very well that Hinata was introverted, not that she didn't want to talk. Some people face the person they like, and they have thousands of mountains and thousands of waterfalls in their hearts before they speak, but they still speak gently and casually. She spoke very carefully, and Naruto was very patient, deliberately slowing down his pace. He knew what kind of company Hinata needed, and he knew it very well, so he was also very rogue. The moment Hinata looked up, she saw his slightly cold profile, and her heart suddenly beat faster. The warmth spread from the palm to the whole body. Chapter 339 Hinata turned out to be a hand. Am I very nagging? Hinata blushed slightly, and stretched out her hand to press the hem of her skirt, which was not shaking. She rarely wore skirts on weekdays. The frivolous night wind poured into her thighs, which made her feel uncomfortable. In contrast, she preferred to wear thin pants. The moon hung high in the night sky, emitting a faint silver light. I don't know if it was because of the heavy rain, Konoha was shrouded in a sultry atmosphere. No. Naruto was a little dazed. Somehow, he suddenly remembered something a few years ago. After the bathroom incident, Hinata unexpectedly took the initiative to find him once. In the entrance, under the bright yellow light. That time was also the only time she confided in him, but the short-haired girl who forced herself to muster up the courage to confess back then had long hair again in the blink of an eye. Thinking about that, Naruto suddenly felt strange. If he couldn't be the master of the bathroom, he could at least be the master of the entrance. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, he looked at Hinata, but found that Hinata was also looking at him. After being discovered, he turned away embarrassedly. As Naruto grew older, his facial features became clearer. His eyes were deep, and when he smiled, he had the power to bewitch people before he opened his mouth. Those clear eyes were naturally clean, and he was simply a born liar. No matter what he said, he seemed to be able to gain the trust of the other party. He smiled, climbed on Hinata's shoulders, hugged her, and asked casually. Have you prepared the gift for Shikamaru's wedding? What is it? A set of furniture. Hinata said quietly. Although the words were low-key, Naruto's eyelids jumped. With the background of the Hyuga clan, the furniture they bring out is definitely not ordinary goods that can be bought with money on the market. What did you give? Hinata blushed and glanced at him, and asked in a low voice. Me? He was embarrassed to say that he and Inuzuka Kaiba packed a handicraft together, although Shikamaru would not care. After all, it was just a token of their thoughts, and it was just a private gift between their friends. The interpersonal relations between the big clans are not yet involved in a few people. For example, the head of a certain clan, there is only one person in the whole clan. It's embarrassing to say it out, even Naruto, who is so thick-skinned, is embarrassed to often mention that he is the head of the clan. The revitalization of the family depends on you, Hinata. He said shamelessly. Ah. Hinata was a little confused, and after reacting, she blushed and looked cute, biting her lower lip and still responded. He was distracted by the well-deserved words. Hinata was so well-behaved. He even thought that if Hyuga didn't have a curfew, he could have tricked her back home tonight. But Hyuga was a big family. Even if Hyuga Hayashi was not very satisfied with Hinata, she was his daughter after all. It was impossible to watch her being bullied by a pig for nothing. Why didn't you refuse? Naruto pinched her face, and his heart skipped a beat. It was too exciting to pinch the eldest princess of the Hyuga family. And she didn't resist no matter how she was pinched. At most, her mouth would shrink occasionally. Well, Hinata felt a little painful, but she still held back. Then should I refuse? Of course not, I just said it casually. Naruto said, his hand gradually moved down from his shoulder and clasped his waist. The two had not walked out of the dark yet, and were still shrouded in darkness. The front and back street lights were far apart, and it was completely unclear if anyone was standing on the roadside. Only two shadows close together could be seen. Hinata dodged uneasily, her heart beating fast. In her opinion, Naruto's hands are very beautiful. Every time those slender hands reach out to her, her face always feels like it's on fire. For some reason, Hinata always feels that when his hand joints are all stretched out, the protruding blue veins and conspicuous wrist bones have a kind of rough sexiness that is unique to men. Occasionally, she would dream of those hands when she was sleeping. Although she couldn't see the face clearly in the dream, her memory of those hands was extremely clear. She took a look and was sure that it was him. Although she was a little shy in the dream, her body couldn't move. She could only watch those slender and sexy hands slowly wandering on her body, like the pleasure between lovers. After waking up, it was just a dream. The white thin tent swayed slightly in the afternoon sun, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto found that Hinata seemed a little too nervous, and her body was almost straight. "No, nothing," Hinata uttered, raised her head with a flustered look, and stammered to cover up, I just... Are you feeling unwell?" He took his hand back tactfully. No. Hinata didn't know what to say, her voice was as weak as a mosquito. "Oh, when is the Jonin exam?" Naruto changed the subject calmly. He thought Hinata was afraid, so he decisively withdrew his hand. "Prepare to change the angle and continue to test." "The day after tomorrow," she replied, her voice a little low. "The day after tomorrow? Shikamaru's wedding is tomorrow, the time is a bit tight, do you want to go?" Naruto was a little surprised. There is no exact time for the Jonin exam. Generally, applications are submitted according to the process of the Chunin, and then reviewed, and finally several people are lined up for the exam. The time is not fixed, and applications can be made all year round. But it is generally the busiest in summer, and fewer people apply in winter. "Go." Hinata bit her lower lip, as if to herself, and said again, "I will go." Hearing this, Naruto lowered his eyes for a moment, and Ino must have been there that day. It's not a Shura field, but it's definitely not good for him. The relationship between Hinata and Ino has gradually become complicated since they talked about it a few years ago, as if there was a layer of frosted glass between them. You can't see clearly, and you can't touch them. "Oh, okay," he said, touching Hinata's head, "I will go too." This was originally nonsense, but Hinata looked up and looked at Naruto more after hearing it. She didn't know what Naruto meant, and she couldn't help but get nervous. Although she was a little slow at ordinary times, Hinata was not stupid. She knew everything she should know. Including Naruto's attitude, including Naruto's kindness to her, but he was also good to Ino. But he was obviously here first. If he was braver at that time, maybe it wouldn't be like this now. Ino is also very nice, considerate, and generous, and she is also very beautiful. Any boy would like such a person. During that time, it seemed that Ino was accompanying him. He shook his head and threw away all the messy thoughts. The two of them had already walked to the bright place slowly. Naruto squatted down and picked and chose at a stall with small toys. He looked up at her and asked, "Which one do you like?" "Ah." Hinata was still distracted. When she was asked again, her eyes were a little evasive. Looking down, she saw Naruto holding two ugly and cute little toys. His fingertips were shiny under the light and squeezed and congested. Hinata's heart paused again after realizing that she was looking at his hands again. She secretly blamed herself for always being distracted and thinking about things she shouldn't think about. As a result, her ears became hot and she was a little at a loss. "Hey!" Naruto smiled. Why did this person always get distracted when he was with him? He stood up, stretched out his hand to pinch Hinata's face, and felt that Hinata didn't need to continue wandering around in her current state. So, he glanced at the distance and said, "How about going back?" "Ah." Hinata lowered her eyes, and didn't seem to be in a good mood. The most frequently used word the little girl said that night was probably "ah," and Naruto felt a little numb after hearing it. Isn't happiness not only about ha ha ha, but also about ah ah? "Miss, are you going back? Or continue to wander around?" Naruto pulled the corner of his lips, a little helpless he looked at Hinata helplessly. Hinata was probably a little unhappy about being called young lady. She nodded and said nothing, as if she was sulking. She was sulking alone and didn't know how to say a word. He walked for a long time with his head down, and then he realized that this was the way home, and he stopped suddenly. What's wrong? He also stopped and reached out. For no reason, Hinata boldly grabbed his hand. She raised her head slightly, and tears were rolling in her eyes. I don't dislike you touching me. I just don't know how to say it. On the contrary, I like Naruto-kun touching me very much. But I can't help it every time. If I make a sound, it will make you think I'm a frivolous person. Listening to Hinata's somewhat aggrieved words, Naruto was also stunned for a long time. But his hands were faster than his brain, and he had already embraced the girl in his arms before he came to his senses. It's good that you don't hate me, he said. In fact, I also want to get in touch with you, but every time I'm with you, no matter how hard I struggle, I will fall. The words in his mind haven't been organized yet, even if it's straightforward, he said it first. At this time is always more effective than delayed fancy words. Hinata, I like you. Without any hesitation, before she could make any reaction, Naruto had already leaned over. He put his arm around her waist and tightened it a little bit. He lowered his head and kissed her carefully. Hinata's mind was in a daze, and she suddenly felt a little short of breath, and her body was soft and hot. The path was dim and she suddenly thought of the scene in her dream, and her heart was even hotter. She groaned, and her lips and teeth pressed tighter. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated. Hinata's mind was a little confused, almost blank. Looking at Naruto, her lips were slightly closed and a little cold, her heart was pounding, and her first kiss was gone. She was almost guided, like a young deer following a ferocious wolf, sinking into the thorn forest step by step. She couldn't find the north at all, and let her soul drift. At the same time, a thought suddenly popped up in her mind: how could he be so skilled? This seems to be the common sharpness of all girls. Whether they are smart or stupid, their intuition is clear and sharp at this point. Naruto-kun, do you often have sex with Ino? Just got a little advantage. Shura field fell from the sky. Get married? He suddenly asked in the dark, forcibly interrupting the spell. His eyes were frighteningly bright. Ah! Hinata was frightened. She wanted to, but she didn't bring it up at this time. Not getting married? You took advantage of me, don't you want to take responsibility? Naruto stared at her for a while, and while Hinata was still confused, he fooled the little idiot so that she couldn't find the north. At that moment, she thought of her father and the Hyuga clan with strict rules. Don't you want to marry me? Just want to possess my body? He trembled, his acting skills for 8 lifetimes bursting out. Have you never thought about taking responsibility? I tried so hard just now, you don't want to. Hinata bit her lip, not wanting him to continue. She hurriedly explained, even waving her hands anxiously. I didn't mean that, it was too fast. No, it was quite a long time. Naruto was serious for a second. Don't say that casually, it's easy to cause misunderstanding. Oh. Hinata didn't understand. After being interrupted by him like that, Hinata didn't want to continue asking, and a small Shura field just disappeared invisibly. Fortunately, it was Hinata. If it was Ino, this little trick would not be able to fool her. After sending Hinata home, Naruto stood in front of the Hyuga gate for a long time, sighed faintly before leaving. The Shura field issue has been delayed until now, but it has become more and more complicated. But there is also an advantage. The depth of his feelings with Hinata or Ino is no longer comparable to that of the past. There is always a solution to the problem, and the two women are not at the point of being incompatible. Even if they meet, there will be no conflicts except for embarrassment. This is due to the personalities of Ino and Hinata. Both of them are very kind, and Ino's possessiveness is not that strong. Half of her mind is on the communicator, which is good news for Naruto. Hinata is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, with a strong tenacity in her heart. Ino has a delicate personality, a strong sense of propriety, and is not cute. The two are almost two extremes, but they have many similarities. Even if they meet, it will not be a Shura field. In this way, things are not completely unsolvable. Naruto didn't think of doing anything fancy. He knew very well that he only needed to infiltrate both sides a little bit. When he left Konoha, both of them would follow, and everything would go smoothly. But before that, some things should be kept secret. When I got home, Kyuubi had fallen asleep on the sofa with a bottle of wine in his arms. After a simple wash, Naruto lay on the bed and reviewed today's experience. He silently added one thing in his heart, Hinata seems to have a special reaction to the opponent. Thinking so, his consciousness gradually faded. The next day, Uzuki Yujao knocked on the window outside the bedroom and opened it directly with a bang. Unlike before, she was not as businesslike as before, and she didn't have a good face, but a face full of fatigue. Hokage is looking for you. Which Hokage? He woke up from the bed with his hands, one hand in front of his eyes to block the light. Konoha, now here are 2 Hokage, Tsunade, and the 6th Hokage Kakashi, who has not yet taken office. Today is Shikamaru's wedding day, and most people have received invitations. At this time, Kakashi should not have the leisure to find him, right? Besides, Kakashi is lazy to begin with. If he had not been forced to be a Hokage in turn, he would probably still be hanging out outside. It's Tsunade-sama. She added. Chapter 340. The Lost Tower is about to start, Shikamaru's wedding begins, and Hinata and Ino finally meet. When Naruto heard that it was Tsunade looking for him, he didn't complain. He got up honestly, washed quickly, ran to the entrance to change shoes, opened the door and rushed out directly. He stepped down the stairs and looked back suddenly. Why are you following me? Uzuki Yujao wore an Anbu uniform, carried a short sword on her back, and held a white animal mask in her hand. Standing at the top of the stairs, she looked at him with a helpless look. This is the order of the Hokage. Is Tsunade-sama so boring? Or have you fallen out of favor? You are the one who has fallen out of favor. Uzuki Yujao's mouth twitched, but she quickly reacted, what favor or not, I don't understand what you are talking about. I am suspended now and cannot perform the mission of the Anbu. The Hokage-sama asked me to take you there personally. Suspended? Naruto was slightly stunned, and re-examined the widow. What are you suspended from? Did you offend Tsunade-sama? How is it possible? Uzuki Yujao rolled her eyes. The two have known each other for many years, so there are no scruples when talking, root. Oh, framed, I see. Hearing this, Uzuki Yujao felt a little comforted. At least Naruto didn't ask at all, and directly believed unconditionally that she was framed. Although the Hokage-sama also knew it, he didn't do it as quickly as he did. What Uzuki Yujao didn't know was that it wasn't unconditional trust at all, it was just Naruto's habit. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, it was a subconscious reaction. After all, whether Uzuki Yujao was innocent or not didn't matter to him. He didn't need the truth. Tsunade was willing to let her continue to be a carrier pigeon, so Naruto could believe it unconditionally. In the final analysis, if you lose the bet, you won't lose, and if you win, you'll make a lot of money. If it were normal times, Uzuki Yujao would be able to figure out the self-cultivation of a cunning person. But at this moment, it was the darkest moment when her career, which she had worked hard for 6 years, was on the verge of falling. Seeing Naruto's performance, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. In her heart, Naruto's image of a rogue and hateful scum was also corrected a little bit. Although Uzuki Yujao had never been interested in Naruto's private affairs, she would know some things more or less after working together for many years. After that, Naruto always existed as a scum in her heart. For a love-brained person like Uzuki Yujao, love is the most sacred and inviolable feeling in the world, it is great and clean, it is salvation. What kind of husband-in-law? Bullhead, all of them are heretics among heretics, they should be tied up and whipped. And Naruto's two-timing behavior is the scum of scum. Privately, Uzuki Yujao despises this yellow-haired man. But in public, Uzuki Yujao has to admit that Naruto is a genius ninja. He is also a good colleague, who does little work, talks little, and moves quickly. Thank you. She said reservedly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, thank you for nothing, this woman, but he still smiled and replied that it was okay. The Hokage building. Tsunade has been accustomed to shrinking in the silent office, and the whole person is like a female rogue, setting up a recliner. I don't know where I got a table from, and I drink when I have nothing to do. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. If it was Tsunade's office, Naruto would never knock. But for Shizun's sake, he knocked reluctantly. Come in. Tsunade said casually. With a bang, the door was pushed open from the outside. What do you want to talk to me about? Naruto didn't even bother to call Tsunade. He glanced around and sat down in Shizun's seat. Shizun was not here. There were only Tsunade and Naruto in the empty office. Is Shikamaru getting married today? she asked. Yet. Naruto looked down and saw an exquisite invitation on Tsunade's desk. It was probably sent by the Nara clan. Didn't Tsunade know about it? It's still early now. Just go there temporarily. Tsunade waved her hand, not caring at all. There's no need to go so early and put pressure on the newcomers. That's true. Naruto drooped his feet and almost lay down in the chair. With Tsunade's status, it would be inappropriate to go too early or too late. Going too early would only put pressure on the Nara clan, and even if she wanted to express closeness with good intentions, it might backfire. Konoha is a village with a collection of families, with countless families of all sizes. The Hyuga clan has always been the main force of the village, but it is more moderate. Inoshikajo has a clear attitude, and is simply the three major families of the Hokage. Chuji is getting married soon. He suddenly said, Lady Tsunade may have to go again. These two got married too early, young people are in a hurry to fall in love. Tsunade glanced at him sideways, but I think the Yamanaka family, forget it. Hee. Naruto smiled falsely, thinking in his heart that this woman was talking about things that were not related to her, and meddling in other people's business. I don't care much about them, you can go or not. Tsunade seemed a little unwilling to give in, and seemed to be too bored and wanted to kill time. When are you getting married? Bah, don't mention that word to me. Naruto was too lazy to play dumb with Tsunade, rolled his eyes and said, do you think I look like someone who is getting married now? I really don't look like that. Tsunade touched the wine glass and took a sip with a smile, you are really brave enough to mess with the children of the Hyuga and Yamanaka families at the same time. I was just young before, but now I am old enough to get married, and it can't be as smooth as before. It's not that smooth, but there is still a way. Naruto was too lazy to hide it from Tsunade, mainly because he couldn't hide it, and he was afraid that Tsunade would be in a bad mood and trip him up. The Shura field that was triggered accidentally can be calmed down, but if it is really exposed by the patriarchs it can only be said that the gain is not worth the loss, and there is no need to die. At the same time, he also understood that with his ability, he could only fool two silly girls, Ino and Hinata. But he couldn't deal with the patriarchs on both sides of Yamanaka and Hyuga at the same time. If he only chose one side, both Yamanaka and Hyuga would recognize him and call him a good son-in-law for the sake of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Kakashi. But if he wanted to continue to operate on both sides at the same time, no one would look at him well. In order not to overturn, he especially needed Tsunade's support at this time. Her identity is special. She is both the granddaughter of the first generation and the first female Hokage. Tsunade's character is not ideal, but her identity is very prominent. Does Tsunade-sama have any instructions? He asked. Generally at this time, Tsunade must have found a job for herself. Why is she fishing in a roundabout way? She's just waiting for me to ask and take the bait. When it comes to shameless tricks, he may not be able to beat Tsunade. Nothing, just concerned about your life event. Tsunade remained calm and continued with a smile, but you seem to have encountered difficulties. Shikamaru is getting married today, Ino and Hinata will go, right? Yet. Aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Naruto asked back. Now it was Tsunade's turn to frown, thinking that this kid's reaction was not right. His two girlfriends were about to bump into each other, why is he reacting like this? Not right. She was still thinking about fishing, and now her mind was a little calmer. If Ino and Hinata meet, what good will happen to you? Hee. Naruto smiled but didn't answer. He thought that his brother had already treated Hinata equally in advance, so there wouldn't be any Shura scene even if they met. Naruto didn't say anything, which made Tsunade a little unhappy. But in fact, she was still a little curious, why did this bastard look so confident? Frowning, fishing failed. Tsunade skipped the topic directly, anyway, she would know it soon. Okay, I actually called you here for a mission this time. Tsunade crossed her fingers and said seriously. What mission? The Sand Village asked Konoha for help. The rebel puppeteer Centipede ran to the desert hinterland of the Wind Country. According to the Covenant, we need to send people to support Sand Village. Catch the rebel ninja. Naruto was stunned. It's just a rebel ninja. Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Did he steal some top-secret information? He said this, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. There is a lull in ruins in the heart of the Wind Country. Isn't this the plot line of the Lost Tower? Baizu's goal is to open the Lulin ruins in the heart of the Wind Country's desert. There is a dragon vein hidden under the ruins. He wants to take the dragon vein for himself and awaken the puppet army. What is a dragon vein? He asked. Wild infinite chakra group, containing huge energy. Some people speculate that there are more than one dragon vein, but currently only the Lulin ruins in the Wind Country are known. Tsunade replied, paused, and continued. But some people also speculate that there seems to be a miniature dragon vein under the Rain Country. Hanzo of the Rain Country once used forbidden techniques on the battlefield to repel the Uegakure troops. The nature of the chakra is very similar to the chakra of the dragon vein. The last question, why me? He sat up from his seat and stared at Tsunade. Not only you, Sakura will also act with you. Tsunade pretended to be confused and said, the mission is not so urgent, you can wait until tomorrow to execute it. Naruto. He was a little speechless. This old woman, Kushi, was just like him, not very shameless. You are worthy of being a fat sheep. You are a set of tricks to change the subject, and you are also a master at pretending to be confused. Seeing that Naruto didn't respond, the fat sheep couldn't pretend anymore, and Tsunade coughed and said. Well, the last time the dragon vein appeared, it was sealed by the 4th generation. And you are good at sealing techniques, and the 4th generation is the only one who can seal you. Tsunade didn't know what to say halfway through. I know. Naruto also felt that it was a bit troublesome. If he really wanted to carry out this mission, he might really have to meet the 4th Hokage. It would be meaningless if the dragon vein was sealed. Based on the principle that a thief does not leave empty-handed, he would have to ask for some interest from this wild world. But if he wanted to take the dragon vein, he would inevitably have to travel through time and space with his exclusive BGM. This matter is really... Since Naruto deliberately blurred the topic, Tsunade naturally would not continue to talk about it. Looking at the time, she estimated that it was almost time to set off, so she stood up directly. Wait, I can do the mission, but I have a request. He suddenly said. Hey? What request? Tsunade turned her head to look at him, her collagen-filled face was full of confusion, and her golden hair was scattered on both sides of her cheeks. Kick out Sakura who is in the way, I am enough by myself. Naruto was full of disdain and stretched out his hand to make a finger-snapping motion. Hey! Did he really say that? Sakura's face instantly turned red with anger, and her fists clenched tightly. Why does he say that? What is Sakura who is in the way? Tsunade looked at Sakura with a smile, and said in an exaggerated tone with a look of watching the fun. He also said that medical ninjas are just a burden to him and have no meaning. If he gets a little injured, he can heal himself, and there is no need for them at all. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura gritted her teeth. She was really angry. Last time, that scumbag lied to her that he had forgiven her and asked her to do research with peace of mind. But he turned around and stabbed her in the back. Men's mouths are really deceiving. But Sakura is not the kind of person who will hide the grievances in her heart. She frowned and immediately came up with a plan. On the other side, Shikamaru's wedding was very lively, with cherry blossoms in full bloom and crowds of people. On the lawn, Naruto looked at many unfamiliar new faces with little interest. He turned around and saw a delicious-looking strawberry cake among the dazzling array of cakes on the table. So he simply walked over, reached out to take it, but touched another fat hand. Koji looked up, perhaps afraid that Naruto would gossip about whether he had used the skills he taught him that day, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. What a coincidence! Naruto was totally unaware. He took the cake and broke it in half with his bare hands. He handed half to Koji and said viciously. You made Shikamaru, that rich bastard, marry so early. Koji took the cake fearfully, not knowing where Naruto got his resentment from. Thinking of his own wedding date approaching, he suddenly felt sad. If it's inconvenient for you, I can postpone my wedding. He took the initiative to say. No. Naruto waved his hand, feeling somewhat touched, but Koji's wedding might be another Shura field with 2 wins. If I hadn't given Hinata a reassurance yesterday, things might have gone wrong today. Hinata and Ino were nowhere to be seen, probably coming with the elders. He and Koji came early, just to eat. The groom Shikamaru would be very busy all day, and the two of them, as best men, only needed to be present for a short while. Naruto, you eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Koji was really scared, this guy ate so crazy, it felt like Shikamaru was going to eat him too. Life is all about eating. I fucking eat. Naruto took a bite of the cake and swallowed it directly. I'll eat all the food later, no one can escape, I fucking eat. Koji shivered, wondering whether to just skip the wedding. Naruto was so angry that he might eat himself. The crowd in the distance burst into a commotion, and Tsunade was escorted into the venue, accompanied by people from various clans. Naruto saw Hinata and Ino following the head of the family into the venue. Chapter 341 Are you a pig? You only know how to eat. The wedding officially began, and various important figures arrived. Tsunade said a few words to Narashikaku, and her eyes went straight past the crowd and stabbed in the direction of Naruto. Everyone's eyes also shifted to look at the eating boy. Ahem. Chisai pushed Naruto. Naruto looked up and saw Tsunade had already walked in front of him. The heavy pressure made him stunned for a moment. His eyes moved up and he suddenly wanted to curse. Why did she come to him for no reason? This fat sheep must have done it on purpose. It was obvious that he could get away with it as long as he kept a low profile. Sure enough, Ino and Hinata looked over. Are you hungry? Tsunade asked with a smile. Are you free? Naruto smiled, his mouth opened a little, and the sound almost came out of his teeth. I am indeed a little hungry, is there anything Tsunade-sama? Naruto was MMP in his heart. He still had to give Tsunade enough face in front of everyone. First, he was afraid that she would ruin his reputation. Second, he was afraid that she would ruin his reputation, and third, he was still afraid that she would ruin his reputation. Oh, it's okay. I just care about you. Tsunade smiled, with a gentle boss look, which made Naruto's scalp numb. The old woman is showing off her acting skills, right? I have never seen her like this before. She is either drinking or sleeping on the table all day. She is not doing her job all day. I don't know what she is doing. Naruto's mouth twitched, and before he could say anything, Tsunade turned around and left. He noticed that Hinata secretly glanced at him in the crowd, and Ino stared at him with a warning, and her face was not very good. He had expected everything, but he didn't expect that it was Tsunade who attracted people. He was immediately angry. Itchy, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only think of a way to get by. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young, you wait for the fat sheep. When Ino turned her head, the man was gone, and her brows frowned even deeper. This man slipped away very quickly, just eating and eating. Since she couldn't see him, she was no longer interested. She planned to go back to see the wedding scene and went back directly. They had a good relationship and didn't care about these empty things at all. After the wedding, Shikamaru organized a group of people to have a meal, which was the end of the wedding. She was about to leave when the people beside Hiram man suddenly appeared. He looked to be in his 20s, a stranger, but he smiled very attentively. He greeted her and said, Ms. Yamanaka, can I meet you? I am a ninja from the Shimura clan, Shimura. Ino was stunned when she heard this. The Shimura clan, a family member who has always been at odds with the Ino Shikacho clan, came to greet her? Really, she complained in her heart, but her face showed no expression. Before she could refuse, the man was suddenly pushed. Naruto came out from nowhere, with a somewhat impatient tone, Get out, you dog from the Shimura clan, don't let me see you, I'll stuff the table in your mouth next time. You. What do you mean you, get out now, do you want to be beaten in public? Naruto was too lazy to listen, and was about to kick him, and the man left angrily. Humph, are you a pig? You only know how to eat. Hey, how can you talk like that? Naruto took Ino away from the scene while no one was paying attention, and before leaving, he made sure Hinata wasn't there. What for? Ino was still a little reluctant, and was taken to a remote part of the wedding by Naruto. Naruto's outfit might be the most formal in his life. The traditional black open collar with black lining made him look simple and cold, and his wide frame had a man's unique sexiness. Ino stroked the blonde hair on her forehead, wearing a light-colored sleeveless tights on her upper body and a hip skirt on her lower body. Her arms showed a large area of white, and her face was slightly dissatisfied. What are you angry about? He asked. This angle just blocked Ino, and even if someone came, they couldn't see that there was another person in the corner. Humph, you care if I'm angry? Oh, do you think I eat too much and it embarrasses you? No way. Don't talk nonsense. Ino reacted strongly and stepped on him hard. You know it clearly, but you are still pretending. Hearing this, Naruto was stunned for a moment. You know that I will go on a mission after the wedding. You are going on a mission. Ino was confused. Why are you in such a hurry? Who knows? Lady Tsunade just told me this morning. Naruto said calmly, directly tampering with Tsunade's original words. She said that this mission is urgent, and she will leave as soon as the wedding is over, and she can't wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Ino was indeed led astray, and looked at Naruto with some concern. Holding his hand, she asked in a low voice. Is it dangerous? The mission of a ninja cannot be revealed, mainly to people who are not related to the mission, even relatives cannot reveal a word. Ino is also a ninja, so naturally she won't ask. There's no danger, but I don't know when I'll be back. What he said was true. The dragon veins were not stable and there was no certainty. Then you must come back safely. Okay. Naruto smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch Ino's face. Suddenly he realized that this was his habit of pinching Hinata, but his hand had already been stretched out, and there was absolutely no reason to retract it. Ino was also a little surprised. He never pinched her face before. That bastard always liked to pinch other places, but she didn't think too much about it since they had just met and were about to part again. There are only a few such missions in a year, don't worry. He curved the corners of his lips. I will probably stay in the village more in the future, and I will probably have to rest for a while. Yet, Ino was not in a good mood. Just as she lowered her head, she suddenly remembered Hinata's matter. She frowned and looked up and asked. Did you see Hinata? Naruto pursed his lips slightly, thinking that it would be too obvious to say that he didn't see her at this time. If he said he saw it directly, it would easily make Ino jealous. In a flash, he already had the answer in his mind. I saw it and wanted to say hello, but now I don't have time. Naruto said, I will rush to the Hokage building after the wedding starts. If you see her later, remember to say hello to her for me. He didn't say he didn't see it, but boldly admitted that he saw it and wanted to say hello. But at the same time, he said that the mission was too late, but he was still flirting with Ino. The implication is that Ino is much more important than Hinata, even less important than the mission. More importantly, he even asked Ino to say hello for him, which is to some extent a declaration of sovereignty. Sure enough, Ino relaxed her frown after hearing this and said with a smile. Okay, then I'll do it for you. He smiled, stretched out his hand to hook Ino's neck, and kissed her quickly. She tried to struggle, but stopped after a short while. Outside, the wedding was bright under the cherry blossom trees in April, and in a dim corner, it was very lively. In the end, Ino hugged him lazily, her face flushed. Her voice was like the rippling spring water, and she murmured. Naruto, do you like me? Yes. Naruto smiled, then lowered his head, rubbed her lips for a while, and asked in a low voice, let's sneak away and go to my house. The extremely tempting and provocative words made Ino tense all over, her ears became hot, and the strength in her hands was a little weak, but she still gently pushed his chest away. Don't. She knew that this time what would happen if Naruto slipped away at that time? It was not that she was unwilling to give it, but she felt a little wronged. Ino always felt that Naruto could not be devoted to her and could not get around Hinata. Originally, she was angry and thought that if he could not completely break up with Hinata, even kissing was not allowed. But desire always sinks in the abyss. It is easy to go down, but it is difficult to climb out. Humph. She straightened her messy clothes and her face was red to her neck. Next time, don't put your hands everywhere. I know. He smiled lazily, and I don't know if he listened to it. But Ino knew that the answer must be no, because although she said so, she didn't really resist these things in her heart. It was comfortable after all, and it felt a little strange. But no outsiders saw it, and it was actually quite exciting to sneak around. Her heart pounded, and the little Ino who was hypocritical even looked around cautiously. After making sure that no one came over here, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her cute side, Naruto smiled slightly. Ino's neat hair became messy in the friendly interaction just now. She was pinching her blonde ponytail and looked back at him angrily. Don't laugh. It's all your fault. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. He was still laughing, and there seemed to be something in his heart that he couldn't explain. His heart was gradually wrapped by something warm, and the empty shell was gradually filled. The wedding was still going on. Naruto found Koji and hurriedly went through the scene as the best man. In a hurry, Ino looked back at him in her bridesmaid's clothes. It wasn't over yet, but Naruto had quickly changed his clothes. Koji was a little confused. Where are you going? It's not over yet. It's a task assigned by Tsunade-sama. There's no time left. Please tell Shikamaru for me. Naruto stuffed the changed clothes into Koji's arms and waved his hand. I'm leaving first. I'll come back to get together next time. Naruto Koji hadn't had time to react before he left. Shinji blinked and muttered to himself. Is it a mission? Why does it feel like running away? Naruto had left the venue in a flash and ran all the way to the Hokage building. Because of Shikamaru's marriage, the Hokage building seemed a little empty. But the people from the mission management office were still there. It was almost noon, and the two looked drowsy. Naruto didn't say anything nonsense, just went over and knocked on the table, smiling and said. It's Tsunade-sama's mission, follow the procedures. The two people who kept their hands didn't dare to offend the unruly yellow-haired man, so they could only hurriedly handle the procedures for him. In less than half a cup of tea, he had left the village. Tsunade was also ready to leave at the wedding. Before leaving, she turned her head and glanced, and saw Koji, Inyazuka Kaiba, Niji, Xiao Li and others, but there was no conspicuous yellow-haired man, and she was stunned. Where did Naruto go? She asked. Koji could only honestly convey Naruto's original words just now, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, wasn't it Tsunade-sama's mission for him to carry out? Ino heard it too, and turned to look at Tsunade. Mission? He left so early? I gave him special permission. Tsunade was halfway through her speech when she realized it, and was speechless. This bastard used her as a shield. But now that things have come to this, no one is at the scene, so Tsunade is naturally not so petty to continue teasing Naruto. After thinking about it, it was she who asked him to go on this mission after all, so she might as well help him cover up this lie. I gave him special permission to go after attending Shikamaru's wedding. This guy is really, he is always so serious when it comes to missions. Hearing this, Ino dispelled her doubts and turned around to continue talking and laughing. Oh, it's nothing, you are also very beautiful. Hinata stood in the crowd, silently looking in the direction of Ino, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Ino was surrounded by people, but she handled it with ease. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and laughter continued to burst out. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to do this, and she would probably not dare to say anything more after saying a few words. Bright and confident, Naruto probably prefers girls like that. While she was lost in thought, the laughter became clearer and clearer, as if it had reached her ears. But she didn't move at all, and suddenly looked up. Hinata found that Ino was coming over, and there were some girls standing around her, some of whom she knew, and some of whom she had never seen before, and some of whom were unfamiliar. She looked up and happened to see Ino staring at her. She was startled for a moment, blinked her eyes, and her throat was a little dry. The expression on her face was at a loss, which made people feel a little distressed. Ino's mood was also a little complicated. The two of them hadn't talked much for several years, and they just said hello when they met. Originally, everyone had a good relationship. In that best summer, it was just forever left in the age of 12 or 13 in the Chunin exam. Hinata, have you seen the bride's dress? Ino smiled and grabbed her hand, just like 6 years ago. Ah? No. Hinata subconsciously lowered her head, but did not pull her hand away. She felt the warmth in her palm and stuttered. Too far, I can't see clearly. She could have stood in front, but she was afraid that running into Ino would make the scene awkward, so she stepped back when the wedding was almost over. But since Ino asked her this, and Hinata was not a person who would lie, she could only tell the truth. I'll take you to see them. They're inside. Ino said, secretly throwing aside Naruto's words about saying hello to Hinata for him. She also knew that it was no different from claiming sovereignty, but she wouldn't do that. She did want to claim sovereignty, and it was just for the sake of a breath after being awkward for 6 years. But when Naruto took the initiative to bring it up, she was not interested. She didn't want to make Hinata sad. Anyway, things always go in a good direction. Hinata is gentle and has a good figure, no wonder that guy likes her. However, it's not Hinata who's wrong, it's that bastard. Ino got angry again in an instant, and planned to wait for him to come back next time, and don't think about escaping again. Chapter 342 By the Fire, she hopes to have a complete life and love someone completely. Go in directly? Will it be bad? Hinata asked hesitantly. Ino held her hand tightly and said with a smile, no, just follow me. That dress is very nice. You will look better in it, Hinata. Friendship between girls starts with praising each other for being pretty. Hearing this, Hinata felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and pursed her lips, and said in a low voice. Ino, you will look good in it too. On the other side, Naruto probably didn't know that Ino and Hinata finally broke the ice and their relationship was eased, but even if he knew, he probably wouldn't be happy. It's certainly a good thing for Hinata and Ino, but it's hard to say for him. Makoto's black and white photo is still hanging on the pillar of shame. If the water in the kitchen boils one day, he will probably be scared. At this moment, he was on his way. Not long after leaving the village, he found someone blocking his way. The summer breeze blew her long pink hair. What are you doing here? Naruto was stunned for a moment. Go back quickly, I have something else to do. I am carrying out the mission, what else can I do? Hei Ying folded her hands and said with dissatisfaction, Master told me that I was clearly on the mission, but you kicked me out. Naruto was speechless, the fat sheep's mouth was really broken. But he still didn't admit it, and waved his hand. Impossible. This is a false accusation, a frame-up. I never said such a thing. Then let me join. She said. Everything is negotiable, but this won't do. Naruto took out the mission scroll and said seriously, the mission has been decided and can't be changed. This is the rule. Tisk, I don't want the reward. Sakura curled her lips and said with her hands on her hips, besides, how much money can you, a chunin, get? You're not as good as me. Naruto. Enough, no insults to chunin. He was indignant and his face flushed, what's wrong with chunin? Chunin eats your rice. Isn't it also relying on my own ability to work hard to make money, you again? Take me with you, Dad. Again Naruto's hands shook violently and he forgot the words directly. If I say no, it's no. No matter what you say. He frowned and said, don't think I will agree if you do something a little bit, who do you think I am? Then what about me? Sakura asked tentatively. This is not a thing, a serious mission, how can it be treated as a joke? He persuaded earnestly, go back, go back. I can. She said. This. Just tell me if it's okay. Sakura asked. Then let's go together. What? Let's go together. He sighed. Okay. Sakura smiled and followed with her hands behind her back. Why are you so persistent about this mission? Isn't it better to stay in the village? Naruto asked as he hurried on his way, glancing back at Sakura. Where is the chance in the village? You won't even look at me, okay? Sakura rolled her eyes at him, you only run back and forth between Ino and Hinata, how can you remember me? You are wrong, as if I will remember you if I am not in the village. Sakura. So, I finally caught a gap in the mission, of course I can't let you kick me away. She said with some pride, are you afraid that I will force you to do it? No. He told the truth, I dislike you for being too weak and holding me back. Ha ha ha, this is the most fake lie I have ever heard you make up. Sakura said with a smile, do you know how precious a medical ninja who has completely inherited Tsunade's skills is? Not only can I give you. Naruto was silent, and the truth was indeed the best excuse. Sakura didn't believe that with her strength, she was just a weak chicken in his eyes. After all, it's just a nurse who recovers blood, right? He asked. Sensing someone's malicious gaze, he scanned his neck with suspicion. Sakura was speechless, and retorted with her chest puffed out. Treatment mainly depends on medical talent. What about a nurse or not is all fallacy. It doesn't matter. Small ones are also cute. You. Sakura was going crazy, rushed forward and knocked Naruto down, pressed him against the tree trunk and shook him wildly. Don't be so excited, wait. He begged for mercy. The relationship between the two has obviously eased a lot, not as stiff as before, which is probably one of the benefits. Black Sakura knows that her life is limited and the future is unclear. Perhaps with the idea of passive acceptance, both Naruto and Kuro Sakura tacitly did not mention that matter. They silently changed the way they get along and became more natural. The fight changed, and somehow they rolled together. After a heavy kiss, Sakura tilted her head and let go, with a satisfied look in her eyes. The love represented by a kiss is spiritual satisfaction, which is more pleasant than simple physical exercise. The body is rigid, and the kiss is colorful. I don't know when Sakura started to grow long hair. Maybe she doesn't need to do tasks frequently, and long hair looks better than short hair. Continue on the road. Sakura suddenly asked, why did you run so fast at Shikamaru's wedding? Did something happen? You know it, but you still ask. I don't know, I left after reading the beginning. Sakura said, otherwise, how could I block you here? Do you think I'm a worm in your stomach? It's nothing, don't worry about it. He said. Sakura smiled. If she was not allowed to care, she would not bother to care. Anyway, the Shura field was created by him, and he had no intention of getting promoted. She just needed to follow him, sneaking around. It would be hard to be caught with teammates around. The only drawback was that time seemed to be running out, otherwise it would be nice to have a child. Raising the child by herself, with Tsunade and Shizune around, it probably wouldn't be too hard. What are you thinking about? Ah. Sakura came back to her senses, no nothing. No matter how much she joked with Naruto, she couldn't help blushing when it came to the future. Children and the like, it felt a little shameful. But Naruto obviously didn't feel anything, and he didn't know that Sakura would blush. Privately, she kept saying lewd words all day long, which was really. The journey was long and there was no fun at all. Sakura seemed very happy. She sat under the shade of the tree and laughed when she took a break on the road. Naruto was sitting next to her, drinking water from a kettle, and caught a glimpse of her by chance. Why are you grinning? Nothing. No? Well, I might be blind. Naruto was too lazy to ask. When we get to the Kingdom of Wind, remember to stand farther away when you are on a mission. The dragon vein is very dangerous. If you are not careful, people will die on the spot. It's so dangerous, why don't you stand farther away? Sakura frowned, and the serious look in her eyes made him speechless. Nima kissed and lowered his intelligence, right? Look. He said, twitching his fingers, there are only 2 of us on this mission, right? Yet. You stand farther away, I stand farther away, who will do the mission? Sakura didn't answer, and crawled over along Naruto's body, with a strange light in her eyes. With her mouth slightly open, she moved closer little by little. Naruto directly stretched out his hand to turn her face away, and said helplessly. Are you stupid? It's broad daylight now, and you still have to hurry. Mission, mission. Damn you, woman. You want to ruin my heart. If it's not possible during the day, can it be done at night? Her eyes were shining, and she grabbed Naruto's hand tightly, looking like she had lost her soul. At night, let's talk about it. Although that was the case, it was still very hard to travel during the day. At first, the 2 of them would occasionally chat on the road, but later they didn't talk at all. Rest in silence, and then continue to travel. It takes about 2 days to enter the edge of the desert of the Wind Country from Konoha. But the 2 of them traveled at almost full speed. Naruto was okay, but Sakura was exhausted. Finally, Naruto had no choice but to carry Sakura on his back. A day of running around, from noon to dusk, compressed the time by 4 or 5 times. It was estimated that it was almost dark. Naruto stopped at the edge of the desert of the Wind Country and camped directly along the river. Sakura recovered most of her strength and helped Naruto set up the tent. She put the sleeping bag in place, piled the firewood she had picked up, lit it, set up the pot, and boiled the water. Naruto carried the sealed space with him, so he was not short of ingredients. He just threw a handful of dry noodles in. After waiting for it to soak, Sakura added seasonings. Looking at Sakura who was seasoning meticulously, he suddenly felt a little absurd. In the past, he didn't dare to touch anything Sakura had touched, for fear that there were some strange things hidden in it. For example, evil things like holy water and drugs. A misstep would lead to eternal regret. But now Sakura was squatting there obediently to make a simple dinner, her long pink hair hanging down, her face soft and serious. The 2 of them were under a fire, and the flames jumped on their faces. Time really changed a lot of things, from the initial horror to the precautions and suspicions. Slowly, the 2 of them got to know each other more and more, and slowly let down their guard. Later, he worked hard for one thing, experienced some thrilling things, and worried about getting along harmoniously. Those trivial, thrilling, happy, and unhappy memories all made the Harano Sakura in front of him, or more precisely, the black Sakura. He had never come into contact with the pink Sakura, and had not yet found a solution. Thinking about this mission, Naruto frowned slightly. If he couldn't find a way to do it now, if there is no method, then maybe we can find a way by going back to the past. By traveling through the dragon veins, no matter how long we stay in the past, only 1 second has passed in the real world after we come back. If we can freely explore in the past timeline, we may find the answer. After all, the current Sunin is indeed strong, but the Sunin in the past may not be strong. Similarly, with his current strength, going back to the past, he can probably access secrets that are not accessible now. While hesitating, a white hand suddenly stretched out in front of his eyes, shaking whitely and saying, "Are you stupid? You are stupid, too tired, distracted." Naruto casually perfunctorily passed by. Oh. Sakura retracted her gaze, continued to look at the noodles that were about to come out of the pot, and looked up and said, "It's almost time to eat, it's time to eat." After saying this, she felt a little guilty, and didn't know why she repeated it twice. In short, she was a little nervous, like a ritual before something happened. Naruto didn't care so much, and took out 2 sets of clean bowls and chopsticks from the sealed space. The two ate and talked, the fire was blazing, the flames illuminated the surroundings. "After the mission, do you plan to rest?" she asked, holding the bowl and chopsticks, white steam rising, and her smart eyes flickered. He looked at Sakura, and couldn't help but think of the scene of rolling together at noon. Everyone's XP is different. Hinata seems to prefer hands, and Ino likes a stimulating environment. Sakura seems to have a special liking for kissing, and I don't know why. After a moment of stunned, the reaction is naturally slower. Pretending to think for a while, I began to recall what she just said. It seems to be after the mission is over. Take a break for a while, and you won't do missions so frequently. Naruto blew a breath on the steaming noodles. These qualifications are enough to be promoted to Jonin, and you will pass the Jonin assessment this year. Oh. Sakura didn't feel anything, she passed the Jonin assessment early. After all, she is Tsunade's disciple, and she has been working overtime all these years. In fact, there is no need to do any tasks. After the medical class assessment, you can go through the procedure to become a Jonin. She had no feelings about becoming a Jonin, everything was a natural outcome. She envied ordinary people more, who could live a complete life and love someone completely. "What are you daydreaming about again?" Naruto's words suddenly brought her back to reality, and the firelight flashed across her dazed face. Sakura smiled and replied with a relaxed tone. "It's okay, I thought of something happy." He looked fake. How could Sakura think of something happy with her absent-minded expression? But he didn't point it out, he hummed and changed the topic to continue chatting. After dinner, the two went to the river to wash up. Under the hazy moonlight, Naruto rubbed his wet hair and sat by the fire to dry it. After a while, Sakura came back, and the two of them sat on their knees in silence. This silence continued until Naruto got up and prepared to go back to the tent to sleep. Sakura suddenly stood up and stared at Naruto with her lower lip bitten against the firelight. Both knew what would happen, but Naruto still asked a question. "What's wrong with you?" Nothing. Sakura rarely showed such a nervous look. "Do you want to rest? Or sit for a while?" "Accompany me for a while." The last sentence of "accompany me for a while" was almost out of voice. She was not sure if Naruto heard it or not. She hoped that he heard it, but she didn't want him to hear it. "Okay." Naruto sat down and took out the task scroll to check it carefully. Seeing this, Sakura also breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. She dried her long pink hair bit by the fire, and her delicate eyebrows showed seriousness and uneasiness. The surroundings were quiet again, leaving only the crackling sound of firewood being roasted by the fire. Chapter 343 There is light in the darkest place. "Go forward a little, I will wait for you." No one spoke, but it seemed more ambiguous. She even felt that her nervous emotions were about to spread. The warm firelight was always stable. Sakura's back of her hand was facing the fire, slightly hot. She was thinking about messy thoughts in her mind, and her face was also roasted red. She was actually a little worried. After all, she had never experienced those things. But she just wanted to give herself to him, even if it was not complete, even if it was only half. Girls of the same age, each had their own support, but Sakura didn't. If Naruto ignored her one day, she would leave nothing in this world. The memory returned to the body, the consciousness merged, and it was actually no different from being dead. The night sky above the dome was pitch black, like a huge black gem. It was like a big bowl turned upside down, looking at everyone equally. Naruto, she suddenly called him. Do you think we are together like this? Naruto didn't say anything, he had never been with anyone. It was vague and the relationship was not confirmed, it was considered companionship, and he had done what he should do, but he had never said anything like being together. A large part of his heart was always reserved for Ino and Hinata, the unique summers he spent with Ino, and the warm winters he spent with Hinata. In early spring and late autumn, he always cared about the feelings of the two women. If you want to say he is a scumbag, he is indeed a scumbag. He has been touched and liked by Teiwa. But no matter Fuka, Koihoki, Red Bean, Teiwa, or Temari, they can only occupy a small place in their hearts. Sakura is a little better than them, having experienced more things and having a heavier weight. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, Sakura smiled with her lips pursed. It was obviously a smile. Sakura looked at him, but there was no trace of smile in her eyes. She raised her head and blinked back her tears. If it were someone else, they might have cried loudly, but Sakura would not. She would hold back her tears. This was her personality. She would hold back her emotions as soon as they came up. You are different. We have been together for a long time. His eyes were bright. For some reason, Naruto suddenly said this, regardless of sympathy. Maybe it was the truth, and he didn't want to deceive himself, or he began to care about Black Sakura. Since you said so, I believe it. Sakura said with a smile. Naruto didn't comment. What he said would not be taken back. The future had changed beyond recognition in these 6 years, and he couldn't see the direction of the future. But he had a feeling that if he didn't give up Black Sakura now, she would not give up him in the future. Destiny is something mysterious and no one can tell. Perhaps because she learned from Tsunade, Sakura was not naive. She had a bold and age-inappropriate charm that girls of the same age didn't have. Speaking human language is like being a wife, which is a mysterious temperament. It is not that only wives have the feeling of being a wife, and it is definitely not that being a wife must have the feeling of being a wife. Maturity and generosity, charm without coquettishness is the soul. For example, a beautiful young woman looks coldly at others, but only in front of you, she reveals all kinds of charm, like a beautiful rose with dew waiting to bloom. Opening her mouth and sticking out her tongue is also a different kind of charm. It is very likely that she has been with Tsunade for a long time. When she laughs, Sakura naturally reveals a mature and charming charm. He also laughed, but after laughing for a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. She never laughed like that at ordinary times. This is Naruto looked up at Sakura again, caught the deep feelings in her eyes, and immediately understood what was going on. Everything will come naturally tonight, and I don't know what it will be like tomorrow. If you say he is nervous, he can't say that he is a novice. He also had a real exchange with Duayu, but Duayu was not very good. Actually, he didn't feel anything. Teiwa went too fast. He felt like a tool. It's not his fault. This thing is either because he is gifted or Teiwa is too weak. But it was also Teiwa's first time. It was very hard, but it was very fast every time. If you want to make an analogy, it's about several times in a few seconds. But the world is so big, it's understandable that there are some individual cases. Rounding off, he was still a little nervous. If Sakura is the same as Teiwa, then his gift is a sure thing. But damn, that's not a good thing. Heaven doesn't allow big bunks, and everyone is killed. I remember the old fantasy he watched before crossing over, and the scenes were more fierce than each other. If the harmonious beast descends, it will definitely kill everyone and rule the world. His mind turned around in a complicated circle, but in fact, it was only a moment in reality. Do I have to lie to you? Naruto replied. Hearing this, Sakura smiled. Slightly lowered her head and continued. In fact, sometimes I think, how nice it would be if we were alone. But every time I have this opportunity, it seems that the timing is not right. You don't have me in your heart. It's useless to stand in front of me, even if we are close to each other. Brother Ying, what you said is outrageous. Naruto interrupted her spell and said seriously, Don't you know about our relationship before? How many times was the water you handed over clean? And... Okay, I was wrong too. Xiaoying was a little embarrassed, half covering her face and said, those are my fault, but I didn't do those things later. Have you never heard that once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years? The shadow left behind needs time to heal. He said, besides, at that time you... Seeing that Naruto was about to complain again, Xiaoying quickly stretched out her hand to interrupt. Stop talking. You can't talk. He was surprised. You did it, so I can't say anything. No. Sakura pouted and said, I used to wear short skirts in the summer. You looked at me, but you only looked at my legs. Every time I wear black stockings, you are energetic, or... Ahem, there is no need to mention the past. Naruto was a little embarrassed, and his face was a little embarrassed. No one can compare to Hinata in terms of figure, but Ino is better in terms of feet. Sakura is really unique in terms of leg shape. Wrapped in black stockings, soul entangled. Hee, man. Sakura sneered in her heart, but she couldn't do anything about this rogue. In fact, every time I pretended not to care, I really wanted to go shopping with you openly and wear nice clothes. She continued, but her eyes were fixed on the fire. We can be together in the summer and winter. Doing some boring things is meaningful even if it means wasting time. Building snowmen and basking in the sun. I dream of living a life like that, but I know it's impossible. You still have Ino and Hinata, who will accompany you to do those things. Uzumaki Naruto, you are such a scumbag. But I can't even make you a scumbag once, and I can't be with you forever. Maybe next time, or sometime, there will be no more. What I can't do, I won't force you to do it. Sakura raised her head and smiled at Naruto, the fire dancing in her pupils. Her watery eyes reflected his face, full of emotions. It was obviously a cheerful tone, but it seemed to say that you won't see me next time. Naruto was obviously stunned for a moment, and his eyes looked at Sakura with a slightly complicated look. In terms of actions, he really wanted to avoid Black Sakura at that time, but he didn't do it. This led to the subsequent turnaround, and now it seems to be pretty good. But Naruto is still Naruto after all, he is not stingy, and completely puts the previous unpleasant things behind him. Forgot it completely. No matter what, it's done. There's nothing to say. The atmosphere cooled down again, and the two continued to be silent. Sakura pursed her lips and looked at the fire again. The firewood in the fire was burning black, red under the firelight, and the brighter it was as yellow as it went up. The fire burned the firewood cleanly, and sparks flew everywhere. Naruto thought about it, threw the last piece of firewood into the fire with a snap, and stood up directly. Sakura was startled by his sudden action and looked up at him suddenly. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. After saying that, he walked straight into the darkness. Sakura was stunned for a moment, but soon got up and followed. Are you familiar with this area? She asked after chasing him. I've been here many times, for various missions, and sometimes it's common to stay in the desert for a few months. Naruto's voice was a little cold, and the night wind blew a little lustful. This is the edge of the desert, and the night is like a pure and flawless gem. It is quiet and dim in the distance, with sparse grass behind it. The further you go, the more desolate it becomes. Sakura took advantage of the gap between looking up to circle around and found that she couldn't find the north at all. People are easy to lose themselves in the vast world, as small as a grain of sand. She was in a trance for a while, and when she looked forward, she found that Naruto had stopped and waited for her. He didn't urge her, nor did he blame her, but just stood there quietly waiting for her to catch up. The hazy night at the horizon gave the outline of his body a layer of blue-black light. From a distance, it looked like a flag, fluttering in the night wind. When she caught up, Naruto spoke. There is light in the desert night. Go a little forward and walk from this place. Towards that dark place, do you see the highest sand hill? I see it. Sakura nodded. There really is a huge sand hill in the distance. If you don't look carefully, it's just a huge black shadow. The magnificent wonders are unique to the desert, and you can't find them without a guide. Go up and take a look. He said, and took Sakura's hand. Feeling the warmth from the palm, Sakura's body has subconsciously followed. The warmth in her heart spreads faintly, filling her limbs. Sakura didn't remember how long she had walked. Her hand was always held, and her feet were in the dark desert. Her heart didn't feel panic, but unprecedented stability. Finally, the two climbed to the top of the sand hill, and the sand under their feet was as cold as ice. At first it was a beam of light, and then large patches of light jumped into the eyes. In front of them was a silent sea of sand. The moonlight and starlight disappeared, leaving only blue-black light covering the entire desert. There was cold light in the distance, and darkness nearby. "It's beautiful," she murmured. "It's really beautiful. I've seen it too many times." Naruto smiled and said, pulling Sakura over and hugging her, pointing to the front. "There is light in the darkest place. Walk forward and there is light on the other side of the sand hill. If you open your eyes and find that it is dark all around and you can't get out no matter how hard you try, don't be afraid. Just keep walking forward, I will wait for you in the place with light. When you find me, I will take you out." Sakura couldn't hold it back anymore, tears flowed down like a dam bursting. She threw herself into his arms, first suppressing her sobs, and then bursting into tears. He told her not to be afraid, and she would never have to worry about disappearing again, even if she fell into darkness, just walk forward to the place with light. It doesn't matter whether it is true or false, she just needs a belief, the belief of living. "With you I never dare to tell others, even if they are good friends," Xiao Ying said with sobs, tears streaming down her face. "No one has ever said such a thing. I thought you would make love with me there, and I was ready for you. You obviously just wanted to make love with me. Why did you bring me here? Why did you say such a thing? I don't dare to die. I'm even more afraid of disappearing. If I'm gone, you must find me back in the future." "Okay. Yes." Naruto responded to her lightly. Love is when two people's hearts meet. It starts with pity, and liking or being attracted by beauty is not important. What matters is what you do, not what you think. When one person is in prison, the other should hold a torch. Tell her that there is light in the sky and I am by her side. I can't save the world, but I can be your hero. Why not just one person's hero? Because this person has to be a hero for many people, who can be counted on two hands. Sakura couldn't stand it anymore, and hugged Naruto and kissed him wetly and hotly. The sound of water echoed in the desert, the night wind whistled past, and the two hugged each other tightly. Back at the tent, Sakura gently held his earlobe and said half coaxingly, "I want to give it to you." At night, the fire without firewood had long been extinguished. The lights in the tent were turned off, and Sakura cried again halfway, wiping her tears with the back of her hand and biting her lower lip. "I don't know when life will stop. Before that, I can do everything I can for you. I love you, please don't forget me. I probably know why you didn't take me with you this time. I don't want you to take risks for me. You still have Hinata and Ino. Maybe she will like you in the future. Don't do anything stupid after completing the task, okay? Let's go back together. I will eat, sleep, do research, and live well. The length of time doesn't matter. You are willing to do so much for me, I will love you. Just think of me as being with you in the future, forever." Naruto didn't say anything, but just used some force to hold her down, moved his mouth, and said perfunctorily, "Okay, let's talk about it later." Chapter 344, Ruins of Lulin, Awakening Dragon Veins, 20 Years of Countercurrent. Like clouds and rain, the heart of the flower is easily broken. Naruto suddenly remembered a passage he had read in the West Chamber before, "The most graceful is the willow waste," which is probably about this look, the dew drops on the peony. In the second half of the night, she fell into a deep sleep. He led her up the sand hill in a circle and saw the light on the back of the desert. It was for nature, not sleep. The greatest happiness and pleasure of human beings comes from the romance of the spiritual world. Romance till death comes from the inscription of Tang Xianzu's Peony Pavilion, which says that love does not have an accurate concept of beginning and end. Love begins when a person devotes himself to it. In simple terms, it is the desire to share. When you see beautiful mountains and beautiful waters, you will think of that person. And love never depends on others. Love is firm enough to bravely go on no matter what you face. Naruto is a cautious person. Since he said he would accept Black Sakura, he will definitely consider everything. If there is an accident on this mission, if he returns without success. After all, the dragon vein is a huge chakra energy body. If it is enlarged millions of times, it may be a chakra fruit. With such a huge energy, it is normal to have some accidents. He plans to use the dragon vein to go back to the past and stay for a while to find a solution to the Black Sakura problem 20 years ago. Go back to 20 years ago, and visit Konoha. The core technology still has to be Konoha. Orochimaru will not easily tell Tsunade what she doesn't know. He can't find out now, but if he goes back 20 years, he still has a chance to get a glimpse of the truth. This is a shortcut, although it is a bit unethical. But although this method is good, it also comes with risks. Dragon veins, if he goes back 20 years, he can't stay as long as he wants. If something goes wrong, if he can't come back, it's possible. It is precisely because of this that Naruto took Sakura to climb the sand hill in a roundabout way, pointing to the distance and saying the chicken soup for the soul that he had prepared long ago. Where in the small world of Naruto is there such a profound chicken soup for the soul? Even the royal book of Jiraiya can be regarded as a classic, and the more advanced ones are just brainwashing wool of fire. Dimensional strike, so terrifying. What he has to do is to make Sakura mentally prepared. In case of an accident, don't be depressed or give up, there will always be a way. He is used to being prepared for both front and back. It may not be necessary for other people, but he knows Heiying, and it is necessary to have an extra insurance. Including when it comes to the battlefield, he deliberately perfunctory is also intentional. Heiying is that kind of personality, she will be brilliant with a little wind and rain, and she will feel more at ease if she perfunctorily treats her properly. Because this is in line with her judgment of Naruto in her heart, that is, a scumbag. Hey Tui. Naruto doesn't care, and doesn't care about Heiying's evaluation at all. The next day, he opened his eyes, and Xiaoying was smiling at him. There was a hint of tenderness in her eyes, and her eyes curved into crescents. She didn't say how many times she went there last night, and seemed to have become more reserved. The charming eyes flashed by. After washing and eating something casually, the two stepped into the sea of sand in the morning light. Sakura seemed to be no different from yesterday. She was still talking and laughing at the beginning of the journey, but she became silent in the middle stage of the journey. In the late stage, she was exhausted and climbed on Naruto's back again. Did you travel like this before? Sakura was a little helpless. This was not a journey, it was just a life-threatening game. It happens occasionally in emergencies. Naruto responded, there is still a long way to go. If you really can't hold on, just tell me, don't force yourself. At this moment, Sakura, who was lying on Naruto's back, was a little speechless. Although her back was a little bumpy, the point was that this person's physical strength was too amazing, right? After thinking for a while, Sakura's face suddenly became strange and asked. Did you not do you still have energy last night? Yet. What a monster, I'm almost exhausted. Sakura muttered in her heart, but she didn't continue this topic and changed the topic to end it hastily. Naruto didn't feel anything. 18-year-old young people don't have strong physical strength. When they get old, they can only grind tofu. But what's the use of strong physical strength? Let's try the big bunk bed. The chaos beast will be suppressed directly. After a day of traveling, we finally arrived before dark. Arrived in the heart of the desert. We can't find the ruins of Lulin today, let's rest first. He looked around and set up a tent in the leeward area. The sealed space stores enough drinking water, which is more than enough to meet the needs of washing. Naruto is not the only one who knows space-related ninjutsu, but Tenten also knows it. When the third team goes out on a mission, there is always no shortage of various supplies. Even in the wild, there is no need to eat ration pills, and you can even make a fire and cook directly. I'm going to take a shower. Sakura left after throwing a sentence. He also understood what this meant, and he had a little expectation but not much. Sakura couldn't satisfy him, at most once. And he was actually okay with that kind of thing. He was not a eunuch and had no psychological burden, but he would not be hungry or thirsty. It was probably similar to eating and drinking water, just an added daily routine. Love routine. In the second half of the night, Sakura, exhausted, couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Naruto had a lot of humanistic philosophy but nowhere to talk to anyone, so he could only sigh that everyone was equal in the sage mode. The next day, as he continued on his way, Naruto deliberately slowed down his pace, and when he really entered the Lulin ruins, he walked even slower. Naruto stopped directly after he roughly touched the position of the dragon vein. What's wrong? The dragon vein is ahead, in the deep underground cave. He looked up, the yellow sand in the sky blew strongly, and his golden hair fluttered in the biting wind. There were huge stone pillars all around, and the strong wind and sand were like knives, sweeping across the ruins. This is the ancient country of Lulin, and the former glory has long been desolate. Should we go down and take a look? Sakura asked doubtfully. No hurry, wait a little longer. Naruto was able to keep his composure. He had to deal with the troublesome centipede. He could open the dragon vein at any time, but if there was another troublesome centipede involved, things would become troublesome, which he didn't want to see. Once the dragon vein was opened, it would be the copy world of 20 years ago. He didn't want to spend too much time in the ancient city of Lulin to deal with the centipede. It's better to strike first and kill the centipede right here. That's why he was traveling at such a speed that it would tire him to death. Time. Before the centipede reaches the dragon vein, he should ambush here. It's just a puppeteer. He can kill the red sand scorpion. There's no reason why he can't kill the centipede. Waiting for what? Sakura was a little confused. Waiting for someone. After hearing what Naruto said, Sakura didn't bother to ask any more. She hid after her saying oh. The waiting time was extremely boring. Occasionally, she looked up at Naruto. Sometimes she would be in a daze, and sometimes she would giggle for no reason. She thought to herself that even if she disappeared at any time, there would be nothing to regret. But Naruto didn't think so. He squatted motionlessly in the shadow of the ruins, like a dormant wolf. What he decided to do must have a result. Sakura looked up at him again, and seeing the depth in his eyes and all kinds of complicated thoughts, she couldn't help but pursed her lips. Being with such a person, it is indeed very reassuring. After waiting for 2 whole days, Beja finally arrived. He was a thin man wearing a sandproof robe, with several puppets beside him. He had a tired smile on his face, but the smile looked a little wretched. 2 pairs of eyes stared at him in the dark. Sakura turned her head to look at Naruto, and Naruto also looked at her. No one spoke, they looked at each other and held their breath tacitly. Beja walked in the ruins with the puppets, approaching the giant cave little by little, until he stood at the edge of the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he laughed again, and the fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Finally found you. Lulingu. Before Beja finished speaking, he heard 2 rustling sounds of breaking wind, and his heart suddenly tightened. As soon as he turned around, he was kicked out by a man who suddenly appeared, and a stone pillar was cracked with a bang. With a puff, Beja's eyes bulged and a blood mist spurted out of his mouth. Naruto's kick was so powerful and heavy, and the invisible flying thunder god Konoha was silent. Beja had no time to react. His chest suddenly sank and 4 or 5 ribs were broken. Fortunately, he was still a puppeteer and was about to use chakra lines to control the puppets. But he only heard a bang, and another figure followed closely and smashed all 3 puppets with one punch. Especially when he saw that the person who smashed his puppet was just a little girl with pink hair, Beja's eyes almost popped out, his face full of disbelief. Looking at Naruto who drew his knife and walked slowly towards him, Beja couldn't breathe and begged for mercy in panic. Don't kill me. I can tell you a big secret. No, keep it for yourself. Naruto spitted on the knife. According to the friendly alliance between Konoha and Sand Village, it's important for me not to have you. Swish. The matter was settled, and Naruto threw the bloody knife aside. Without saying anything, he threw a lava escape to deal with the scene hastily, and then broke a boulder. With a loud bang, the collapsed boulder buried everything. The wind and sand were rustling, and the ruins of Lulin returned to peace after a brief commotion. Naruto and Sakura stood on the edge of the dragon vein pit, and no one spoke. Seemingly blinded by the wind and sand, Sakura raised her head and rubbed her eyes, unable to help. He spoke. You have planned to come here a long time ago, right? Yes. He did not deny that Sakura was completely tied to him. This is the dragon vein, which has the power to go back in time. You want to go back to the past? Sakura was surprised and subconsciously pulled him. What's wrong? You look very surprised. It's not that I don't want to take you, but mainly Naruto coughed and said carefully. Going back in time may not have much effect on the soul, but whether it will affect the personality I dare not guarantee it. What if I go back to the past and wake up another Sakura? Well then it's meaningless, understand? Okay. Sakura compromised. But there are still risks, right? She stared at Naruto and bit her lower lip. Is it because of my matter that you want to go back in time through the dragon vein? Yes. He nodded, there was no reason to hide it. I have looked for it before, but I didn't find a way. But just because there is no way now doesn't mean there was no way in the past. Naruto said with a firm tone. Technology is always moving forward, but ninjutsu is regressing. Konoha used to be more backward, but the various civilizations were extremely brilliant. Whether it is the ancient country of Lulin or other civilizations, they must have some records of personality research. However, due to war or migration, they all disappeared in history. I want to go back and take a look, maybe I can find a way. Hearing this, Sakura was silent for a while. Can I not go? No. He refused without hesitation, there is no reason to regret what has been decided. Why? I am fine now, I can eat and sleep, even if I want. Sakura suddenly got a little excited. Hara no Sakura. Naruto glanced at Sakura, you forgot what happened last time so quickly? What did I tell you, is your memory so bad? Sakura stopped talking, lowered her head and felt a little wronged. Hearing what Naruto said, she was indeed a little scared, and began to cry, treating it as a farewell of life and death. What can I do? There are so many things I can do. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, stay away from me later. After I activate the dragon vein, you bring me up when I'm unconscious. It won't be long before I wake up. It could be 1 minute or 2 minutes. Anyway, it won't be too long. You stay here and wait for me to wake up. Really? She cried a little. Well, I don't have to lie to you. He nodded. Returning time won't take up time in reality. Hurry up and pick me up. It might not take even a minute. Hearing this, Xiaoying burst into laughter and wiped her tears and pretended to be angry. Don't lie to me. No. He had just coaxed Xiaoying to avoid her following him privately. He deliberately let her walk a little further away. After the dragon vein was activated, Xiaoying came over and almost woke up. Time goes back, tisk. It's impossible not to be nervous, but he really needs to do this. At the same time, see if there is a way to directly cut off this hole. Time reversal is too buggy. Anyway, Naruto used it himself and didn't want others to use it again. He was ready to cross the river and burn the bridge. He was prepared to be on guard against someone who was going to go back in time to kill him in the future. That would be funny. After confirming that Sakura was away from this area, Naruto jumped directly into the cave. There was a chakra knife inserted in the dragon vein. It was the seal left by the 4th generation, and it was flashing a faint blue light in the dark. After falling, Naruto walked straight to the position of the chakra knife. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and drew the knife directly. With a bang, the seal was activated. Before the faint blue seal rebounded, Naruto directly used the 4-symbol seal to absorb the blue seal. With a bang, it was similar to the sound of glass breaking. The seal set by the 4th generation disappeared instantly, and with a bang, the dragon vein awakened. Chapter 345 What Uchiha Naruto? Encountering 30-year-old Tsunade. The purple chakra surged into the sky, and the huge beam of light filled the entire cave. Naruto's figure was instantly covered by white light. Sakura in the distance only heard a huge roar. Seeing the beam of light rising into the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. It was only a minute or two. Sakura clenched her hands and silently chanted in her heart. She resisted the urge to rush forward and waited stubbornly in the same place with gritted teeth. She had thought about what to do if he was lying to her. But now that things have come to this, she has no choice. If something goes wrong. On the other side, Naruto opened his eyes and found himself in a river of light. The purple dragon vein swept him up and traced back the long river of time. He looked at the vast river of light and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. People with strong souls like him are different. Others travel through time and space with a single close and a single open, as if they were anesthetized. I am different. I am awake the whole time. Watch the time travel process from 360 degrees without blind spots. It should be 20 years since he returned to Konoha. Well, actually, he himself is not sure which year he returned to Konoha. According to his own memory, the original story of the centipede was exposed to the light column earlier, and the timeline of the time travel was earlier than the protagonist. From this, it can be inferred that the time should be related to the chakra concentration of the dragon vein. The principle is probably similar to the bursting of a water pipe. At the beginning, the water flow is fast, and the chakra concentration is low after the hole leaks. Naruto was at the edge of the seal at the beginning, the closest. After a period of chaos, he opened his eyes. There were towering towers of 100 meters everywhere, bridges across the sky, and towers scattered like stars. The buildings were connected to each other in a crisscross pattern, which was extremely spectacular. Is this the ancient country of Lulin? He murmured with his head raised, and suddenly felt a little scared. The sky was divided into small spaces by the towers. If people lived here, they would not get much sun. So, how did these people dry their clothes? Looking around, several people dressed as guards had quietly surrounded him. Because he killed the centipede in advance, the centipede's plan to travel back to 6 years ago to seize power and usurp the throne was aborted. The ancient country of Lulin was still ruled by the old king, and there was no change. Who are you? The guard looked young and looked at Naruto vigilantly. Catch him. Bring him to the king for questioning. Another guard shouted impatiently, maybe he's an intruder, catch him. Naruto was also convinced by the fights over a disagreement. Don't these soldiers know what's wrong with him when they see him in strange clothes? This is obviously a windbreaker from 20 years later, damn it. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto shouted decisively. Stop. Several guards were shocked and looked at him with vigilance. Who are you? I'm a Konoha ninja. Naruto introduced himself, and it was true. He was from Konoha. But it's hard to say whether the 4th generation is married now. I guess I haven't traveled through time at all during this period. As an experienced traveler, the main problem now is to find out what year Konoha is in now. Why are Konoha's ninjas here? Intruder, tell me your name. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha. The guards panicked, and they looked at each other, and the momentum just now disappeared instantly. The news of the ancient country of Lulin was not isolated. In the wars that went back and forth in the ninja world, the Konoha Uchiha clan became famous all over the world. It was simply a killing machine on the battlefield, with a fierce reputation. You are Uchiha, why is your hair golden? A guard asked boldly. Died, what's wrong? Naruto was not at all false. He usually told a lot of lies and would never show his fear in front of others. Ninjas can't dye their hair? Uchiha can only have black hair. I'm so angry. Uchiha has never been defined by others. No one cherishes the glory of Uchiha more than me. Several guards didn't understand, but they were dumbfounded. They were really frightened by Naruto's crazy operation. Perhaps in their eyes, Uchiha should be a neurotic lunatic. In short, the guards didn't understand the value of Uchiha. But they knew that lunatics and invaders were not creatures of the same concept, so they didn't embarrass him, nor did they want to embarrass themselves. Under the escort of the guards, Naruto smoothly met the queen of the ancient city of Lulin, and also met Princess Sarah. The queen had a gentle and peaceful face, and exuded a graceful and elegant temperament. Her face was ruddy, and her blood was vigorous. She was well nourished at a glance, and she was still a middle-aged woman even though she was eroded by the years. He just glanced at the queen without much lingering. In the end, his eyes stayed on Princess Sarah, trying to estimate Sarah's age. The queen and Princess Sarah were actually a little confused when they heard the guard's report. After all, Lulin was a small country, and it couldn't be compared with the superpower wind country next to it. Not to mention being on par with the distant fire country. When they heard that a ninja who claimed to be Konoha Uchiha appeared in Lulin City, the queen and Princess Sarah attached great importance to it. To be precise, she was at a loss. Taking advantage of this gap, Naruto just finished looking at Sarah. Princess Sarah looked like an adult, her face was full of confidence and curiosity. But this was normal, after all, the prepared time traveler, Centipede, had been killed by him. The Queen of Lulin, who should have been killed by Centipede in the original plot, is still alive and well, and Princess Sarah grew up carefree under her mother's lap. There was no sadness on her face, only cuteness and confusion. Mother, so this is what Uchiha's ninja looks like. She leaned close to the queen's ear and whispered. Don't talk nonsense. The queen glanced at her daughter, turned her head and smiled at His Highness Naruto, and spoke again. What's your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto gave his name without hesitation. Sasuke-sama, is the third Hokage in good health? The queen asked with a smile, her voice gentle. Very good. He added silently in his heart that he could live for another 20 years or so. After confirming the time, Naruto felt relieved. After all, he was not very interested in the ancient country of Lulin, and wanted to leave here and go to Konoha as soon as possible. During this period of time, Orochimaru should have defected, and Tsunade also left the village. Konoha now belongs to the old man Sandame and the new generation Minato. The queen is still asking questions, her attitude is very polite, and the questions are not very sharp. She has always been gentle, as if it is just an ordinary inquiry. So, why are you here? The queen finally asked the final question. The ancient country of Lulin never participated in the struggle between the great powers. The third generation Hokage should know this. Well, I do have other purposes, but not for war. Naruto half-truthfully raised the banner. Actually, I came for a special mission, seeking the queen's help. Help? What can I do to help? The queen was a little surprised. Princess Sarah remained silent, her eyes rolling around, and her eyes never left Naruto. Mother, he is lying. Sarah whispered to the queen. Naruto would never have thought that this silly-looking Princess Sarah could see through his lies at a glance. It was really so annoying. But the queen didn't seem to mind, and shook her head to signal Sarah not to speak. Just now, he wanted to make up a reason to leave and head towards Konoha. Even if the ancient country of Lulin didn't let him go, it wouldn't be difficult for Naruto to leave with his current strength. But just as the words came to his lips, he thought that the ancient country of Lulin was at least a small country with some background. Based on the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, he changed his words directly. Then, he told the story of the dual personality, but omitted Sakura and made up a random name. Hearing this, the queen frowned and then shook her head gently. Sorry. It's okay. Naruto said this, but he noticed Princess Sarah's hesitant look from the corner of his eye. He immediately felt something was wrong but didn't say anything. Without hesitation, he said goodbye to the Queen of Lulin. Queen Lulin smiled and agreed, without any intention of making things difficult for him. Lulin is a small country, and a little conflict with a big country can easily explode if it is not handled properly. After leaving Lulin, Naruto looked back at Lulin with its towers and frowned slightly. Princess Sarah's expression clearly indicated that Lulin had related cases and even related research. But the queen rejected him, and he had no reason to go back. After all, Lulin is a small country, so it's normal for her not to want to make trouble. After thinking about it, Naruto gave up the idea of sneaking in and taking Sarah away. If the other party doesn't want to, it's useless to force it. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of time, waiting for the wind to come. Lulin is just a small country. It is a foolish dream for a weak country to maintain neutrality like the Iron Country. When the war spreads, I will come back. Let's go to Konoha first. He had such an idea in his mind. It is reasonable that Konoha is the first ninja village in the ninja world. Even if Lulin has relevant research, it may not be as detailed as Konoha. The data must exist, but it was destroyed later. With this thought, Naruto's figure quickly disappeared from the periphery of the ancient city of Lulin. After a long time, a guard appeared from a distance and breathed a sigh of relief. The troublesome person is gone, and he can go back to report to the queen. At this time, the queen was sitting and chatting with Princess Sarah, and her eyes were full of tenderness when she looked at her daughter. Mother, is what that man said true? I don't know. She shook her head gently. Lulin can't withstand the war, and it's definitely right to have less dealings with Konoha's ninjas. But the story he just told is so touching. Sarah looked up at her mother, and I clearly remember a document that recorded something similar. Silly child, you just asked me whether what he said was true or false. The queen smiled. The dragon vein is the foundation of Lulin, and it can't be shown to outsiders at will. Besides, what's recorded in the document may not be useful. What if it fails? The people of Lulin can't bear the anger of Uchiha. I know, mother. Sarah nodded obediently. A yellow-haired Uchiha is on his way back to Konoha. He rushed into the desert and was about to open the sealed space to replenish some water. Fuck. Where's my water? The sealed space was empty, and the empty space was cleaner than his trouser pocket. All the supplies, including the cells inside, disappeared. This was more painful than killing him. He knelt in the desert and screamed for a long time. After a long time, he still accepted this miserable start. He traveled through time and space and ran naked. The sealed space belongs to the third space, and the equipment inside probably cannot be brought over. I should have brought some things with me. It's all my fault that I'm used to throwing everything into the sealed space. Now, there's nothing left except a windbreaker. It was numb. Naruto looked around and couldn't find the north in the desert. I should have stopped pretending and stayed in the ancient country of Lulan for a day. When checking the equipment, I would definitely find the abnormality of the sealed space. Even if I had to leave, I would have brought some supplies. I gritted my teeth and walked forward for a day and a night until I saw the forest on the edge of the desert in the distance, and then I lay down on the back of the sand dune with a bang. I squinted my eyes and planned to gather my strength before going over. I cursed again and fell asleep. This guy seems to have fainted. Shizuan, come and take a look at him. In a daze, he seemed to hear Tsunade's voice, and suddenly he was a little confused. Thinking he was still in Konoha, he opened his eyes immediately. What came into view was an abyss, which made people's blood boil. Oh, this guy woke up. Tsunade said to herself, straightened up, and from Naruto's angle, he couldn't see his face at all, only two lumps. At this time, Shizuan had already hurriedly she came over and said in a childish voice. I'm coming. Shizuan came over, with the face of a 10-year-old girl. Naruto was immediately startled, and he sat up from the sand, staring at her with wide eyes. Shizuan, give him some water, I like this kid. Tsunade, who was 30 years old, said lazily. I know, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan took out a large kettle from her side, poured out a cup of water and handed it to Naruto. Here you go. Thank you. Naruto was a little confused, took the cup and drank a sip, and the dehydration was immediately relieved. Why do you look so? Tsunade frowned, stared at Naruto for a while. This yellow hair is quite conspicuous, a bit like a person. As she said, Tsunade had already rubbed it with her hands, and said unscrupulously. Are you a ninja? Why don't you even wear a forehead protector? Forehead protector? He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last wore that thing. Except for wearing it during necessary missions, he never wore a forehead protector at other times. In the final analysis, he still didn't feel a sense of belonging to Konoha. Yes, I have a forehead protector. Shizuan took out Konoha's forehead protector foolishly, and there was no trace of the cold secretary style later. Me too. Naruto wanted to say that he was from Konoha, but he changed his mind and decided to forget it. Well, I'm a wandering ninja, the kind that no village has taken in. Chapter 346. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, what are they talking about? Tsunade and Naruto's game of routines. Naruto never needs to draft a lie, nor does he have any psychological burden, and he never considers whether the other party has seen it. He mainly speaks to people. Facing Tsunade, he can safely tell a very absurd lie. Because he knows Tsunade's character very well, even if he sees it, he is too lazy to say it. She doesn't care, and she won't delve into it. At this time, Tsunade was still in the most chaotic period of her life. Her relatives and lovers had all passed away, and she also suffered from hemophobia. She almost lost interest in life and had no desires. Sure enough, Tsunade just smiled and said nothing. She saw a familiar look in Naruto's eyes. It was obviously the first time they met, but the man acted like a good friend who had met yesterday. At first, it was Shizuan who discovered him first. Tsunade glanced at him and felt that the yellow-haired man looked familiar. After thinking for a while, she instructed Shizuan to save people. In fact, Shizuan woke up in a daze before she started to check Naruto. This amazing vitality surprised Tsunade a little and aroused some interest. The forbidden technique Yin Seal developed by Tsunade is itself a ninjutsu that stimulates the vitality of the body. The strong capital of the Senju clan allows her to create freely. Who made her have pure blood and is the eldest princess of the Senju clan. However, even though she knew that the Uzumaki clan also had such tenacious vitality, the Uzumaki clan had a prominent feature, red hair. Tsunade didn't know Naruto at this time, and didn't think about the Uzumaki clan. That's why she was a little interested. If she could uncover some secrets, it might be helpful for the research of regeneration. On the other hand, Naruto didn't think so much, but just felt that he had traveled through time and space. And he happened to meet Tsunade, so he couldn't let her go easily. The damn old woman almost made her Shura field explode. Damn it, don't think about running away if you offend me. This time I won't trick you into going to my grandma's house, I'll call you Mom. The two of them smiled at each other with their own ulterior motives, and their smiles were extremely bright. Thinking secretly in their hearts, Naruto, Tsunade, sorry, this time, you can't run away. The innocent little Shizuan raised her little head, with her short hair hanging down, looked at the yellow-haired man and then at Tsunade, and suddenly felt a little confused. These two people have just met, but they seem to be familiar with each other. Besides, is Tsunade-sama's signature smile a trick? Shizuan is too familiar with Tsunade. This master of one of the three ninjas is not serious at all. He either gambles or cheats, and uses almost all kinds of means. Fortunately, Tsunade still has a bottom line. Even if she cheats money, she will pay it back after a while. The cheated customers are only angry for a while, but no one will question the foundation of the Senju clan. Where are you going? Tsunade asked with a smile, with a concerned look. Oh, I want to go to the land of hot springs. Naruto followed Tsunade's words and said that he wanted to go with Tsunade, so that he could find an opportunity. But he is not a fool, and he will not say it so bluntly. Coincidentally, Tsunade also thought so. Only by going together can there be a chance. The land of hot springs is still quite far away. Starting from here, do you know the way? Tsunade began to talk nonsense seriously, without blushing at all. This I don't know him. Naruto shook his head, his face full of innocence. I'm so sorry, I can't help you then. Tsunade said apologetically, as if it was true. Shizuan beside him believed it and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Naruto also smiled, not in a hurry. If he rejected him now, he would have plenty of ways to accidentally meet Tsunade and the other person in the next place, and see who has a worse character, old woman. Every time Tsunade wanted to make trouble, she would have no peace. Either she would cooperate with her in acting, or she would go against her conscience and turn a blind eye to Tsunade's cheating behavior. At first, she was a little worried when she saw Tsunade's interested expression, but now she heard Tsunade politely declined, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. However, before she could exhale that breath, Tsunade spoke again. Shizuan, let's go. Oh. Shizuan raised her foot and was about to leave, but suddenly her peripheral vision met Tsunade's, and she stopped immediately. Tsunade looked at her meaningfully, with a familiar secret code hidden in her eyes. Little Shizuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her heart began to beat faster. Looking at Tsunade's silent mouth shape, Shizuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tsunade, silent you know. Shizuan. She now regretted following Tsunade, but fate was like this, and she, a little genin, could not resist it. Wushan sighed and could only exclaim loudly. What's wrong? Shizuan. Tsunade turned around with a puzzled look. This made Shizuan speechless. Looking at Tsunade's appearance without any trace of acting, she had to continue acting even if she was reluctant. That Tsunade-sama, have you forgotten? We seem to have a trip to pass through the land of hot springs. We promised Lord Arinobu that thing last time. Oh, I remember. Tsunade pretended to be enlightened. In fact, there was a chicken feather Arinobu, but he was just the owner of a steam bath in the land of wind. Naruto sneered in his heart, hey Tui, thinking that this old woman was showing off her skills in front of the movie emperor. When I was showing off my acting skills, where were you still losing money? The land of hot springs? What a coincidence. I wonder if I can go with you. Naruto lowered his head slightly, acting just right. He looked hesitant and uneasy, as if he was speaking with courage. But in fact, when he lowered his head, there was no trace of ripples in his eyes. If you say the land of hot springs, you have something to do with the land of hot springs. If you had said you were going to the land of snow, would you have said you were ready to go to the sea with me? We are all old foxes, what are you talking about? Maybe Tsunade's acting skills are really good, at least she can fool most people, but Naruto is not a Hina, and his two lives are as insidious as each other. He took a quick glance and knew that there must be something Tsunade is interested in. As for what it is, he didn't think about it. The old woman would never ask for his kidneys. Although he knew that Tsunade's shamelessness was comparable to his, at least she was not a dangerous person like Orochimaru. Either the skin or the kidneys, too perverted. Naruto even suspected that Orochimaru had traveled from a place with a lot of kidneys. Shizuan. Tsunade didn't agree immediately, but looked at Shizuan, as if asking for her opinion. Ah! Shizuan was numb, opened her mouth to refuse, but she had to give in when she saw Tsunade's face from the corner of her eye. Tsunade-sama, why don't we go together? Will it delay things? She asked hesitantly. No, there's plenty of time. Shizuan gritted her teeth, her back teeth almost breaking. It's boring on the road, why don't we go together, and have someone to talk to? Okay then. Tsunade looked reluctant. Thank you, Tsunade. Naruto said very smoothly, and the two women, one big and one small, looked at him and reacted immediately. Tsunade was only confused for a moment, but apart from thinking that this person learned very quickly, she didn't find any other problems. If you like, call me like this. Tsunade waved her hand and didn't dwell on this issue for long. Naruto had a trace of cold sweat on his back, but he just laughed and covered it up. Fortunately, the other party would never think of traveling through time and space, after all, there has been no precedent. The two smiled at each other again, and they set off in a daze. As for why it was the land of hot springs, he had considered it beforehand. The kingdom of hot springs is very close to the kingdom of fire, so it won't delay things if you turn around and go to the kingdom of hot springs. By the way, you can search around the kingdom of hot springs to see if you can get anything. After all, the belief in the evil god originated from the kingdom of hot springs. Although Naruto has always hated the indescribable evil god, he doesn't mind getting some wool. Tsunade is even more indifferent. It doesn't matter where you go to play, and she is not short of money. The kingdom of hot springs is a hot spring holy land. It's just right to go to the hot springs and trick that person into being a research material. So, only Shizuo's uneasy world was achieved. It was too boring during the journey. Naruto pretended to sit on the grass and throw stones. A few square stones were thrown in a very realistic way, which made Tsunade feel a little itchy. Can you play dice? She asked. No. He shook his head honestly, shy like a little lamb. Seeing this, Tsunade was in a playful mood and licked her lips and said, "How about I teach you?" Looking at the tempting fruit swaying heavily in front of his eyes, Naruto was a little absent-minded. After thinking for a moment, he nodded with a hesitant look. Okay. Shizuo sat aside to rest and did not participate. With an out-of-sight look, she knew that even if she had an opinion, it would be ineffective. And she had no reason to stop Tsunade from having fun. Now Tsunade has lost everything and only has this hobby. If she stops it again, life will be too bleak. Others may not know, but Shizuo, who has always been with Tsunade, knows the inside story. Her relatives died in battle one after another, Tsunade suffering from hemophobia. This means that Tsunade can no longer contact medical treatment. Not only did she lose her relatives, she also lost the career she had practiced for decades. She has nothing left. Even if someone occasionally recognized Tsunade on the road and wanted to ask her to practice medicine, she was rejected by Tsunade. If there is a suitable disease, she will let Shizuo take over and practice. But she will never do it. Even if she is instructing, she will not look at the patient's wound. At the beginning, she couldn't even smell the smell of blood. It has improved a little in the past 2 years. But she still can't see blood or touch blood. Naruto was listening to Tsunade's serious teaching, and he was also thinking about Tsunade's fear of blood. He thought silently, Tsunade can't touch blood, what should I do if my period comes? Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes can't help but move down. Ahem. Tsunade naturally noticed Naruto's distraction, coughed, and stared at Naruto with some dissatisfaction. He came back to his senses and looked at Tsunade, but didn't react much. He was not embarrassed when he was discovered, but smiled and said jokingly, "I roughly understand the rules, but I may be a little unfamiliar with it for the first time. Don't bully me, Tsunade-sama. Don't worry, I will hold back." "Tsunade-sama, you lost again," Naruto said. Tsunade was a little dumbfounded. She played 10 games and lost 7. She still played a few more games, but the fat sheep was worthy of being a fat sheep, and there was no sense of stopping. Come again, she muttered, "remember the number you just lost, and I will give it to you when we get to the land of hot water." Okay. Naruto smiled and didn't care. He didn't care about money at all. It seemed that Tsunade's 7 out of 10 bets was outrageous, but this was Naruto's limit. If he didn't try hard to let her win, Tsunade wouldn't win even one game normally. Tsunade also had her own little tricks in mind, and she didn't intend to pay at all. If she lost, she lost. She was in debt. Anyway, this man looked easy to cheat. She did the research on the way and dumped him when she got to the land of hot water, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Whenever Tsunade made up her mind to study Naruto, he would always come up with various reasons to trick Tsunade to continue playing, like a bad student who tricked his desk mate to surf the internet. And as the number of times increased, his rhetoric became more and more proficient. Are you tired, Tsunade-sama? Let's have a gamble. Naruto took advantage of the break and approached directly. I was lucky last time, this time it's your turn, Tsunade-sama. Oh my! I missed it. Tsunade-sama is really amazing, worthy of being a senior. Tsunade waved her hands, she couldn't stand being flattered at the age of 30. Ah, it's nothing. She thought to herself, Auntie, I'm playing for free, just play. Have fun as much as you want. She agreed with a smile and started to sit with Naruto and continue playing. Shizuan watched coldly, not wanting to talk to the two gamblers at all. She sat aside and read a book seriously. The road to becoming a special secretary is difficult and painful. I lost again. Tsunade was a little discouraged. She didn't have much addiction, but under Naruto's temptation, she wanted to win more and more. Although he lost a lot, he would occasionally survive. Every time he turned defeat into victory, Tsunade felt great spiritual pleasure. Finally, the three entered a market town. Tsunade saw the small steel ball and immediately lost the intention to play with Naruto. She said hello and went in. Naruto just smiled and went back to the inn with Shizuan. But the strange thing was that Tsunade sat in front of the machine and looked at the colorful patterns on the screen and suddenly felt numb. The sound of the machine turning could not arouse her emotions, and her heart was as calm as water. This made her a little dumbfounded. She seemed to have become indifferent to this hobby. But when Tsunade returned to the inn alone in a daze, she hesitated for a moment when faced with Naruto's invitation. She wanted to say that she was no longer interested, but seeing his expectant eyes, she couldn't refuse after all. I'll take a shower first and play later. Okay. In the bathroom, Tsunade was showering under hot water, and the steam rose. She felt a little regretful. Why did she accept his invitation when she was obviously no longer interested? Chapter 347 Fall, Tsunade-sama. After washing for a while, Tsunade sighed slowly and washed her hair by herself. She didn't change her clothes after taking a bath. She came out wrapped in a bath towel, changed into a set of light pajamas casually, and went to find Naruto. While yawning, she thought about playing a game and going to sleep. She thought to herself that she was tired of the dice game, and she would accompany him one last time for the sake of his entertainment. Anyway, he won't get the money in the end, so now it's just compensation for him. No matter how she convinces herself, the fact is nothing but self-deception. Playing games can be exciting, and Tsunade always loses. She has been used to losing and has hardly won. At first, she could see that Naruto was deliberately letting her win, but Tsunade didn't point it out at that time. She just thought it was a little funny. If he wants to set a trap, then let him set it. It's a clumsy trick. But after playing for a long time, Tsunade gradually tasted some of the taste. It's still a good feeling to survive in a desperate situation. Every time you lose a lot, you will win one or two. Over time, she actually forgot that Naruto was letting her win. It's mainly because Naruto's expression is too natural. Even if his skills are not good, he doesn't feel guilty at all. Winning no matter whether she wins or loses, she is always neither hurried nor slow. Invisibly, her standard for games has been raised. It's like when you are used to playing a certain game, and suddenly play a game of the same type with worse quality, you will feel like there are 100 ants crawling on your body. Although Tsunade is still Tsunade, and the small steel balls are still the small steel balls, everything has not changed. But the small steel balls can no longer satisfy Tsunade, she needs Naruto. With a clatter, the shoji door was opened from the outside. Naruto was sitting on the tatami, with a table in front of him and a few dice on the table. Seeing Tsunade come in, he looked up at her gently and smiled. With a calm face, he shouted in his heart, "Evil, Tsunade. Let me make it clear first, I'm a little sleepy, I'll go to bed after this game." Tsunade yawned and sat down, saying a wise saying that will shine in every era. "This is my last game. Oh, it's the last time. I really can't play anymore. I'm going to sleep after this round. I'll delete this game after this one. What's wrong with you?" Tsunade waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Nothing, I remembered something interesting." Naruto smiled and remembered his roommates in the sand climbing room before the time travel. They practiced the law of true fragrance. After coming back to his senses, Naruto glanced at Tsunade. She was casually wearing a set of light pajamas, her figure was exposed at a glance, and her legs were casually folded aside. The neat toes were white, and the bare feet were as white as new rice. Tsunade reached for the dice on the table, and her movements were a bit big, and a large piece of white overflowed from her collar. Naruto took a look openly, and then retracted his gaze. Okay, let's play one round. He nodded. He would not believe Tsunade's big talk about playing one round and then leaving. Sure enough, after winning the first round, Tsunade seemed to be unsatisfied. He wanted to get up and leave, but he was a little hesitant. She looked at Naruto and swallowed. She hoped Naruto could say something to keep her, but Naruto looked at the ceiling in a daze, which made her a little annoyed. If you don't want to play, don't play. What's the big deal? Go to sleep. Tsunade stood up suddenly, gritted her teeth and looked at Naruto, but still smiled. It's over. I'm going to sleep first. Okay, Master Tsunade. Naruto said respectfully with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Tsunade was obviously angry but had no place to vent, so she could only turn around and leave. With a bang, the door was closed again. Naruto sat there for several seconds, and this time he couldn't help showing a triumphant smile. You are already a mature little Tsunade. You must learn to attack yourself. It was late at night. Tsunade couldn't sleep, and rolled back and forth in the quilt. Shizune on the side curiously stuck her head out of the quilt and asked. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Nothing, I just can't sleep. Tsunade said sullenly, don't worry about me, Shizune, you go to sleep first. Oh, okay. The night was dark, Tsunade covered herself with a thin quilt, and her heart was itchy. That strange feeling always lingered, I should have played it again earlier. It's all that guy's fault, he has no sense at all. Thinking of Naruto, Tsunade suddenly paused, she seemed to forget his name. I should have said it 2 days ago, but I was addicted to playing at that time and didn't pay attention. What's his name? Naruto? It sounds a bit strange and familiar, why do I seem to have heard Jiraiya, the pervert, say this name? When did he say it? Forgot. Tumbling until the second half of the night, Tsunade finally fell asleep. The next day, Tsunade, who didn't sleep well all night, yawned and went to wash up with a tired face. At the corner of the corridor, she happened to meet Naruto, who was also going to wash up. Seeing his energetic appearance, Tsunade was immediately furious. Good morning, Lady Tsunade. Yet. Tsunade's reaction was a little cold, and she directly pushed him away. Naruto didn't care, and followed Tsunade directly, and continued to talk with a laugh. With enough understanding of Tsunade, he was able to talk to her. Although Tsunade was sulking, she couldn't get angry with this person. This feeling of hitting cotton with a punch made her feel a little outrageous. This person? How could the 30-year-old Tsunade be the opponent of Naruto, who turned on the cheating device? Relying on 6 years of understanding of Tsunade, Naruto can almost master every habit and hobby of Tsunade, except for private matters. He couldn't ask Tsunade whether she liked manual or automatic transmission. If he drove by himself every few days, he would probably get his head smashed. In addition to Naruto's high skills and boldness, the years of informal interactions with Tsunade did give him room to cheat. The 30-year-old Tsunade didn't understand him, but he knew her too well. After being unable to vent her anger, Tsunade returned to the inn, and the three of them continued on their journey around noon. This time, Tsunade had made up her mind not to talk to Naruto, so as not to indulge in it again. During the break, the three of them sat under the shade of a tree. Seeing that Tsunade didn't want to pay attention to him, Naruto on the side just smiled. He took out a pair of dice and started playing by himself, looking like he was entertaining himself. From beginning to end, he didn't look in Tsunade's direction. After the break, Naruto got up and continued on his way calmly. This time they traveled until nightfall. The speed of the three was not fast, they were just traveling normally. The journey from the Kingdom of Wind to the Kingdom of Hot Water is long. Seeing that it was already dark, the three of them took near a forest. Let's find a river to camp, Tsunade said. Okay. Shizune agreed, and her small body skillfully jumped onto the treetops, squinting her eyes to see the direction of the river clearly. Naruto had no objection to this. He was clean and had nothing on him. He ate and drank all the way. He was thick-skinned and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Although he couldn't bring all the supplies in the sealed space, fortunately the buff of 100% fishing was not lost. Shizun was going to take out dry food again. Naruto looked at the river not far away and volunteered to get a few fish to grill. Fishing. Shizun had some doubts on her face, scratched her face and said, "It's very troublesome, right? Although I brought salt, Tsunade-sama should be hungry. It won't take long, not even half a minute." Naruto waved his hand and ran to the river excitedly. What is he going to do? Tsunade looked at Naruto, who disappeared into the night, walked over and asked curiously. "I don't know, he seemed to be going fishing." Shizun said. "Hey? Fishing?" Tsunade frowned and said with a question mark on her face, "It doesn't take long to wait for him to come back. Is this person?" Not long after she finished speaking, a black shadow ran back from a distance. Shizun was stunned and muttered. "Tsunade is right. How can he come back so soon? He must have come back empty-handed." "Nonsense, have you ever seen someone fishing in less than 10 minutes? Tsunade pouted. She had a grudge against Naruto, so she just said a few words to him. Until a strong fishy smell came to their faces, Tsunade and Shizun looked at Naruto in disbelief, and moved their eyes down to see the 4 fish that had been processed long ago. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked curiously, holding the fish. "What were you talking about just now? Do you want to eat fish?" Shizun and Tsunade looked at each other with complicated eyes. "Eat?" the 2 women said in unison. They were not worried that Naruto would cheat. In terms of medicine and poison, Tsunade and Shizun were the top few in the ninja world. They couldn't think of any special purpose Naruto had for them. In Shizun's eyes, Naruto was a poor man who was about to be tricked by Tsunade. In Tsunade's eyes, Naruto was just a research object. It's just that this observation and research on Naruto's vitality has not made any progress so far due to some entertainment factors. After eating the fish, Tsunade's impression of Naruto seemed to have improved. At least he was not so annoying, and the firewood was burning. Seeing that the time was almost right, Naruto took out the dice and played by the fire. Tsunade on the opposite side had just eaten, and the firelight was jumping in her eyes. Seeing Naruto playing with that person again, he narrowed his eyes and felt a little itchy. The moment Naruto looked up, he took in Tsunade's expression. There was no expression on his face, but he wanted to laugh in his heart. He didn't know how long Tsunade could last. A rustling sound was heard, and it was Shizun who came over first. Her little face was red under the reflection of the firelight, and she looked at the dice in Naruto's hand with some curiosity and asked. "Is this thing so fun? I've seen you playing it recently." "It's okay, just play it casually." Naruto wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt a figure blocking the firelight. He looked up and saw that it was Tsunade, who looked a little embarrassed. "Go away, kids, don't play, this is a game for adults." Tsunade directly lifted Shizun up with one hand and carried her to the other side. "Go to bed." "Ah." Shizun was a little disappointed, but due to Tsunade's majesty, she could only say "oh" and go to bed obediently. Naruto and Tsunade were the only 2 people left by the fire. Tsunade coughed on purpose and took the place where Shizun had just been with an expressionless face. She clearly wanted to play, but she had to take advantage of Chiao. "Ahem, is it fun to play alone like you?" "No." Naruto shook his head, thinking that he had almost mastered it. If he continued to play dumb, he would be self-defeating. "Tsunade-sama, are you interested in playing a few games with me?" Hearing this, Tsunade was obviously happy, but she had to pretend to be reserved. "Okay, let's play a few games. I still need to sleep." In response, Naruto saw through it but didn't say anything. He just smiled and said nothing. "Sleep? Staying up late is the beginning of evil. If you can sleep tonight, I will kneel down and call you mom." 1. Lost. 1 again. "Oh, I lost too much, it's boring. We agreed that this is the last round, and we'll go to bed after playing." 1. "Ah, let's play for a while. How can you be so lucky? It's so fun, hehe." "What? Are you sleepy?" "No. You can't rest yet. Keep playing, no rest allowed." The next day, it was dawn. Shizun got up early and prepared to wash up. She had been dazed last night and kept hearing people shouting outside. But she was half asleep at that time, so she ignored it. Just as she was about to wake up Tsunade, she found that there was no one around. After a moment of confusion, she staggered to her feet and walked outside. But she saw Tsunade and Naruto sleeping by the fire, and they were almost sleeping on the ground. A pair of dice scattered on the ground looked a bit eye-catching. Seeing this, Shizuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When she walked forward, she found that there was still some warmth beside the fire, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade would be frozen if she slept in the wild. Lady Tsunade, wake up! Shizuan gently woke Tsunade up, wanting her to go to the tree to rest in the sleeping bag. Tsunade was half asleep, and only remembered that she played with Naruto until very late yesterday, and they both fell down beside the fire until dawn. I don't remember how many times I won or lost. Naruto had long stopped counting, and the bet seemed to have been unimportant. The feeling of excitement has always stimulated Tsunade, and she is deeply immersed in the abyss of crazy gambling with Naruto. But it is only limited to Naruto. When she thinks of small steel balls and ordinary games, she suddenly feels boring. She seems to have lost interest in places like casinos. She turned her head to look at Naruto on the side, and couldn't help but secretly thought that it was not good. She frowned and said hoarsely, "Shizuan, remind me not to play with this guy next time." "Okay, Lady Tsunade." Shizuan nodded heavily, feeling a little excited. Finally, Lady Tsunade realized the harm of this guy, so it's better to let him get rid of him after he wakes up. Don't go to the land of hot springs, go anywhere. However, in the evening, in a market town somewhere, Shizuan stood at the door of the inn, holding the door tightly, watching the backs of Naruto and Lady Tsunade going out to play together, feeling extremely humiliated. Lady Tsunade has fallen. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just kill the other party directly, and do it secretly without telling Lady Tsunade? Chapter 348 Shizuan, it's over, I've become a yellow-haired victim. Naruto sat at a distance from Tsunade, absent-mindedly playing the small steel ball game. He glanced at Tsunade not far away, and couldn't help but want to laugh. The sound of the turntable ding-ling-ling rang out, and Tsunade's eyes were a little dull, as if she had no interest at all. She was playing and even lost her mind. She shook her head, frowning. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, why does it seem that the gambling game is meaningless if I don't play with that person? Impossible. It must be my illusion. Is it fun? Naruto came over at some point with a smile on his face. Yet, Tsunade had a straight face, obviously not very happy. Naruto, who noticed the abnormality, had no expression on his face, but he was laughing like crazy in his heart. If there was no one around, he would almost roll on the ground with his hands on his stomach. It's time. Fat sheep, you will have such a day too. Taste the feeling of being evil and depraved. When you are completely addicted, I will go back to the future and make you feel nothing about gambling for 20 years. It's like trying better games, and the feeling of similar garbage games will be weakened. Naruto has invisibly increased Tsunade's excitement, so she naturally can't be happy playing the small steel ball game. Happiness is limited. After experiencing higher happiness, people are not so obsessed with lower happiness. Where's the fun in it? Naruto asked in a mean way. Can't you play it yourself? Tsunade was a little speechless and stood up to leave. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The small steel balls can no longer make her happy. She won't play next time. She won't play with that guy either. He's too evil. Tsunade-sama, how about let's play again? Naruto asked tentatively. Tsunade froze, turned her head and glanced at Naruto. Her smooth face like an oval froze, and her red lips moved, but she didn't say anything. This is hesitation. She has secretly made a decision in her heart not to get involved with this person again. Other things are fine, but playing dice is not. It's too addictive. But that being said, she was still a little hesitant when it came to making a decision. After all, happiness is right in front of her, and she can get it with just a nod. Princess Tsunade was struggling on the edge of the abyss of depravity, while Naruto stood beside her with a calm and composed look, and his smile was a bit timid and a bit bewitching. Isn't it bad? Shizuan is still waiting for us to eat. She said hesitantly, with a completely reluctant attitude. Just go back before lunch, it's okay. Naruto climbed up the pole, and had already found a reason for Tsunade, not afraid that she would not agree. Then she bit her lower lip, wavering and charming, okay, then, let's make an exception once. Naruto smiled secretly in his heart, thinking okay, let's fall happily. The two found a place to play for a while, playing dice poker all over, and the rhythm of you losing and I winning was just right. It was almost time for dinner, so Naruto stopped directly. Okay, it's time to eat. Oh. Tsunade was a little disappointed, and lifted the golden hair beside her ear. Okay, let's go back. Looking at Tsunade's absent-minded look, Naruto was also stunned. He wondered if he had gone too far, always tempting Tsunade to indulge in playing games with him. Thinking carefully about the days when Tsunade and he were together, Naruto sighed. What a waste. Increase the intensity. Damn it. Old woman, don't think I can let you go. Although he knew that Tsunade was kind to him, Tsunade usually relied on the title of female boss to fully interpret what it meant that the power of the Hokage was unlimited. In life, she either ordered him around or oppressed him severely. Although it was not something too much, it was just her bad taste. But for Naruto, he was just a bad taste. He had no intention of harming Tsunade, and he also wanted to retaliate against her and vent his anger. Even if he left, Tsunade couldn't lose interest in gambling, but her interest would be weakened because she couldn't get satisfaction. To some extent, this is also a good thing. Little Jing-Ian waited for a long time in the inn, but no one came. She couldn't help but walk around the room, muttering to herself, guessing what the two had done. Tsunade-sama has not been with that person. Impossible, impossible. Jing-Ian shook her head, and her face became horrified. What should I do if I have a child? Will I be asked to take care of it? Children are fun, but they are still scary. What should I do? What should I do? Muttering to herself, Jing-Ian turned her head and bumped into Tsunade at the door, looking up and seeing two towering mountains. Jing-Ian, what were you talking about just now? Tsunade said with gritted teeth. Ah. After a loving education, Jing-Ian covered her head and finally knew Tsunade and Naruto's schedule in the morning, and she was even more speechless. She would rather believe that the two had an affair than that they had played for a whole morning. It's really too outrageous. Is this completely addictive? Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned. She frowned, walked back and forth a few steps and said seriously. Shizuan, you make sense. Yes, Lady Tsunade, you can't stay with that person anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. Open it. Open it for me. Tsunade yelled, and Naruto seemed a little nervous, opening the dice cup carefully. Lost. Naruto sighed. Ha. Tsunade laughed happily. Shizuan lay by the door, tears in her eyes, biting her sleeve tightly and sobbing. Looking at Tsunade's continued depravity, she felt a little disappointed. But Tsunade had absolute control over her, so she could only lie by the door and look inside quietly, looking like a victim. Ahem. Naruto felt uncomfortable being stared at by the little lowly Shizuan, and coughed and said, Why don't you let Shizuan come in? It feels weird standing there. Hey. Tsunade also found Shizuan, frowned and asked, Shizuan, what are you doing there? If you want to come in quickly, don't lie there. Shizuan wanted to cry but had no tears, and her heart was extremely bitter. She was the first to come, and her own lady Tsunade was snatched away just like that? Sure enough. Women are always fickle, woo-oh. She ran away crying, and Naruto and Tsunade were a little confused. After looking at each other, Naruto looked at Tsunade's bright and cute face and couldn't help asking. Is Shizuan sick? I don't know, it's inexplicable. Tsunade reached for the dice cup, shook it and said, Don't worry about her, she won't run away, continue playing. Oh, okay. Naruto retracted his gaze. In the afternoon, the two tired people went back to their rooms to sleep, and Shizuan came back by herself. He silently looked at the sleeping Tsunade, and his heart was full of distress. It was all because of that yellow-haired man who insisted on playing with Tsunade. Just when Naruto got up and was about to go out for a walk, the shoji door next to him suddenly opened, which scared him. Shizuan and Tsunade shared a room, which was opposite to the room where Naruto lived. Of course, Tsunade paid for the room. On the one hand, Tsunade regarded him as a research object from the beginning, so she would not save this little money, and she did not care about money. Secondly, it was convenient for Naruto to live opposite, and Tsunade had a little selfish intention. Being close, she could find Naruto to play a few dice games anytime and anywhere. When the shoji door opened, he thought Tsunade woke up after hearing the noise. Just as he was about to say hello, he found Shizuone's angry face. There is also that resentful look. If looks could kill, Naruto would have been cut into pieces by now. Seeing this, Naruto felt like laughing, thinking that Sister Shizuone was like this when she was a child. He couldn't help but ask with a smile. Little Shizuone, what's wrong? He is now 18 years old. Tsunade and Shizuone have been away from Konoha for many years, and they only have some impressions of Minato Namikaze. Tsunade's life has undergone a big change, and she is not in the mood to pay attention to the village. Even if she thinks that the name Naruto is a little familiar, it is only from Jiraiya's bragging about the protagonist of his novel, and the impression is not very deep. Even if Shizuone and Tsunade connect Naruto and Minato Namikaze together, they will only think that they are relatives, and will not think in other directions at all. Naruto is very open-minded, and he knows Shizuone very well. Although Shizuone is usually considerate, she occasionally has some tsundere temper, which is the same as Tsunade. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Naruto continued to ask, grinning. You are sick. Shizuone didn't want to talk to him, and angrily closed the door again, and the harsh words that had just come up in her mind disappeared. Shizuone was still squatting behind the door, feeling annoyed. She didn't perform well just now. Next time, she will definitely scold him. On the other side, Naruto went out for a walk. It was already dark outside, and the scenery he saw didn't enter his heart. As he walked, he silently calculated how long he could stay here. In theory, as long as he didn't activate the dragon vein, he could still wander here for a long time, even 1 or 2 years would not be a problem. When he goes back, the real world only 1 or 2 minutes had passed. But he could afford it, but the ancient kingdom of Lulin could not. A country of this size would not be able to be independent in a war, and it was not certain when it would be involved. At that time, the dragon veins could not be hidden, and if they were destroyed, he would not be able to go back. He estimated a time, about 2 or 3 months, and he had to go back to Lulin. When he returned to the inn, Tsunade had already woken up. Her cheeks were slightly drunk, and there was a faint smell of alcohol on her body. Shizuone didn't know where she had gone. Seeing that the door was open and there was no light in the room, Tsunade sat there in a daze and drank alone. Her legs were slanted, and her collar was also messy. Naruto was not shy, and sat over directly, and took her wine glass very naturally. Before she could react, he drank it in one gulp. Drink less wine, it's confiscated. Tsunade looked at him blankly for a few times, obviously not awake, and muttered. Why do you care so much about me? I'm here to care about you. Naruto said, knocking on the table twice, if you drink too much, your brain will become stupid. She was awakened by the 2 knocks on the table. She opened her eyes and looked at Naruto carefully. She couldn't see clearly without turning on the light. After a vague look, a strange feeling surged in her heart. It's really crazy. Why does it feel like we have known each other for many years? The wine was gone. Tsunade sat at the table with her head drooping. Thinking about the past, her eyes gradually dimmed. The drunkenness between half asleep and half awake will make her feel better. Seeing this, Naruto didn't say anything. There is no empathy in the world. No matter how much he talks about things he hasn't experienced, he can't comfort Tsunade. It's better to shut up and do nothing than to persuade her with high-sounding words. She is Tsunade, and she will always come out of it herself. So, the atmosphere in the room became strange. At the dimly lit small table, Tsunade lowered her head and did not move, while Naruto drank one glass after another in the dark. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and quite rhythmic. Until Tsunade herself recovered, raised her head and hoarsely reached out for a glass of wine. Naruto did not refuse and handed her the cup in his hand. Tsunade did not dislike it, took a sip and said thank you. He did not respond, and stood up. He glanced at Tsunade who was a little decadent and asked. Go out for a walk. She wanted to refuse, but when she thought that Naruto would not nag her, she immediately thought of relaxing, and after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Things were so wonderful, she originally thought that something impossible happened naturally without any opportunity. Tsunade felt a little strange, but Naruto did not take it to heart. He knew that Tsunade did not like others to nag her when she was in a bad mood, so she just sat there and did not talk. However, at that time, it was usually Tsunade who suggested going out for a walk, and Naruto followed behind without saying anything, just accompanying Tsunade to walk around and take a look. Now that time has gone back, the situation is reversed. Naruto walked in front, and Tsunade followed behind, and no one spoke. They walked and stopped along the way, occasionally pointing to the lights in the distance and saying a few words. Slowly, Tsunade's mood gradually improved. The low mood was swept away from her chest, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Occasionally, she talked a few words with Naruto and said some nonsense. When the two returned to the inn, they saw a thin figure squatting under the dim light outside the inn. Isn't that Shizuan? Naruto was a little surprised, stretched out his hand to poke Tsunade, and accidentally poked the wrong place, and felt a softness at his fingertips. Tsunade was a little dissatisfied, but considering that Naruto had just taken her out to relax, she didn't say anything. Yeah, let's go and have a look. Shizuan saw the two of them coming in pairs from afar, and then she remembered that she had come back from shopping to find Tsunade for dinner, but she found that she was the only one left behind. At that time, she felt very wronged, and wanted to cry but couldn't, so she could only squat outside the inn and wait. Although she was still very wronged just now seeing Tsunade coming over with a puzzled look on her face, her anger suddenly subsided. With the mentality of what else she could do, she could only forgive her and pursed her lips. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. It's none of your business. Shizuan said fiercely. What's wrong with you? Tsunade asked again. Woo, Lady Tsunade. Shizuan threw herself into Tsunade's arms. Naruto. What the hell, you treat her differently, right? Although he was speechless, he didn't want to provoke her anymore when he saw the little loli crying. Waving his hand, he passed the two of them and wanted to go back to his room first. Hey, we'll have dinner soon, where are you going? Tsunade hugged Shizuan and called Naruto directly. Oh, then Wait a minute, let's go together now. Tsunade didn't think too much and called. Who knew that Shizuan in her arms reacted violently and cried even louder. Chapter 349 The relationship is quietly changing, the result of mutual influence, arriving at the land of hot springs. Naruto and Tsunade looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. Fortunately, Shizuan stopped crying after crying for a while, but no matter how Tsunade asked, Shizuan always lowered her head and didn't tell the truth. She just said that she was in a bad mood and couldn't hold it back. Tsunade didn't care about her anymore, and took the two of them to dinner. At night, Tsunade and Naruto got together and had fun for a few more times. It was just a casual play, not as hard as staying up all night a few days ago. After playing for a while, Tsunade was ready to take a shower. Seeing this, Naruto was also ready to go back to the room to take a shower and rest, but was stopped by Tsunade with a yawn. Wait until I finish my shower and then play one more round, the last one. She said. Hearing this, Naruto was also amused and nodded in agreement. Tsunade went to take a shower, leaving Shizuan and Naruto sitting there. Shizuan didn't want to see Naruto, nor did she want to pay attention to him, so she snorted and turned away. Naruto was a little speechless, but he didn't say anything, and he was bored and moved the dice on the table back and forth. Until Tsunade came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair was wrapped in the headscarf. The snow-white shoulders were exposed like cream. The bulge of the bath towel was even more amazing, like a snow-covered peak. The white bath towel covered most of Tsunade's body, all the way to her calves. Shizuan frowned. She had realized that the relationship between Lady Tsunade and that person had quietly changed. She silently wondered what happened when the two of them went out, and soon her face turned red. Keep playing. Tsunade sat down casually, her bathrobe split, and she didn't bother to care. Yet. Naruto looked down and found that Tsunade's feet had stretched out and were placed beside him carelessly. The white and neat toes were lined up in a row, barefoot, and the beautiful legs were placed like this. The posture was not very elegant, but it was beautiful enough to correct his thoughts. It was impossible to play only one game after getting started. After playing back and forth for a few times, Tsunade finally kept a limit. Seeing that the time was almost up, she drove her away directly. Naruto could also see that she was not in a very good mood today, so he didn't seduce her anymore and went back to the room to wash and rest. The next day, Tsunade's condition improved again. She picked up Naruto from the bed at noon and continued the game noisily. They played until the evening, and then decided to continue their journey tomorrow. Naruto then remembered that he had wasted a long time on the road, so he simply put down the dice, thought for a while, and said with a frown. We are almost at the land of hot springs, and I have to leave too. Tsunade was concentrating on looking at the cards, and when she heard this, her little finger hooked, but there was still no change on her face, and she just said as a response. He saw that Tsunade didn't react, so he naturally didn't continue talking about this topic. He fiddled with the dice with his other hand, and looked at the cards carefully with his other hand. In fact, Naruto also felt that he had teased Tsunade enough. Once he left, other gambling games would not be able to satisfy her. Whether it was from the perspective of revenge or helping her quit gambling, it was almost enough. It was impossible for him to wander with Tsunade all the time. They were just casual acquaintances, and it was normal to part. He didn't think that Tsunade would have any other reactions. After all, Tsunade had been to too many places and met too many people. It was just a greeting in advance, and the time for laughter was almost over. Naruto came here to get information, and he had to change his identity to go to Konoha. Tsunade had seen his appearance, so there was no need to hide. But he had to be cautious when he went to Konoha, which was still very powerful at that time. The third generation was still sharp, the Uchiha was ambitious, and Danzo was lurking in the dark. What's more, the fourth generation Minato Namikaze was young and strong, and Kakashi also showed his talent. If Tsunade hadn't left, Konoha would be called the Four Cages. The current situation of Konoha is not the Konoha that will be leaking everywhere in 20 years. Even Naruto needs to be cautious if he wants to get important top-secret information from Konoha. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he raised his head and invited Tsunade to play cards again. Tsunade wanted to cheat in the middle, but was directly intercepted by Naruto. Tsunade-sama, you are going too far. I don't understand what you are saying, let go. Hurry up. Tsunade was so thick-skinned that she was not ashamed after being caught, and she tried to cheat again. Naturally, he could not bear it anymore, and he grabbed Tsunade's wrist and held on. After a long time, Tsunade successfully cheated with a smile. Naruto was helpless about this. He threw the playing cards on the table and said unhappily. There are dirty things, no more playing, no more playing. After saying that, he got up and went back. Tsunade was holding the playing cards and laughing behind her, looking like she had taken advantage, until the door slammed shut, and then she stopped laughing. Shizune had finished washing up obediently and was about to get into bed. Looking up, she saw Tsunade's back sitting in front of the table in a daze, and couldn't help asking. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm thinking about how to cheat. Tsunade turned around and smiled again. Shizune, sleep. No words were spoken all night. The next day, the three of them left the inn and set out on their journey. There were only 2 or 3 days left to the land of hot springs, and the countdown to separation began. On the way, everything seemed to be the same. Tsunade and Naruto were still talking and laughing. During the lunch break, the two of them got together to play cards. Shizune was too lazy to look at them, so she walked away and rested under a tree. The two of them were laughing, and occasionally shouting and yelling, which was really noisy. They started to make noise while playing, and there was more or less physical contact, and they were openly taking advantage of others. Tsunade didn't care, and seemed to have acquiesced. The countdown to separation is indeed a magical thing, which accelerates the fermentation of dependence and other emotions. In fact, for Tsunade, she was a little reluctant to let go of Naruto. This is not emotional like, just feel comfortable, very comfortable to be with him. Whether it is the way of getting along or talking, it can make her forget a lot of unpleasant things. Even though there is a 10-year age gap between the two, there is no generation gap at all. To be honest, after that walk, she thought about inviting him to travel together. This is her dream, to see the whole world, and now she wants to add someone. Naruto didn't think so much, and continued on his way in the afternoon. After nightfall, Naruto cooked a grilled fish meal in the same way. After the meal, Shizune was still fiddling with the fire. She hugged her knees and played there, having a lot of fun. Naruto saw that it was still early, turned his head and looked around, and planned to ask Tsunade to take a walk together. Walk? Tsunade looked up. Just walk around. Naruto said, and it seemed that he had no other intentions. Okay. Tsunade stood up and turned to look at Shizune. She probably heard it, so she asked directly, Shizune, Do you want to go with me? No. Shizun said in a muffled voice, still hugging her knees and playing with the fire. She knew what happened between Tsunade and Naruto before. It was just a simple walk or stroll, or playing cards and dice together. As a result, she lost interest. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't say anything and walked towards Naruto. After saying let's go, the two of them wandered slowly along the river. Naruto remembered that Tsunade's habit later was to like to take a walk, strolling around the Hokage building whenever she had nothing to do. Sometimes she took Shizun with her, and sometimes she took Sakura with her. I always feel like I've seen you somewhere, but I don't remember. Tsunade said aloud. Really? Naruto smiled and glanced at her, maybe you saw it in a dream. Hehe. Tsunade sneered, but turned around and said, let's play a few more games before going to bed. You won't be able to play with me in a few days. No, I don't want to play anymore. Naruto refused directly. Why? Tsunade was a little confused. No reason, I just don't want to play anymore. He said, anyway, I'm leaving in a few days, so I'll get used to it in advance, so that I won't be uncomfortable in the land of hot springs alone. You don't look like you're going to the land of hot springs. What's the land of hot springs? She complained. Isn't it the same for Lady Tsunade? He choked. Hearing this, Tsunade was speechless. Naruto's statement was fake at first glance, and her statement was not much better, but now was not a good time to spy on secrets. Besides, it was already like this, and the research must be abandoned. Although she didn't take it to heart, she still felt a little reluctant to think that she couldn't play cards together in the future. Or, why don't you just not go to the land of hot springs? She asked tentatively. Then where am I going? Naruto felt a little funny. Tsunade thought to herself, how do I know where you are going? But in this situation, she could only change her words. We will have a chance to meet again in the future, right? Let's play cards together. I will definitely meet, but it may take a long time. Naruto said half-jokingly, but Lady Tsunade will definitely not wait that long. Tsunade, ... With a sigh, nothing happened. The two of them walked slowly for a while and went back directly. Go to bed as usual, get up in the morning and wash up and rush on the road. The second day was unremarkable, still similar to the first day. Playing while rushing, but the speed was much slower than the previous day. On the third day, night fell. The group arrived at the land of hot springs, and Naruto mentioned that the hot springs here are quite famous. Tsunade didn't even think about it, and took the two of them to the hot springs directly. The hot springs here are separated by gender. Tsunade and Shizun came in one side, and Naruto went to the other side. The thick bamboo separated the line of sight. Naruto soaked comfortably, put on his clothes and waited for the two women to come out. Tsunade's face was flushed. She was a little dizzy after soaking in this hot water for too long. She was dazed when she went out and fell directly into Naruto's arms. Fortunately, Naruto caught her in time and there was no problem. Tsunade was fine after a little rest. After dinner, Shizun stayed in the inn. Tsunade played 2 games with Naruto, and Tsunade was obviously absent-minded. What's wrong? He asked. Chapter 350 Departure, The Fateful Reincarnation with Tsunade, about Konoha's new identity. Tsunade didn't say anything, her slender index finger unconsciously stretched out and knocked on the table twice, but her heart suddenly tightened. She didn't have this habit before, and she didn't know when she learned it. There was no time to think about it. Seeing Naruto looking at her in astonishment, she knew she had to say something. Where are you going, tomorrow? Nowhere, I'm going back to wash up. He responded, not knowing what Tsunade meant. Oh. Tsunade nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Naruto yawned and washed up early in the morning, and was about to turn around when he saw Tsunade open the door and walk out. There was a circle of panda eyes on her face, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Nothing. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. At the dining table, Tsunade was a little speechless. She supported her head with one hand and tapped the table with the other hand. She looked back and forth at Naruto, as if she wanted to say something but stopped. Aren't you leaving? She still couldn't help asking. I don't have money for food, so I'll eat the last meal before I leave. Naruto didn't feel embarrassed at all, looked at Tsunade, and said with a smile. Tsunade. Shizuan. Sometimes, people are shameless and there's no solution. Naruto didn't care. He really didn't have money for food. Even if he had to leave, he couldn't leave on an empty stomach. Although he wouldn't starve to death with his ability, why not? After lunch, Naruto said goodbye directly. Tsunade stood at the window on the second floor of the inn, frowning as Naruto's figure disappeared little by little, and her heart was inevitably a little empty. The cards on the table were scattered, and the dice were empty. Shizuan sat on the tatami and read a book. She looked up at Tsunade and then lowered her head. At this time, she didn't know what to say, nor did she know what Tsunade was thinking. Anyway, even if she asked, Tsunade wouldn't tell her the truth. Anyway, it's adults' business, don't worry about it. In the afternoon, a rainstorm hit the country of soup that was rare in the past few years, which broke the two girls' thoughts of rushing on the road. Looking at the white rainstorm outside the window, they could only continue for one more day. The cool breeze blew, and the light inside and outside the inn was dim. In order to read, Shizuan could only turn on the small lamp on the table and lie on it to read carefully. There was a thunderstorm outside, and Tsunade sat by the window drinking alone. Shizuan was accustomed to this. Sometimes Tsunade would drink alone, and she just had to read a book on the side. There were too many things to learn in medical ninjutsu. She thought about working hard in her heart, but after reading a book for a while, little Shizuan started fishing under the hypnosis of the white noise of the rain. Her head drooped, and her eyes closed and opened. After a while, Shizuan fell asleep on the table with a thud. Hearing the sound, Tsunade also turned her head to look in the direction of Shizuan, and soon cast her eyes into the rainstorm again. The cool raindrops fell on her small face, and her slender waist and legs highlighted her fullness. It was a figure that was hard to look away after just a glance, but it was hard to have the courage to continue watching after that cold look. Naruto didn't care, and he ignored Tsunade's gaze. The heavy rain was pouring down, as if it was pouring down from the sky. There were constant rumbling thunders, and nothing could be seen 10 meters away. The white was all mist. The bean-sized raindrops hit the ground, and half a meter of the ground was covered with foam. The innkeeper was shouting something downstairs, probably something was blown down. The sound of the rain was like a wave, and the rain sprinkled on the ground and windows, just like boiling water in a pot. The willows were dancing wildly, and the inn was trembling in this doomsday scene. Tsunade, who was sitting by the window, didn't react much, and still stared at the balcony and drank one cup after another slowly. Her eyes were slightly empty, but she didn't think of keeping Naruto. She was not sitting here in a trance of self-pity, but was recalling her experiences during this period bit by bit. First, she thought about Naruto's origins, focusing on the area near the Kingdom of Wind. But no matter how she thought about it, Tsunade didn't expect Naruto to come from the small country of Lulin. A person of unknown origin. She took a sip of wine silently. He seemed to be very familiar with her, so familiar that every movement, look, gesture had a natural tacit understanding. Tsunade didn't believe in fate, but she was also a little shaken at this moment. It's not because of love between men and women, but because it feels too strange. Being with that person is unexpectedly comfortable, and it's comfortable regardless of anything. It seems that no matter how bad things are, they can be forgotten, and there is a feeling of friends. This is extremely rare for her. At her position, she has almost no friends. Whether it is the status and strength of one of the three ninjas, she is destined to have no friends. Having lost her relatives and lovers, she can only live alone. Everyone can be happily reunited, but she can't. Tsunade knew it a long time ago, and she knew it very well, so she never thought about going back to that village, and just wanted to travel around the world. It's okay to keep gambling and losing, at least there is something to rely on. Life is too lonely and boring to see the end at a glance. But it's okay, after all, I'm used to it. Suddenly this strange person came with a smile, and left with a smile. Like a passerby in life, without causing much waves. Tsunade thought so, and her fingers tapped the table unconsciously. Thinking still left a trace, at least she wanted to go out and get some fresh air now. At least the heavy rain blocked the sky and the earth, so she could only wait a little longer. The various confused thoughts in her mind made Tsunade frown, and she inexplicably remembered a sentence. He said that we will see each other again in the future, but it will be a long time later. How long is a long time? She was bored at the moment, and she couldn't help but guess the length of this time. A long time? It probably couldn't be 1 or 2 years, maybe 4 or 5 years. However, Tsunade would never have thought that this long time would be 14 years. When they met again, that person had not grown up yet. The boy did not have a giggling smile on his face, and his eyes were full of forbearance. His face was cold and full of hostility towards the world. Should we go find him in such heavy rain? Tsunade supported her chin, staring at the heavy rain with her beautiful eyes, thinking that the land of hot water was not that big. After a full circle of thoughts, she gave up the idea. Even though she might not sleep well in the next 2 months, she would get used to it in the future. Anyway, she might never see him again, so forget it. At this time, Naruto was hiding from the rainstorm in an abandoned cave, and he had changed his clothes. He was holding a newly made mask in his hand, which was wet. Oh, to avoid suspicion, let's give Konoha a little shock of the Book of the Vermilion Moon in advance. Just right, he didn't want to leave any handle. After all, stealing information, if it's not done well, it will become a robbery, and if it's not done well, it will have to fight. If a fight breaks out, Naruto is actually still a little weak, the 3rd generation is not old yet, Danzo is insidious and dormant, and Konoha is full of talents and bursting into a second spring. There is Uchiha Shisui in front and Uchiha Fugaku in the back. The 2 brothers of Hyuga Hayashi plus the Ino Shikacho raid, who dares to break into Konoha. He was not afraid, but just felt it was troublesome. After all, others might have various dangerous purposes to break into Konoha, and he just wanted a few top-secret information. Find someone who knows the inside story and ask carefully, and then he can call it a day. This is his plan. After all, it is not realistic to look for Orochimaru all over the world. At this time, Snake Uncle had not mastered the core technology and had just defected from Konoha. Staring at the dense rain outside the cave, he played with the mask he had made while thinking about how to sneak into Konoha without anyone noticing. He had already spent half a month on the road with Tsunade, and there was not much time left for him. However, if he just looked for information in Konoha, it shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the information about dual personality is relatively unpopular, and it may be put in a corner to collect dust. However, even the unpopular information is top secret. After all, it is something that cannot be announced. In order not to cause trouble for himself, he must change his appearance when going to Konoha. Although he used to use Sasuke's appearance to carry merits, it is obviously not appropriate now. Just give yourself a whole small account, Zhuyu. Anyway, the Road of Ninja is probably not going to appear, and he will not give Uchiha Obito the opportunity to open the world of Tsukuyomi. Anyway, no one knows, just change your appearance and wear a mask and go directly. It was about to stop raining. Naruto put on the mask, silently thinking about the next plan. The rain stopped. Naruto did not hesitate and stepped out directly. After rushing for a while, he gradually moved towards Konoha. In the Konoha forest, he avoided the heavy sentries. At this time, the relationship between Konoha and the surrounding major countries was still very tense. For resources, the major countries were on the verge of a fight. If he broke in by force, it would inevitably disturb Konoha, and perhaps bring unnecessary trouble to this trip. This was also what Naruto did not want to see, so he quietly hid outside the Konoha forest. This is the periphery of the Konoha forest, and it is still a long distance away from Konoha. Naruto hid his breath to avoid being discovered. Silently watching teams of genin passing by nearby, the most recent one. He saw a female genin passing by without even looking at Naruto. He was still waiting. This was one of the few roads that must be taken to return to Konoha. Now is an era of war and friction, and it is normal for ninjas to be injured. A day passed, and Naruto occasionally left that place to find something to eat, and then returned to squat there and wait patiently. 1 or 2 days passed, but nothing was found in the end. Although he waited for 2 days without waiting for the right opportunity, he unexpectedly found the skeleton of a jonin when he changed his place to squat. The person was a skeleton, with only a green vest that was almost corroded and a forehead protector left. These days, jonin are worse than dogs, and ninjas are just consumables for Konoha. Although the vest belongs to a jonin, he might be just a chunin. After sighing for a while, Naruto was not interested in looking at the skeleton and changed his place to squat. It was strange that he didn't see any seriously injured ninjas after squatting for a day or 2. Perhaps he was looking for a fortune, and after seeing the skeleton, he finally got the chance. With a crash, a bloody genin fell in the forest, and Naruto waited there for 10 minutes. After making sure that there was no one around, he quietly moved over. It was a 15 or 16-year-old ninja, with an ordinary appearance, seriously injured, and almost covered in blood. He seemed to know that he was dying, and he kept mumbling for help. He vaguely saw Naruto's figure, and his desire to survive suddenly exploded. He had only one breath left, but he opened his eyes and grabbed Naruto's clothes. The boy's hands were like pincers, and blood stained Naruto's clothes red, and his eyes bulged. "Save me!" The potential of the instinctive desire to survive is huge. In the face of life and death, the boy almost instinctively grabbed all the life-saving straws he could grab. Even if he didn't know the identity of the strange masked man in front of him, he wanted to live. Looking at the boy with blood on his face, he exuded a desire to survive that I can't die. Naruto's flexible bodhisattva heart suddenly appeared, looking at the boy, sighed and said, "You are too badly injured, and I can't do anything. If you want to live, there is only one way left. I just don't know if you can accept it. If you can't accept it, I can." The boy's last moments were just a short moment, so naturally he had no choice. "Okay, boy, do you believe in evil gods?" he said faintly. After about half a minute, the system's mechanical synthesized sound ding edit rang. The panel popped up, and a row of red fonts appeared in the task. "Illegal operation, this believer is invalid, and the qualifications will be erased after the host goes back in time." Seeing this, Naruto's mouth curled slightly. He didn't care about qualifications or not, as long as it was valid now. When he was ready to go back, even if the number of believers did not increase, at least this person was alive. Of course, Naruto was not a real living bodhisattva. He saved people just because he needed the identity of the boy to infiltrate Konoha. Watching the blood on the boy's body slowly disappear, Naruto threw him into the sealed space with his backhand. Then he found the skeleton buried by the fallen leaves according to his memory, and directly resurrected the Jonin. Without saying a word, he sucked it into the sealed space, and then threw the healed boy and the resurrected Jonin to the empty evil god altar. He brought nothing after traveling through time and space, but fortunately the sealed space and the evil god altar were still usable. The boy was just a Chunin, who was on the verge of death just now, and now he has recovered. When he was still a little confused, he was thrown into the evil god altar again, and he was panicked. What was more panicking was still to come. A dead body fell from the sky, and it was still moving. The boy habitually touched his lower back and was shocked to find that his kunao was gone. Just as he was stunned, a masked figure appeared above the evil god altar. The man came up and beat him without saying a word. He was beaten to death, and when he almost thought he was going to die, the boy was surprised to find that his wounds were healing. Looking up, the mysterious masked man was staring at him. "You, who are you?" The boy was a little dry-mouthed and his voice was trembling. "You don't need to know. What you have to do now is to explain everything about you." Naruto drew his knife and said coldly. "Relatives, friends, teachers, classmates, people you like, enemies, all. Tell them all honestly, without leaving out anything. Otherwise you will experience what it means to be worse than death." "You. What do you want to do?" The boy retreated again and again. He knew that he was no match for the masked man. "What do you want to do to Konoha? Don't you want to know anything?" "Hehe, you are quite stubborn." Naruto made a knife flower and walked towards the boy step by step. "Believe me, you will speak. Without me, you would have died long ago."